in Nanjianbuzhou in the Great Xia at Hengdian. It was an overcast day, the room dim with no lights turned on. As a distorted shadow seeped through the crack beneath the door and slipped into the room, Wang Ling, who had just been reborn from the apocalypse, was sending a flirtatious message to the female lead of the crew. Wang Ling, come to my room tonight. A ching, are you stupid? Wang Ling, yesterday, you went to the director's room, the day before to the screenwriter, and the day before that to the producer. A ching, so what? Wang Ling, in my next project, I have a third build steer role, and the actress for the third female lead opposite me hasn't been decided yet. A ching, I don't have any night scenes scheduled tonight. Wang Ling, you buy protection. A ching, I'll take the pill. Wang Ling put down his phone with a blank expression. As he watched the ghostly shadow closing in on him, a smile slowly surfaced on his face. That smile was faint at first, then gradually widened, turning manic to the point that even his handsome face became twisted. Smack! Wang Ling slapped himself across the face, instantly clearing the madness from his eyes and restoring their clarity. He rubbed his cheek and told himself inwardly to stay calm, that he had already been reborn, that this was no longer the apocalypse riddled with uncanny horrors everywhere. That slap not only sobered him up, even the ghostly shadow that had been constantly shifting its form to frighten him froze in place, like a female teacher whose stop button had been pressed. Wang Ling lifted his eyelids lazily and with disdain stretched out one foot, placing it in front of the shadow. Don't bother, he said. Trashy things like you can't scare me. Climb up yourself, move on your own. Insulted, the shadow suddenly surged forward, scrambling up Wang Ling's ankle. It was icy cold, slick, and slightly painful. Wang Ling patted his pocket, took out a cigarette, and lit it. By the time he flicked ash onto the shadow for the third time, it retreated, flowing away just as it had come, slipping back out through the crack beneath the door. Wang Ling hitched up his pant leg. Around his ankle, a faint black handprint had already been branded into his skin. Before long, the master of that shadow would follow this mark and come to claim his life. Yet Wang Ling showed no extra emotion. After all, he had experienced this very incident in his previous. Through an exceedingly rare temporal divine artifact, he had returned from the apocalypse where gods revived and the uncanny descended back to this very moment, back to the time before everything had happened. Naturally, he would not be stumped by such a minor problem. Only after finishing his cigarette did Wang Ling tap his phone twice. The screen lit up, and then the usual app icons faded away, revealing instead a crude little courtyard with a thatched roof and earthen walls. On the left side of the screen, several lines of data were listed. Rear residence level, shabby dwelling, level 1. Rear residence scale, 1 main room, 2 side rooms, 2 utility rooms. Number of wives and concubines, 0. Primary wife, 01. Concubine, 01. Bedroom companion, 01. Aids, 03. Household resources, 1,000 guiyu. Initial resource. Upgrade cost 1,000 guiyu. Raising the rear residence level increases the number of buildings and of wives and concubines. This was the Uncanny Harem game. Through this game, Wang Ling could recruit uncanny beings as his wives, concubines, and maids, and could also dispatch members of his rear residence to locations where disasters were about to occur to preemptively eliminate uncanny entities about to descend or gods on the verge of revival. Wang Ling did not know why this game had chosen him. Yet after 10 years of scrambling for survival in the apocalypse, he had formed a conjecture. In the future, uncanny beings would descend, deities would awaken, the climate would go haywire, flora and fauna would mutate, and humanity would plummet from the top of the food chain into the mire. In response, a portion of humanity would also awaken all manner of miraculous abilities. Wang Ling had survived 10 years in that apocalypse, consuming countless so-called heavenly treasures that were claimed to promote awakening or even guarantee the awakening of a heavenly grade talent, yet he had never awakened. Thus, he suspected that he had actually awakened long ago, and that the ability he awakened was precisely this uncanny harem game. Now he had returned to the very moment when he had just discovered this game. At that time, he had been so terrified by the ghost shadow in his room that he crawled around on the floor grabbing his phone to seek help, and then this game had suddenly appeared on the screen. After opening the game, before Wang Ling could do anything, a series of prompts popped up in front of him. Detected that the player currently has 0 wives and concubines. Spend 500 guiyu to hire a matchmaker to seek an uncanny partner of suitable standing. Note: before concluding a marriage alliance, the player must prepare sufficient betrothal gifts. The higher the potential of the primary wife, the higher the required betrothal standard will be. Note: after the marriage alliance is sealed, the player can share all skills mastered by the primary wife and will receive a 50 bonus to all of her attributes. Note: the player may have only one primary wife. After the primary wife dies, the player must observe a 1-year mourning period during which he cannot remarry. Upgrading the rear residence level can only increase the number of secondary wives, favored concubines, lesser concubines, handmaids, bedroom companions, and maids. Before marrying a primary wife, no secondary wife may be taken. Note: different primary wives will bring different dowries. The amount of dowry has nothing to do with the primary wife's potential or strength. A primary wife may bring along sisters of the same clan as accompanying concubines. Accompanying concubines can provide the player with up to 4 skills and a 40 attribute bonus. Wang Ling unhesitatingly closed out the string of prompts. In his previous life, he had suffered a loss here, having failed to notice the phrase of suitable standing, and having chosen his first wife too early. Because his own status had been too low and his betrothal gifts limited the primary wife he married naturally had mediocre potential and limited strength. Reborn, and starting over, Wang Ling would not make the same mistake again. After closing the prompts, he tapped the earthen utility room that represented a side building. A list of constructible options promptly appeared. Kitchen, low-level kitchen capable of producing various dishes with wondrous effects. Construction cost 100 Guayu. Requires at least 1 rear residence member assigned for normal operation. Assigning a maid or wife skilled in culinary arts to manage the kitchen can increase its output and enhance the effects of the dishes. Would shed low-level storage space. Cannot preserve freshness and cannot store living creatures. Volume 8 cubic meters. Construction cost 100 Guayu. Chicken coop, economic building. Keeps small poultry, produces eggs that can be exchanged for resources. Construction cost 150 Guayu. Rabbit hutch. Pigsty. With a few quick taps of his finger, Wang Ling converted the 2 utility rooms into a kitchen and a wood shed. Immediately another prompt popped up before his eyes. Detected that the functional building kitchen is currently idle. Would the player like to contact the brokerage to purchase a maid? Wang Ling selected yes. The image shifted once more, revealing 3 cards on the screen, all with their backs facing outward. Wang Ling lightly tapped the card on the far left. A faint white light flashed across it, then the card flipped over to reveal the character illustration on its front. The illustration showed an uncanny being whose upper body was covered by a black garbage bag, only a pair of smooth, straight, fair thighs exposed. Below the illustration, several lines of text served as a brief introduction. Name: Garbage Girl. Power rating: Dust Tier 1. Potential rating: Ordinary White. Price: 150 Guayu. When Wang Ling tapped the illustration again, those long white legs immediately sprang into motion. Within the card, Garbage Girl demonstrated her ability to run along walls and ceilings, then plummeted from a height of roughly 5 stories, smashing a car to pieces. She herself leapt down from the crumpled roof unscathed, then dashed forward a few more steps and rammed into a bus, overturning it. Buying a maid through the human trafficker system was like this: you could not see too much detailed information and had to make your judgment based only on the resume and basic demonstration. Wang Ling was experienced enough that just from that brief segment, he could roughly grasp Garbage Girl's abilities. She possessed wall climbing movement, reduced damage from high falls while inflicting impact damage at the landing point, and finally, she clearly had some sort of charge-type skill. Judged purely from the demonstration, Garbage Girl's abilities were decent, but Wang Ling was not impressed. It was not that ordinary potential had no cultivation value. He simply found her weaknesses too glaring. Her upper body was trapped inside the garbage bag, making her hands and head invisible. Naturally, she would be unable to equip weapons or upper body armor, and might not even be able to use items or potions. Her future development was doomed to be extremely limited. Wang Ling opened the middle card. On it was drawn a damp, semi-transparent ghost. She likewise had ordinary potential and Tier 1 strength. From her appearance, she was a typical ghost-type uncanny being, and Wang Ling could roughly infer her abilities without even watching the demonstration. She would likely possess physical damage reduction, but be vulnerable to energy attacks, could in the future learn some water-type spells or curse-type arts, and might gain the ability to pass through walls, but that would be about it. Wang Ling sighed, no longer holding out much hope for the third candidate. He thought that if the third card turned out to be trash as well, he would just use Garbage Girl as a temporary stopgap. He tapped lightly, and the third card flipped over. A faint pale green glow flowed across its surface. The illustration on this card was a wash of green. A strange female figure was dressed in an old Hong Kong police uniform, in army green, her body curvaceous and well-defined, yet above her neck, there was nothing at all. In her right hand, the policewoman held a Smith Wesson .38 revolver, while in her left she dangled a delicately featured head with its eyes tightly shut. Judging from the image, that head was most likely her own. Wang Ling's interest was piqued. He straightened his back and scrutinized this policewoman more carefully. Name: Wudo Shiji. Power evaluation: Dust First Tier. Potential evaluation: Excellent Green. Value: 330 Guayu. In the display, Wudo Shiji demonstrated her marksmanship. 3 monsters resembling flayed wild dogs lunged at her. The policewoman spun in place, firing 3 shots in quick succession. Ghastly bluish-green flames burst from the points of impact, and the 3 creatures were soon reduced to charred corpses under the searing fire. Immediately after, a giant wolf with shoulders over 3 meters high charged out. The policewoman fired 3 more rounds, and the bluish flames ignited on the wolf's body, yet they failed to spread enough to cover it entirely. Wudo Shiji then lifted her left hand, raising the head she held to face the giant wolf. The beautiful face which had until then kept its eyes shut suddenly opened them. Within the sockets there were no pupils or whites, only a field of blood red. The instant those eyes opened, the flaming patches on the giant wolf's body suddenly detonated, surging upward into 3 towering pillars of fire that blasted the creature into several charred fragments. Wang Ling lit another cigarette and did some calculating in his mind. From the demonstration, Wudo Shiji had remained stationary the entire time, revealing nothing, as though deliberately avoiding any display of movement, so her mobility was most likely her weak point. Still, her offensive power was undeniably impressive. As a starting character, she was more than sufficient, so there was no need to waste resources refreshing the broker's stock. Having made up his mind, Wang Ling tapped the purchase button. Household funds decreased by 330 guiyu, leaving 470 guiyu remaining. Maid count 1. The first Gi moved into his inner residence. Name Wudo Shiji. Potential excellent. Level LV1. Attributes. Health 100. Mana 200. Strength 5. Standard attribute for an ordinary adult male is 5 and adult female 4. Agility 4. Constitution 10. Intelligence 20. Perception 4. Charisma 8. Exclusive weapon cursed revolver Smith Wesson M10. 38 revolver serial number WSB 20447. Damage 20. Intelligence 10. It had a 6-round cylinder that could not be reloaded through conventional means. 1 bullet would automatically be replenished every minute, and killing a living being that possessed a soul would also restore 1 bullet. Skill Cursed Flame Drank skill. Consumes 10 mana. Bullets fired will carry cursed flames. After dealing damage for the next 5 seconds, they inflict burning damage each second equal to the user's intelligence attribute. The skill has no cooldown, but cannot be activated when the cursed revolver holds no bullets. Skill Officer on the case. Crank skill. Consumes 50 mana and immediately detonates all curses afflicting the target. For each type of curse on the target, it deals an additional amount of spell damage equal to intelligence 4. Skill cooldown 1 minute. Position Maid. Monthly stipend 1 guiyu. All Gi purchased from the lowest tier human brokers carried a baseborn status. Once brought into the residence, their identity was that of a maid. Wang Ling could not share any skills or attributes from a maid. However, if he elevated Wudo Shiji's position from maid to bed attendant, he would be able to obtain one of her skills. Should he then promote her further to concubine, he would not only share her skills, but also gain an attribute bonus equal to 10% of her total stats. Yet it was unnecessary. The 2 skills Wudo Shiji possessed were far too specialized. Even if Wang Ling shared them, he would have no way to use them. He did not mind though, for he already had a chosen candidate in mind for the position of bed attendant. Manipulating his phone, Wang Ling dragged Wudo Shiji's icon to the mansion's main gate. A world map then unfolded across the screen. Dongxing Shenzhou Xinyo Huzhou Nanshan Buzhou Beiju Luzhou Zuzhou Xuanzhou Yinzhou Changzhou Fenglins Huju Kuzhou Penglai Island Fangzhong Island Yingzhou Island, and many more. Beyond the 4 great continents and the 10 states and 3 islands, numerous small islands drifted scattered across the seas on the map. At this moment, the world map displayed roughly 40 to 50 small red dots. Some of them flashed continuously, and behind each dot a countdown ticked away. The steady red dots represented Gi that had already appeared. Their countdowns marked the time remaining until they next unleashed a disaster. The flashing red dots, on the other hand, signified Gi that had not yet fully descended. Their countdowns indicated when they would formally arrive in this world. There were also a few semi-transparent light points. These Gi were so-called harmless types, beings whose existence would not significantly impact human society. Looking at these red dots, Wang Ling could not help but sigh inwardly, thinking this is so damned clean. Before his rebirth, when he opened the map, motley lights of all colors blazed everywhere, almost filling the entire world. Wang Ling did not bother with anything else. He directly dragged the map and tapped on the location of Hongdian City in the Great Xia of Shenzhou. At this time, there were 2 red dots in Hongdian City. He checked the display and located the mission titled Ingmanian 031244. On his ankle, Wang Ling bore a black handprint. Ingmanian was the true owner of that handprint. Those 3 odd hours on the timer were the time left before Ingmanian came to claim his life. After tapping to expand the mission details, Wang Ling was presented with a video. The footage appeared to be surveillance from a shop angled diagonally toward a flagstone street. A man walked into the frame, his shadow stretched long by the street lamp behind him. Just as the man reached the center of the frame, his right foot lifted, and his entire body suddenly froze. His body leaned slightly forward, maintaining a walking posture. If not for the night wind sweeping up bits of paper, one might have thought the footage had simply frozen. A few seconds later, the man suddenly dropped straight to his knees. His kneecaps struck the ground with a dull thud. Then, without any warning, he began to kowtow forcefully. Dong, 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 dong. One blow after another, like a pile driver pounding the earth. Soon dark, damp stains appeared on the flagstones. The stains grew larger, spreading outward. Finally, after lifting his head once more, the man did not immediately strike again. He knelt there rigidly, eyes wide open, staring at a patch of shadow before him. Unfortunately, the light was too dim and the camera's quality too poor for Wang Ling to see what lurked within that shadow. The man did not remain kneeling long. After a few ragged breaths, he once more slammed his head heavily toward the ground. With a bang, even duller than before, his forehead met the stone. He stayed bowed, head pressed to the ground in a pool of blood, motionless, never lifting it again. The video ended there. Another clip followed, recording a man slowly flaying himself with his own fingers. After the two videos came a police dispatch record titled Donyang Jidonghing Public Criminal Dispatch Document 2026 No. 101,501. Wang Ling opened it, skimmed a few lines, and then closed the document. He was only reviewing the mission details because so much time had passed that he needed a bit of help recalling Ying Mainyan's abilities. Now that most of it had returned to him, there was no need to keep watching those nauseating clips. In Wang Ling's memory, Ying Mainyan's primary ability was to manipulate shadows. As long as her shadow touched either a prey's body or their shadow, she could seize control of them. Ying Mainyan could also vanish within shadows, move swiftly, and even travel between separate patches of darkness in a way akin to teleportation. Her primary method of killing was to control targets and force them to mutilate themselves. The last time Wang Ling encountered Ying Mainyan, he had already chosen a principal wife, a woman from Yaojiang and Nuzuo, a female priest whose sole duty was to worship the thunder god. Lightning power was the natural nemesis of Shadow, so he retained little impression of the details of that battle. He only remembered that once the mission began, he tapped the Summon Thunder skill twice, and then the mission was already over. Shadows, huh? Wang Ling rubbed his chin, and a passage he had learned in primary school came to mind. Having selected the task, the game screen transitioned to the expedition page. Next to the expedition button, the cost of Erguayu was marked. In the bizarre Harem game, when dispatching characters from the inner residence to execute tasks, a dispatch fee must be paid. The amount of the dispatch fee is unrelated to the distance or difficulty of the task. The only factor determining the dispatch fee is the strength and potential of the dispatched character. The stronger the dispatched character, the higher the dispatch fee. Under equal strength, the higher the character's potential, the dispatch fee will double. The cost of 2 Guayu is the current dispatch fee for the Headless Senior Sister. This dispatch fee follows a formula-level potential. The calculation coefficient for ordinary potential is 1, for excellent potential it is 2, for extraordinary potential it is 4, for epic potential it is 8, and for legendary potential it is 16. Wang Ling knew there should be levels above legendary potential, but he had never encountered them and was unaware of the specifics. After paying the dispatch fee, a brief loading animation appeared on the game screen. The scene then shifted to a spacious but dimly lit area. At this moment, the perspective on Wang Ling's phone was third person. He maneuvered the Headless Senior Sister to look around. Her viewing action was quite interesting. When Wang Ling controlled other characters to observe the environment, their heads would sway with the camera, but the Headless Senior Sister lifted her left hand, carrying her head along with the camera's movements. Through a simple observation, Wang Ling confirmed that this was a warehouse. Upon seeing the arrangement around the warehouse, he realized that he had deliberately led Ying Mainyan here. He controlled the Headless Senior Sister to walk a few steps forward, turned around a stack of boxes, and indeed saw himself sitting under the chandelier. It was himself 3 hours later. The most miraculous aspect of the bizarre Harem game lies here. It can traverse time and space, arriving in the future ahead of time. Now Wang Ling was using the game to control the Headless Senior Sister to arrive 3 hours into the future, just when Ying Mainyan was about to attack him. If he managed to kill Ying Mainyan from 3 hours later in the game and anchor the future, then the future's development would unfold just like the process in the game. He would go to that warehouse, set up an ambush, and wait for Ying Mainyan to enter before dealing with her. Wang Ling controlled the Headless Senior Sister to approach himself, and through the screen he observed that the version of himself who hadn't yet been trained in the prison or ravaged by the apocalypse still looked quite handsome. Wang Ling couldn't help but exclaim, "This idiot is really handsome." Then he saw the future version of himself giving the Headless Senior Sister the middle finger. Wang Ling, with his hot temper, was ready to connect with his future self, but a prompt suddenly appeared. Game tip detected, a highest authority attempt to take over the game character. Do you agree? Wang Ling scratched his head. The highest authority was actually himself. It was his future self preparing to take control of the Headless Senior Sister. Of course, although it was the highest authority, the gaming device was currently in the hands of his present self, so Wang Ling could refuse. However, Wang Ling decided not to argue with himself. If his future self wanted to control it, let him do so, giving himself a bit of face. Moreover, the characters from the inner residence can load the game while executing tasks. If he really messed up, his present self could always load the game and start over. In the bizarre Harem game, because characters are dispatched to the future, the outcome is uncertain. Even if a task fails, one can pay a price to load the game again. If a task arises that cannot be completed, no matter what, there are ways to resolve it. The simplest method is to redeem oneself, paying a fee equivalent to the character's value to forcibly withdraw the character from the task. Alternatively, one can run as far as possible. With good luck, if they escape the task area, they can settle the task by paying a fee equivalent to the dispatch fee. The above two settlement methods will not yield task rewards. Once encountering an inescapable eerie domain, if the dispatched character cannot complete the task, and the player lacks money to redeem themselves, then they must accept it. Once the future is anchored, the resulting future becomes irreversible. If the dispatched character dies in the task, then they are truly dead, and no other method can change that. After observing the arrangement in the warehouse, Wang Ling felt that the probability of him flipping over was low. After relinquishing control, the screen on his phone no longer displayed any visuals. Wang Ling put away his phone, pondering what he should do next. At that moment, he heard someone in the corridor shout, "Mealtime! Mealtime!" Upon hearing those words, Wang Ling instantly perked up. God knows what he had been eating in the apocalypse. He yanked open the door and dashed out in just a few strides. This floor housed the main creative team and special actors of the production crew. Since there was filming happening, not many people remained in the hotel, making Wang Ling the first to reach the meal point. The meal point was located at the elevator lobby on the floor, and as soon as Wang Ling arrived, he saw two foam boxes on the table. One contained boxed lunches while the other held multi-layered stainless steel thermos containers. Those thermos containers were referred to as the director's meal, typically reserved for producers, directors, photography directors, art supervisors, fight choreographers, male and female leads, and supporting actors of the production team. As for someone like Wang Ling, who played the fourth male lead, he was featured in the promotional photos and posters, but his position in the crew was akin to that of a background actor with no better food than those in the crowd. Normally, Wang Ling would be expected to take a boxed lunch, but he reached in and pulled out a thermos container from the foam box. The crew member in charge of serving meals hurriedly reached out to stop him, saying, "Xie Lin Yuan, why are you taking the director's meal?" Xie Lin Yuan is the name of the character Wang Ling is currently portraying. In the production crew, only particularly famous or high-status actors are referred to as teacher so-and-so, others are simply called by their character names. Upon hearing the crew member's question, Wang Ling was momentarily stunned before realizing they were addressing him. He casually replied, "Qing Jie is on a diet, so she said to take her food." The Qing Jie he mentioned is the Qing Qing who agreed to take medicine with him, the female lead Lu Qingqing in this web series. An actress who barely qualifies as a third-tier star by relying on climbing into beds for roles. This food would only stay in the hotel for a few minutes before being sent to the filming site. As for whether it would be, Wang Ling didn't care. After all, this damn production crew was about to have many people die, though no one would be concerned about a boxed lunch. Wang Ling returned to his room, carrying a thermal container. As he lifted the lid, a rush of white steam mixed with fragrant aromas enveloped him, and he indulged in an epic sensory experience. Inside the thermal container, the top layer was filled with scallion-braised sea cucumber, its plump body coated in a glossy brown sauce that was enticing. The middle layer was divided like a Mandarin duck hot pot, one half featuring steamed E-star grouper, while the other half showcased succulent amber-colored braised pork. At the bottom lay rice topped with a layer of vibrant stir-fried leafy greens. "Huh, this is so decadently delightful," Wang Ling exclaimed greedily, eyeing the feast before him. In the apocalypse, he had long forgotten how long it had been since he had seen such fresh, steaming food. Wang Ling couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork to savor. The moment the meat entered his mouth, it melted effortlessly, the rich fat and savory soy sauce bursting with flavor, creating an explosion of taste on his palate. Wang Ling felt his eyes welling up and his nose tingling. How long had it been since he had eaten something normal? It was all those fools' fault. If it weren't for them, how could he have suffered so much in the apocalypse? They must die. They all deserve to die. Wang Ling's anger intensified, nearly boiling over. With the abilities granted by the bizarre Harem game, Wang Ling couldn't claim to save the world, but cultivating a god-level character to declare a sovereign territory and guard a pure land seemed almost assured. The strange Harem game was powerful and deemed to have limitless potential. However, it had one flaw: it required a host. The host needed to possess a screen and be operable. It could be a phone, tablet, laptop, desktop, even a handheld console, or arcade machine, or a television with a remote. No matter the host, even if damaged, as long as Wang Ling touched it, he could load the game. But the reality was that a few days later he was framed and imprisoned, and after 3 years he managed to escape during the chaos of the bizarre outbreak. In those years in prison, he had no access to electronic devices, causing him to miss the most crucial 3 years of development. By the time he escaped from prison, the world was filled with high-level bizarre phenomena, and humanity had descended into a purgatory. Not only was he unable to easily complete tasks to gain strength, but he also had to struggle daily for survival. How could he not harbor hatred? His hatred was directed at this production team. He despised everyone in the crew. At that time, Wang Ling was framed for the crimes of rape and causing death by negligence. In reality, the person responsible was the male second lead of the production team, an ugly child of a capitalist. That ugly child had entered the production with connections, reportedly having some ties with the production company. His only purpose in joining the team was to sleep with the female, lead the female second, lead the female third, lead the extras, and the female stand-ins. The one who died was the female lead Lu Qingqing, whom Wang Ling had previously messaged to meet that night. Her cause of death was due to asphyxiation from excessive engagement. The male second lead, likely too absorbed in the act, only realized afterward that he had committed the crime of corpse desecration. A death on set, especially of the female lead, was a major incident. The capitalist's ugly child would never confess, so someone had to take the blame. A few fools in the production team gathered to discuss. The producer and director were the most suitable to take the fall. They understood the unspoken rules and the implications. Moreover, if they could prove there was no coercion, even with a death involved, they could be out in 2 or 3 years at most. But since they all belonged to the same company and knew each other's dirt, they feared being backstabbed. However, choosing a small fry like a lighting technician would lack persuasive power. After all, even the female lead would have to pick someone somewhat suitable. Thus, the candidates to take the fall had to be selected from among the male actors. The first male lead was a popular figure with a big company backing him, and pushing him out would have too great an impact. The male second lead was obviously backed by capital. The male third lead was an experienced actor with a good reputation and connections. Hence, Wang Ling, the no-background male fourth lead, became the best candidate to take the fall. Additionally, the production team in Hongdian had a notable feature: the corridors lacked surveillance. The main creative team and principal actors all stayed on the same floor, making it convenient for manipulation. In the drama, Wang Ling's character was portrayed as someone who loved the female lead, but became hostile to the male lead because of her. The production team had plenty of footage of Wang Ling gazing at the female lead. During table reads, rehearsals, and filming, whenever Wang Ling looked at the female lead, he either wore a lovesick expression or displayed a fierce glare. In short, the footage could be edited freely, and the script could be fabricated at will. Thus, a consensus emerged. The male second lead's family also utilized their connections along with Wang Ling, encountering a foolish prosecutor eager to make a name for himself without regard to the incomplete chain of evidence, and a foolish defense lawyer who, filled with righteous indignation, flipped the script in court. He was sent in and sentenced to 20 years. If it weren't for the fact that he had already acquired a legitimate wife in the game, earning some bonuses given his appearance, his future theme song would have to be Chrysanthemum Platform. As Wang Ling shoveled food into his mouth, he mentally compiled a list of enemies. The foolish male second lead and his entire family must die. Even the eggs at home must be shaken until the yolks are scrambled. The foolish director and foolish producer must die. The foolish scriptwriter who wrote such a foolish plot die. The scum of a male lead who took advantage of the situation died. The female second and third leads who committed perjury die. What the hell is the male third lead, an old actor worth? Saying nothing is aiding the villain die. Trash prosecutor, clearly insufficient evidence, yet still sentenced me died. Damn lawyer took my money and flipped the script in court, should definitely die. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Wang Ling raised his hand to swipe at the food. Just as a table full of good dishes was about to be overturned, his phone coincidentally began to ring with a ding-ding sound. The notification of task completion instantly brought Wang Ling back to his senses. He nonchalantly set his hand down, took a couple bites of food, and picked up his phone to check. Task completed. Your character, the headless senior sister, gained experience during the task level, upgraded from LV10 to LV220. The headless senior sister's attributes have slightly improved. Click to expand details. Health 100120, Mana 200230, Strength 56, Constitution 1011, Intelligence 10101210. The headless senior sister comprehended grade skill Bite the Bullet during the task. Click to expand details. Bite the Bullet D consumes 20 mana, increases defense by 10 for the next 10 seconds. Skill cooldown time is 1 minute. In the Harem game, character leveling up only enhances some basic attributes. To learn new skills, there are generally 3 methods. The first method is to occasionally comprehend a skill suitable for oneself during leveling up. The higher the character's potential, the greater the probability of comprehending a skill. The second method is to learn new skills through skill books, inheritance, or from other higher-level characters. The third way to master new skills is through comprehension during tasks, which has the lowest probability but can easily yield exceptional skills. However, to comprehend skills during tasks, there must be special experiences. Seeing that the skill comprehended was a defensive type, Wang Ling speculated that this task might involve some danger, causing him some concern. But since the game indicated that the task was completed, it must have been without any peril, so he relaxed again. After all, if the process was truly difficult, he would have been given a warning. For instance, killing the headless senior sister would remind the current self to restart. Wang Ling closed the page of the headless senior sister, and another choice awaited his decision in the game. The Shadow Enchantress has been subdued. You can choose to devour and annihilate, resell, incorporate into the harem wave. Goodbye. Some anomalies, even if killed, will reappear shortly after. However, the Harem game has a way to completely eliminate these anomalies. The most direct method is to devour them. Let the character assigned to the task devour the anomaly, which will enhance the character's abilities, and the devoured anomaly will be completely obliterated. If Wang Ling chose to have the headless senior sister devour the shadow enchantress, the senior sister's level and abilities would greatly increase. Additionally, choosing this method might yield some equipment or items. Reselling means selling the shadow enchantress as a trophy to the game, giving Wang Ling some anomaly jade as a reward, thus increasing his wealth. Incorporating into the harem literally means taking the shadow enchantress in. This method of acquiring someone is similar to buying a person from a broker, and the character entering the harem will be tagged as lowly. Lowly characters can only be elevated to the status of concubine. Forcing them to rise above proper concubine will incur debuffs. If he truly encountered someone particularly to his liking and wanted to give her a better status, he would resort to the last option. Choosing to wave goodbye would temporarily end the current event. However, the shadow enchantress would be marked with a special tag, and Wang Ling could send anomalies to attack her at any time through the game. This could be considered a form of pursuit in the anomalous world. To pursue a girl, one needs to create various coincidences, but the more often they meet, the more demands the girl. But pursuing a female anomaly is different. You just need to keep attacking her. Once she is subdued, her only request will be for you to stop hitting her. In his past life, Wang Ling had already chosen a legal wife, and at that time the shadow enchantress was devoured. However, in this rebirth, having noticed the shadow enchantress abilities, he could not deal with her so simply. This time Wang Ling's choice is to incorporate into the harem. However, the shadow enchantress has not truly been claimed yet. There is a countdown on her attribute panel, and it will only be after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the events in the game replay in the real world, that she can be considered his anomaly. Wang Ling checked the time. It was almost 1160. He quickly finished the remaining food and tidied up before preparing to go out to deal with the shadow enchantress. In Hungyan, as long as the money is right, whether you want to play the emperor or portray a pervert, you can find someone to help you realize it under the pretext of filming. Wang Ling only spent a short time at the tea house, made a few phone calls, and spent a little money transforming a storage warehouse into the desired appearance. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he sent out the last worker from the warehouse, and with a click he locked the iron door. At this moment, there was only a low-wattage light bulb hanging in the center, casting a dim yellow glow that barely illuminated a small area. Wang Ling moved 2 apple crates to sit under the light bulb, and took out his phone to glance at it. It was almost time. He lit a cigarette, but before he could finish half of it, footsteps echoed from the left shadow. Then the headless senior sister emerged from the darkness, calmly holding her own head. Without thinking, Wang Ling immediately raised his middle finger towards the empty space above her and cursed, "Damn idiot." After cursing, he paused for a moment and then chuckled. Cursing himself, he truly was an idiot. As the headless senior sister approached, Wang Ling scrutinized her appearance. Beautiful, truly beautiful. By his standards, she was stunning enough to carve a path in the entertainment industry with her looks. "Give me your head." Wang Ling reached out, but the headless senior sister showed no reaction. He frowned slightly, then suddenly realized and quickly operated his phone. A few seconds later, the highest authority was transferred. Wang Ling reached out again, and this time the senior sister hesitated for a moment before reluctantly handing over her head. Wang Ling cupped it in both hands and held it up to examine closely. Her brows were like slender willow leaves, her nose akin to a jade pillar standing on a jade plate, her lips like congealed fat adorned with pale red, and her face was like frosted jade radiating light. The more Wang Ling looked, the more he felt that this little face was both alluring and delicate, exquisite, like a beautiful work of art. He brushed his fingertips over the senior sister's icy lips and suddenly felt inspired. "Open your mouth, let me see your teeth." But clearly the headless senior sister pressed her lips even tighter. As Wang Ling attempted to pry open those soft lips with his fingers, the temperature around him suddenly dropped and a chilling aura quietly spread. Wang Ling sharply raised his head to look at the areas not illuminated by the light. In the shadows, it seemed that dark currents were surging, and a graceful figure dressed in a black cheongsam abruptly appeared at the edge of the glow, half submerged in darkness and half tinged with yellow. Wang Ling was startled and let the head slip from his hands, instinctively bringing his legs together. A sociologist from Western Neo Huzhou once conducted a study when an object accidentally falls from one's hand over 72. 35 of women will choose to spread their legs to avoid it, while over 85 of men will bring their legs together, trying to clamp it. Wang Ling was one of those 85. Thus, when the shadow enchantress emerged from the shadows, what she saw was her prey sitting in the light with a woman's head clasped between his thighs. The shadow enchantress covered the lower half of her face with a black silk folding fan, revealing a pair of enchanting crescent-shaped eyes. She chuckled softly. "Did I come at a bad time?" Her voice was sweet and clingy, almost like a spoiled child. Wang Ling remained unfazed, stuffing the head back into the headless senior sister's hands, casually crossing his legs and gently shaking his fingers. No, you arrived just in time. I truly appreciate your optimistic attitude, the Shadow Enchantress replied in a soft tone, but I dislike the way you speak. Then what should I do? Wang Ling raised an eyebrow. Should I cry and wail? Or go hysterical? I prefer something a bit more subtle. The Shadow Enchantress moved her fan slightly, revealing her elegantly arched nose, for instance. The kind that trembles continuously. Then I must disappoint you. Wang Ling shrugged. I usually only tremble 2 or 3 times. What do you mean, eh? Besides physical movements, there are lines while trembling. After finishing, I would say, don't move, don't move, don't move, don't move. Mei-non confidently stepped forward, fully standing in the spotlight. With a light snap, she closed her folding fan, finally revealing her true appearance. Without a doubting, Mei-non was beautiful, but Wang Ling seriously suspected this was a strange case from Lushing. If she kept her mouth shut, the betrothal gift was 880,000. If she opened her mouth, she would have to consider offering 88,000 in return. Her mouth was extremely grotesque. When opened, the corners of her lips almost stretched to her ears, filled with a dense array of sharp teeth. Those were the teeth of a carnivore, the kind that would raise no suspicion when claiming to eat 3 children in a day. So you've talked to me so much to actually buy time? Wang Ling asked. Mei-non's face blossomed with a chilling smile. You can start trembling now. Can I ask you one last question? Wang Ling asked. I can fulfill your last wishing, Mei-non replied. Cough, cough. Wang Ling cleared his throat lightly. Can your mouth change to look like a normal person's? Mei-non narrowed her eyes, perplexed as to why her prey was not terrified like others, instead asking questions that made no sense. Can it? Wang Ling shook his head regretfully. Suddenly, Mei-non felt a sense of danger, as if she had turned from hunter to prey, being stared at by a ferocious beast, sensing a lethal threat. Before she could make a move, Wang Ling had already pressed the remote control in his pocket. Bang, bang. Crack. Crack, 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 crack. In an instant, countless lights around the warehouse above and below lit up simultaneously. The spotlight burst forth with blinding white light, the floodlight simulating the blazing noon sun, soft lights, reflectors, and fill lights. All types of lighting equipment erupted with dazzling rays, and all shadows in the warehouse vanished in an instant. Mei-non let out a piercing scream. The black qipao she wore melted away like snow under hot urine, revealing numerous large holes. Wang Ling enjoyed banter, but he would not, like a mindless villain, give up on the finishing blow, thinking the situation was already in hand. He pointed forward to attack her. The headless senior sister immediately charged forward, wielding her gun like a one-handed hammer, swinging her head like a meteor hammer, smashing left and right in a frenzy. So brutally violent. Wang Ling felt pain just watching, sympathizing with the headless senior sister. The last time he saw someone use their own head as a weapon was a basketball player with a red hair. The headless senior sister pounced for nearly a minute, and Wang Ling felt like an incompetent husband, unable to intervene, only watching helplessly as Mei-non was flipped and ravaged like fish being fried. Finally, Mei-non emitted a low moan, her figure shattering into countless specks of light. Wang Ling immediately pulled out his phone, revealing a satisfied smile. At this moment, Mei-non had officially entered the inner courtyard, becoming a controllable character. Mei-non. Level LV 517. Potential rating excellent. Strength rating dust. Attributes, expand and collapse content. Health 140. Magic 290. Strength 5. Agility 10. Constitution 10. Intelligence 25. Perception 10. Charm 5. Item sewing fan made of dark silk with ebony bones. Attack 5. Magic damage 10. Casting speed increase 10. Attached skill half-mast. Half-mast D-class skill illusion. After using the skill can temporarily change appearance, but this change is only a visual illusion and can be detected by electronic devices. While the skill is in use, it consumes 1 point of magic per minute. Skill Shadow Escape C-class skill passive permanent. The character can become invisible in shadows, and when moving in shadows, movement speed is increased by 50. While in Shadow Escape, the character is immune to physical damage. The Shadow Escape effect can be dispelled by skill has no consumption or cooldown. Skill Shadow Manipulation B-class skill. Mei-non can freely manipulate her shadow. When she or her shadow touches a target or the target's shadow, she can exert control over it. This skill is a guiding skill consuming 1 point of magic per second. The skill has no cooldown time. If the target's intelligence exceeds Mei-non's, the skill may fail. Skill Shadow Qipao D-class skill passive permanent defense 10. Magic resistance 10. Position made. Monthly payment 1 Ghost Jade. Mei-non is actually slightly stronger than the headless senior sister, but not by much. Wang Ling kept her for her core skill Shadow Manipulation. However, to obtain this skill, Wang Ling needed to first elevate Mei-non's position. The position of the inner courtyard member, mating Mei-non, is upgraded from maid to concubine. Mei-non's monthly payment has increased. Currently monthly payment 2 Ghost Jade. The head of the family can share 1 skill possessed by a concubine maid. Please select from Mei-non's skill list. Changing the shared skill requires a gap of 1 day. After selecting the shadow manipulation skill, Wang Ling felt a profound sense. He looked down at his shadow, and with a thought the fingers of the shadow subtly transformed, elongating, extending, and creeping darkly. If one only looked at the shadow, it seemed as if one of his fingers had turned into a tentacle, writhing and twisting on the ground, outlining Van Gogh's Starry Night. With another thought, the shadow at Wang Ling's feet surged, expanding continuously, transforming on the ground into a fierce and brutal demon figure, just as if a devil from a horror film accidentally revealed its true form. Wang Ling nodded in satisfaction, called for a ride, and left the place. As Wang Ling got out of the car at the hotel entrance, he happened to see the first, second, and third female leads stepping down together from the minivan. Wang Ling's gaze swept across the faces of the three, matching them one by one from memory. Speaking of which, the casting for this drama was quite interesting. All three female leads were chosen for their distinctive characteristics. The first female lead, Lu Qingqing, had a pure and innocent appearance with a clean curve at the corners of her mouth, even when she wasn't speaking, exuding an air of naivety. The second female lead was a head shorter than Lu Qingqing. Her character in the show was the male lead's childhood sweetheart, and the director chose a slender figure with a height of 1.4 meters, resembling a beer belly accessory. The third female lead played a demoness from an evil cult, and she had long wavy hair. To Wang Ling, all three were as good as dead. The first female lead was self-destructive. If she hadn't been so indiscriminate in her actions, she wouldn't have caused so many subsequent troubles. The second and third were condemnable, having committed perjury in court. Wang Ling actually felt quite regretful. After leaving prison in his last life, he only found the family of the second male lead. He could still vividly recall the cries of that family, but it wasn't enough. Far from enough. Wang Ling nodded to the three people, acknowledging them, and instead of waiting for the elevator, he gave Lu Qingqing a glance before making his way up the stairs to the 4th floor. It took just a moment, barely the time for a cigarette, when there was a knock on the door. Upon opening it, Lu Qingqing stood outside, smiling brightly. Looking behind her, Wang Ling was taken aback as the second female lead, the third female lead makeup artists, and a female assistant, all accompanied by 7 or 8 people, marched past her. Wang Ling thought to himself, is this woman really so oblivious to others? Yet he still stepped back, allowing them to enter. After entering, Lu Qingqing surveyed the room with disdain and scoffed, your place is really small. It's not as good as your suite. Wang Ling picked up a sealed bottle of mineral water from the small coffee table, twisted it open, and discreetly added a small pill inside. Lu Qingqing took the bottle and, speechless, raised it in front of Wang Ling, pointing at the tiny pill that had only partially dissolved, asking, what is this? It's a potent sleeping pill, Wang Ling replied honestly. Lu Qingqing took a sip of water, unimpressed, and laughed. Do you enjoy playing dead like a pig? Wang Ling shrugged, feeling a bit awkward. Lu Qingqing laughed again. Next time you want to play like this, remember to use colorless and tasteless drugs. Wang Ling sincerely nodded. I'm inexperienced, I'll pay attention next time. Lu Qingqing responded, no worries sis, acting skills are great, I can stay completely still. Lu Qingqing put down the water bottle and reached out, trying to wrap her arms around Wang Ling's neck. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Wang Ling stepped back and flexed his wrist. After all, he only wanted Lu Qingqing to lose consciousness, making it easier for the shadow to manipulate her. Knocking her out would suffice. One must admit that after struggling for 10 years in the apocalypse, Wang Ling had encountered terrifying anomalies, even more horrifying deities and apocalypse survivors who resembled monsters more than humans. Even after his rebirth, his mental state was far from normal, or rather his way of thinking had diverged significantly from that of an ordinary person. For instance, in terms of how to avoid being wrongfully imprisoned. An ordinary person might think of fabricating an alibi, or simply making up a reason to run away, distancing themselves from that unfortunate place. The smarter ones might plan ahead, find a reason to leave early, and then bribe a few informants. When the second male lead and the first female lead were caught in some antics, they would call the police, claiming that there was a gathering for the consumption of illegal substances inside, and then orchestrate a media raid to blow the matter up. But Wang Ling's thoughts were far from ordinary. He thought, aren't you accusing me of killing Lu Qingqing? Then I might as well really kill her, leaving you with no way to wrongfully accuse me. However, as a great man once said, the development of events is not subject to human will. Just as Wang Ling was about to raise his hand to deliver a strike to Lu Qingqing, there was a loud bang, 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 as the door was forcefully knocked on. Wang Ling clenched his fists, filled with resentment even greater than before, and yanked the door open. Before he could speak, the coordinator outside fired off, first, why didn't you answer my call? I've been looking for you for ages. Hurry up and get ready for makeup. We're filming late tonight. Lu Qingqing stepped forward. Are there night scenes tonight? I didn't hear anything about it. The coordinator turned around after finishing his sentence, noticing Lu Qingqing inside, and immediately put on a smiling face. Oh, Sister Qing is here too. Well, the artificial moon is ready, and we need to shoot those scenes in the ancient city tonight. I just found out, and I'm notifying everyone now. Lu Qingqing asked, is there a part for me? The coordinator smiled obsequiously. Tonight is a full cast scene. All the main actors must be present. Then I should prepare myself. Lu Qingqing nodded, raised an eyebrow, and smiled at Wang Ling before stepping out the door. Filming late, huh? Wang Ling licked his back molars, not feeling disappointed. Filming late is great. Everyone will be present. Tonight's scenes would surely be spectacular. The main creators were staying in suites, naturally doing their makeup in their own rooms. As for Wang Ling, he had to head to the makeup team's room. Descending to the third floor, the makeup artists of the team had been prepared for a long time. Wearing a hairnet, attaching hairpieces, applying grease and powder, and drawing eyebrows and eyes, it took over an hour for Wang Ling to finally get his look done. Going downstairs, several vans were already parked outside the hotel. After such a long time, Wang Ling couldn't remember which vehicle he had taken. Just as he hesitated, he heard someone shout Xie Lin Yuan. He walked over and saw that a van was crammed with 7 or 8 men and women dressed in black, realizing that was his vehicle. These people in black were minor characters in the crew, playing disciples of the evil sect. Wang Ling's outfit was similar to theirs, but with slightly better details in the clothing. Nodding, Wang Ling was about to get into the car when he caught sight of the assistant director coming out of the convenience store across the street, preparing to cross the road. At that moment, the golden sun was sinking in the west, casting long shadows. The assistant director with a big belly was maneuvering through the traffic like he was parkour on the subway. Wang Ling's mind raced. He pretended to light a cigarette and moved 2 steps outward. The assistant director stood in the middle of the road, his shadow already beneath Wang Ling's feet. Screech, bang. The ear-splitting sound of screeching brakes and a massive impact drew everyone's attention. All they saw was the assistant director's hefty body defying gravity, flying 3 meters in the air, landing and rolling 5 times before finally lying on the ground in a twisted position. It was as if someone had pressed the mute button. The scene fell into a sudden silence, followed by an eruption of chaos. Damn, someone was hit. It's Director Wu. Everyone outside the hotel rushed towards the road. Those already in the vehicle also scrambled to squeeze out. On the road, the driver of the offending vehicle stumbled out of the car, standing 3 steps away from the assistant director, hesitating to approach. The crew members hurried over, surrounding him in an instant. Dressed in black, the evil sect disciples, the flamboyantly dressed young heroes, the ragged beggars, and the blue-clad chivalrous figures surrounded the vulnerable and helpless driver, resembling a siege on the bright summit. Are you blind, driving without looking at the road? A minor character from the evil sect shouted in anger. Immediately a beggar yelled, keep an eye on him, don't let him run away. Call the police. Call the police. The driver babbled incoherently, trying to explain to the crowd. He suddenly rushed out. I was just driving normally. But no one paid attention to what he was saying. Those surrounding him were merely venting their emotions. After a chaotic and noisy moment, someone finally asked if they had called 120, and only then did the crowd react, with some calling the police and others dialing for an ambulance. Seizing the opportunity when no one was in the car, Wang Ling got in and found a good spot to sit. Listening to the chaotic discussions outside, he twirled the unlit cigarette, looking through the crowd at the assistant director. The man should be fine. In the city, that car wasn't going particularly fast. According to Wang Ling's judgment, if he was lucky, he might end up with a shattered lumbar vertebra, paralyzed, and entering the age where he would need assistance for basic bodily functions. If his luck ran out, even if he recovered, he'd still be drooling. Regardless, this person was essentially finished. Wang Ling was somewhat satisfied with this outcome. Although he pretended to be upset about the situation, he would be just as content seeing his enemy suffer for a few years before dying after the anomaly erupted. The chaos caused by the car accident continued until the ambulance took the injured away. The onlookers were once again stuffed into the car, rushing towards the film set. It is said that when the cannon fires, gold is plentiful. This film city is no exception. As long as the cameras are rolling, the costs for cast and crew as well as equipment and locations amount to hundreds of thousands daily, and sometimes even over $1 million. Unless all the main actors are incapacitated, there's no talk of halting production. Tonight's night shoot is set in Tang City, featuring the street scenes of the Tang dynasty. As Wang Ling got out of the car, she saw a crane lifting a massive artificial moon. This grand night shoot was arranged precisely because this prop was available today. Tang City night scene, artificial moon. The order of filming a movie differs from that of watching one. Filming does not follow the chronological order of the story, but is based on scenes. All scenes occurring at the same location, regardless of their stage in the film's plot, are completed in one go. In Tang City today, there are 2 scenes to shoot. One scene is at the beginning of the film, depicting the encounter between the male and female leads. The other scene is closer to the climax, serving as a rehearsal for the great showdown. The first scene tells of the female lead infiltrating the demonic sect, intending to assassinate the demon lord. After a failed attempt, she escapes, severely injured, and upon entering the city discovers that the sect has taken control of the government, sealing the city gates for a massive search. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the female lead sneaks onto the delivery cart of the male lead to escape the city. At this moment, more than 100 extras are already in place with the assistant director explaining to each extra what they need to do and how to react to specific cues. In the first scene, only the male and female leads and the second female lead are present. Actors without roles find their own places to wait. In a film crew, the disparities in status are evident in every aspect. The best treatment is undoubtedly for the core creative team who have dedicated resting areas equipped with heating hot beverages and even charcoal stoves nearby. Ordinary extras, and those like Wong Ling, can only find a sheltered spot and rest on a chair. The lowest tier consists of the crew's regular staff, such as lighting technicians and stagehands. They don't have designated resting areas, but can sit on apple boxes. An apple box is a wooden box the size of a desktop computer case. Because its dimensions vary, it can be stacked to different heights and can hold items, making it widely useful and very common on set. The lowest tier is the extras. There's no designated place for them to rest. When tired, they have to find ways to cope. They are not allowed to sit on the ground to avoid dirtying. Costumes cannot leave a designated area, and there are time limits for bathroom breaks. In short, they are truly the lowest of the low in the film crew. This stark, visible disparity in treatment allows everyone in the crew to clearly see what class is driving each person in the industry to strive desperately to climb the ranks. Wong Ling was once a part of this dark crawling in the industry, but unfortunately, before she could meet a kind-hearted sister to introduce her to the wonder of wire flowers, she ended up in prison. Her entrepreneurial dreams dashed before they even began. After her rebirth, she has become very peaceful. There's no envy or jealousy. She simply wants to equally outshine everyone. For the first half of the night, Wong Ling has little to do, and she doesn't plan to stir up trouble during this time. Thus, Wong Ling pulled a comfortable lounge chair from the waiting area. Though it wasn't hers, and she didn't know who it belonged to, she didn't care, found a sheltered spot, lay down, and pulled out her phone to play a game. There were no changes in the back house, since Wong Ling didn't assign any tasks, so the headless sister and Ing Mei Nyang were just wandering around the backyard. Wong Ling pulled the headless sister back to the door position, and the screen displayed the world map. She checked the existing tasks, looking for something familiar to undertake, the repeating staircase. But it won't work. The two strange destructive forces in her hands aren't enough to complete this task. As for the faceless man, Wong Ling recalled that to complete the faceless man task, one needed to search the map, and the character executing the task had to either possess high perception or an area damage skill. Neither the sister nor Ing Mei Nyang qualified, so she passed. After searching, she found very few tasks that looked familiar. This was mainly because in her previous life, her focus at this time was still on the film crew. At that time, she had already begun to experience the wonders of the bizarre harem game, but she never anticipated that the future would be a bizarre apocalypse, nor could she foresee that she would end up in prison just days later. Thus, in the limited days before her imprisonment, she didn't complete many tasks. After searching, the only two tasks she genuinely remembered and could complete smoothly were one called extras, which was another oddity in Hongdian. Wong Ling wasn't planning to undertake this task for the time being. The oddity in this task was actually a deceased woman, more accurately a female extra who didn't realize she was dead. This extra's physical attributes are comparable to those of an ordinary adult woman in the city. Apart from not fearing pain and only dying completely if her brain is destroyed, she possesses no other special abilities. A moderately strong male could easily overpower her. Moreover, this weakling poses no threat. She merely wanders from crew to crew, scraping by as an extra. Killing her yields no experience. Selling her wouldn't fetch more than a few coins. But she is in Hongdian. This gives Wong Ling significant operational space. For instance, she could take her to a certain place and then manipulate the odd character to commit a massacre. So this extra cannot be touched for now. Aside from the extra task, the other task is called strange home cooking, and Wong Ling is now ready to undertake. However, Wong Ling recalled that it wouldn't be convenient for the headless sister to undertake the strange home cooking task. So she exited the world map, returned to the shabby residence interface, pulled the headless sister back from the door, and put Ing Mei Nyang in her place. Ing Mei Nyang is at level 5, with a dispatch fee of 10 strange jade. After paying the dispatch fee, she could view the task details. Adhering to the principle of being cautious to avoid major mistakes, Wong Ling checked the task details despite having some impression of it. Upon clicking the details, a page similar to a restaurant review on a certain platform appeared on her phone screen, filled with numerous customer comments. It's a shame that this restaurant was overlooked in the top 50 selections of Tianfu Noodle House. This is surely the biggest regret in the selections. I had it once and can't forget it. This is the biggest hidden gem in the 2025 Michelin selections. This place is really strange. It's right near my home, and I couldn't find it after 3 attempts. It wasn't until I worked late today and returned home late that I discovered this noodle shop is right beneath my apartment. It seems to be a garage conversion with no sign. When I asked the owner, she said this noodle shop only opens from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. This shop has never done any publicity, and it doesn't appear on the map, though it relies solely on word of mouth from customers. I suspect the noodle shop doesn't even have a business license. But the taste is truly unmatched. If it weren't for the late hours I'd eat here every day. The shop only sells one type of Tudin vegetarian pepper mix sauce noodles for 9 yuan a bowl, which is really cheap. This shop actually has no name. When asked, the owner simply replies, just homestyle flavor. I just moved to a new rental apartment and saw this noodle shop that only operates at night on a note left by the previous tenant. After trying it out, I was truly amazed. Honestly, it's for this bowl of noodles that I decided not to move again. After reading a few comments, Wang Ling chose to skip ahead, after which a shadow puppet animation played on her phone screen. A shadow puppet animation is playing on the mobile screen. The scene begins with a war image followed by an old man and an old woman carrying a burden into the city to escape the chaos of war, unsure if they are seeking refuge with relatives or looking for work, but they seem to run into obstacles everywhere. Eventually, the old man and woman set up a noodle stall. People come and go in front of the stall and shadow puppets give them thumbs up, indicating that the business seems to be thriving. As time passes, the noodle stall transforms into a pushcart, and the pushcart evolves into a storefront which then is erected with a high-rise building. The scene returns to the daily life of the noodle shop, where besides the old man and woman, there are also some diners. As the diners finish their meals and leave one by one, when only the last customer remains, the old man and woman quietly whisper to each other. Then the two pull down the roller shutter, and the scene fades to darkness with a scream. This reminds Wang Ling. This noodle shop has a special mechanism. Entering the shop and starting a fight right away is not allowed. When the noodle shop is open, it is just an ordinary noodle shop. If the operational character kills the old man and woman inside at that time, it would be akin to killing two ordinary people, and the task would fail. The correct approach is to become the last customer. Only then will the old man and woman pull down the roller shutter and reveal their true selves. In the Qingyang district of Tianfu City, Zhang Yuhang dragged his heavy footsteps down from the ride-hailing car. A day of toil had worn away his last bit of vitality, leaving only the exhaustion of a hollowed-out body. At this moment, even if the romantic sixth technician appeared, he wouldn't be able to take a penny from his pocket. Perhaps only the noodle shop downstairs, which only opens at night, could bring him some comfort. Thinking of that bowl of spicy and fragrant vegetarian pepper noodles, Zhang Yuhang's footsteps quickened slightly. The noodle shop is located in a narrow passage on the side of the residential area, with no sign. It is known by word of mouth, simply called home flavor. Not many know of it, and most who come are night owls like him. As Zhang Yuhang reached the entrance of the passage, it was pitch black before him, with only a faint yellow light seeping from the passage. Were it not for that bowl of noodles, he would rather take an extra 200 meters detour than step into this dark alley at this late hour. He rubbed his hands together. Just as he was about to step forward, a sudden rustling sound of fabric came from behind him. The dark alley gusted with wind, startling him. Zhang Yuhang's heart skipped a beat in fright. He turned abruptly, only to see a woman in a black cheongsam standing silently behind him, her presence unnoticed until now. In late January in Tianfu City, the temperature in the early morning was only about 5 or 6 degrees. Yet this woman wore only a sleeveless cheongsam, her pale arms and thighs exposed to the cold, making one feel chilly for her. Startled, Zhang Yuhang felt a bit annoyed, maliciously speculating, dressed like that, she must be a hostess. The alley was dark and windy, and not wanting to linger, Zhang Yuhang quickened his pace, stepping ahead into the warm yellow light. An old lady wearing a red and white checkered apron sat at the entrance with a tin box for coins in front of her. When Zhang Yuhang entered, she merely lifted her eyelids. A dirty white curtain separated the kitchen from the dining area. Inside the kitchen, steam rose, making it impossible to see clearly. Only the sound of thud, thud, thud from chopping meat could be heard. Zhang Yuhang said 2 servings of vegetarian pepper noodles and walked to a seat against the wall. Just as he set down his backpack, he caught sight of the woman in the cheongsam entering through the door. Under the light, he finally saw the woman's appearance. It was a kind of almost distorted beauty. Her skin was as delicate as porcelain, her features exquisitely drawn, and especially her pair of eyes seemed to contain autumn waters, gazing at others with an expression that was both affectionate and seemingly distant. Zhang Yuhang felt his heart skip a beat again. He had never seen such a beauty in reality. He watched as Ing Meinong approached, his heart pounding. The woman in the cheongsam entered the shop, standing silently before the old woman for a few seconds. Then she spoke. Owner first served 10 jin of good wine, then sliced 20 jin of beef. Upon hearing her voice, Zhang Yuhang felt as though he was tasting freshly baked osmanthus cake, reminiscent of the new maple syrup pancakes from the Golden Arches, sweet and soft. In that moment, Zhang Yuhang felt his bones turn to mush. He even thought about where to bury the two of them after they died together. But upon reflection, wasn't that a line from Xiaofeng? Such a spirited girl surely isn't a simpleton. To Zhang Yuhang's surprise, the old woman showed no special reaction to these words, and simply called to the kitchen in a flat voice, "Add 2 servings of vegetarian noodles." Was that some sort of secret lingo for ordering that I don't know? Zhang Yuhang began to question his identity as an old customer. In just 2 minutes, the curtain in the kitchen was lifted and 2 bowls of noodles were handed out. Still unable to see what the kitchen looked like, all he could see were a pair of bony hands gnarled like old bamboo. The old woman took the 2 bowls of noodles and placed them in front of Zhang Yuhang and Ing Meinong. Zhang Yuhang looked at the noodles, picked up his chopsticks, and stirred them. The oily noodles were enveloped in bright red chili oil and sauce, the aroma aggressively penetrating his nostrils. Normally, he would have already devoured them hungrily. But today he could not focus his attention on the noodles at all. He slowly picked at the noodles with his chopsticks, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the woman in front of him. The noodles sat in front of her untouched. As she sat there quietly, her gaze fixed on the old woman, seeming to look through the curtain into the kitchen. Several times Zhang Yuhang opened his mouth, wanting to remind Ing Meinong that the noodles should be mixed quickly, but the words stuck in his throat, leaving him feeling ashamed. Time passed in silence, and no other customers entered the shop. Zhang Yuhang had already finished his bowl of noodles, even picking out the green onions and meat scraps at the bottom. As the time approached 3 in the morning, waves of physiological drowsiness washed over him, and Zhang Yuhang could no longer hold on. He hoarsely opened his mouth, trying to engage Ing Meinong in conversation. "Why aren't you eating your noodles? They really taste good here." There was no response. Ing Meinong didn't even flutter her eyelashes. Wang Ling couldn't help but curse, "Why is this idiot still not leaving? If the diner in the noodle shop doesn't leave, Ing Meinong can't be the last person. If she doesn't become the last person, the 2 strange beings in the noodle shop won't reveal their true selves, leading to a deadlock." "Xia Lin Yuan, the next scene is ready." The assistant director ran over to notify. Wang Ling glanced at the time. The previous scene was a literary one filmed quickly. Now it should be finished, and he was being called to align with the script. "I need to take a shit, wait a moment." Wang Ling got up with his phone. "We've been looking for you for a long time. We've all been waiting for you." The assistant director's tone was unfriendly. "If you have the capability, don't wait." Wang Ling threw a little tantrum, rolling his eyes as he walked towards the restroom. Wang Ling did not actually go to the toilet. The filming area in Tang City is not open to ordinary tourists, so there are no proper toilets. They only have makeshift outdoor latrines. Tang City is quite large. Wang Ling turned a corner and entered an empty room. In the noodle shop, the situation remained unchanged. Wang Ling, however, was not prepared to waste any more time. He maneuvered Ing Meinong to turn around and face Zhang Yuhang. Then he clicked to cancel the half-mast skill effect. Ing Meinong turned around, bringing hope to Zhang Yuhang. He felt all the blood rushing to his head. He saw Ing Meinong smile faintly, captivatingly beautiful. He saw Ing Meinong's mouth slightly open, widening, and continuing to widen. As the blood that had rushed to his head suddenly fell back to his feet, Zhang Yuhang felt his heart skip a beat again. This guy definitely had some heart issues, frequently missing beats, something like cardiac arrest in medical terms. After this missed beat, Zhang Yuhang had bad luck. The subsequent beats did not follow. He felt a darkness before his eyes, collapsing forward with his face landing directly into the bowl. Ing Meinong became the last customer of the eerie noodle shop. With a creak, it was like a switch had been triggered as the old lady stood up from her stool, slowly pulling down the rolling shutter. At the same time, a frail old hand lifted the curtain in the kitchen, and the old man who had been inside emerged. With a clang, the rolling shutter fell, isolating the interior from the outside. The old man and woman stood silently together. Their eyes had unknowingly turned pitch black, and dark purple-black patches appeared on their exposed skin. On Wang Ling's phone screen, a large 5-second countdown appeared between Ing Meinong and the 2 old ghosts. Several options also appeared next to Ing Meinong. Negotiate, threaten, attack. At this point, what was there to talk about? Just hit him. Wang Ling tapped quickly. The old man slapped the old lady across the face. Her head jerked to one side, and 2 yellowing teeth flew out of her mouth. She turned her head back like a rusty machine, her pitch-black eyes filled with disbelief. How dare this old man hit his wife? Didn't he want to live? Before she could straighten her head, the old man raised his arm again, twisting his waist and swinging his fist down on the old lady's head. This time the old lady was hit so hard that she flew into the air, knocking over tables and chairs, crashing heavily against the wall before falling to the ground. Hiss! Wang Ling gasped behind the screen, feeling a sense of historical enmity behind that punch. The old lady flipped over and jumped up, moving with agility not befitting a half-buried elder. Her dark eyes gleamed with fierce light. Upon seeing Ing Meinong, she understood. The old lady crawled on all fours like a spider, climbing up the wall, bypassing the old man and lunging at Ing Meinong like a shadow. But to Wang Ling, this obvious attack intention was almost laughable. With a light tap of his finger, Ing Meinong sidestepped. It was in this step that the old lady was enveloped in Ing Meinong. The old lady froze in place, and the old man stepped forward, reaching out with his iron-like hand to grasp the old lady's ankle. Have you seen the Avengers? How the Hulk slammed Loki? That's exactly how the old man slammed the old lady. With several heavy blows, he smashed her against tables and chairs, breaking bones and tendons. But Wang Ling frowned and clicked on the screen to interrupt the skill, maneuvering Ing Meinong back towards the kitchen. He saw the old man's blows stirring up a breeze that swayed the low-hanging light bulb. Wang Ling had initially intended to use the kitchen's lighting to create a shadow for secondary control. However, once he released the control, the old man and woman did not rush towards Ing Meiyao immediately. Once the old man was free from control, he seemed to be in a daze. Meanwhile, the old lady ignited her true fire, letting out a roar as she jumped onto the old man, clawing at him wildly. This scratching seemed to ignite some anger in the old man, who indiscriminately swung his fists at the old lady. Clearly, Ing Meiyao hadn't exerted control, yet the old man and woman fought like bitter enemies. In the end, the old man proved superior. He grabbed the old lady by the shoulders and head, tearing her head off like he was tearing apart an enemy. However, when he turned to glare at Ing Meiyao with a fierce aura, he found himself unable to move again. Although Ing Meiyao's control had silenced him, Wang Ling knew the old man must be cursing profusely in his mind. The eerie task has been completed. Your character Ing Meiyao has gained experience in the task, leveling up from LV 517 to LV 553. The eeriness in the noodle shop has been subdued. Wang Ling did not intend to let Ing Meiyao devour the noodle shop couple, primarily because leveling up would increase dispatch costs, which was unnecessary. Additionally, having spent half of the initial funds, it was time to replenish. The two eerie beings could be dealt with separately. Wang Ling clicked to sell them twice. The old man sold for 160 and the old lady for 130, which was acceptable. Putting away his phone, Wang Ling lit a cigarette and staggered back to the filming set. As expected, no one said much. The previous scene had just wrapped up. The lights needed repositioning, the camera crew had to adjust their setup, and the actors from the last scene had to retouch their makeup and change costumes. It would take at least an hour. The assistant director was merely trying to draw attention to himself by making a fuss. I'll let you become the center of attention soon, Wang Ling thought to himself. He walked over to the main creative circle and glanced around. Only the leading actor was absent, while all the other main actors were present. The upcoming scene was an action scene, and a major one, the first time all cast members would be gathered in the film. The content of this scene was straightforward. The third male lead, playing the Demon Lord, was to use the lives of an entire city to cultivate demonic skills, thus ordering a citywide massacre. Wang Ling and the third female lead would lead the demon cult in killing, while the righteous companions would come to stop them. The so-called righteous companions were the first male and female leads, second male and female leads, along with some minor characters playing martial artists. The righteous companions would fight their way to the demon lord, interrupting his cultivation and injuring him. Then the demon lord would retaliate, driving everyone back. It was originally such a simple scene, but the second male lead changed the script. How could such a simple scene highlight the grandeur of the second male lead? Thus, the scene was rewritten to have the second male lead act alone, separate from the main forces. The righteous companions would be overwhelmed by the demon cult's minions, and just when things seemed dire, the second male lead would emerge, sweeping through the demon cult and making his way to the demon lord. During this time, the first female lead would send flirtatious glances at the second male lead. The second female lead would secretly admire him, and the third female lead would be captured and released 7 times by him. The producer stated that 7 captures and releases were not feasible due to budget constraints, allowing for at most 1 capture and release. The second male lead said he would pay more. The producer pondered and replied that the film's length was limited, allowing for a maximum of 3 captures and releases. The actors are in position, but filming cannot commence yet. The special effects team will take the stage first, starting with color cards, then using an environmental ball to record the positions of personnel and lighting intensity. Afterward, the script supervisor claps the slate, and the assistant director calls out action. Yes, it is the assistant director who yells action and cut. The real director, the chief director, sits in the monitoring room. The scenes he sees are synchronized with the camera's view, and he only focuses on what the camera captures. Upon hearing the command, Wang Ling and the female supporting character charge into the frame, starting to slay the extras. This is a scene with little difficulty, they can just hack away recklessly. Wang Ling pretends to wield a prop knife, rampaging among the extras. However, when he found himself in front of a girl with a mushroom hairstyle, his hands, which had truly seen blood, hesitated. That face, he recognized it, but couldn't recall where he had seen it. Wang Ling's memory wasn't poor. He was certain that there was some connection between him and this girl, not just a fleeting glance on the street. Who is she? Wang Ling pondered inwardly while his hands continued their movements, completely unaware that as his mind wandered, the prop knife in his hand became increasingly vicious. At first, he was like the other actors, hacking away chaotically. As his knife swung, the extras would fall to the ground automatically, pretending to be slain. But as Wang Ling's thoughts drifted, his knife became lethal with every move. Neck-hard arteries slicing and cutting without the extras' cooperation. Even if they wanted to dodge, they couldn't escape the instinctive killing knife of Wang Ling. It wasn't until the assistant director shouted cut that Wang Ling snapped back to reality. He glanced again at the place where the girl had fallen, the familiar feeling growing stronger. The girl's appearance was only a 6 on a scale of 10, which could only be considered ordinary in the beauty-filled entertainment industry. According to Wang Ling's aesthetic standards, a score of 1 is a monster, 2 is ugly, 3 is plain, 4 is an average person, 5 is considered pretty, and with some makeup on the street, being called beautiful would not be a loss of face. A 6 is like a class flower, able to earn a small role in Hongdian for 400 a day. However, the work of a supporting actor isn't available every day. When there are no roles, they either take on minor roles for a couple hundred or work part-time at a karaoke bar for 800. A 7 represents the level of a campus beauty able to secure a place in the entertainment industry based on looks. Several female leads in this crew belong to this category. An 8 is a true beauty. Those whose faces and figures are renowned in the entertainment industry are generally at this level. A 9 is a goddess-like beauty, such as Anne Hathaway in her prime, Sophie Marceau before 30, or Monica Bellucci during the period of The Legend of Sicily, as well as Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. As for those above 10, Wang Ling had seen them, but they were not human. Upon thinking of not human, Wang Ling instantly recalled who that extra was. She is another mysterious extra in Hongdian, Lu Shishir, an extra who doesn't even know she is already dead. Wang Ling truly did not expect to see this strange occurrence at this film set. He also hadn't thought to interact with her while reviewing tasks earlier, nor had he considered her position. Should I take a task and bringing May over to go on a killing spree? Wang Ling patted his pants pocket, but finding no phone, he remembered he had handed it over to the stage manager before coming on set. He suppressed the thought and didn't dwell on it. While filming, he would be under the spotlight for some time and couldn't just sit aside playing with his phone. However, this extra could be kept in hand. Perhaps she would come in handy at some point. With this thought, Wang Ling walked towards Lu Shishir, intending to leave an impression on her first. Are you alright? Wang Ling approached Lu Shishir, his voice not loud, his face adorned with a pure smile practiced in front of the mirror countless times. I saw you fall earlier and hit the corner of the table. I am fine. Thank you, teacher. Lu Shishir hurriedly waved her hands, somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden concern. Wang Ling did not linger. He simply came over to greet her. He smiled, saying, you executed that fall very well. You actually didn't need to put in so much effort. The previous shot was a wide angle, so your protective actions were not visible. Oh, okay, thank you. Lu Shishir said softly in gratitude. Xia Lin Yuan. Get ready for the next scene. The assistant director shouted from a distance. Coming. Wang Ling responded, smiling gently at Lu Shishir again. Be careful next time. After leaving the scene, Wang Ling opened a bottle of mineral water and took a couple of sips. The makeup artist hurried over to touch up his makeup. Some ambitious actors would rush to the monitoring room to squeeze next to the director to watch the replay. Wang Ling had once been among those who watched the replays to become familiar, but now he had laid back and didn't want to join that commotion. After about 10 minutes, the director emerged from the monitoring room, script in hand, waving towards this side. Come on, positions. The next scene involves the righteous companions making their entrance, only to be pinned down and rubbed into the ground by Wang Ling and the female supporting character, followed by the male second lead's shining entrance. The filming went relatively smoothly. Occasionally someone would misplace their position, but it was nothing severe. Originally, the male second lead was supposed to defeat Wang Ling and the female supporting character, after which they could transition to filming the scenes of ambushing the Demon Lord. But the male second lead had another sudden idea. He shouted to the assistant director, Director Zhang, can you summon Lu Ji and the director for a moment? In the film, crew titles are a serious matter. How to address different people has its own rules. A wrong title, for example, if the director's surname is Zhang, calling him Director Zhang might seem normal at first glance, but it would actually be an offense. The correct way to address him is simply director without the surname. In a film crew, there are many directors, including assistant directors, executive directors, cinematographers, action directors, etc. All are referred to as director followed by their surname, like Director Zhou, Director Zhang, Director Lu, Director Chun, and so on. However, there is only one chief director in a film crew. When addressing him, do not add the surname. In the crew, the director referred to without a surname is the most prestigious. If you add a surname when addressing the chief director, it would offend him, as he might wonder, is there someone in this crew who is more prestigious than me? This kid's eyes are not working, and his brain isn't functioning well either. There are similar distinctions between cinematography and videography. To the average person, what difference does it make? Calling someone a photography teacher or a videography teacher seems the same, but in reality, it is not the same. In short, it's a hierarchy of disdain. The equipment used to shoot movies is called camera, which has higher picture quality and is more complicated to operate, thus referred to as cinematography. In contrast, television typically uses shoulder-mounted cameras, which are easier to operate, hence they are called videography. However, in recent years, as technology has advanced, the equipment for filming movies and TV shows has become more similar, thus lowering the disdain hierarchy. So now videography refers to short films and wedding shoots. Soon the producer and director rushed out of the monitoring room. The second male lead pointed at the members of the demonic cult and said, since I can easily defeat them according to my strength, they have no chance of escaping. The producer and director exchanged a glance, instantly understanding that this was the ugly child of capitalism trying to add more scenes. The producer feigned ignorance, saying, "Then let them finish filming. That's unnecessary." The second male lead shook his finger. "I think we can add more content." The producer rubbed his hands together, looking troubled, "But the budget is insufficient." "I'll add money." The producer immediately put on a professional smile. "You command." The second male lead raised his chin. "I feel this scene is too thin, not three-dimensional enough. Isn't the character of the fourth male lead a childhood friend of the first male lead? After I defeat him, I want to kill him, and at that moment the male lead should rush out with a heart of compassion to save him. Of course he won't be able to defeat me, and will be pushed back by a few moves. Then the female lead will engage me for a few more moves to protect the male lead." He gestured with his hands. This way the conflict becomes more three-dimensional, and the characters have more depth. The producer nodded and looked at the director. "The duration may exceed a bit, but it does feel fuller. Lally, what do you think about the scheduling?" The director pinched his chin, staring at the ground for a few seconds, then nodded. "All right, just adjust the schedule." He turned around and waved to the actors. "Come on, everyone gather around, I'll reset the positions." The subsequent filming proceeded according to the changes made by the second male lead. In fact, the changes weren't too significant. It just added a short fight scene between the first and second male leads consisting of only a few moves. Another fight scene was added between the second male lead and the female lead, also consisting of just a few shots. The newly added shots had nothing to do with Wong Ling, but he couldn't leave and had to serve as a living background, playing off the two male and female leads. While everyone was happily engaged in their fight, he lay there with his dead fish eyes, completely, still truly, giving off the feeling of being under the car while everyone else was inside. But it didn't matter, adding scenes who couldn't do that. "Good, that's a wrap." The executive director ran over, raising the intercom and shouting, "This scene is done." The director said to keep another take, switch to real swords, and shoot close-ups. The weapons used in the fight scenes were props made of fiberglass, lightweight and sturdy, ensuring no one got hurt. But for close-up shots, the texture wasn't right, so real weapons had to be used. The props master came over carrying a real sword that was a one-tune replica of the prop sword, distributing it to each actor. Wong Ling lay on the ground, having been the inept husband for so long, waiting for this moment. Now the second male lead and Lu Qingqing were not far in front of him, their shadows stretching out under the light, almost laying at his feet. After the clapperboard hit again, the two began to perform their choreographed slow-motion moves. The original choreography had Lu Qingqing thrusting her sword towards the neck of the second male lead. The second male lead elegantly tilted his head to dodge, then rushed behind, Lu Qingqing wrapping his arms around her waist, placing his sword horizontally across her neck. But it was said that Wong Ling wanted to add more scenes. Lying on the ground, he slightly moved his arm and brushed against the shadows of the two. Lu Qingqing's arm suddenly lost control, and the long sword that was supposed to be slowly extended shot forward with sudden speed, turning into a cold gleam. The second male lead's body also stiffened, failing to tilt his head as planned. With a soft thud, the sharp blade pierced through flesh and bone, stabbing into the second male lead's neck. The self-assured expression on his face turned to disbelief, and as if by reflex, he slowed down and made the move to tilt his head. This tilt caused the sharp blade to slice through a portion of his neck. After the carotid artery was cut, blood wouldn't gush out like in movies. Due to blood pressure, blood would shoot out in bursts like from a water gun. The second male lead's eyes widened in shock. He tried to raise his hand to touch it, but as his hand moved, his vision blurred, his body grew weak, and then he fell straight back. As the second male lead fell, blood shot up over 3 meters high, splattering all over the male lead's face. The first male lead froze for 2 full seconds before letting out a sound that was more beastly than human, rolling and scrambling backward. The scream was sharp, akin to the noise of a pig being slaughtered in the countryside. The scene erupted like a bomb thrown by the Weasley brothers. Everyone was petrified, shouting, screaming, dodging, knocking over props, and chaos ensued. Wong Ling struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth, feeling elated. In the previous life, the second male lead had killed Lu Qingqing. In this life, he let Lu Qingqing kill the second male lead. How could that not be considered avenging her? The scene was in disarray, and everyone was trying to distance themselves from the scene of the incident. Wong Ling also retreated with the others, leaving the first female lead, who had thrown down the bloody sword and was at a loss, behind. As he retreated, Wong Ling's gaze locked onto the first male lead. That guy was charging towards a nearby stone arch bridge where a light was set up, casting a long, thin shadow. Wong Ling took a couple of quick steps and sidled in front of another light. The light cast his shadow out. Thus his shadow overlapped with that of the first male lead. The first male lead, running wildly, suddenly tripped over his left foot with his right, losing his balance completely, without making any protective move, crashing face first onto the hard stone steps. With a dull thud, the first male lead lay on the steps, and then slid down 1 step at a time. The first male lead's assistant rushed over, crying out, and turned him over to check. A collective gasp echoed around. When the first male lead fell, he hit right on the tip of his nose. Turning over, he saw his nose was crooked, the upper lip torn halfway off, and the remaining half was mangled, exposing broken front teeth. He was no longer presentable. At this moment, the director and producer finally rushed out of the monitoring room. Seeing this scene, their faces turned pale. What happened? This is ridiculous. This is absurd. The director, furious, stood at the entrance of the monitoring room cursing. Unfortunately, his shadow fell right at Wong Ling's feet. No matter how the director cursed, the scene still required him to take charge. Just as he was about to run down the steps, his foot suddenly slipped, and he fell back hard, hitting the back of his head on the steps. The director didn't even grunt and went completely still. The scene suddenly went silent. One incident is an accident, two is a coincidence, but what about three in a row? Moreover, it was heard that the assistant director had just been in a car accident. The executive director trembled, his face whiter than a buttock, and suddenly shouted, "Is it? Did something hit us?" The producer, both shocked and angry, kicked him. "Shut up. Quickly call the police and an ambulance." This kick wasn't too forceful, but Wong Ling's scene wasn't over yet. After the producer kicked the executive director, he staggered a few steps, lost his balance, and suddenly fell forward. In front of him was a lighting rig that had been knocked over by someone. The lighting rig in the production wasn't the typical black retractable type. It was welded from angle steel for stability. At this moment, as the lighting rig fell, one of the angle irons pointed skyward. Thud! The executive director fell right onto it. The angle iron pierced through his eye socket, with the tip protruding from the back of his head. This happened quickly. After the executive director fell onto it, he didn't even twitch and went completely still, only blood flowing down in a steady stream along the angle iron. After the director fell onto the iron corner, he immediately became motionless. Wong Ling, blending in with the crowd, maliciously shouted, "The producer kicked Director Zhang to death. It wasn't me. I didn't do it." The producer was so frightened that he nearly wet himself, waving his hands frantically as he retreated. He fell due to his own instability. It was his own fault. He retreated too quickly, tripping over an electrical cable on the ground, losing his balance, and screaming as he fell backward. It was also a coincidence that next to him was a stall selling dumplings. To create a realistic scene, the props team had a fire going with an iron pot on top, boiling dumplings inside. As the producer fell, his hand flailed and accidentally pulled down the cloth covering the stall. With a crash, a whole pot of scalding thick soup flipped over, splattering directly onto his face. A shrill, distorted scream erupted. The producer rolled on the ground, covering his face, steam rising between his fingers as his skin turned red and blistered. A chaotic scene. This left Wong Ling dumbfounded. He swore that this time it was truly not his fault. It was purely the producer's bad luck. "There's a ghost. Run! Run quickly!" One incident after another had completely thrown the scene into chaos. It was unclear who yelled first, but it was as if a switch had been flipped. Suddenly, the 200 or 300 people on site went wild, crying and pushing as they desperately fled toward every exit. Equipment was knocked over, sets were overturned, and the entire shooting area fell into utter confusion. Wong Ling also ran with the crowd. In truth, he didn't want to run, but with everyone else running, he felt it would be out of place if he didn't. Just a few steps out, he spotted Lu Shishir. The little extra, who was unaware that she had already died, was not very tall, barely over 1.5 meters. She stumbled through the crowd, not voluntarily taking a single step, nearly being knocked down several times. Wong Ling squeezed through, grabbing her arm and saying, "Follow me." "Thank you." Lu Shishir steadied herself as he pulled her along. Wong Ling nodded, his feet never stopping. In the crowd, the two inevitably pressed against each other, and a faint, unpleasant odor drifted into Wong Ling's nose. Wong Ling discerned that it was the stench of decay. He wore a blank expression. In this apocalyptic world, such a smell was very common. Besides, he had taken in a few girls from the West, and they carried the same odor, which couldn't be masked even with 2 pounds of perfume. The smell on Lu Shishir was lighter, mixed with a hint of cheap body wash. As they ran out, Wong Ling's gaze constantly scanned the crowd. Such a great opportunity, it would be a waste not to take out a few more. With a quick glance, he spotted what seemed to be the cinematographer not far ahead. That idiot was always shouting loudly, which was quite irritating. Die. Question: what should one do if they fall in a chaotic crowd? Answer: stuff your ID in your mouth to avoid having your face trampled, making it hard for your family to identify your body. In fact, the cinematographer executed a decent protective action after falling. He curled his body up, using his hands to shield his head and neck, minimizing the risk of being trampled. Moreover, since he was on flat ground, even if someone tripped over him, not many would fall on him. As long as he could hold on for a moment, the chances of being all right were quite high. But this depended on whether there was a madman behind him wanting his life. When Wong Ling reached his side, he kicked between the cinematographer's legs, as if taking a penalty. The cinematographer's previously curled-up body straightened instantly. His hands, which were covering his head, tightly clutched below, squirming on the ground like a cauliflower snake. In such chaotic lighting and fearful crowds, abstract actions would certainly lead to bad outcomes. Panic-stricken footsteps came in waves with leather shoes, sneakers, and high heels raining down upon him on his body, head, and face. "Don't step on me." "Ah!" His scream was drowned out by the louder ambient noise. Countless feet trampled over him, and soon the sound faded away. Wang Ling pulled Lu Shishir and quickly ran past this area, making their way to the parking lot. The filming area in Tang City was not a tourist attraction, so it was not a well-developed place. The so-called parking lot was merely a relatively flat patch of wasteland. At this moment, a few crew vans were scattered around in this wasteland. Since there were basically no outsiders here, and the staff often needed to find something, some vehicles were left unlocked. Lu Shishir, with her keen eyes, spotted a van with its door open and immediately pulled Wang Ling towards it. "Quick! That van has space." Wang Ling let go of her hand, allowing Lu Shishir to board the vehicle by herself. He then leisurely walked to the side of the van, pulling out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lighting one. "Get in the car quickly." Lu Shishir waved anxiously from inside the vehicle. "Stay calm." Wang Ling exhaled a puff of smoke, glancing at the extra sitting in the driver's seat. "This is our crew's props van. They don't have the keys, so how can they drive it?" Just as he finished speaking, he saw the extra in the driver's seat lean down, prying open the plastic cover under the steering while pulling out a few wires inside and sparking them together. Then out of nowhere, two people rushed in, pushing Wang Ling aside, jumping into the van, and quickly closing the door. The van burned rubber in place and sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust with the little zombie. Wang Ling's mouth dropped wide open, the cigarette falling to the ground. "No, I didn't get in the car. I haven't gotten in yet." Wang Ling ultimately returned to the hotel using a police car. Of course, he also recorded a statement. However, the significance of this statement was almost negligible, because when the female lead killed the male second, several cameras were recording, capturing the entire scene. The events that followed were also filmed by numerous smartphones, and it is said that several extras even streamed live broadcasting what was happening on set. Now Wang Ling's production team had become famous, dominating the trending lists on major platforms, undeniably a case of being hot before airing. However, while the hype had exploded, it was likely that the show could not be aired. By the time Wang Ling returned to the hotel, dawn was almost breaking. His current physical condition had not yet been enhanced, so, although he was tired, he couldn't fall asleep. Wang Ling lay in bed, summarizing the results of the night. "The male lead's face is beyond saving you. At least with current medical technology, he can't be saved. It was inevitable that all endorsements would be terminated, and if some contracts included image clauses, he would have to pay a penalty. This person is finished." Wang Ling thought for a moment and felt that the male lead could be put on hold. It wasn't to say he would let that unfortunate kid off from then on. It was just unnecessary to pursue him relentlessly. Let him live a few miserable years, and he could be dealt with later. The male second is dead, but he still has family. His father, mother, stepmother, second mother, little mother, and brother all must die. A family must be complete to be considered happy. The producer. "At least this counts as manslaughter, right? This person must die. However, he's currently in the hospital, making it difficult to act, so I'll have to plan carefully." Lu Qingqing. "I have mixed feelings about this female lead. Although much of my suffering stems from her, in reality, she holds no personal grudge against me." Wang Ling pondered for a while and decided not to concern himself with her anymore. As for her future, it would depend on her own fortune. As for the others, the third male, an old dog pretending to be wise, was lucky last night. The second female and third female, those two bitches must die for perjuring against me in court. In a daze, Wang Ling fell asleep, unaware of how long he had been sleeping, when the door was suddenly knocked loudly. The knocking was urgent and heavy, as if trying to break down the door. Wang Ling gritted his teeth, opened his eyes, feeling a surge of anger rise within him. He thought if this person couldn't provide a reason, they were doomed. He got up in a rage, yanked open the door, and saw a delivery person in a certain company's uniform standing outside. "Your delivery." The delivery person extended the box toward him, saying, "I called you, but you didn't answer. I knocked, but you didn't open. I almost left." Wang Ling immediately put on a smile. Sorry, I was in a deep sleep." He then remembered that this was the laptop he had ordered while waiting to record his statement last night. The computer was meant to be the device for his harem game. Although a smartphone could operate it as well, the screen was too small, and using a computer was far more convenient. After taking the laptop, just as Wang Ling was about to close the door, he suddenly heard an angry shout from the other side of the corridor. "Don't think you can fool me with those cliches. I demand an explanation today." Wang Ling turned his head and saw quite a few people gathering in the corridor. There were several girls from the makeup team, a few familiar crew members, and some special actors from the production team, all peering curiously into the room. The room was number 411, belonging to the male third, an old acting veteran referred to as Teacher Xiao. At this moment, the door was wide open, and it was bustling inside, seemingly with a lot of people. Wang Ling also leaned over to take a look and found that almost everyone capable of speaking in the production team. Around the coffee table sat a circle of people: the male third, the life producer, the art director, the lighting supervisor, the martial arts director, the coordinator, and the cinematographer. On the bed sat the second and third females, while by the bed stood the finance officer, the special effects team leader, and 2 sound engineers. It looked very much like a meeting. Wang Ling leaned against the door, listening quietly to the argument inside like a serene beauty. The live producer said everyone is clear about the situation. With such a serious incident, filming is definitely not going to continue. I've reported this to the company, and the leadership's intention is for everyone to wait here for now until the company comes up with a conclusion. So how will the salaries be calculated? Is it up to today, or until you come up with a conclusion or settled according to the contract? The martial arts director asked. The live producer glanced at the finance officer. Everyone else in the room had contracts with the production team, but he and the finance officer were sent by the company. Finance officer Wang spoke in a dry tone. The salary situation will be accounted for by the company. But given the current circumstances, we must wait until the investigation is clear before settling it. Please understand. Understanding. How are we supposed to understand? The lighting supervisor questioned her. You should at least give us a deadline. We've been working tirelessly with the production team for over half a month. At the very least, you should settle what we are owed up to today. Exactly, the special effects team leader chimed in. You expect us to just understand. Now that the project is off, you want to settle our payments. Are we supposed to starve? The art director sighed. I have seen the contract. The fact that the filming cannot continue is not caused by us. I believe the company must fulfill the contract. The live producer glared at him and questioned. Not your fault. The incident was caused by the props you made. If you hadn't left the sword sharp, none of this would have happened. If the director required it to be authentic, how is that my fault? The art director retorted vehemently. The argument escalated quickly. All right. The male third shouted, cutting off the dispute. There are surveillance cameras on site. The police will investigate clearly. You won't reach a conclusion arguing here. He turned to the live producer and asked, but you really should communicate this with your company and come up with a concrete plan. Not accounting for salaries is definitely unacceptable. After all, everyone has been with the production team for so long, it doesn't make sense not to pay. Of course, I also understand that given the current situation, expecting the company to fully execute the contract is unrealistic. So I will make a statement. Up until today, the company should settle the salaries that have already occurred. As for making us wait a few days, those days won't count as salaries. After saying that, he encouraged the others. What I mean is that everyone should move on. Don't cling to the contract. Quickly look for your next opportunity. If we get stuck here, it could drag on for 3 months or even 6 months, and in the end, we might not even reach a conclusion. It's better to wrap things up quickly and go back to our own lives. After his remarks, there was silence in the room. Some smoked, others sighed. Wang Ling's gaze swept across the faces in the crowd, and he found it amusing. This male third definitely has some private dealings with the company. His suggestion seems reasonable, but is actually selling out part of the people. The room appeared to be divided into 2 factions. One side consisted of direct employees from the film investment company, while the other consisted of a motley crew assembled for the production. However, these disparate members could actually be categorized into 3 types. The first type included those like, he could be considered the one who had been with the team the longest. At least 2 months before filming began, he was already on board to design props, costumes, hairstyles, and set decorations. Once all the props and costumes were completed, he had already received his due payment. Now, being part of the team merely involved supervising a few people with makeup and hiring a few children to manage the costumes and props, which wasn't much of an expense. In terms of the current settlement, he was merely losing half a month's salary. Others in similar positions included martial arts coordinators, lighting technicians, and production managers, who also had to start work before filming. If we were to consider salary up to this point, they really hadn't incurred much loss. Next were the actors, primarily including the lead role, played by Wang Ling. These actors couldn't really be said to be profiting, but they weren't at a loss either. The contracts for the actors in this production were for 3 phases. Upon signing the contract, they received 20. After the script reading, martial arts training, and other preliminary preparations concluded, they received another 20. Thus, before the official filming commenced, the actors had already received 40 of the total contract amount. The payment ratio for the duration from the official start to wrap up was 40. The remaining 20 was allocated for post-production dubbing and any promotional activities that might require their involvement. Therefore, if the salary was settled today, the actors would at least receive 70 of their contract payment, which they would likely have no objections to. The last category of people were those who were purely at a loss. The representative groups were the special effects team and the audio team. The special effects team mainly made their money after the production wrapped, with a few members taking shots of color cards and environmental spheres, which would earn them a decent sum. However, according to the opinion of the third male lead, the company could save millions in post-production special effects costs. The audio team faced a similar fate, as their earnings came from post-production dubbing and music. On site, there were only 2 children recording reference audio, and if we exclude the later phases, they would also incur significant losses. Wang Ling could discern the intricacies of the situation, and others likely could as well. However, they were all shrewd individuals. The knife hadn't struck them directly, and they remained silent. Wang Ling didn't want to get involved in such petty matters. He approached merely to see if he could eliminate a few more. Just as Wang Ling was about to leave, he heard the second female lead suggest quietly, "Should we go check on?" Brother Su referred to the male lead whose face had been injured. Wang Ling noticed a flicker of disapproval cross Teacher Xiao's face. He understood that in the eyes of this seasoned actor, an actor whose career had been ruined was no longer worth the effort of a visit. However, Wang Ling felt this was an opportunity. He paused, responded at the doorway, "We should indeed go check. Teacher Xiao, you are our elder. Please set a time, and the rest of us in the group will go as well," as a gesture of goodwill. His words put Teacher Xiao in a position. Teacher Xiao's expression darkened slightly as he glanced at Wang Ling, but under the watchful eyes of everyone he could only nod. Then, "Tomorrow morning, I suppose." He turned to the production manager, arrange a vehicle, and asked if anyone else in the crew would like to join. "Sure, Teacher Xiao." The production manager nodded in agreement. This matter was settled. Wang Ling was satisfied with the outcome and said no more, turning back to his room. After returning to his room, he unwrapped the packaging, set up his notebook, and tapped the keyboard lightly. The screen displayed his harem. Though currently it only consisted of a few earthen rooms and 2 maidservants, it still counted as a harem. After some thought, Wang Ling dragged Ying Mei Nyang into the kitchen. The kitchen was the lowest-ranking one, capable of producing various dishes once the backhouse roles were configured. However, Ying Mei Nyang lacked culinary skills, so the kitchen could currently only unlock 3 types of dishes. Qingmu rice balls made from glutinous rice, mixed with spiritual liquid and steamed. Taking 30 seconds to consume fully restores 1 point of health per second. Taking damage or moving during consumption will interrupt the effect. Production cost 1 guyu based on the current character's culinary ability. 1 production is completed every 36 minutes and 25 seconds. Beneath the icon for Qingmu rice balls are 2 options. One is for automatic production, which when selected will continue making the dish until all funds are exhausted. The other option is an input box for entering a corresponding number to determine the quantity to be produced. Aside from Qingmu rice balls, the other 2 unlocked dishes are Lingwu porridge and Chancy candy. The production price for Lingwu porridge is also 1 guyu, and the production time is comparable to that of Qingmu rice balls, with the effect of restoring 30 points of mana within 30 seconds. Chancy candy, however, is quite different. Chancy candy, consuming it grants an immediate layer of sugar silk shield. Defense 5 attackers will be ensnared by sugar silk, reducing their attack speed by 25 and movement speed by 30. Producing Chancy candy costs 5 guyu, and making one takes 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 42 seconds. Wang Ling ordered 10 Qingmu rice balls, 5 servings of Lingwu porridge, and only arranged for 2 pieces of Chancy candy, because 3 candies would be excessive. After assigning Ying Mei Nyang's tasks, he dragged the headless sister to the front door and entered the world map. Upon opening the world map, Wang Ling saw the red dot in Hengdian City. It reminded him that the zombie girl he intended to sell had run off with the vehicle yesterday. However, it wasn't a big deal. Wang Ling wasn't worried about not being able to find her. As long as he contacted the group leader from yesterday, locating the zombie girl would be quite simple. However, after some thought, Wang Ling realized that he didn't seem to have any reason to look for her at the moment. Contacting her rashly might have adverse effects. Then I'll set it aside for now. Afterward, Wang Ling shifted his focus back to the world map. Compared to yesterday, there were a few more red dots on the map, indicating that several anomalies had appeared in the world. Wang Ling sighed, mourning for humanity's future, for 3 seconds. Checking the newly appeared red dots, he discovered a familiar task. Demon Casino. To be precise, it was a task he had undertaken after escaping from prison in his previous life. I didn't expect the Demon Casino to have appeared at this time. Quite good. After expressing his sentiment, Wang Ling immediately paid the dispatch fee of 4 guyu without even looking at the task description and directly entered this task. The screen descended into darkness, followed by a flurry of sparkling points that gradually connected into a line spreading upwards and downwards. As the points expanded, the image on the screen revealed itself, akin to the sensation of just having opened one's eyes. The scene displayed a first-person perspective. In front was a table resembling a mahjong table. The table was divided into 2 sides, each with 8 white square patterns, and a silver revolver was placed in the center. Opposite the table sat a plump demon dressed in a flamboyant tailcoat resembling a circus ringmaster. This demon bore a striking resemblance to Negu, with a bulbous nose and a large mouth and 2 short, weak-looking horns atop its head. This was the opponent in the current game for the Headless Sister, as they would take turns picking up the revolver on the table to shoot at each other, determining victory or death. Ga, new friend, welcome to the Demon Casino. The plump demon laughed heartily, clapping his hands to show. A few dialogue options popped up on the left side of Wang Ling's screen. Ask where this place is. Ask who the other party is. Ask about the game rules. Enough talk, let's get started. Wang Ling wasted no time and selected to begin. The plump demon seemed momentarily taken aback, his prepared line stuck in his throat, revealing a hint of displeasure on his froggy face. Wang Ling snickered, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and leisurely clicked on the revolver with his mouse. Demon card check. The headless sister in the game reached out, took the pistol, and opened the chamber to display it in front of Wang Ling. 6 bullets could be seen in the chamber. 3 of the bullets were golden, while 3 were black. The golden bullets were real, while the black ones were blanks, meaning they had no damage. 3 real, 3 fake, not bad. Wang Ling chuckled lightly. The rules of this game were actually quite simple. Each player takes turns shooting at the other. On the left and right sides of the game screen, there were avatars, each followed by several blood drops. The left avatar belonged to the plump demon, displaying 5 blood drops. On the right was the headless sister with 3 drops of blood. Each time a shot was fired, if it was a real bullet, it would reduce the opponent's blood by 1 point. Wang Ling calculated that each blood drop corresponded to 50 health points, so the headless sister had a slight advantage with 120 health equating to 3 blood drops. If all 6 bullets were fired without determining a winner, another 6 would be loaded until one side was defeated. The first to deplete the opponent's health wins. It seems like a confident gambler, so will you place a bet? The plump demon's expression was unfriendly, but due to the rules he still inquired. Place a bet. Of course. If you don't bet, even if you defeat the demon opposite, there's no profit to be gained. You will only receive the chance to leave the casino. Wang Ling chose this task to make money. Of course, if we want to put it nobly, it is also to save the world. The demon casino is actually very dangerous. It indiscriminately captures people from all corners of the world for life and death gambling. Compared to the likes of Ing Mengyang, who might take a few days to kill someone, the demon casino's highest record is the massacre of tens of thousands in a single day. 99 of humans here only have 1 point of health with no room for error. Therefore, Wang Ling's sweep of the demon casino is to save the populace from peril. Setting up a temple might be foolish, but doing good while making a bit of pocket money is only natural. As for betting, ordinary bets can only be one's own soul, but Wang Ling can use the mysterious J. Faced with the popping betting prompt, Wang Ling entered 500, which is the maximum bet for this difficulty level. As long as he wins, Wang Ling will be able to double his bet back. After he placed his bet, the plump demon unwillingly took out a coin and asked Wang Ling to choose head or tail. This decides who takes the first shot. Wang Ling casually clicked head, but the coin landed on tail. All demons in the demon casino cheat. At the simple level, they would only play a little trick during the coin toss. As the task difficulty increases, their cheating tactics become even more blatant. The plump demon cackled again, slapping the table. 8 white blocks on the table emitted a glow, and Wang Ling's game screen popped up a prompt for him to make 3 choices. Each block contained an item usable in the bet. Some items could defend against 1 shot of damage, while others could reveal whether the bullets in the chamber are real or blanks. Each has its own utility, but can only be used once. Using the items wisely can lead to an easy win in the game. Wang Ling knew that the selection of items was truly random, so he randomly clicked on 3 blocks. As he completed his selection, the chosen blocks opened, revealing 3 items rising from beneath the table. A sticker, a pack of cigarettes, and a magnifying glass. Using the magnifying glass allows one to see what type of bullet is currently loaded in the chamber. The cigarettes are healing items that can restore 1 point of health. During the period of the duel, the damage caused by bullets is real damage and cannot be reduced by any means. Healing items or skills cannot be used. To recover health, one can only use the healing items provided by the casino. As for the sticker, it is called a curse sticker. When placed on a gun, the bullets fired will deal double damage. Wang Ling looked at the opposite side. The plump demon had 3 items on his table, as well: handcuffs, a magnifying glass, and a can of beer. The handcuffs are for restraining the opponent, and when used they can prevent the other party from taking any action in the next turn. As for the canned beer, drinking it allows one to discard the current bullet loaded in the chamber. The plump demon inexplicably chuckled twice, then picked up the handcuffs and directly cuffed the headless sister. He then took the magnifying glass and inspected the gun, looking up to say, "You're lucky." After saying that, he raised the gun and shot himself in the temple. Click, it was a blank. During his turn, he could choose to shoot himself. If it was a blank, he could shoot again. Then the plump demon raised the gun and aimed at the screen, which was in the direction of the headless sister. Click, another blank. Wang Ling counted in his heart, 3 real, 1 fake left in the gun. Since the plump demon used the handcuffs, it was still his turn to shoot. When the shot fired, a burst of blood splashed on the screen, and 1 blood drop in the upper right corner. However, after 2 rounds, it was now the headless sister's turn. Wang Ling first gave the sister a cigarette to restore her health. In the scene, the sister laid her head on the table and stuffed the cigarette into her mouth. Wang Ling clicked on the magnifying glass and chose to use it. Then the chamber opened, revealing a black bullet inside. A blank. Wang Ling raised an eyebrow, turned the gun around, and let the headless sister shoot him. When shooting again, Wang Ling chose not to use any items and made a normal attack. Reloading allows for the selection of props again. The props obtained by Wang Ling are bullets, a note, and handcuffs. The fat demon's props are a magnifying glass, a shield, and pills. The bullet is a high explosive round. After use, it can replace the currently loaded bullet in the chamber. and it will definitely be a live round, when shot causing 2 points of damage. The note contains a message with a hint such as the usage of a certain prop or whether a specific bullet in this round's chamber is live or a blank. The Fat Demon's prop, the shield, is a defensive item. It can be used before the opponent shoots. Once used, it can defend against the next attack, negating 1 instance of damage. As for the pills, they are a healing item that can restore 2 health points. However, they are useless now. This is Wang Ling's turn, and the Fat Demon, with only 4 health points left, has already reached the execution line. As per convention, it's time to greet. Wang Ling clicked on the Headless Sister's avatar with the mouse, and several options popped up: greet, praise, mistake, threaten. Wang Ling wants the Headless Sister to say well played. Don't ask why, it's just that Hearthstone players have such quality. However, after clicking praise, the game screen only displayed a line with ellipses. Wang Ling. Clicking threaten still results in ellipses. What are you flapping your little mouth about? Want to beg for mercy? Too late. The Fat Demon mocked. Wang Ling rubbed his brow, realizing he had made a mistake. The Headless Sister is a beheaded oddity and cannot exhale airflow from her lungs to impact her vocal cords. In other words, the sister is mute. I particularly don't mind giving you face. Wang Ling glared fiercely at the Fat Demon, who couldn't see him through the screen, and began his actions. Using the handcuffs, the Fat Demon cannot perform any actions. Using the high explosive round, the next shot will definitely be a live round, causing 2 points of damage. Applying the curse sticker makes the shot deal double damage. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, the Fat Demon was blown into a pile of flesh. A piece of cake. Wang Ling smugly rested his hands behind his head, propping up the front legs of his chair, rocking back and forth. At this moment, a simple settlement screen appeared on the computer. The settlement screen only had 2 buttons. The left one was a green 1000, and the right one was a red next. Choosing the green button allows the Headless Sister to leave with the money. Choosing the red button will lead Wang Ling to the next difficulty, continuing the challenge. This Fat Demon can only be considered a simple difficulty. After him, there are Nightmare and Hell difficulties. In Nightmare difficulty, the opposing demon will change, and the weapon used will be a shotgun capable of loading 8 rounds. Wang Ling remembers that the demon in Nightmare difficulty has at least 10 health points. But what did someone say? With heaven above, I Wang share no fate with gambling and drugs. Not the saying. In short, leaving with only 1,000 ghostly jade doesn't satisfy Wang Ling, so his mouse unhesitatingly clicked on continue. The game screen changed, and the curtain behind the Fat Demon slowly opened, revealing a half-human, half-snake female demon. At first glance, she looks a bit like Medusa, but her head is adorned with fiery red hair, and among the strands 2 ram-like curled horns can be seen. Is welcome, Victor. Unfortunately, I am the one to receive you. Care to place a bet? My advice is not to. The snake woman gazed at the screen with the eyes of a predator. Wang Ling first checked the snake woman's health, 12 health points. He lit a cigarette for himself. It was definitely not out of fear. In this game, having more health is a significant advantage. The comparison between the snake woman and the Headless Sister is 12-3, but Wang Ling feels confident about his advantage. Betting 1,000, going all in. Small bets are for fun, big bets are for turning the tide. A gamble can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Play big if you want to play. He's so bold. I like guests who are as bold as you. So will you choose letters or flowers? Wang Ling chose letters, but when the coin landed, it showed he won. However, Wang Ling did not feel happy. Instead, he frowned. There are many demons in the demon casino, and each one cheats. Wang Ling hoped the opponent would cheat in the inconsequential coin guessing phase. But now that he won in guessing the coin, it means the opponent would cheat elsewhere, which Wang Ling did not want to see. But this isn't a KTV where you can switch out if you're not satisfied. Even knowing that this snake woman is hard to deal with, he could only brace himself. After placing the bet, the match began. The snake woman gently tapped the table. The entire gambling table flipped over. The revolver on the table turned into a shotgun. Checking the gun, this round has 8 bullets, 3 live and 5 blanks. The live shotgun bullets are red, while the blank shells are blue. The props are distributed. In Nightmare difficulty, there are 4 props each round. After Wang Ling clicked on 4 white squares, beer, a reverser, handcuffs, and adrenaline appeared on the table in front of the Headless Sister. Adrenaline immediately used one of the opponent's props. But you cannot choose the opponent's adrenaline. The reverser's function is after use, it reverses the effect of the current bullet. This means if the bullet in the chamber is a blank, it becomes a live round. If the bullet is live, it turns into a blank. The 4 props in front of the snake woman are a magnifying glass, bullets, handcuffs, and a glass of blood wine. Seeing that glass of blood wine, Wang Ling cursed, "Ah, damn. So shameless. I know I should keep the lights off." He realized how the snake woman was cheating. The snake woman's way of cheating should involve an extraordinary prop appearing when selecting items. The blood wine is an extraordinary prop that restores all health points when consumed. Simply despicable. Blood wine is not the only extraordinary prop in the demon casino. At least Wang Ling knows of others, such as the life hourglass that swaps health points, the raven's eye that shows all ammunition in the weapon, the time beetle that reverses time back to the previous round, and the soul mirror that can reflect damage. Under normal circumstances, the probability of obtaining these extraordinary props is less than 1, but the snake woman actually hit gold in the first round of prop selection, which is definitely cheating. In the first round, Wang Ling guessed correctly about the coin, so he attacked first. After a moment's thought, Wang Ling used handcuffs to immobilize the snake woman for this round. Then he had his senior sister fire a shot at him. The first shot had a 62.5 chance of being a blank, and he decided to take a gamble. The gun fired, the smoke was harmless, and Wang Ling guessed right. The round was not over, he would still take the next shot. As a poor student, Wang Ling wasn't completely oblivious to the probabilities of real and fake bullets. However, since the previous shot was a blank, he could take a risk with this one. Aiming at the snake woman, his senior sister pulled the trigger. A shot rang out and a spray of blood erupted on the screen. The snake woman had 11 health points left. The handcuffs on the snake woman shattered, but the gun remained in his senior sister's hands. Logically, the probability of the next bullet being a blank was extremely high. But one of life's great illusions is the belief that I can turn the tables. Thus, Wang Ling did not directly have his senior sister fire again. Instead, he had the headless senior sister inject herself with adrenaline, then reached out to grab the handcuffs in front of the snake woman and cuffed her again. His two guests enjoy playing like this. The snake woman flicked her tongue and raised her hand to show the cuffs. The response she received was the sound of a gunshot. Click. The shotgun aimed at the snake woman made a click indicating a blank shot. Wang Ling was not disappointed, he still had one more chance to shoot. Aiming again at the snake woman, he fired and her health decreased by 1. At this moment, there were still 4 bullets in the chamber, 1 real and 3 fake. It was the snake woman's turn. At this point, the snake woman had 10 health points with a magnifying glass, bullets, and blood wine as her items. The headless senior sister was unharmed with 3 health points left, and her remaining items were beer and a reversal device. The snake woman did not rush to act. She leisurely lit a cigarette, gaining 1 health point. Wang Ling was utterly stunned. Where did the cigarette come from? There was no cigarette on the table. This cheating was blatantly obvious. Just as Wang Ling was fuming and thinking of going outside to take it out on someone, the snake woman began her action. She picked up the magnifying glass to check what type of bullet was in the gun. You were quite lucky. After saying that, the snake woman used high explosive ammunition, replacing the original bullets in the gun. The high explosive round hit the headless senior sister, reducing her health by 2, leaving her with only 1 health point. It was now Wang Ling's turn. Wang Ling speculated that the bullet the snake woman had replaced was likely a blank, so the bullets in the gun were now 1 real and 2 fake. Now if he fired at the snake woman, and if the bullet was real during her turn, she could pull the trigger twice against herself to consume the blanks, ensuring that when the next round started, she would shoot first. After reloading bullets, it would replenish items, and the senior sister would most likely end up dead. If Wang Ling's shot was a blank, when the snake woman fired next, there would be 1 real and 1 fake, which had a high probability of ending the senior sister. Thus, Wang Ling decided to gamble once more. Aiming at himself, there were 1 real and 2 fake bullets, which made it a reasonable bet. He turned the gun, aiming at the screen. Wang Ling felt a rare sense of tension. It wasn't fear or panic, it was like lying on a massage bed with a hand of cards while hearing the click-clack of high heels in the hallway, full of anticipation and anxiety. Click, a blank shot. Wang Ling let out a long breath, feeling no more worries. There were still 1 real and 1 fake bullet left in the gun, and he was confident of entering the next round of the game. He clicked on the beer to use it. On the screen, the headless senior sister single-handedly pulled the tab of the beer can with her left hand, and with a swift motion, she brought her head in front of the screen, raising the beer with her right hand. Gulping it down, the beer spilled everywhere as it flowed down her neck. Regardless of how it looked, the item had taken effect. A blue shell bullet popped out of the shotgun and landed on. There's still 1 real bullet left. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wang Ling's mouth. This wasn't the best outcome, but it wasn't bad either. Wang Ling clicked on the reversal device and chose to use it. The bullets in the gun were switched. Wang Ling's action turned the real bullet into a blank, preparing to aim at himself. A blank shot at himself would not end the round, ensuring that when the next round started, the gun would be in his hands. He turned the gun without hesitation and fired. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the screen was filled with blood. All Wang Ling could hear was the snake woman's wild laughter in the background. The headless senior sister was dead. Wang Ling stared blankly at the now black screen for nearly half a minute before regaining his senses. Can you really change bullets? This was Wang Ling's initial thought. But this notion was quickly dismissed by himself. The demon dealer in the demon casino could indeed cheat, but it was impossible to change the ammunition in the betting tools even in the more difficult hell mode. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a demon casino, but rather a demon slaughterhouse. Using tricks outside the table is possible, but tampering directly with the firearms is not. So, the new machine keeps touching your belly. I myself was played by the snake woman. When the snake woman replaced the bullets in the chamber with high explosive ammunition, I assumed she replaced it with a blank. In reality, the snake woman replaced it with a real bullet. This meant that when the snake woman fired, the remaining 3 bullets in the gun were all blanks, and I had foolishly been engaging in a battle of wits with the air, ultimately leading to my own demise with a confident display. Wang Ling laughed, angered, but also amused. It's fine, you have technology, and I have divine skills. It's like who doesn't have a cheat. Reload. If I can't kill you in one go, I'll reload 10 times and see who dies first. In the peculiar palace game, characters are dispatched to the future, allowing for the opportunity to reload a save if a task fails. This is Wang Ling's greatest cheat. He possesses the chance to continually experiment. However, this opportunity comes at a cost. Reloading a save incurs a fee amounting to 1/10 of the dispatch cost. Moreover, as the number of reloads increases, the cost of reloading also escalates. For instance, the Headless Senior Sister at level 2 with excellent potential has a dispatch cost of 4 guayu, and the reload fee rounded up requires 1 guayu. Additionally, the reloads are not limitless. Aside from the gradually increasing reload cost, time is another constraint. For example, during the task of capturing Ing Mei Nyang in the warehouse, the events transpired 3 hours after Wang Ling began the game, meaning he only had 3 hours to attempt to complete the task. Within those 3 hours, Wang Ling could continually reload to achieve the desired outcome. However, if he fails to produce a satisfactory ending within the 3 hours when the time aligns with the start of the task, the game time will overlap with real time, and Wang Ling will no longer be able to alter anything through the game. After reloading, the scene before the senior sister remained that of the plump demon resembling a chosen one of Nago. The gun check revealed a change in the number of bullets, a total of 4 bullets, 2 real and 2 fake. Then came the coin toss and item selection. The choice of items was equally random, with outcomes completely based on the 3 items before the plump demon were cigarettes, 1 health, a magnifying glass, and beer, which removes 1 bullet. In front of the Headless Senior Sister were adrenaline, a bullet, and a blue pill. The plump demon won the coin toss, thus he attacked first. He drank the beer, removing 1 bullet from the gun. The bullet fell onto the table, a golden, casing a live round. There were 2 fake bullets and 1 real bullet in the gun. Without hesitation, the plump demon turned the gun on himself and fired. One must admit his pose was quite suave, with a hint of flair on his fat face. But the result was a bang, and he stylishly splattered his own face with blood. Wang Ling. Why is the Headless Senior Sister mute? Why? If only she could say well done, how satisfying that would be. The revolver was handed to the Headless Senior Sister with 2 blank rounds remaining in the chamber. Wang Ling controlled the Headless Senior Sister to shoot herself twice, yet he felt no satisfaction at all. He had so much to say to the plump demon, but alas, the Senior Sister was mute. The game entered the next round, reloading ammunition. The white square for placing items lit up again, indicating 3 selections. The plump demon obtained adrenaline, a reverser, and a magnifying glass. The Headless Senior Sister received handcuffs, a reverser, and a note. At this point, both sides had health points of 4 to 3, with the Senior Sister attacking first. She checked the gun. There were 5 bullets, 3 real and 2 fake. Wang Ling used the note first. In the game, the Headless Senior Sister extended her hand, picked up the note, and displayed it on the screen. The note read, the 3rd bullet is a blank. The 3rd bullet is a blank. Then at least one of the first 2 shots must be live, and possibly both of them are. With this understanding, Wang Ling directly used the handcuffs and then shot at the plump demon. During the next action, the Headless Senior Sister used adrenaline. Wang Ling chose not to steal the magnifying glass, but instead picked up the cigarettes across from him. As he lit the cigarette in the game, he also lit one for himself. Wang Ling took 2 puffs from the cigarette before extinguishing it. In the game, the Headless Senior Sister loaded high explosive bullets into the chamber. She fired, and the plump demon's health dropped by 2, leaving him with only 1 point of health. Come on, steal my medicine. Wang Ling crossed his legs, looking at the blue pill on the gambling table. Expired pill, 40 chance to restore 2 health points, 20 chance of nothing happening, 40 chance to lose 1 health point. If he doesn't steal the medicine, the plump demon is certain to die. If he steals it, there is only a 40 chance to gain health. Given the plump demon's pitiful condition, Wang Ling felt the probability of him sending himself off was greater. I really want to tell the fat guy, may the holy light protect you. Wang Ling let out yet another sigh. As Wang Ling had anticipated, the plump demon had no choice but to steal the medicine, gambling on a 40 chance. Unfortunately, he lost the gamble. After swallowing the blue pill, the plump demon's skin visibly turned gray. He opened his mouth wide, coughed up blood, and then slumped down from the chair. Is it better to stop while ahead or to be greedy? For Wang Ling, this is not a question of choice. Next, come on, serpent demon. I want you to assist me in my cultivation. Wang Ling flexed his fingers, preparing for a great battle. As the curtain was drawn, a white goat emerged. The goat approached the table, standing upright, adorned in a tailored black suit, its front hooves transforming into fingers. Good day, guest. The goat politely bowed slightly, its fingers gliding across the gambling table, instantly clearing it. The handgun at the center of the table morphed into a shotgun. Wang Ling glanced at the goat man's health points, which were at 10. Excuse me, would you like to place a bet? The betting prompt appeared before Wang Ling. How unfortunate. Wang Ling leaned back in his chair, running his fingers through his hair, but failed to brush against the little snake, feeling somewhat disappointed. However, he couldn't possibly lose intentionally just to impress the snake lady. Betting 1,000 starting. Alright, guest. Your wager has been received. Would you like to guess heads or tails? Heads, tails. Wang Ling's choice remained heads. This is actually a little trick. Ideally, the probability of a coin landing on heads is the same as it landing on tails. However, in reality, the two sides of the coin have slight differences in weight due to the different embossed designs. Generally speaking, the side with more intricate designs tends to be slightly heavier. Correspondingly, the side with the simpler design heads has a slightly higher probability of landing face up. This difference in probability is minimal, less than 1, but in gambling, isn't it all about that little edge? The coin landed on the gambling table showing heads. Wang Ling won. The headless senior sister took the first move. Wang Ling immediately tensed up, his eyes glued to the screen. The serpent lady did not cheat on the coin guess, and soon various flashy maneuvers unfolded. One wondered how this goat man would cheat next. Both sides received their items for each. The headless senior sister acquired adrenaline, a magnifying glass, cigarettes, and beer. Before the goat man lay adrenaline, handcuffs, cigarettes, and a reverser. This round of the game features 6 bullets, 3 real and 3 fake. In the turn of the headless sister, Wang Ling first used a magnifying glass. With the opponent also having adrenaline, not using this would only prepare an advantage for them. After examining with the magnifying glass, the shell of the first bullet was blue, a blank round. Wang Ling had the sister shoot herself first, then aimed the gun at the goat man and fired a live round. There were still 2 real and 2 fake bullets left in the gun, and the health ratio between both sides was 9-3, making it the goat man's turn. The goat man lightly applauded and elegantly said, "Not bad." He did not rush to act, instead lifting his hand to take out a monocle from his suit pocket and placing it on his face, showing an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry." The handcuffs were placed on the sister's hands, allowing the goat man to act twice in a row. Wang Ling then saw the goat man begin a series of actions on the screen. The goat man first shot the headless sister a live round, causing her health to drop by 1. The handcuffs shattered, but it was still the goat man's turn. Then Wang Ling watched as the goat man shot himself in the face, twice, both times with blank rounds. This question flashed repeatedly in Wang Ling's mind. To shoot oneself twice and bet that both shots would be blanks was a bit overly confident. Excessive confidence is arrogance, and Wang Ling did not believe the goat man would be so arrogant. Then, Wang Ling looked at the monocle on the goat man's face. It can only mean that you can see the true situation of the bullets. Wang Ling chuckled in anger. The cheating methods in this devil's casino were truly unique, each with its own tricks. Is the last shot live ammo? Wang Ling stroked his chin, waiting for the goat man to take another drop of health from the sister. But he wasn't worried. Even if the sister was shot again, she would still have 1 health left, and in the next round it would be her turn to shoot. Wang Ling thought about letting the sister smoke, then stealing the smoke from the opponent to quickly restore the lost health. But unexpectedly, the goat man smoked, and after smoking used adrenaline to steal the sister's cigarette, while immediately after the goat man used a reverser. At this point, the bullet loaded in the chamber was live, so after the reversal, it became a blank round. The goat man shot himself again, a blank shot. The round ended reloading bullets and selecting items, but the right to shoot still rested in the goat man's hands. Although he knew the opponent couldn't see, Wang Ling still lightly applauded, complimenting, "Not bad." He had guessed the goat man's plan. He was betting that the new item would have bullets or a sticker that could deal double damage. If any of those appeared, he could kill the headless sister in 1 turn. Truly impressive. Inspecting the bullets, there were 7 in total, with 3 real and 4 fake. After item selection, the headless sister had 6 items in front of her: the adrenaline and beer left from the previous round, along with the newly acquired adrenaline magnifying glass, high explosive bullets, and cigarettes. The goat man had used up all his items in the previous round, leaving only the 4 newly acquired ones: a note, cigarettes, the reverser, and the devil sticker. At this moment, the health comparison was 10-2. The gun was in the goat man's hands. It seemed the outcome was already decided. Just as Wang Ling prepared to leave the computer and declare GG, the goat man did not shoot immediately. He removed the monocle carefully, placed it back in his pocket, rubbed his eyes, and then picked up the gun. Can it not be used continuously? Wang Ling had a guess in his mind. The glasses that could see through the chamber not being usable continuously was certainly good news, but the goat man still had a sticker that could deal double damage, and the sister remained at risk of being taken out in 1 hit. At this point, the goat man's gaze lingered on the sticker for a moment before he picked it up, placed it on the barrel, and aimed at the sister to fire. The gun clicked, a blank round. The attack and defense positions were reversed. The goat man wasted the devil sticker, which was a cause for celebration. It was the sister's turn. Wang Ling first offered her a cigarette to calm her nerves, then quickly made a decision. The headless sister only had 3 health points. If she encountered a turn where the goat man could see through, just a combination of handcuffs, bullets, and stickers would allow the opponent to take her out directly. The good news was that the goat man's glasses seemed not to be usable continuously. While it was still unknown how long the interval was, assuming the glasses could be used again after one round was a reasonable guess. To win, one must control the gun in this round and gain the right to shoot first in the next round. Moreover, in the first round of the next match, a large number of bullets must be consumed to drag the outcome into an even-numbered round where the goat man could not see through. Currently, there were still 6 bullets in the gun, evenly split between real and fake. The previous shot had already been a blank, so Wang Ling did not hesitate and shot without using any items. A live round. In exchange for gun rights, the goat man also did not hesitate and shot back also with a live round. Both sides lost 1 health. The shotgun was once again handed back to the headless sister. There was now 1 real and 3 fake bullets in the gun, and the health ratio was 9-2. Logically, the probability of this shot being a blank was extremely high, but Wang Ling could not take that gamble. If this shot turned out to be live ammo, the headless sister would lose 1 health and give up gun rights, allowing the goat man to shoot himself 3 times with blanks in a row, entering the next round with gun rights. At that point, the sister would undoubtedly die. Conversely, if this shot hit the goat man and was a blank, then Wang Ling's next shot would have to target the goat man again. Whether it was a blank or live round, he would need to relinquish gun rights, very likely allowing the goat man to enter the next round with gun rights, leading to the sister's demise. So at this moment, the only choice was to shoot the goat man, and it had to be a blank. Click. Just as Wang Ling anticipated, this shot was indeed a blank. Gun rights were transferred. There were 3 bullets left in the gun, 1 real and 2 fake. The goat man did not take the gun immediately. He opened a beer and drank it, withdrawing a bullet from the chamber. The blue shell of the shotgun ejected from the chamber and fell onto the table. Then the goat man pointed the gun at the headless sister. Click. This shot was another blank. The shotgun was handed over to the headless sister, and at this point, there was still 1 live round in the gun. At this moment, there was still 1 last bullet in the shotgun, and it was a live round. Firing was out of the question. Wang Ling scanned the various props on the table. The mouse clicked on the beer. A red shell shotgun round was ejected from the chamber, landing on the poker table. With the shotgun empty, it was reloaded, and the game began anew. Before reloading, the bullets for this round were displayed on the table: 6 bullets, 3 real and 3 fake. Selecting props, the headless sister obtained cigarettes, beer, and handcuffs. Wang Ling was somewhat satisfied with this outcome. The new props acquired by the goat man were handcuffs, a reverser, a magnifying glass, and adrenaline. Wang Ling did not rush to act, but instead looked across the table. He wanted to see if the goat man would put on his glasses again. However, the goat man showed no signs of action. Do you think there is no chance, so you won't wear the glasses? Wang Ling lit a cigarette and began to calculate in his mind. Once the calculations were complete, he commenced his actions. Using the handcuffs, he locked the goat man for 1 turn. He raised the gun and shot. Click, an empty gun. In the second round, he used adrenaline to steal the handcuffs from across the table, locking the goat man for another turn. He raised the gun again and shot. This time it was a live round, and the goat man lost 1 health point. In the third round, Wang Ling first selected the cigarettes, restoring the headless sister's health to 3 points. He then, without needing the magnifying glass, directly loaded high explosive rounds into the shotgun. The gun fired, and the goat man lost 2 health points. At this moment, the health comparison was headless sister 3, goat man 6. There were 3 bullets left in the gun. 1 true, 2 false, or 2 true, 1 false. The gun rights were returned to the goat man. Well played, the goat man complimented politely. Wang Ling once again cursed, inwardly wondering why the headless sister was mute. At this moment, a witty reply like, "May nature fool, you would be delightful." After exchanging pleasantries, the goat man did not act immediately. He hesitated, unsure whether to wear the glasses. There were still 3 bullets in the gun, their authenticity difficult to discern. If he didn't wear the glasses, he couldn't be sure of controlling the gun rights. After reloading the gun, rights might still be in the hands of the headless woman. But if he wore the glasses, assuming the remaining bullets were 2 true and 1 false, he would still lose the gun rights, making it a waste to wear them. He knew this was a deliberate choice left by the opponent when loading the high explosive rounds. Yet it was truly difficult to decide. The Demon Casino did not allow unlimited delays, a rule applicable to both gamblers and the demon dealer. Time did not allow the goat man to hesitate. In the end, he decided to forego the glasses for this round, leaving the opportunity for the next round. He injected a dose of adrenaline, reached out, and took the magnifying glass from in front of the headless sister, choosing to use it. After using the magnifying glass, the goat man sighed and shot himself. An empty gun. He then turned the gun. This time it was a live round, and the headless sister lost a drop of blood. The gun rights shifted. At this point, there was 1 last bullet left in the gun, either true or false, each with a 50-50 chance. Wang Ling did not gamble on whether this bullet was real or fake, but instead used the beer to eject the bullet. It landed on the table, red and live. In the third reload of the shotgun, there were only 3 bullets, this time 2 true and 1 false. The headless sister had 2 health points while the goat man had 6. For prop selection, the Headless Sister received a reverser, a magnifying glass handcuffs, and adrenaline. The Goatman obtained a note beer, pills, and bullets. Wang Ling thought for a moment, then drank the beer and ejected a bullet from the chamber. The bullet ejected was a blank round. Thus the remaining 2 shots were all live rounds. Wang Ling then used the handcuffs. He fired, and the Goatman lost 1 health point, leaving 5. The last bullet was a live round. As long as he fired a live round, whether hitting himself or the opponent, the gun rights would immediately shift. Wang Ling would not allow the Goatman to gain the gun rights. Therefore, he used the reverser. The live round in the gun turned into a blank round. The Headless Sister, now with the gun rights, entered the 4th round of the game. The bullets were reloaded, 8 bullets, 4 true and 4 false. The health comparison was 5-2. After prop selection, the sister had a total of 7 props in front of her: 2 adrenaline from the previous round, 1 magnifying glass, and the newly acquired beer sticker handcuffs and magnifying glass for this round. The Goatman could also choose props, but since he had previously calculated incorrectly, there were already 7 props on the table, and he could only acquire 1 more this round. A pack of cigarettes appeared on the last white square in front of the Goatman. At this moment, the props before the Goatman were 2 reversers, a magnifying glass, a note, beer, pills, bullets, and cigarettes. Seeing that there were 8 bullets this round, the Goatman immediately put on his glasses. However, Wang Ling in front of the computer screen smiled. Wang Ling first used the magnifying glass to check the bullets in the gun. The first bullet was a blank round. He then turned the gun and shot himself. Then another magnifying glass was placed on the shotgun. A live round. At that moment, in Wang Ling's eyes, the Goatman was already dead. What a pity, can't say well played. He cuffed the handcuffs, fired, and the Goatman lost 1 health point, leaving 4 drops of blood. The handcuffs broke, but it was still the sister's turn. Using adrenaline, she took the Goatman's bullet and affixed a double damage sticker. Wang Ling did not rush to fire. He maliciously wanted to see fear on the Goatman's face. But what he saw was the Goatman taking off his glasses, cherishingly putting them back in his pocket, then placing a hand on his chest, and slightly bowing. "You win, guest. You may leave with your winnings, or continue. As for me, my job here is done." The gunshot rang out, and a choice appeared before Wang Ling once again. 2,000, or next. This time Wang Ling did not act rashly, and chose to take the money and leave. Continuing would lead to hellish difficulty. The dealer demon had 30 health points. Currently, these 2 oddities in Wang Ling's harem had no chance of winning in the demon casino at hellish difficulty. It was purely a numerical crushing. Moreover, once the Headless Sister left the demon casino, she would be blacklisted and would never have a chance to enter again. But it was the Headless Sister who got blacklisted, not Wang Ling. He could change roles, for instance, to Ing Mei Nyang, and still make money. However, he would have to wait a while. Too frequent money-making would trigger the casino's liquidation mechanism. Once a character enters the casino, as long as they win, they will be besieged by a group of demons. In short, it is quite unplayable. After Wang Ling clicked on 2000, the game interface bounced back to the world map page. Several prompts appeared on the game screen. Task completed, family assets increased by 2,000, current 2219, mysterious Jade. Your character, the Headless Sister, has gained experience in the task, leveling up from LV 220 to LV 350. The Headless Sister's attributes have slightly improved. Click to expand details. Health 120140, Magic 230260, Strength 6, Agility 45, Constitution 1112, Intelligence 12101410, Perception 45, Charm 8, Special Weapon, Cursed Will skills, Curse Fire D, Investigating C, Grit, Teeth Deposition. Made monthly salary 1, Mysterious Jade. Dispatch fee 6, Mysterious Jade. After closing the personal page of the Headless Senior Sister, Wang Ling reached for the cigarette box, wanting to light another one to relax. He squeezed it, the box was empty. He reached for a bottle of mineral water, but only the bottom of the bottle remained. Wang Ling clicked his tongue, glancing at his phone. It was already past 6 in the evening, and the massage parlor across the street had turned on its pink lights. As his mind relaxed, a wave of hunger surged. Wang Ling recalled that he hadn't heard any noise indicating that dinner was being served today. He changed his clothes and took his room card before heading out. The area where food was usually served in the elevator lobby had been cleaned up thoroughly. The boxes of mineral water that used to be piled up in the corner for anyone to take were now completely gone. It seemed that once the filming crew dispersed, the production manager immediately cut these expenses. The only reason they hadn't asked him to check out yet was that the final salary hadn't been settled, worried that kicking people out at this time would make the company look bad. However, since the hotel was located in the city, it wasn't difficult to find nearby restaurants or convenience stores. Wang Ling went to a local restaurant not far from the hotel, ordered a free-range chicken pot, added 2 mushrooms, and ate until he was full. After going to the supermarket to buy cigarettes, snacks, and mineral water, he walked back to the hotel with a bag, and it was already past 8. As he reached the bottom of the hotel, Wang Ling caught sight of a man and a woman across the street, embracing and kissing. The headlights of passing cars illuminated the figures of the two. The woman was the third female lead from the crew, while the man was unfamiliar, but he didn't look like someone from the crew. Although it was dark, there was still quite a bit of traffic on the street with car lights sweeping by from time to time. It wasn't a good time to act. Wang Ling glanced at them and turned to walk into the hotel. In the elevator lobby, he pressed the button for the upward direction, but the elevator showed it was stopped on the 6th floor and hadn't moved for quite a while. Wang Ling didn't know what was happening upstairs, but he didn't want to wait any longer, so he turned and entered the stairwell. As soon as he entered the fire exit, Wang Ling heard voices accompanied by footsteps. He initially didn't pay much attention, thinking they were just people who decided to take the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator. However, the conversation between the two was particularly clear in the corridor, and the content made Wang Ling stop in his tracks. What a coincidence! This is completely beyond what can be explained as an accident. The speaker was a man, his pace steady, and from his tone, he seemed to be quite a self-assured person. Within half an hour, the producer, director, executive director, cinematographer, male lead, male second lead, and female lead. The entire core creative team of the production was caught in one net. Some coincidences were simply too much. Wang Ling found the voice familiar, but couldn't recall who it was at the moment. At that moment, another person spoke, a voice Wang Ling had reviewed in the past 2 days. It was the production manager of the crew. There's a rumor going around in the team that something happened. Humph, the man scoffed. All right, let's assume there really is something. If there's some supernatural force involved, then why did those people have an accident? Why did the others at the scene remain unscathed? Wang Ling was also curious about this person's perspective. He quieted his footsteps and retreated, wanting to hear more. The man continued, you art director, martial arts director, lighting director, and what about the male third and female third leads? You're all core creative team members of the crew. Why are you safe? Don't talk nonsense. I don't even go to the filming site. The production manager's voice sounded a bit panicked. The man laughed mockingly a couple of times and stated confidently, in any case, if this is indeed an accident, then this matter will end here. But if there are still accidents happening in the future, then this cannot be an accident. Lawyer Zhou, what does the police say? The production manager asked. The sound of a lighter igniting echoed in the stairwell. Hiss. Currently, the police are investigating according to criminal case standards. Isn't it an accident? The production manager pressed. Lawyer Zhou replied, that's what you don't understand. If it were just one incident, it would indeed be classified as an accidental incident. But what happened on your filming site is a typical accident-type chain incident, a highly coincidental multi-cause single-effect event. The continuous occurrence of low-probability events is in itself a characteristic of a crime. The police should currently be conducting background checks on everyone in the crew, drawing relationship diagrams and searching for motives. What you mean is this series of accidents is man-made? Or is it someone from the crew who did it? Lawyer Zhou chuckled, at least you people from the crew are the most Think about it, the only clear connection among those who had accidents is that they were all in this crew. In a place like a film crew, it's not uncommon for the creators to insult each other, which gives rise to a motive for revenge. Therefore, the remaining people in the crew are naturally all suspects. As the two spoke, they had already reached the 1st floor, while Wang Ling retreated step by step back into the elevator lobby. After the people walked away, Wang Ling stepped out from the shadows, his gaze revealing a hint of unmasked gloom. He was watching the person referred to as Lawyer Zhou by the production manager. This person had once been his defense attorney named. What was it again? Forget it, a dying man, not important. Wang Ling could still recall his statements in court. Your Honor, standing at this defense table, I have never felt such a strong physiological discomfort as I do today. Before the trial began, I had tried to convince myself with professional ethics. Everyone is equal before the law. Even the most heinous defendants have the right to defense. But just now, when the prosecutor finished presenting the evidence and the witness statements echoed in the courtroom, I looked at the expression of the defendant, who showed no signs of remorse, and at his eyes filled with malice. I had to admit that my professional rationality had completely collapsed in the face of humanity. Your Honor, as a defense attorney, I should fulfill my duty to defend my client against charges or seek leniency. But I couldn't do it. I cannot betray my conscience as a human being to excuse a scoundrel who regards others' lives as nothing and tramples on the dignity of the law. Therefore, I request that the court records from this moment on I hereby abandon my defense of the defendant's leniency in this case. My duty is to uphold the proper enforcement of the law, not to become an accomplice to evil. Regarding the defendant's actions, I can only urge the court to impose a harsh and severe sentence according to the law. This is my only and final statement as a defense attorney today. Wang Ling once thought that this person truly had a strong sense of justice, which was why he made such statements in court. He even reflected whether his fearful expression upon hearing those so-called witnesses perjuring might have startled the defense lawyer into a latent-set rebellious face. But now thinking back, this was nothing but a complete fraud. This was also picking on the weak. Wang Ling's parents had passed away years ago, and with no other relatives to help, he could only accept so-called legal assistance while in custody. And this Lawyer Zhou had been someone from the film investment company from the very beginning. The so-called legal assistants merely cut off the last chance of turning the tables for himself. In other words, the higher-ups of the film investment company had a hand in framing him. He recalled that the male second lead seemed to have some kind of familial relationship with the company's higher-ups. Very good, just when he was worried about not having enough enemies to kill, let's all go to hell. I will ensure that your company has nothing but soda left. A little-known fact: lawyers cannot abandon their defense in court. However, lawyers can propose sentencing recommendations, meaning a lawyer can help a client seek a reduced sentence or request a harsher sentence. There have been historical cases where defense attorneys sought the death penalty for their clients. While researching, I came across a case from 2023 involving a molestation incident. Initially, the defendant was sentenced to 6 years, but after the defense attorney's impassioned speech, the court adopted the recommendation and changed the sentence to 7 years. This is called the contemporary Zhang way. The value of apartment is still on the rise. However, the words of lawyer Zhou reminded Wang Ling. He had not previously considered that so many coincidences occurring simultaneously could lead the police to believe it was man-made. Indeed, if something else happened on set, such as if the second and third female leads and the third male lead all died, it would raise questions about his role as the fourth male lead, who remained unharmed. Even if there was no evidence found, he would still be treated as the prime suspect. Giving up on revenge. That was impossible. But he indeed could not act too hastily. He had to ensure that he was absolutely out of the equation. What are you thinking? Just as Wang Ling was lost and thought, someone patted him on the shoulder. Turning his head, he saw it was the third female lead. I wasn't thinking about anything, Wang Ling replied dismissively. The third female lead let out an "oh," looked up at the elevator indicator, stepped forward, and pressed the already lit up button for the upward direction twice. The elevator has been stuck on the 6th floor for a long time. I wonder what they are doing up there, Wang Ling said. Then, shall we take the stairs? All right. In the stairwell, the two walked side by side with no one speaking, creating an inexplicably awkward atmosphere. Regardless of Wang Ling's thoughts about how to shape the third female lead, their relationship on the surface was still quite good. In the drama, both of them played disciples of the Demon Lord, sharing many scenes together, and they usually joked and laughed on set. Suddenly falling silent now was a bit out of place. Moreover, Wang Ling had also come to a realization. With so many enemies, there was no need to harm just these few people from the crew. Therefore, he must maintain a facade of decency with the remaining crew members. This way, he would have a reason to inquire about their whereabouts in the future, a reason to invite them out for a meal or to check in on them. With this in mind, Wang Ling broke the silence. Was that your boyfriend across the street just now? The third female lead tilted her head and glanced at him, huffing. It's better not to pry into matters outside of society. Wang Ling chuckled softly, lowering his voice. You wouldn't want this matter to be known by others, would you? The third female lead paused for a moment, then let out a laugh. She shot Wang Ling a glance, saying, This friend living well, you should tone that down a bit. I'm just an obscure 18-line actor, why should I be afraid of this? Wang Ling shrugged, saying, That would be a pity. In just a few exchanges, the two reached the 4th floor. Their rooms were located on opposite sides of the corridor. I'm leaving, the third female lead waved. See you later, Wang Ling waved back, turning towards his room. Back in his room, Wang Ling retracted the fake smile on his face, sat down in a chair, and started smoking one cigarette after another. He had to admit that even though he had been reborn, he was not good at schemes and intrigues. This was not related to intelligence, but purely an inertia of thought brought on by strength. It must be acknowledged that even after wasting 3 years, Wang Ling quickly caught up with the pace of the main group. Although he ultimately did not reach the peak of power, he remained an existence that could not be trifled with compared to ordinary humans and most anomalies. With a hammer in hand, naturally everything looked like a nail. In such circumstances, how could he be patient enough to ponder over schemes and intrigues? But that couldn't be the case now. At least for the moment, he did not have the ability to combat modern equipment. Therefore, he could not put himself in a position where everyone would want to target him. Thus, if he wanted revenge, it would be best to hide behind the spotlight, ensuring that while things occurred, they had no connection to him. With this in mind, Wang Ling recalled a tactic from before his rebirth. Before his rebirth, he had kept a few weak anomalies around him. This was not due to any peculiar preference of his. Indeed, he had been warped in character in the bizarre and distorted apocalypse, but keeping those small anomalies was definitely not to satisfy any fetish. He kept the small anomalies for positioning. This leads to the topic of the Anomaly Harem game. The characters and entities in the Anomaly Harem game, along with the equipment and items in the game, could be summoned into reality. However, certain conditions needed to be met. Firstly, he had to upgrade the game's residents to the level of entering the courtyard, constructing a shadow wall that could separate the inner and outer worlds while connecting yin and yang. Once these conditions were satisfied, he could pay an amount equivalent to the character's worth to summon the character to his side. However, once a character was summoned into reality, they could not be used in the game temporarily. Conversely, this transportation was bidirectional. Wang Ling could also send characters beside him back to the game, but it equally required paying an amount equivalent to the character's worth. Thus Wang Ling could not nor did he have enough money to summon all the characters to his side. So he thought of raising weak anomalies for positioning and using tasks to summon game characters to his side. This method was also applicable when he was unable to act directly. In the past in the apocalypse, a powerful awakened gang had competed with him for territory. If Wang Ling fought against them using the forces at hand, they would likely both suffer losses. Thus he had his subordinates throw an anomaly onto the rival's territory, then dispatched his strongest character from the game to directly wipe out their base. As long as he altered this method slightly, it would become a means to take a life from 1,000 miles away. And when killing someone if he was far away, he naturally would not fall under the police's scrutiny. With this in mind, Wang Ling took out his phone, flipped through his WeChat list, found the avatar of a group leader, and dug out a phone number from their conversation. After entering this phone number into the friend request dialog box, he clicked search, and a friend request page popped up. The nickname on the page was Background Actor Poem, with a signature reading accepting extras appearance notices lying down. Rain Night shoots rice. After confirming that this was the person he was looking for, Wang Ling did not rush to add. He exited, changed his WeChat nickname to Actor Wang Ling, and selected a handsome still from a drama as his. Only then did he click Add to Contacts, entering the greeting content as Actor Wang Ling. The wait was not long. Just half a minute later, the phone vibrated. "I have accepted your friend request. We can start chatting now." Wang Ling immediately typed a message and sent it. "Hello, I am the actor Wang Ling. Director Chen asked me to add you. Please send me a copy of the script. Ooh, I need to create a character profile. Thank you." A few seconds later, a question mark popped up from the other side, followed by a reply. "Teacher, you might have added the wrong person." Wang Ling curled his lips. He certainly knew he had added the wrong person. But in a place like Hengdian, even if he had made a mistake, no one would casually delete a colleague's WeChat. Wang Ling was not in a hurry to reply. He was waiting for Lu Shishir to recognize the WeChat avatar and for her to reply to him first. He waited for a while, and then the phone screen lit up with several messages popping up in succession. "Teacher, actually we have met before. I was an extra in the crew yesterday. Thank you for helping me out at that time." Wang Ling waited another half minute before replying, "Sorry, I added the wrong person." Then he pretended to just notice Lu Shishi's message and replied, "I have an impression of you. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I got off the car after reaching the city. How about you? Are you hurt?" "It's nothing. I'm doing well." The conversation stopped there, and the other side did not reply for a long time. Wang Ling did not continue the conversation and directly turned off his phone. After all, Lu Shishir was an enigma, a corpse that did not know it was already dead. She had no metabolism, would not secrete dopamine or oxytocin that generate happiness or dependency, and lacked those instinctive responses driven by hormones. The emotions and concerns she displayed were merely mechanical imitations based on memories. Unlike those strange beings with the characteristic of being alive, she could not nor would she ever experience true emotions. But she was an enigma, and being an enigma brought obsession. With obsession came control. In Wang Ling's view, Lu Shishi's obsession was quite simple. To make money to be an actor or to earn a lot of money as an actor. In short, it was just that. Wang Ling could not help her realize her obsession, nor did he have the ability to do so. But Wang Ling could make her believe that he could help her fulfill her wishes. That was enough. He wasn't Su Chuangjia, so there was no need for any bloody tricks. What he did, whether it was helping her out last night or this wrongly added WeChat today, was never intended to cultivate any fondness. He just wanted Lu Shishir to remember him, to know that actor Wang Ling had connections that he could seamlessly transition from one crew to the next right after the previous one encountered issues. With this impression, he could establish a deeper connection with Lu Shishir in the future. For instance, if he needed to hire a temporary assistant, he could promise a non-existent opportunity in front of the camera, keeping Lu Shishir by his side to take care of some matters. As for what would happen if she later found out the promises were unfulfillable, he hadn't deceived her for money or anything else, and during the months spent together, he had also paid her a salary. Is it unacceptable that he couldn't arrange a role for her due to his insufficient ability? Moreover, in a place like Hengdian, there were many crews. After all, Wang Ling was part of the circle. If he had to deal with it, he could find a crew with familiar connections, slip in some money, and arrange for a role with lines. It wasn't a difficult task. Life is not easy, Wang Ling sighed. It's only because we still live in a society governed by law that one cannot just take a head out and board a plane or high-speed train. Otherwise, why go through all this trouble? Lu Shishir was a zombie, as she wouldn't die even if her head was chopped off. If she stuffed her head into a bag, she could go wherever she pleased. If she didn't feel like moving, she could even hire a local courier. Isn't this simpler than trying to persuade her? After all is said, strength is the absolute truth. If he had the strength to withstand cannonballs, he wouldn't need to bother with these trivial matters. He could directly push through whatever he disliked. Wang Ling put down his phone and opened his computer again. Upon entering the game, he did not rush to undertake a task, but chose to upgrade his courtyard. The family assets decreased by 1,000, and the courtyard level upgraded from humble dwelling to level. Courtyard level compound level 2. Courtyard size main house with 3 rooms, 4 side rooms on the east, and west 3 storage rooms, cooking room, and firewood room. Already built number of wives and concubines. Main wife 01, Ud concubine 01, servant concubine 02, common maid 12, maid 16. Family assets 1219 GU upgrade cost 2000 GU. After the courtyard upgrade on the surface, it seemed to only increase the number of wives and concubines and courtyard size, but in reality all functions had been enhanced. For instance, in the task interface, the original tasks could only allow for a maximum of 1 day of travel time. However, after upgrading, the task deadline had been extended to 3 days. This provided Wang Ling with more room for trial and error, as well as more time for planning. Moreover, when purchasing maids from the human trafficker, the higher the courtyard level, the better the qualifications of the maids. Finally, with the increase in courtyard level, new building options also appeared in the construction list. Wang Ling checked the list and built a bathing room. Characters in the courtyard would get injured while performing tasks. For instance, the headless senior sister lost 50 points of life while completing a task in the demon casino. Only by recovering to their best state could characters undertake the next task. The simplest way to recover was to rest. As time passed, characters would naturally regain health, but this would take a relatively long time. It wouldn't take 100 days like humans to recover from injuries, but relying on natural recovery would still require at least a week. However, building a bathing room changed that. Generally light injuries would only need a night of rest, and even in a near-death state, soaking in the bathing room for a few days could restore health. A faster recovery method was to use food or medicine that could restore health, such as the Qingmu dumplings that Wang Ling had previously arranged to be made in the cooking room. Closing the construction page, Wang Ling was about to find a task to do when a system prompt suddenly popped up on the screen. System prompt: the mansion has been upgraded. Fortune is coming. Triggered special event: Meow Girl proposing. A matchmaker has come to say with a smile that today there is a girl from Wuxi willing to promise a good marriage. This girl is a stunning beauty from the Miao region, elegant and graceful, with a heart as pure as a lily. Accompanying bridesmaids: Gu Girl. Accompanying maid: Dianlan Yang Dongdao Girl. Dowry: ritual item bronze, thunder summoning tripod. Inheritance: Thunder God's Prayer Book. Weapon: 16 forged, Thunder Blessing Meow Knife. 1 Lingji Grass, 1 Tianling Mushroom, 1 Golden Thread Orchid, 1 Precious Meow Medicine, 10 pills of high-quality Meow Medicine, 10 pieces of ancient embroidered cloth, with which patterns: 10 pieces of Meow pattern wax-dyed cloth, 100,000 silver, 1,000 guiyu. Wang Ling stared at those few lines for a long time. Dayong. A man. He whispered the 2 names. After being reborn, Wang Ling did not immediately marry his legitimate wife, thinking that he had missed this life, but unexpectedly this fate came crashing back before him in such a manner. The matchmaker's description was not wrong. A Dayang was indeed a stunning beauty. Even though Wang Ling had seen many, Dayang's beauty could firmly rank among the top 3 of all he had encountered, humans, gods, and spirits alike. Moreover, Dayang's abilities were also remarkable. She could summon thunder to kill enemies, possessing extraordinary potential. Upon their first meeting, she already held a level 18 rank, and her power evaluation reached a 3rd-tier shadow. Then there was a man, a lively shaman who excelled at wielding poisons and healing injuries. Compared to her sister, her abilities were more comprehensive. Output: control, defense, weakening, healing. She could adapt to nearly every type of task. Yet correspondingly, due to her broad skill set, she lacked specialization, often falling just a bit short. As for the 2 maidservants, the Dongdao maid was a physical damage dealer, a skilled Meow knife wielder, and wore a mask that prevented Wang Ling from ever seeing her true face until her death. Of course, this was also related to her dying somewhat early. She was the first character to die in Wang Ling's harem, perishing just days after during the time Wang Ling was captured. At that moment, Wang Ling was controlling her to carry out a task when the producer opened the door and the police pinned him to the ground. In the game, the Dongdao maid lost control and stood rigidly on the foreign street under the highest authorities' restrictions, dying at the hands of a bizarre opponent. When the task countdown ended, the game and reality overlapped. The Dongdao maid appeared far away in the Shinyo Huzhou and was never able to return. As for the Candle Wax Girl, her appearance resembled an avatar, her skin being blue. She had almost no combat abilities, but was nearly maxed out on life skills. She was skilled in cooking, silkworm farming, weaving wax, dyeing, exquisite embroidery, and tailoring. As long as a corresponding workshop was established in the inner courtyard, and she was arranged there, one could just sit back and wait for the money to roll in. Moreover, apart from silkworm farming and weaving, wax, dyeing, embroidery, and tailoring could truly produce extraordinary items. Just a gentle click. A click on accept. These former characters could return to his side. Wang Ling's finger lightly brushed the left mouse button, then moved away. Sliding the mouse, he clicked on reject. The screen dimmed for a moment, transitioning to a scene in the courtyard. Wang Ling leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. In the bizarre apocalyptic world, weakness was the original sin. He clearly distinguished between fleeting pleasure and lasting satisfaction. The Thunder Girl Dai Yang had once been Wang Ling's trump card, He had poured a great deal of his vitality, cough, and heart's blood into her. Yet Dai Yang was a priestess, the shaman of the thunder god. Most of her power came from serving the thunder god, and the so-called priestess, to put it nicely, borrowed divine power. To put it bluntly, it was about secretly drawing from the god's authority while the deity slumbered. It should have been half a year after Wang Ling's jailbreak when the thunder god awakened, being among the first deities to do so. Dai Yang's power was stripped away, reducing her from the strongest character to the weakest. Moreover, after her power was taken, her strength diminished, yet the dispatch fee remained unchanged. With a dispatch fee exceeding 100 combined with only a first-tier strength, she no longer held any value for cultivation. In his previous life, Dai Yang had once snuggled beside him, pointing towards the distant Wuxi region, softly saying, "If one day I could slay that thunder god, then I could once again wield thunder and always stand before my husband." Unfortunately, at that time, Wang Ling lacked the strength and could not provoke the already awakened thunder god. When Wang Ling opened his eyes again, there was no trace of emotion in his gaze. Without the bizarre harem games constraints, Dai Yang would still serve as the thunder god shaman, with a future that wouldn't see her lose her power and become a mere pawn. Such a future for you, and for me perhaps, is for the best. Nanjian Buzhou Wuxi Miao region, Wuslalaidong. This was a desolate land of withered mountains and bitter waters, unrecorded by any map. Between these desolate mountains was a seemingly abandoned Dong village. The stilted buildings in the village were tilted and half collapsed. Occasionally a gust of wind would blow and half a bamboo basket could roll from the east into the village to the west. The Miao people have a rule: without a village there are no maples, without maples there can be no village. The Dong village was built against the mountain, and at its highest point stood a tree. That was an old maple tree with bark cracked like dragon scales, its vast canopy resembling a dark green cloud, shading a large portion of the sky. A frail old woman sat beneath the tree, or perhaps sat, was not quite accurate, as her lower body had already melded with the old tree, indistinguishable from one another. Below the mountain, several figures were hastily approaching. The steep mountain path was as easy for them as walking on flat ground. The leading woman wore a silver hat with twin horns from Thunder Mountain. The silver ribbons dangling from her hat made soft sounds with her movements. She was dressed in the Miao people's most elaborate embroidered attire, and the ancient embroidered patterns on her layered dress subtly flowed under the dim light. The girl half a step behind her was equally beautiful, but far more lively. The two silver butterfly hairpins on her head trembled with her steps, as if they were about to take flight. Behind the two of them followed a strangely dressed woman. One was fully clad in black tight-fitting attire, her face covered by a silver mask, and she carried a beautifully curved Miao knife at her waist. The other was entirely blue from head to toe. Her hair was a Prussian blue with a gem-like quality, and she wore a robe of ultramarine. Even her exposed skin, whether head, face, neck, or arms and calves, had a metallic quality in its steel blue hue. The four quickly reached the maple tree, bowing deeply to the old woman beneath the tree, collectively addressing her as mother. The old woman slowly opened her eyes, her fingers like withered branches moved slightly, her voice hoarse. "Dai Yang, come a bit closer." Mother, a man wearing butterfly hairpins stepped forward eagerly. "We still need to hurry and prepare the final dowry for our sister. Why do you call us over now?" A man, Dai Yang gently chided. A man pouted, but said no more, though her eyes betrayed a hint of impatience. Watching Dai Yang approach, Mother fell silent for a moment before slowly uttering, "A Dai, your marriage line. A Dai, your thread of fate has snapped." "What?" Before Dai Yang could speak, Amon cried out, "Wasn't this a celestial marriage ordained by heaven itself? How could it snap?" Luo Mu lowered her eyelids, concealing the turbulent emotions flickering deep within her gaze. Celestial? Indeed, it was celestial. Yet she had grown greedy. In secret, she had bound the fortune of the 12 ancient ancestors to Dai Yang's single thread of marital destiny. How could one slender red thread possibly bear the karmic weight of 12 primordial deities? Dai Yang did not react with Amon's agitation. She simply gazed at Luo Mu in silence. Her beautiful eyes glazed over as if sealed beneath a thin layer of ice. "Luo Mu," she said quietly, "do you have nothing to explain?" Luo Mu coughed laboriously twice. "Originally, several days ago, your thread already bore a fissure. I expended the last vestiges of my energy to mend it, however precariously. But today that thread of fate was severed entirely from the other end. I did not ask how the thread broke." Dai Yang stepped forward, 1 foot forward, and silver ornaments chimed softly. "I asked, what precisely did you do to my marital fate?" The air thickened, instantly heavy with unspoken tension. Amon glanced from her elder sister to Luo Mu beneath the withered tree, and suddenly understood. Her voice sharpened, piercing the silence. "You tampered with it. That union was forged by Nuo Gong and Nuo Mu themselves, with their very lives?" Luo Mu remained silent for a long while. Her cracked lips trembled faintly, but no words emerged. "Why, oi?" Dai Yang pressed again. Veins pulsed darkly around her eyes, above the already somber sky darkened further. clouds roiling, lightning flashing across the heavens. Luo Mu sighed, deeply, sorrow flickering like embers in her clouded eyes. All things awaken. The ancient ancestors slumbering for millennia shall rise one by one. This is an age of great contention. He who awakens first seizes the tide of destiny. Your marital bond carries profound fortune. I merely wish to borrow but a sliver, to lift our Dongjai from ruin. Borrow a sliver. Amon scoffed bitterly. Sister is the Dongjai's shamaness. Their fortunes are already entwined. If only a sliver were taken, why then did her thread snap? Dayang said nothing, only watched Luo Mu with glacial stillness. Luo Mu turned her face away, her gaze drifting instead toward the desolate expanse of the Dongjai. What is done cannot be undone. My life force wanes. My time draws near. When I depart, this sanctuary will crumble. You must find your own path. Her voice faded. She closed her eyes once more, motionless as if carved from ancient wood. Dayang stood rooted to the earth, gazing at Luo Mu for a long silent moment, then turned and cast a final sentence behind her. Then let it be so. From this day forth we sisters sever all ties with the Dongjai. From now on, mountains high, waters wide, we part never to entwine again. With those words, she strode resolutely down the mountain path. Behind her, Luo Mu seemed struck by some unseen force, her rigid posture collapsing as she violently expelled a mouthful of dry twigs and withered leaves. Her vital aura dimmed, fading like dying embers. Amon shot Luo Mu one venomous glare, hissed, deserved, then hurried after her sister. Though the descent followed the same path as the ascent, it felt infinitely longer. After walking a ways, Amon's fury flared anew. Was that only her sister's thread of fate? No, it was. Her skin split open, hundreds of centipedes and spiders writhing forth from beneath her flesh, swarming across her body in an instant. I'll kill that old snail witch. Dayang gazed ahead, voice calm and distant. Choose your words carefully. She sheltered us both for decades. And even now, nearing her end, you remain no match for her. Amon choked on her retort, hastily recalled the swarming creatures, and fell silent, walking obediently behind her sister. Yet as they walked, a thought, new, unsettling and wild, began to take root in her mind. With that bond now severed, why must she always place her sister first? At a fork in the path, Amon suddenly halted. Dayang paused too, and turned to look back at her. Elder sister. Amon lifted her face, smiling again, but the reverence that once softened her expression was gone. Luo Mu told us to seek our own paths. I think I'll walk a different road from yours. Dayang studied her in quiet stillness, as if expecting nothing less. She nodded once. Take you too, elder sister. Amon's smile blazed bright and brittle. Then she turned, leading the Dongjai knife maidens down the alternate trail. Dian Lanyang gazed at Dayang's profile, hesitated, then murmured softly, Ah Bang Dai, what shall we do next? Prepare the dowry. We descend the mountain. I believe a fate ordained by heaven does not break so easily. If the one at the thread's far end severed it, then I shall descend myself, to find him. I will stand before him and ask face to face, why did you cast me aside? Dayang looked down the mist-shrouded slopes, her eyes gleaming with resolve. My love for you is like a weight hidden deep within my trousers, unseen by others yet known to me alone, heavy and true. For no clear reason, after refusing the Miao Maiden's proposal, Wang Ling suddenly felt light, free of the restless anxiety that had clung to him since his rebirth, even humming a tune. His inner residence had just ascended, granting foresight into events 3 days hence. Dozens of new quest options now shimmered upon his map. Wang Ling scanned the newly unlocked quests, and there it was, Serbian Dancer. This was the very quest he'd been pursuing in his previous life, right up until his imprisonment. The Serbian Dancer, a seemingly simple assignment, yet one destined to unleash catastrophic consequences, claiming over 1 million lives. Mission briefing. File ID BGPOL 2026 ZA0049 Kappa. Multiple reports of late-night stabbings on Belgrade streets have flooded local precincts. No suspect traces were found at any scene. Only victims' corpses, each bearing multiple fatal stab wounds with no signs of struggle or resistance. Cross-referencing eyewitness accounts reveals a lone female perpetrator whose appearance and gait closely match the online legend of the Serbian Dancer. However, descriptions of the suspect vary drastically across crime scenes. Field investigations and testimonies suggest a high probability that the perpetrator is deliberately imitating the Serbian Dancer persona. Preliminary facial reconstruction has identified 5 potential suspects, all residents of Belgrade. Yet follow-up interviews confirm each has vanished without a trace. Mission background. Recently, a surge of imitation videos modeled after the Serbian dancing woman has emerged across internet platforms. These videos have gone viral on local social networks in Belgrade, amassing over 10 million views in a remarkably short time. This wave of mimicry has triggered regional anomalies, culminating in the physical manifestation of the legendary Serbian dancing woman. This entity disseminates the Zawandi virus through the Kolos dance, a ritualized sequence of movements. Any woman within Belgrade who imitates the Serbian dancing woman or who merely witnesses her manifestation becomes a potential carrier of the Zawandi virus. Infected individuals gradually lose autonomy, compulsively replicating the dancer's gestures and behaviors until they themselves mutate into eerie, autonomous entities. Mission Zone, Central Belgrade, capital of Serbia. Mission objective: eliminate all 6 confirmed Serbian dancing woman entities within the city. Time limit: 24 hours. If eradication is not completed within 6 hours, the number of entities will double to 12. If the mission exceeds 12 hours, the count will rise to 18. Should the full 24-hour window elapse, the entities will breach geographical containment and proliferate outward at an exponential rate. Only 2 characters are available for this operation: Ingmanyang and Headless Senior Sister. Given her insufficient offensive capability, Ingmanyang is unsuited for this mission, thus the burden falls once again upon Headless Senior Sister. Wang Ling checked his senior sister's status. Her health was still 20 points short of full recovery. He opened the firewood shed, retrieved a prepared greenwood dumpling, and placed it upon her neck. A video began playing on the computer screen, filmed handheld at night, grainy with digital. In the footage, a woman stood beneath a street lamp clad in a Serbian Kolo costume resembling a nun's habit. With arms rigidly outstretched and feet together, she jerked side to side in stiff mechanical motions. Back turned to the camera. The camera person edged closer. From the audio emerged an eerie, droning melody: gong, 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 gong. Gospodo de li st dobro. Madam, are you well? The woman froze abruptly, then whirled around, and as if conjured from thin air, drew a knife and lunged straight toward the lens. The image convulsed violently, likely as the phone struck the ground. Then the frame locked onto the night sky, only for the woman to suddenly loom into view, knife raised, face contorted in savage fury as she brought the blade down. The screen went black. When light returned, the perspective had shifted to third person, the center of the frame now filled by Headless Senior Sister's back. Wang Ling pressed the Q key, steadily rotating his senior sister in place, and with her the camera's viewpoint. They stood in the heart of a city square. Beneath their feet stretched pale gray marble. Behind her rose a bronze statue, surrounding them stood Baroque facades, and along the adjacent pedestrian boulevard sat empty outdoor cafe tables. Wang Ling recognized the location: Belgrade's largest urban plaza, Republic Square. He recalled that one of the dancing entities was reported near this square. Wang Ling adjusted the camera angle with his. He directed Headless Senior Sister to face the modernist cultural center on the square's edge, then read the in-game time from the clock embedded in its facade. It was precisely 2:00 am. Wang Ling did not rush to hunt the entity. Instead, he held down the X key, a command normally toggling headwear for other characters, but for Headless Senior Sister it meant reattaching her severed head to her neck. It was necessary, though midnight had long passed. Belgrade, dubbed by the Times the all-night city of the Western Nehezu, was famed for its nocturnal rhythm. Locals customarily stepped out only after 10 p.m., returning home near 3 or 4 a.m. Encountering a woman walking with an empty neck and a detached head in hand would surely cause panic. Or worse. Wang Ling guided Headless Senior Sister forward, scanning shuttered shops and cafes lining the street, straining his memory. Fortune favored him. After traversing half a block, guided only by hazy recollection, music pierced the silence. Gong, 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 gong. Wang Ling instantly pivoted his senior sister toward the sound. Between 2 lampposts, where their halos overlapped in radiant clarity, stood a woman. She wore a black and white checkered jacket and a black skirt, arms outstretched, swaying left and right. There was no doubt. This was the Serbian dancing woman. Wang Ling tapped tab with his ring finger. Headless Senior Sister raised her hand and drew her pistol. A crosshair appeared dead center on screen, locking onto the woman's back. A single mouse click shattered the stillness. The gunshot cracked like thunder. The woman jolted, her dance ceased mid-motion. She turned, expressionless, yet a broad-bladed kitchen knife materialized in her grip. Then she surged forward, faster than any human sprinter, launching herself at Headless Senior Sister. Wang Ling's fingers flew across the keys. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rapid shots followed. The first missed, the second struck her shoulder, deflecting her charge, the third struck true, centered in her chest. She recoiled, collapsed backward, and the knife clattered onto the pavement. Wang Ling released the mouse and tapped L. A log flashed. Entities eliminated 16. He pressed the mission tracker key. In the top right corner a line appeared: eliminate Serbian dancing woman entities 16. 1 down. Wang Ling picked up his phone, opened Baidu Maps, searched Belgrade, Serbia, located Republic Square, and dragging the screen, he found a cafe icon labeled 3 Hats in the square's northwest quadrant, and dropped a yellow star marker there, annotating it: checkered jacket between lampposts. This was for future reloads, to expedite location recall. Indeed, he had no intention of completing the mission in one attempt. nor was it realistically feasible. Pre-marking sites would save precious time during subsequent runs. He had attempted this mission before, not to completion but enough to map its critical contours. Its essence distilled into 3 words: search, engage, withdraw. The Serbian dancing women posed little threat in direct combat. Wang Ling, commanding Headless Senior Sister, faced no risk of defeat. Yet locating all 6 entities proved arduous. Success demanded thorough searching across central Belgrade's nearly 400 square kilometers to pinpoint each entity's exact position. One advantage: they appeared exclusively outdoors under illumination. One complication: the city teemed with infected civilians whose outward behavior mirrored the entities almost indistinguishably. 2 methods distinguished them. The simplest: eliminate them. True entities advanced the mission counter upon death. False targets simply perished. An outcome Wang Ling regarded with clinical indifference, having witnessed far too many deaths to care. The second method relied on evasion. Authentic entities possessed instantaneous teleportation, appearing beside their marked target regardless of distance. Infected humans lacked this ability. They could only pursue, knife in hand, on foot. Let's go back to search, strike, retreat. Striking is as simple as what Wang Ling just did: find, shoot, and kill. The dancers usually act alone, and with the attack power of the Headless Senior Sister, they are not difficult to deal with. The hardest part is retreat. The Serbian dancers possess a troublesome trait: as long as one remains alive, the others, even if killed, can resurrect within an hour. In the previous life, this mission was forced to stop halfway. After regaining his freedom, Wang Ling specifically took a look at it. Hundreds of thousands of Serbian dancers occupied half of this country's land, causing millions of deaths and displacing millions more. Imagine that terrifying scene. The streets are filled with dancing ladies. Even if you hide at home, you are not. Once you make a noise or are discovered by them, they will instantly bypass the closed doors and appear right next to you. Having a gun won't help. Their numbers surpass the bullets, and they can resurrect. As long as you do not kill all the strange entities in one precise strike, specifically within 1 hour, no matter how much ammunition you waste or how many dancers you kill, it is all in vain. When the number of these strange entities reaches a certain magnitude, it becomes an endless cycle, and they cannot be exterminated. Thus, if Wang Ling wishes to eliminate all the Serbian dancers, he must first locate all their positions, plan a route, waste no time, kill them all, and retreat, exterminating all dancer entities within 1 hour. However, Belgrade has over 2,000 bars, making it a paradise for drunks in West Nahazu. The probability of encountering dancers amidst these late-night revelers is quite high. This means that the locations of the dancers can change at any time. Generally speaking, ordinary people cannot run too far, even with vehicles, as they cannot escape the pursuit of the truly teleporting dancers. But once they move, the search radius must expand, which is quite troublesome. After killing the first welfare dancer, Wang Ling recalled a place resembling a castle nearby where there was a strange entity. He checked on his phone and confirmed it should be a place called Kalemegdan Fortress. He then planned a route on his phone and operated the Headless Senior Sister to head that way. However, after walking a few steps, Wang Ling had other thoughts. The Headless Senior Sister had long legs, but she walked very slowly. I must get a vehicle, Wang Ling thought. He then focused his attention on the roadside. Soon he discovered a wild bicycle. The wild bicycle also had a wild chain lock. No problem, he directed the Headless Senior Sister to walk closer and shot it with his revolver. Pressing the F key, the Headless Senior Sister hopped onto the saddle casually, placing her head into the basket. The wheels began to turn, and the night scenery of Belgrade flowed back on the screen. I must admit, the night view of this city is beautiful. If one overlooks the drunks on Skadarlija Street, the couples fooling around in the shadows of the Church of St. Sava, and the gang transactions under Kalemegdan Fortress, this is indeed a nice place. Of course, one must also ignore the noise from those who scream upon seeing a headless woman riding a bicycle. In short, after tonight, Belgrade's strange legends will surely increase by 1. Wang Ling operated the Headless Senior Sister cycling along the street. Whenever he spotted a female figure that resembled a Serbian dancer, he would stop, raise his gun, and shoot. I must say, there are truly many reckless people in this world. Just as Wang Ling caught sight of a dancer dancing under the streetlight and raised his hand to shoot, 2 men suddenly rushed out shouting at the corpse. Although Wang Ling could not understand what they were shouting, judging by the cameras on their heads, they should perhaps be filming a parody video. Wang Ling picked up his phone and noted there are 3 idiots cosplaying dancers in the park next to the fortress. Gunshots rang out intermittently. Police sirens also sounded from time to time. Wang Ling had to avoid police cars while searching for dancers. It was akin to playing Metal Gear Solid, but overall it went relatively smoothly. The CBPD of Belgrade is not like the People's Police. They won't launch a citywide search for a few gunshots. At most, if they receive a report from Point A about a discovered corpse, they will drive to Point A and take a look around. If they receive a report from Point B about gunfire, they will respond with "Please close your doors and windows and stay indoors," and half an hour later, they will drag the reporter out of bed to take a statement. Relying on a vague memory, Wang Ling did not take many detours while searching for dancer entities. After knocking one down, he would check the task record. When the number changed, he would mark it on the phone map and note the appearance characteristics. If the number did not change, it was just a corpse falling to the ground while the headless senior sister rode away. Reaching the end of Mahalo Prince Street, Wang Ling discovered the location of the fourth dancer entity. The woman wore a black robe, had white hair, and her snow-white skin and red lips stood out under the lights. Wang Ling recognized her, not just because he had seen her during the mission in his previous life. This woman was originally a somewhat famous borderline streamer who had cosplayed as a Serbian dancer. Wang Ling had researched her videos during his previous life when undertaking this mission. He had to admit, it was quite alluring. The game time was 6 to 7 a.m., the dawn light was faint. Wang Ling confirmed the positions of 4 dancer entities, but had to stop searching. As the sun rose, the residents of this city gradually emerged from their homes. In the last 10 minutes, the headless senior sister had been witnessed by dozens of local residents. The outcome was 12 people screaming in fright, 16 fleeing in panic, 2 attempting to resist, and 11 fainting on the spot. In addition to the aforementioned reasons, another reason is that the Serbian dancers only operate at night. When dawn breaks, they will hide, and where exactly they go, Wang Ling was also unclear. Reloading the save, restarting, when the sky in the game lightened again, Wang Ling found the location of the last dancer entity by the river walk in the Zeman district. Thus, the locations of all 6 Serbian dancer entities were recorded on the map. The first phase objective was achieved. At this point, Wang Ling had been playing for 8 consecutive hours, and the real-world time had reached 5 a.m. Wang Ling yawned, reopened the phone map, and planned a route between the 6 collected locations. Then he saved the game again and restarted. Wang Ling reloaded the game once again. The headless senior sister skillfully found her bicycle, mounted it, placed her head in the basket, and set off. The first entity, the black and white checkered tiles of the plaza walking street, was dealt with by 2 shots. The second one, a woman in a black dress with curly hair on the back street of the church, was taken down with 3 shots. By the time the headless senior sister arrived at the third location, the streetlight at the entrance of Kalamegdan Park was empty under its glow. Damn it! Wang Ling cursed, getting up to open a can of Red Bull from the fridge. As the cold liquid flowed down, he exhaled a sigh. It was somewhat expected. The bizarre entities in the game truly existed. They were not NPCs that spawned at fixed locations. They wandered about on their own and could also leave in pursuit of a drunken soul. The last time he found this third entity, an hour and a half had already passed in the game. Now only a little over 10 minutes had gone by. She might not have refreshed here yet. Wang Ling downed the Red Bull in a few gulps and once again began to search for the character. This search took another half an hour before he found her near a round tower made of red bricks. The woman was standing next to a scenic light at the Gardos Tower, bouncing in the direction of the Danube River. After updating the location on his phone map, Wang Ling exited the game and chose to reload for the 3rd time. Republic Square, back street of the church entrance of the Park Gardos Tower bookstore in the Zeman district. At the 51-minute mark in the game, the headless senior sister rode her bike to the riverside promenade. A homeless man lay sprawled on the promenade, but there was no sign of the dancer. Wang Ling sighed and could only continue searching. He controlled the headless senior sister to wander in the nearby area, passing under the pillars of the Bronco Bridge, circling around the alley behind the Serbian National Theater, and then retracing along Mahalo Prince Street. After more than an hour, he finally spotted the figure in a dark red coat under a streetlight in a corner of Student Square. There was nothing to complain about. Reload. This was the 4th time he had reloaded. The headless senior sister was currently at level 3, with a dispatch fee of 6 Chi Jade. The first reload cost 10 of the dispatch fee, and the 4th time it rose to 40, making the reload fee 3 Chi Jade. In this reload, Wang Ling was cautious and headed straight for the location of the 6th entity, found at Student Square. The streetlight was on, but the dancer was not present. All right, Wang Ling smirked at the screen. Chasing women requires patience. He continued searching. This time luck was on his side. In just over 10 minutes, Wang Ling saw the dancing figure at the intersection near the Serbian Academy of Sciences. He glanced at the in-game time, 2:36 a.m. He did not move. Lighting a cigarette, he controlled the headless senior sister to stay in the shadows, quietly watching the dancer in the red dress dance alone under the streetlight. He wanted to follow her and see where she would be at 2:50 a.m. The dancer danced in place for a while, suddenly stopped, stood there in a daze for a moment, and then slowly walked towards TRG Republic Street. Wang Ling, feeling anxious, kept his distance and slowly followed behind her. At 2:50 a.m., the dancer stopped in front of a flower shop and raised her arms again. Wang Ling extinguished his cigarette and fiercely pressed the W key. The headless senior sister pedaled hard, bursting out of the shadows, drew her gun, and fired. This was the 5th reload. This time it went very smoothly. No unexpected events occurred. Wang Ling followed the optimized route and timing. Each entity was waiting at the marked locations. Gunshots rang out in the night of Belgrade, and the sleeping citizens of Belgrade were unaware that a third-rate actor from China had sacrificed his sleep to protect their safety. At 2:52 a.m. the sixth entity fell at the entrance of the flower shop. Golden text floated in the center of the screen. Mission completed. Eliminate the Serbian dancer entity's reward processing. Your character, the Headless Senior Sister, has gained experience during the mission, leveling up from LV 350 to LV 4E. The Headless Senior Sister's attributes have slightly improved. Click to expand details. Health 140160, Mana 260290, Strength 67, Agility 5, Constitution 1213, Intelligence 14101610, Perception 5. Charm 8. Your character has gained insights during the upgrade. Please choose from the following skills. Focused Shooting, Grade Skill Passive. When shooting, it will not be affected by external disturbances, and accuracy will not be hindered by attacks. Cursed Frost, Grade Skill. Consumes 10 mana points to shoot Cursed Frost bullets, which deal damage and reduce the target's movement speed by 50 for the next 5 seconds. The skill has no cooldown, but cannot be activated if there are no bullets in the Cursed Revolver. Wang Ling, being an experienced player, easily judged from the available skills that these were the two growth paths for the Headless Senior Sister. Focused Shooting corresponds to the Marksman path. This skill is a prerequisite for the Marksman's 3 major skills: homing shot and bullet time. Based on the Headless Senior Sister's qualifications, if she develops the Marksman path, she can only master one of the 3 major skills, but Wang Ling did not know which skill she would learn in the future. If it were bullet time, that would be a big win, as it isn't great skill. But if it were the great skill homing shot, it would be. If he chose the Cursed Frost skill, that would lead to a development in the direction of a cursed shooter, and the skills learned in the future would likely all relate to various curse abilities. If the Headless Senior Sister was not holding a 38, even if she had a Glock, Wang Ling would have chosen the shooter system for her. But there were no ifs. The Headless Senior Sister's handgun was a specialized weapon that could not be actively reloaded after firing, so developing shooting skills was bound to have little potential. After selecting the skill for the Headless Senior Sister, there was still a choice waiting for Wang Ling's decision. Devour and erase, resell, and trade, incorporate into the Harem, wave off, and release. There are 6 Serbian dancers in the mission. Wang Ling could execute actions in bulk or operate individually. He looked at each one. All 6 dancers had ordinary qualifications with attributes not differing much, just a point more strength for one, and a point more constitution for another. Moreover, after being captured by the bizarre harem game, the Serbian dancers underwent a purification, losing their infection ability, and consequently their ability to revive. Originally, Wang Ling was considering whether to keep a few dancers to form an undead army, but it seemed unnecessary now. So, the white-haired dancer was to be incorporated into the harem. As for the other 5, they would be sold for money. The 5 dancers were bundled together for a total of 400. In the game, Wang Ling had reloaded 5 times, spending a total of 11 Chi Jade, with an income of 400 and a reserve of 1608. Name Serbian dancer potential: ordinary level LV15 attributes, expand and collapse content, health 60, mana 50, strength 6, agility 6, constitution 6, intelligence 5, perception 6, charm 7, exclusive weapon pain kitchen knife, just a sharp kitchen knife, damage 5. Accompanied by the skill pain, biological entities harmed by the pain kitchen knife will feel double the pain. Skill dancers mark crate skill. The Serbian dancer can mark a target. When running towards the target, her movement speed increases by 100. By spending 10 mana points, the Serbian dancer can instantly teleport to the target's side. The teleportation cooldown time is 1 minute. Once the distance between the target and the dancer exceeds 500 meters, the mark becomes ineffective. The Serbian dancer can retain only 1 mark at most. Position made: monthly salary 1 Chi Jade, dispatch fee 1 Chi Jade. At 7 in the morning, Master Wang, exhausted from a night of toil, threw himself onto the bed, without washing his face or brushing his teeth, pulling the blanket over himself and shutting his eyes. Just as he felt his head touch the pillow, there came a loud knocking at the door. Wang Ling gritted his teeth and opened his eyes, thinking to himself, whoever is outside that door is doomed. He sat up stunned for a few seconds. This scene felt somewhat familiar. For a moment he nearly believed. He picked up his phone. It was 7:20. Wang Ling breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't the same time he had woken up last time. Who is it? Wang Ling shouted. No response from outside, just a persistent banging that even seemed to carry a rhythm. Bang, 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 bang. Wang Ling expressionlessly opened the door, only to find the third male lead from the production team, an old man, surnamed Xiao, standing outside. The old man frowned, his tone displeased. Why are you only getting up now? Can't the young people have a little more energy? Without waiting for Wang Ling to respond, he began to scold him. When we were filming, who didn't get up before dawn to practice and memorize lines? Look at you now, it's already past 7, and you're still half asleep. Don't you understand that early to bed and early to rise is good for your health? Spend less time on your phone at night, and focus more on improving yourself. Blah blah blah. Wang Ling leaned against the door frame with no expression, but inside, he had already sentenced this old man to death. Should I let him break his neck while going down the stairs? Or let him rush out onto the road and get hit by a car? Or maybe I should just let him knock his head until he dies. Just as Wang Ling was about to lose his patience and disregard everything, the door next to him opened, and the production manager and lawyer Zhou walked out. Teacher Xiao. The production manager raised his hand in greeting. The car is arranged. We leave for the hospital at 9. He then pointed at lawyer Zhou beside him and said, "This is our company's legal counsel, Zhou Shijin. In the afternoon at 3, lawyer Zhou will verify the contracts for everyone, and I will settle the salaries for you all." Zhou Shijin also wore a smile and chimed in, "Teacher Xiao, you're up so early. Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." Teacher Xiao immediately invited enthusiastically. "Perfect timing. The wontons at that place next to the hotel are great. Hey, let's go eat together, come on." Wang Ling watched the three of them walk away and closed the door, his face looking frighteningly grim. He took out a can of Red Bull and downed it. The cold liquid soothed his dry throat, but the anger inside him was impossible to suppress. "I originally wanted to lay low for a couple of days," he crumpled the can, "but some people just have to seek death." He went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. Looking at his handsome face in the mirror, Wang Ling had an idea. He pulled out his makeup bag, applying foundation, concealer, and eyebrow pencil one by one. As an actor, even male actors have basic makeup skills, though he hadn't practiced in years, so it was inevitable that he was a bit rusty. After a while, Wang Ling finished preparing himself. Looking at his refined appearance in the mirror, he complimented, "Looking quite the gentleman. I seem to be a perfect example of a refined scoundrel." Wang Ling's looks were not delicate. Instead, he had a bit of a heroic air. With a wig on and dressed in ancient attire, he perfectly embodied the image of a young hero from a prestigious sect. However, after being reborn, his aura had changed somewhat, a shadow of gloom now lingering between his brows. It made him resemble figures like Song Qingshu, Yin Zhiping, Yan Nanfeng, and Lu Jinyuan, evoking a sense of impending downfall. Yet one couldn't deny that the idea of a darkened persona being 3 times stronger was indeed plausible. Wang Ling now felt that his looks had risen a level compared to before. After arguing with himself, he picked up his phone, found Lu Shishi's number, and dialed. Lu Shishi lived in a low-rent hostel on Hepping Road, with a room of about 10 square meters. It didn't have a private bathroom, but it was cheap, costing only 300 a month. At this moment, she was lying on the bed staring blankly at the moldy stains on the ceiling. She felt that she was most likely ill. Insomnia had started over 10 days ago, and she hadn't been able to sleep through the night. She was afraid to go to the hospital, fearing to discover some incurable disease. She had looked up a certain book that mentioned a terminal illness, the kind of strange affliction that only a novel's female protagonist might get, and that modern medicine had no way of treating. Regarding this illness, a highly rated comment in that book stated, "Sister, just eat whatever you want." But the problem was her sense of taste seemed to have gone awry. Eating ordinary meals felt no different than chewing on wax. Only particularly stimulating foods like stinky tofu, snail rice noodles, stir-fried sour meat, or extremely spicy hot pot allowed her to taste something. Later, she changed her search method, looking up, "Is there anyone who doesn't need sleep?" This time a bunch of results came up, including sleep deprivation experiments, short sleep gene, as well as methods of meditation and martial arts claiming that entering deep meditation could replace sleep. She understood it to some extent, but one thing she was certain of: even though she no longer slept, she didn't feel tired at all, and her energy was even better than before. This is pretty good, she thought. In the future, she could exclusively take night shoots, as they pay well. Ding-ling-ling, the sound of her second-hand crack screen phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. She picked up the phone and answered. "Hello." A deep and pleasant male voice came through. "Is this Lu Shishi?" "Hello, I am Wang Ling. We added each other on WeChat last night." Just as Lu Shishi was about to say, Wang Ling's words continued to pour out like a rapid-fire barrage. "I have something that I'm really sorry to trouble you with. I've had too many night shoots recently, and my condition isn't great, so I asked a Chinese medicine friend for some medicine to adjust myself. But unfortunately, I have to go audition this morning, and my friend has to accompany his teacher to a hospital out of town for some errands. So could I trouble you to make a trip to Wenrong Hospital? I really can't find anyone else to help. Please consider it. I sent you a 200 yuan red envelope. Please accept it. Once you arrive at the hospital, just wait in the lobby on the first floor. Thank you." Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Lu Shishi held her phone, a bit dazed. She opened WeChat and indeed found a red envelope from actor Wang Ling. On the other side, Wang Ling put down his phone, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtain to look down. A black business car was already parked downstairs. Teacher Xiao was leaning against the car, talking to the driver. Wang Ling looked at the car, his gaze devoid of warmth. "Lu Shishi," he murmured to himself, "please don't let me down. If you don't go to the hospital." He dropped the curtain, turned around, and picked up his coat. "Then you will have no reason to exist." Wang Ling descended the stairs at 8:30. A few people were standing near the business van. He glanced around. Apart from the male lead Xiao Jinxing and the female second lead, none of the other key crew had arrived. In addition, there were 2 makeup artists who were usually closer to the male lead along with a script supervisor. As soon as Xiao Jinxing saw Wang Ling, his face fell, and he snapped, "What are you dragging your feet for? Everyone in the car is waiting for you. Don't you have any sense of time?" Wang Ling didn't pause his steps, walked straight past him, and tossed back, "You all go ahead. Oh, I'm not going. I have an audition this morning." "Audition?" Xiao Zhensheng's voice rose, blocking Wang Ling's path. With a step, "What do you mean? You were the one who suggested everyone visit yesterday, and now you're not going. Are you playing with people? You are not going anywhere today. You must come with me to the hospital." A few people nearby subtly raised their eyes to glance this way. Wang Ling stopped slowly, turned his head to look at Lao Deng, his eyes filled with disdain, his voice icy. "Teacher, Xiao, have I been too nice and given you face?" The others around didn't dare to breathe, their gazes darting between Wang Ling and Xiao Jinxing. Xiao Jinxing, eyes wide with rage, blurted, "What? What did you say? How are you speaking? Do you understand respect for your seniors? Let me tell you with your attitude." "Your attitude? What the hell?" Wang Ling interrupted Xiao Zhensheng, scolding with a look of disdain, stepping closer, filled with sarcasm. "Xiao Jinxing, you're old enough, besides holding your seniority, to lecture others. What else can you do? Do you really think you're a big shot? Let me tell you, when I'm in a good mood, I'll call you teacher Xiao. When I'm not, who the hell? You are outrageous." Xiao Jinxing trembled with anger, pointing at Wang Ling's nose. "Go screw yourself." Wang Ling slapped his hand away. "Get lost. Good dogs don't block the way." At that moment, Wang Ling's ride-hailing car happened to stop at the hotel entrance. He opened the car door, and before getting in, he raised a middle finger towards Xiao Jinxing, cursing loud enough for everyone around to hear. "Idiot. The lower your quality, the more happiness you get, oh yeah." He slammed the car door, and the ride-hailing car sped away. Xiao Jinxing stood there, his face alternating between red and white, too angry to utter a word. Wang Ling's destination was the Actors Association. Many people think that actors have signed contracts, managers, assistants, and bodyguards being driven around in luxury cars. But those are stars, the golden deities among actors. In reality, the acting profession has its hierarchy. At the top are well-known stars with studios or management companies. They get roles through invitations, often being informed of projects before they are officially announced. At the bottom are extras, earning a meager pay of 100 or so a day, relying on snatching up roles, often just passing around in the extra groups. Their work is unstable, essentially temporary. Sandwiched in between are the special actors who face stringent requirements based on looks and height, needing to have good appearance and great temperament, similar to job postings outside KTVs. Those at the level of class flower in the special category are merely little specials, earning 400 to 500 a day, not required to stay with the group, only entering during job notifications. The roles they play are often maidservants beside the young lady or beside the lady of the house, or maidservants who get dragged out and beaten to death for wrongdoing. Little specials advance to medium specials, indicating a preliminary departure from the realm of anonymity, possibly having a name or code, with a daily pay of 500 to 1,000. The actual filming might only take 2 or 3 days, but the filming crew has its own schedule. The special roles must follow the lead's pace, thus requiring them to stay with the group. However, the pay is calculated based on the duration of staying with the group, meaning that the 2 or 3 days of shooting might lead to contracts lasting 10 days to half a month. Above that is Big Special, which counts as a more official supporting role with pay closer to that of the leads, requiring them to participate in script readings and dubbing with daily wages between 1,000 and 500. Wang Ling is currently stuck at the Big Special level, but when there are no roles, he also takes on medium and little special jobs. He can't take extras due to his striking appearance and temperament, which tend to steal the spotlight. Special actors typically get roles through the Actors Association. In Hongdian, one has to look for audition notices in the Heng Ing Tong module of the Zhili Ban app to register and make appointments. Of course, it's also fine to go directly to the union to seek opportunities, though the union takes a 10 cut, but being recommended for auditions might actually provide more chances. The ride-hailing car stopped at the entrance of the Actors Association. Wang Ling entered and stood at the information wall for a while, jotting down information on several productions recruiting special actors. He then found the staff registered as required and was subsequently added to several audition WeChat groups, where he sent a few clips of his previous audition videos as instructed. That completed the process. If a production liked him, they would arrange an interview time. Once the process was done, he basically had nothing else to do. But Wang Ling came just to go through the motions, to give himself an alibi for not being present. So even though he had nothing to do, he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he found a place to sit in the lobby and pulled out his phone. On the screen, there was an unread WeChat message from Lu Shishir, timestamped a few minutes earlier. Teacher, I'm at the first floor lobby of Wenrong Hospital. Who should I look for to get the medicine? Wang Ling texted back saying that a friend was busy, asking her to wait a bit longer. After sending the message, Wang Ling pressed his thumb against the screen. A few seconds later, the screen pixelated, displaying the scenery in the courtyard. Several pixelated figures were each engaged in their own tasks. Ing Mainyang was busy in the kitchen while Qingmu Tuanzi and Lingwu Kanji had already been completed. Now she was preparing Qianxi Tang. The headless senior sister stood at the doorway tossing her head up and down as if playing. Isn't this quite lively? Wang Ling chuckled softly. Suddenly, as if sensing something indescribable, was watching a question mark appeared above the headless senior sister, and she froze instantly standing still, as if posing as a statue. The new white-haired dancer squatted in the corner poking at the wall with a kitchen knife. Wang Ling pointed at the head of the white-haired dancer. A question mark appeared above the dancer's head. Wang Ling pointed again, and the question mark transformed into a smiley face. Wang Ling couldn't help but smile back, double-tapping the pixelated figure representing the white-haired dancer. The figure was picked up by an invisible hand and placed at the entrance of the courtyard. The map unfolded. Wang Ling used his thumb and index finger to zoom in on the map and located the eerie spot in Hongdian. The task had only 1 hour left on the countdown, which meant that the events occurring in the task would unfold in reality after 1 hour. Task Extra: Do you want to dispatch the character Serbian dancer to execute the task? Dispatch Fee 1 Eerie Jade locating. Revising timeline. Character deployment in progress. Upon seeing the sign of Wonrong Hospital on the phone screen, Wang Ling grinned, a sinister smile creeping across his face. But the smile quickly froze on his lips. Hiss. Which floor is the ward on? He stared at the screen, furrowing his brows. Damn it, I forgot to ask. This is a bit awkward, isn't it? But it's not a big deal. Wang Ling adjusted the camera angle, glanced around, and then maneuvered the white-haired dancer character towards the hospital parking lot. As he directed the character around the parking lot, his eyes lit up. In one corner of the screen, a familiar black Buick GL8 was parked, the very same one that had been in front of the Film Cruise Hotel that morning. All right, not knowing where the ward is doesn't matter, we can wait. Wang Ling settled in his mind, making the white-haired dancer hide behind a delivery van, adjusting the screen's perspective to observe the entrance of the hospital. After waiting for just over 10 minutes, he saw Xiao Jinxing and his group emerge from the hospital building. Xiao Jinxing was muttering something to those beside him, his face grim and cursing, clearly not saying anything pleasant. Wang Ling's gaze turned icy. I can curse you, that's your fault, but if you curse me you shouldn't be alive. He didn't hesitate, his fingers moving swiftly across the screen. Wonrong Hospital parking lot. Xiao Jinxing was berating Wang Ling. A thing that doesn't know its place, not well known, but with a bad temper, just wait until I get back. He was halfway through his words when he noticed those around him turning their attention elsewhere. Annoyed, he looked up to see what was happening and saw a woman walking out from behind a car. The woman was tall, clad in a black robe with waist-length white hair, blue eyes, and a high nose. She was an extraordinarily beautiful foreigner. Xiao Jinxing's cursing halted, his gaze involuntarily following the white-haired woman. As he watched, the foreign woman suddenly crouched low, her hands positioned in front and behind, palms rigid, forming a knife hand. Whoosh, swift, incredibly fast. It was as if the speed had been doubled. In the blink of an eye, the white-haired woman charged directly towards Xiao Jinxing. Moreover, somehow, she had a sharp kitchen knife in her hand. Up went her hand. Down came the knife. Xiao Jinxing felt a chill at his neck, as if an ice block had been pressed against him, and then an indescribable intense pain erupted. He raised his hand to touch, but before he could lift it, the knife was pulled out, followed immediately by sharp pain in his abdomen and chest. He gaped, letting out a ha-ha sound from his throat, his whole body collapsing, as if air was let out of him. All of this happened so quickly. From the moment the woman appeared to Xiao Jinxing falling to the ground, it was only 3 or 4 seconds. The people nearby were dumbfounded. What was going on? Suddenly a woman rushed out, the knife up and down, the knife up and down, the knife up and down. Murder! Run! Run fast! Shouts and screams mixed in chaos. Wang Ling looked at Xiao Jinxing's corpse, feeling a release of pent-up frustration, his mind clear and refreshed. He swiped his fingers, the screen's perspective shifting, instantly locking onto the second female lead, who was fleeing in panic. Just as he was about to pursue, he hesitated. He recalled the earlier remark he had heard. People from the crew were already on the police's suspect list, being investigated one by one. If he killed the second female lead now, then this fourth male lead, who had not gone to the hospital today, would inevitably attract the police's attention, even with an alibi. Even if the third female lead, who also hadn't gone to the hospital, could divert some attention, the risk was still too great. Consider yourself lucky. Wang Ling spat, preparing to maneuver the white-haired dancer to retreat. Just then he saw the second female lead rushing into the hospital's logistics passage. She was running while looking back, not watching where she was going, and crashed right into a handcart loaded with yellow medical waste bags. The cart toppled over. Medical waste spilled all over the ground. Used syringes and shattered ampoules clattered out. On the screen, the second female lead's leg was cut open by glass, her hands frantically grasping, covered in blood, and even a needle had stabbed directly into her face, almost piercing her eyeball. Damn! Wang Ling was stunned, and then a strong sense of absurdity surged over him. This is just too much. How could this happen? It's over. Now it's really a disaster. No matter what alibi he had, this fourth male lead who didn't go to the hospital would definitely be under the police's scrutiny. Damn it. Get out of here. He snapped back to reality, muttering under his breath, his fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. Under his control, the white-haired dancer turned and dashed out of the parking lot. First, get the character away from the scene. What should I do? If the police ask, what do I say? Wang Ling rapidly concocted various excuses in his mind, trying to prepare for the inevitable questioning. Wang Ling. A voice called from beside him. Wang Ling turned to see a man in a khaki photography vest walking briskly towards him, surprise etched on his face. Wang Ling. It's really you. What are you doing here? Senior. Wang Ling stood up, recognizing the visitor. It was Zheng Zhe, a senior one level above him. The two were from different departments. Zheng Zhe was from the directing department, while Wang Ling was in the acting department. However, Wang Ling had acted in Zheng Zhe's graduation project, and they had collaborated quite pleasantly, keeping in touch occasionally. Zheng Zhe approached Wang Ling, patting his arm familiarly. What are you doing here? Wang Ling revealed a somewhat embarrassed smile, mumbling, just came to see if there are any suitable auditions. Don't you have any roles now? Zheng Zhe asked. The previous crew had some issues. A death occurred, and filming has stopped. Wang Ling replied. Zheng Zhe responded with a long "oh," showing he understood but couldn't say anything. Wang Ling's previous crew had gained notoriety before airing. It wasn't widely known, but in Hongdian it was definitely a household name. Zheng Zhe patted Wang Ling's shoulder again, offering comfort. Alright, don't overthink it. Perfect timing, I'm here for auditions today. I'll add you to the lineup and you can try out as well. Wang Ling wanted to decline. No need, senior, it's too much trouble for you. What trouble? Zheng Zhe waved his hand. I know your acting skills, right? It's definitely no problem. Besides, he leaned closer and lowered his voice. I'm the executive director of this crew, and I was just looking to add a couple of familiar faces. In a film crew, the director sits in the monitoring room, overseeing the big picture, but the executive director directly faces the actors, coordinating movements and technical aspects. Many times, if the director wants to adjust the specific rhythm of a scene or the subtle performances of the actors, they won't come out themselves, but will communicate it through the executive director. This could lead to a situation where the executive director has called cut multiple times for the same scene. If the actors become emotional from doing too many takes, the executive director finds it hard to maintain authority. Being too soft means losing credibility in the future, and the executive director doesn't have the right to say this take is good. If they remain rigid, it affects the progress, which indicates a lack of capability. In short, it is a situation where they bear the brunt from both sides. If there's a familiar face among the actors offering a way out and saying a few encouraging words, the scene can be easily managed. Zheng Zhe patted Wang Ling's shoulder again, glancing at his phone. I need to go in and keep an eye on things. You just wait here. They'll contact you on WeChat to let you jump the queue. You'll be up soon. After saying this, he hurriedly walked towards a corridor on the side of the guild hall, where the casting interview area was located, with a staff member guarding the entrance. Wang Ling sat down again, thinking that it was fine to actually go for an audition. His claim of having an audition this morning became more believable, and his alibi was more solid. Watching Zheng Zhe walk away, Wang Ling picked up his phone, the screen lighting up, automatically displaying a task failure notification. Task failed. The distance between the character and the task target exceeded 1,000 meters. The target has mysteriously escaped your attack. You may pay a fee equal to 10 of the character's dispatch cost. To revert the price is 1 GUE. Yes, no. Confirming whether to anchor the task's outcome. Once anchored, it cannot be changed. Anchoring the future. Anchoring in progress. Anchoring complete. You cannot attack the target again. Within 12 hours, your character has safely returned. A few minutes later, Wang Ling received a message from Zheng Zhe. Send me your actor card and show real quickly. Wang Ling sent the materials. Before long, Zheng Zhe sent the audition time. The crew of Magic City Rouge Gunfire and Roses invites you to audition for a role. Time 1040 AM. Location interview room No. 3 on the first floor of Hongdian Actors Guild. Please arrive on time, do not be late, or bring companions. Reply with your name to confirm. Following this message was a Word document, and Zheng Zhe added a prompt. Read the script quickly. This Rouge Rose is the crew for the audition, and just looking at the name, Wang Ling knew it was bound to be a terrible film. Opening the document, there was a plot synopsis at the top. Set in the Republic of China, mixed with elements of mystery, suspense, horror, the supernatural, war, action, and romance, and the dialogue design even seemed to have some comedic elements. It was just too ridiculous. But there was no choice. Regardless of the need for a solid alibi, he had to audition to give his senior a face. Wang Ling quickly skimmed through the audition content. The role he was auditioning for was the son of a warlord with a bit of a I don't eat beef vibe. But this little villain was a love-struck fool, allowing the female lead to take whatever she wanted, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of the male lead. The audition scene was the warlord captures the county town, and the son discovers that the female lead is also in the town, so he keeps her at his residence. During a banquet scene with local gentry, a subordinate suddenly reports that the female lead has been rescued. The performance required was to show a transition from joyful banter at the banquet to anger and shock upon hearing the news, culminating in a violent outburst to kill. While trying it won't lead to any consequences. Wang Ling thought to himself that he really didn't want to act in a terrible film, but given how bad it was, he had to at least get a taste of it. Based on the principle of not being too perfunctory, Wang Ling quietly went over the lines and emotional cues a few times. After going through the lines twice, Wang Ling had basically memorized them. Looking at the time, it was only 9:30 a.m. with more than an hour until the audition. With time on his hands, Wang Ling opened the strange harem again. His finger slid across the map interface, and when his gaze swept over the sea area between the southern Jianbu continent's West Sea and the northern Yoha continent's North Sea, a red that caught his attention. Zooming in on the map, the red that was marked on Cyprus Island in the sea between the two continents. Wang Ling's finger paused. If he remembered correctly, there should only be one anomaly on that island at this moment. In his memory, the island had completely fallen to one. 35 million residents were either dead or escaped, and the entire island had become a forbidden land for the living. Somnial. Wang Ling murmured this name. He hesitated about whether to take action against this anomaly. Somnial derived from the Latin word somnire, meaning sleep. This is a nightmare. Wang Ling was willing to call it the weakest of the strongest anomalies. It was considered strong because this anomaly was nearly unsolvable. In his past life as subordinate, he controlled a level 6. Suffering character attempted to subdue it, but found itself utterly powerless against Somnial. It was deemed weak because as long as the right method was found, even a lowly level 1 character could easily deal with it. Wang Ling's hesitation lay in the potential gains. With the anomaly just having descended, and its power newly born, taking out Somnial now would yield little. If he allowed it to grow once it absorbed all the life on the island and transformed into its complete form, the rewards would be vastly different. But after hesitating for only a few seconds, Wang Ling decided to eliminate it now. Hundreds of thousands of lives were at stake. Wang Ling considered himself not having any moral scruples. He never hesitated when it was time to act. However, there were things he would and wouldn't do. Since he had been given a second chance, possessing countless opportunities, the resources that a mere complete form nightmare could provide held little significance for him. To pull a hair and benefit the world, why not? Let's do it. He clicked on the red dot, and a mission briefing popped up. Mission briefing: recently, there have been continuous deaths of residents in their sleep at the St. George apartment in Limassol, Cyprus. As of today, 7 cases have been confirmed. The deceased exhibited no external injuries, and autopsies showed that vital signs ceased naturally during deep sleep, with time of death concentrated between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Local police have sealed off the apartment, initially suspecting toxic gas leaks from aging pipes. However, multiple environmental tests have found no anomalies. Anomaly entity identification through regional spiritual spectrum scanning. It has been confirmed that there exists a class of mental anomaly within the apartment, codenamed Somnial. The specific form of this anomaly entity has not yet been discovered. It has been confirmed that the anomaly resides at the edge of dreams, inducing affected individuals into an abnormal sleep state from which they cannot awaken by releasing deep suggestion waves, gradually stripping away their life energy in the dream. Mission objective: enter the St. George apartment in Limassol and find and eliminate the Somnial hidden with. Mission time limit: Somnial is currently digesting stripped life energy. After 72 hours, its influence will spread from the apartment as the center. Because he had a strategy in mind, it didn't matter who was dispatched for this mission. He could choose anyone: the headless senior sister, shadow charming daughter, or the white-haired Serbian dancer. Just these 3 little trash characters. Blindly selecting, Wang Ling's finger stopped on the headless senior sister. Then the decision is made: Pikachu. Wang Ling pressed the dispatch button. Locating. The screen dimmed, and when it brightened again, it was already deep into the night. The headless senior sister appeared on a quiet street facing a 6-story apartment building. The building had a typical Cypriot style, its beige exterior appearing dull in the night, with all windows dark and devoid of light. The headless senior sister moved forward, breaking through the yellow caution tape and entering the apartment. The hallway was pitch black with only a faint light filtering in from a distant street lamp. Wang Ling controlled the headless senior sister ascending the stairs. The creaking sound echoed, adding an E. When he reached the 5th floor, Wang Ling spotted a slightly ajar door at the end of the corridor. He guided the character inside. The room was not empty. The previous occupant had left in a hurry, with large pieces of furniture still remaining. Speaking of which, using different devices for gaming even for the same task makes a significant difference. For instance, on mobile and computer. When Wang Ling did this task on a computer, he searched for a long time without finding Somnial. On a whim, he found a bed, pressed the X key to sit, and then pressed enter to open the chat box, typing sleep, which led him to encounter the nightmare. However, if using a mobile device, some commands would be simplified. When encountering interactive items, prompts would appear on. For example, now as the headless senior sister approached the bed, a white icon with an F appeared above it. After pressing the interaction button, the headless senior sister automatically lay down. The perspective on the mobile screen shifted to a top-down view. In the scene, the headless senior sister lay curled up on her side, cradling her own head in her arms, as if hugging a pillow. 3 seconds later, the screen shattered. When it became clear again, the headless senior sister found herself in a dimly lit basement. The basement was dark with mottled walls seeping with moisture. Several iron chains were fixed at one end to the wall, the other end connecting to cold iron rings. Inside the rings were 4 men and 3 women tightly bound. They were covered in blood with vacant eyes and expressions of dullness as if they had lost their souls. The headless senior sister also wore an iron ring around her neck connected to a chain. But the headless senior sister had no head. Her head, it was held tightly in her own embrace. Wang Ling gently nudged the virtual joystick. The headless senior sister took a step forward. With a clang, the iron ring slipped off her empty neck and fell to the ground. The sound was particularly jarring in the silent basement. The iron door of the basement creaked open. Samuel walked in. He stood at least 2.5 meters tall, his body covered in explosive muscles with crimson eyes and a bald head gleaming in the dim light. His hands, like the claws of a demon, were pitch black with fingers resembling 10 iron blades, extremely sharp and astonishingly long. When his arms hung naturally, his fingertips nearly brushed his knees. Samuel stood at the door for a moment, silhouetted against the light, striking a dramatic pose before stepping slowly into the room. As he walked, he extended his right hand, scraping his blade-like fingers against the wall, deliberately creating a harsh sound. Passing by a woman, his arm turned at an awkward angle. His finger blade grazed her body, drawing a line of blood. The woman flinched, letting out a painful groan, her voice barely audible, as if she had been tortured into losing her strength. Samuel's gaze locked onto the headless senior sister, revealing a cruel grin. In the previous life, Wang Ling had suffered greatly, controlling a 6th-tier character at the hands of Samuel. He had reloaded countless times, memorizing all of Samuel's attack patterns, but no matter how serious the damage he inflicted, Samuel could instantly recover. In the end, he was nearly in despair, prepared to pay a hefty price to redeem his character and abandon the task. But when he decided to quit, he was unwilling to give up and wanted to try again, only to find a turning point at that moment. Just as Samuel approached, the headless senior sister, raising his hand to strike, Wang Ling's finger tapped on the gear icon in the upper left corner of the screen. It was possible to actively abandon the task. For instance, Wang Ling had repeatedly restarted in the task involving the Serbian dancer. Pressing the icon revealed an option to abandon. Are you sure you want to abandon the current task? Yes. You can pay a fee equal to 10 of the character's dispatch cost to reload. Yes, no. No. Do you want to anchor the current task result? Once anchored, it cannot be changed in the future. If anchor result is chosen, the system will determine the task ends in its current state, notifying the character of impending death and asking whether to pay a ransom to save the character. In his previous life, Wang Ling had hesitated before the "Are you sure you want to anchor?" option. After all, it was a 6th-tier character, and the ransom approached 5,000 Goyu. By some twist of fate, he clicked no, wanting to reload and try again. But after clicking no, the screen flashed and jumped back to a top-down view of the character sleeping. In the scene, his character was still lying on the bed, but beside the bed was an ugly little demon, less than a meter tall, with skin wrinkled like bark and a few stubborn tufts of hair sticking up. The little demon's fingertips extended a glowing thread connecting to the character's forehead. At that moment, Wang Ling immediately controlled the character to get up and eliminate the little demon, completing the task. Wang Ling only understood after reviewing the situation later. That little demon was actually Samuel's true form. The character he had controlled previously was fighting against Samuel's dream incarnation. In the dream, Samuel was an invincible presence, but upon waking, Samuel was just an under 1 meter tall little waste. Normally, once drawn into Samuel's dream, one could not wake up autonomously. But if the character was drawn into the dream, what did it have to do with Wang Ling? The characters in the game were living anomalies possessing their own souls, that much was true. But during the execution of tasks, Wang Ling held the highest authority. The character was merely a puppet in his hands, every move controlled by him. He commanded her to sleep, and she slept. He commanded her to wake, and she instantly awoke. At this moment on the mobile screen, Samuel's dream incarnation had already menacingly approached the headless senior sister, his dark claws raised high, poised to strike. But Wang Ling's finger pressed again on the gear icon. The screen shattered, the perspective racing. The headless senior sister curled up, cradling her own head. On the floor, Samuel squatted beside the bed, a triumphant look on his ugly face. Wang Ling tapped the screen lightly. The headless senior sister instantly sprang up, the barrel of a gun already aimed at Samuel's bald forehead. Bang! 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 A strange green flame erupted from Samuel, the head cradled in her arms, suddenly opening its eyes, the fire surging before vanishing in an instant. Only a small pile of gray-white ashes remained. Task completed. The task is complete. You may choose devour and obliterate, resell, incorporate into the rear courtyard, or wave them off. Since Samuel is male, the options of abducting maidens or releasing them are not available. This is somewhat gender discriminatory. However, it is not entirely impossible to incorporate male or genderless peculiar beings into the rear courtyard. Once the rear courtyard is upgraded to level 5, reaching the standard of a 3-entrance and 4-courtyard layout, 2 side rooms can be converted into Southern Wind Pavilion, which unlocks 4 positions for male companions, allowing the recruitment of 4 non-female characters. However, Wang Ling had already engaged in deep interactions with the characters in the rear courtyard, so to avoid complications, he did not keep any favorites there. Returning to Somniel's handling method, since he is male, the options are either to devour or to sell. Wang Ling generally has a fixed approach to dealing with peculiarities and tasks. If they are good-looking or possess exceptional abilities, he would incorporate them into the rear courtyard. For particularly outstanding ones, he would consider releasing them and pursuing them later. If it is a peculiar being with special items, Wang Ling would choose to devour, hoping to see if he can obtain the rest would naturally be dealt with by reselling. For instance, someone like Somniel, who isn't even wearing underpants, would undoubtedly face a fate of being sold to the Ninggu Tower and made a slave to armored beings. However, when Wang Ling defeated him in his previous life, it was during a time when he urgently needed to enhance his own power, so he chose to devour Somniel. This devouring yielded 2 legendary items. One was called Eye of Nightmare, which was Somniel's Eye, a legendary artifact. Its function is to force the target into a deep sleep, while the user can manipulate the target's dreams, freely weaving the scenes within. Upon waking, the target would firmly believe in the memories of the dream. The second item is called Somniel's Index Finger, which is simply a finger, an epic artifact. Its function is to tear through reality's dimensions, allowing the user to enter the dreams of others. Additionally, holding Somniel's index finger enables one to harm the dream's owner within the dream, but the user will also suffer injuries if attacked within. Wang Ling has hardly ever made use of the ability to harm the dream owner. Even if the dream owner is just an ordinary person, they can be incredibly powerful within their own dreams, capable of overpowering gods. Wang Ling mainly utilizes the function of entering dreams. In dangerous situations, a gentle stroke allows him to evade the deluge of reality without a single drop touching his garments. Thus, when faced with the choice again, Wang Ling chose to devour once more, executing Devour and Obliterate. Your character is currently devouring Somniel in the process. Level of the Headless Sister has increased from LV 480 to LV 520. Chewing. Level of the Headless Sister has increased from LV 520 to LV 540. Chewing on foreign objects. Initiating regurgitation. Detected special artifact Somniel's hair. Chewing. Level of the Headless Sister has increased from LV 540 to LV 560. Devouring complete. Your character has safely returned. Hair. That tuft on top of his head. Wang Ling opened the storage room and found the hair stored inside. Somniel's hair, excellent level artifact, usable only once. Somniel's hair can only be effective on targets already in a state of sleep. The user can weave dreams through the hair, and upon waking, the target will firmly believe in the content of the dream. Looking at the item description, Wang Ling felt a bit disappointed, though it was somewhat expected. After all, Somniel had just been born, so it was reasonable for him to be weak. Wang Ling rubbed his chin, pondering what mischief he could do with this one-time use hypnosis item. Hypnotize the world's wealthiest man, making him believe I am his long-lost biological father. Or control the Pope, proving that God is actually a dog. However, after a moment of wild thoughts in his mind, Wang Ling sighed. The idea is good, but currently Somniel's hair cannot be extracted, and playing with it is something to consider only after upgrading the rear courtyard to level 3. Putting down his phone, he looked up at the wall clock. It was 10:10. Calculating the time, Xiao Jinxing should have already been stabbed to death at the hospital. Wang Ling picked up his phone and called Lu Shishir. The call connected, and Lu Shishi's voice was low and somewhat anxious. Teacher Wang. Something happened at the hospital, it seems. Someone died. Wang Ling responded, I called to discuss this matter. I just received the notification as well. The hospital is worried about a potential medical dispute, and the doctors are currently unable to go downstairs. As for the medicine, my friend said he would arrange for someone to deliver it to me. You've worked hard today, you should go back now. They'll treat you to a meal later. After reassuring her, he hung up the phone and stood up, heading towards the interview area. At the entrance of interview room 3, a long table was set up behind which sat a staff member with a union badge. Wang Ling reported his name, and the other person checked the appointment time on a tablet. There are 3 people ahead, please wait over there. The staff member pointed to a row of plastic chairs by the corridor. Faster than expected. Just as it reached 10:30, the staff called his name. Wang Ling pushed the door open. Inside the room, there was a chair in the middle and a long table placed horizontally against the window with 3 people seated behind it. Zhang Zhe sat on the right side, and upon seeing him enter, he stood up without hesitation. You're here. He raised his hand to introduce a slightly plump middle-aged man in the middle. This is our group's assistant director, Director Zhao. He then pointed to a middle-aged woman on the left. This is Director Wu from the Actors Guild. After the introductions, Zhang Zhe naturally added Director Zhao. Director Wu, this is my junior brother, Wang Ling, a professional actor who has collaborated with me before and possesses solid acting skills. Wang Ling stepped forward, bowed slightly, and put on a businesslike smile. Hello, Director Wu. I am actor Wang Ling, and I am very pleased to have the opportunity to audition. Assistant Director Zhao looked up from his phone screen, nodded, and examined Wang Ling for a moment before lowering his head to browse through the tablet, which seemed to contain Wang Ling's information. I've seen the demo reel. Your image and camera presence are quite good. Have you read the audition script? Let's go through it according to the sides. All right, Director. Wang Ling nodded, and then looked at Zhang Zhe politely, saying, Senior, could you please help me with those few lines for the notification? Sure. Zhang Zhe picked up a piece of paper next to him. Wang Ling walked to the center of the room and casually sat down on the chair, exuding an air of indifference and arrogance. With his right hand slightly raised as if holding a wine glass, he swayed it lightly, gesturing towards the air with a half-hearted smirk that hinted at mockery and a complete lack of concern. This single pose caught the attention of Director Zhao, who had been watching a series of lackluster performances. All the previous actors in this segment either wore forced smiles while toasting non-existent wealthy patrons or feigned a cold and emotionless demeanor, completely missing the essence of the bully-like military young master he envisioned. However, this was not due to Wang Ling's extraordinary acting skills. It was purely his real-life experience. In the apocalypse, he had established a large base. Not wanting to scavenge for survival supplies, he gathered a group of people to serve him. At its peak, it sheltered over 100,000 souls. He possessed the power to thwart strange invasions. Within the base, he was the law, he was the king. Thus, he understood all too well what it meant to control the lives and deaths of others, and how interactions would unfold. He did not need to consider people's hearts or care about anyone's feelings. The schemes and plots of those beneath him were in his eyes mere jokes. The son of this warlord appeared the same to Wang Ling. With the army capturing the city, he held the power of life and death over everyone. While the king of hell must allow people to die at 3 in the morning, he could make someone die right now. At this moment, Zhang Zhe read his lines with a panicked tone. Young master. Something's wrong. The young lady locked in the west courtyard. She has escaped. Wang Ling's character, the indifference in his gaze faded, replaced first by shock, then filled with cold, ruthless intent. He did not express rage, that would be too low, like a fool. Wang Ling coldly questioned Zhang Zhe, did I not instruct you to keep an eye on her? Zhang Zhe in a flustered tone replied, but you issued a strict order that there must be no physical contact with the young lady. The young lady confidently walked outside, and the brothers simply did not dare to reach out and stop her. According to the audition script, the young master should have furiously overturned the virtual 8 immortals table, drawn his gun, and fired indiscriminately into the sky, and then, due to a wealthy patron's startled cry, emptied the remaining bullets onto the patron to display his brutal side. But Wang Ling found the plot too painfully embarrassing. He was nearly reduced to using his toes to scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment. What in the world was this plot? Yes, the young master is a sycophant, but the person is already bound in his home. Whether sweet or not is secondary, but at least he should quench his thirst first. Fine, even if you want not just the person, but also the heart, you should at least lock the door tightly, right? But no, just his awkwardness disrupted the flow of the performance, creating unnatural gaps. Zhang Zhe, watching from across, grew anxious and quickly added an improvised line not in the script, calling out young master. This call snapped Wang Ling back to reality. He swayed his body as if slightly dizzy from anger, then heavily sat back down in the chair. Instead of following the script to overturn the table and shoot, he directly uttered a line that was supposed to be said after a killing seal the city gates. Initiate a citywide search. Find her for me. He paused, then suddenly raised his head, enunciating each word forcefully, shouting, find her. Zhang Ze's heart skipped a beat, thinking Wang Ling had lost his role. The sequence all jumbled up. Yet after Wang Ling shouted, he grabbed the wine glass and pretended to drink it all in one go. Then, as if hearing the consolation of some noble gentleman nearby, he slightly tilted his ear, his face suddenly breaking into a bizarre smile as he improvised, you're right, it's not worth getting angry over a woman. Before his words had even faded, he violently erupted again, mimicking drawing a gun, shouting, while shooting at the air beside him, but you damn well don't have the right to say she doesn't know her place. Bang, bang, bang. His wrist trembled, and he voiced the sound effect mimicking the action of emptying the magazine. After killing someone, Wang Ling raised his hand and casually wiped his cheek as if removing splattered blood. Immediately, a forced smile appeared on his face as he raised the wine glass again, gesturing to the air around him, saying in a light tone, sorry, my apologies, my apologies. Self-punishment of a drink, self-punishment of a drink indeed. The performance concluded. Wang Ling reined in his emotions, stood tall, and slightly bowed. Director Chief, my performance is complete. Director Wu nodded slightly, revealing little expression. Zhang Zhe looked nervously at Director Zhao. Director Zhao adjusted his glasses, looked at Wang Ling, and did not speak immediately, quickly jotting down a few notes. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Finally, Director Zhao spoke. I want to ask, why didn't you perform according to the audition script? There was no table overturning nor that shooting into the sky. Additionally, when you heard the report, there was a few seconds of confusion. Did you forget your lines? Wang Ling reacted quickly and immediately came up with a reason. It wasn't confusion. Director, this is how I see it. The young master is a deeply emotional supporting character. Therefore, upon hearing that the female lead has escaped, his first reaction should not be anger, but reflection. As a deeply emotional supporting character, he should reflect on what he did wrong, what was inappropriate, rather than just being angry. Feeling anger towards the female lead would contradict the young master's character, as she is perfect in his eyes and can never be at fault. Being angry at the female lead does not fit the young master's persona, which is why I designed a few seconds of bewildered reflection. As for overturning the table, I figured that the table for the young master's banquet was at least as solid would aid a mortal's table filled with food and drink. He couldn't lift it with one hand. So I didn't perform that action. He paused slightly, observing Director Zhao's expression, and continued, finally, I believe that when the young master hears that his beloved has run away, anger is inevitable. However, drawing a gun and shooting immediately expresses anger too, directly, making the conflict feel thin and lacking in depth. Anger is fine, but it must have dramatic tension. Therefore, I designed the young master to self-punish with a drink after killing someone, demonstrating his unpredictable temperament. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Please feel free to correct me. Director Zhao listened, his expression unchanged, but after Wang Ling finished, he slowly nodded, lightly marking something on his tablet. Zhang Zhe secretly glanced and felt a weight lift from his heart, giving Wang Ling a reassuring look that said, we're good. Not bad, a bit interesting. Director Zhao revealed a slight smile, looking at Zhang Zhe and cheerfully saying, moreover, he is your junior, so this favor must be given. All right, let him have it. Saying this, Director Zhao pulled out a contract from a folder beside him and handed it to Wang Ling. Take a look, sign it if there are no issues. Wang Ling took the contract and quickly skimmed through it. This was a standard actor employment contract based on the Hongdian Union's template, so he could overlook some details. The contract specified that he would play the role of a warlord's younger son without the need to follow the entire production team, with a shooting period of 20 days compensated at 2,000 yuan per day. The filming was set to start on February 28th, but Wang Ling's official start date was scheduled for March 3rd, the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. The script reading was scheduled for February 24th, the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Attendance was not mandatory, and participation in post-synchronization was also not compulsory. However, if he wanted his work to be complete, voluntary participation in the dubbing was acceptable, but there would be no additional compensation. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director Wu. Thank you, Senior Brother. Wang Ling took the pen and swiftly signed his name. As he handed back the contract, the assistant director said, your understanding of the character is excellent. Please create a character profile, and if you have any changes to suggest during the script reading, feel free to bring them up. Okay, Director, I will ensure to do the character profile well and actively cooperate during the reading. Wang Ling nodded in agreement. At this moment, Zhang Zhe added, report to me on the 23rd, then you can stay with the group to help me out. This was not Zhang Zhe trying to take advantage of Wang Ling or making him work for free for a week, but rather creating an opportunity for him. The entertainment industry, in essence, is a network of acquaintances. Using familiar faces over strangers, helping friends over fairness, is standard practice. Many minor roles, clearly having only 2 or 3 days of shooting, end up lingering in the crew to get familiar. By suggesting that Wang Ling join the group early, Zhang Zhe was allowing him to mingle in front of the director and producer and to interact with other main actors, thereby helping him build connections. Wang Ling understood this, feeling it unnecessary, but he would not refuse the goodwill of his senior. Stepping out of the Union building and being bathed in sunlight, Wang Ling felt a bit dazed. Am I not supposed to take revenge and then go back home to play games as a slacker? How did I end up signing for a film again? He squeezed the contract in his hand. After thinking it over, he decided to let it go. There was still a considerable amount of time before the strange large-scale event would arrive. Money was still useful, and even if the filming lasted over 20 days, he would only be working for about 11 or 12 days, so it wouldn't delay much. He glanced back at the Union building, shrugged, and blended into the flow of people on the street. At the hotel entrance, as expected, Wang Ling saw a police car. Not knowing if anyone was secretly observing outside, Wang Ling kept moving, merely adjusting his expression while pretending to look at the police car. As soon as he entered the hotel lobby, 2 police officers, an old man and a young woman, approached him. The old officer, around 50 years old, had a kind face with smile lines around his eyes, resembling a neighborly elder. The young female officer was in her 20s, standing tall, with sharp eyes looking at everyone as if they were suspects. Are you Wang Ling? The young policewoman asked. That's me. Officer, is there something wrong? Regarding several incidents that occurred in your production team, we need to understand some details from you. The young female officer said, please accompany us back to the station to assist with the investigation. Didn't we already provide a statement? Wang Ling asked. Isn't it possible to conduct the investigation here? Mr. Wang, the old officer interjected with a smile, softening his tone, please understand. However, this is a criminal case, and there are regulations regarding the procedure. The formal questioning must be conducted at the station with audio and video recordings, which is responsible for both parties. Don't be nervous, this is just a routine inquiry and won't take up too much of your time. Criminal case. Wang Ling displayed a hint of shock on his face, then obediently nodded and followed the two out of the hotel and into the back seat of the police car. At the police station, Wang Ling was not taken to an interrogation room with an iron chair, but rather followed the two officers into an office. The old officer pointed to a desk. Please take a seat. Wang Ling complied, observing his surroundings. The office was small with two desks on each side piled with documents and materials. By the window, there was a metal filing cabinet and two potted green plants on the windowsill. The old officer sat down at the opposite desk, while the young female officer went to the side to adjust the camera. Taking advantage of the equipment setup, the old officer started chatting with Wang Ling as if making small talk. He asked where Wang Ling was from, his age, how many years he had been acting, and thoughtfully mentioned how difficult it was to be an actor overall, giving off a very amiable vibe. After a while, the young female officer finished adjusting the equipment, called out, "Master," and then sat down in the chair next to the old officer. The old officer took out a few sheets of paper from the drawer and lightly tapped the desk with the pen cap, causing the atmosphere to suddenly tighten. The young female officer understood the cue and began the formal questioning. Once Wang Ling thought that cultivating a god-level character was his only way out, until today, when a police officer told him being honest and forthcoming is your only path. We are police officers from the Hongdian branch of Donyang Public Security Bureau, and we are conducting an inquiry with you according to the law. Please answer truthfully without concealment or distortion. Being honest and forthcoming is your only path. Do you understand? I understand, government. I will answer truthfully, Wang Ling replied. Hearing Wang Ling's so professional response, the young female officer couldn't help but scrutinize him. The old officer chuckled lightly, quite practiced, huh? I don't see any criminal records on you. Wang Ling gave a silly laugh. I'm an actor, I've studied interrogation scenes. The young female officer coughed a couple of times and proceeded to ask Wang Ling for his name, age, and occupation, then switched her tone. This morning between around 8:30 and 10, where were you? What were you doing? Who can vouch for you? I went to the Hongdian Actors Union for an audition this morning, Wang Ling replied immediately. I left the hotel around 8:30 and arrived at the union before 9. I was in the union hall the whole time, entered the audition room around 10 and finished around 10:40. The staff at the union, the audition director, and other actors waiting together can all vouch for me. Moreover, this is the labor contract I just signed. Saying this, Wang Ling handed over the contract. The young female officer glanced at it and passed it to the old officer. The old officer flipped through it casually and asked seemingly unintentionally, we found out that you had a conflict with Xiao Jinxing this morning. Why? Wang Ling first frowned, showing a bit of resistance, his tone cooling slightly. What exactly do you want me to cooperate? At least you should make it clear. What conflict do I have with that idiot? What does it have to do with your investigation? Xiao Jinxing is dead. The old officer suddenly threw out this statement without any preamble, then fixed his gaze intently on Wang Ling's face. Wang Ling had anticipated such a situation and had rehearsed it in his mind multiple times. He put on his best acting skills, perfectly displaying a hint of bewilderment, which then shifted to absurdity. He angrily questioned, you can't be suspecting me, can you? The young female officer's tone was sharp. Whether or not there is suspicion is not for you to decide, nor for us, but for the evidence to determine. Now please cooperate with the investigation. Wang Ling counted silently in his mind, 1, 2, before speaking. Government, I don't know anything at all. You told me he was dead, but it really has nothing to do with me. Thanks to the acting class teachers. The teacher taught that when facing questions, silence for more than 3 seconds is lying. So blurting out made it seem like a well-prepared response with 2 seconds of silence, just right to express hesitation and tension. The old officer gently waved his hand. Don't be nervous, this is just a normal investigation. Everyone has an obligation to cooperate, and we are all within the scope of inquiry. Just tell us what you know. Wang Ling swallowed hard before saying, this morning I was originally supposed to go to the hospital, but I received a notification for an audition. That fool. Teacher Xiao wouldn't let me go. Isn't that cutting off someone's career? I argued with him for a bit. The government, I swear it was just a few words exchanged, absolutely no physical confrontation. His death has nothing to do with me. The two police officers exchanged glances, the older officer nodded, and the young female officer pulled out 2 sheets of paper from a file and handed them to Wang Ling, asking him to identify. Take a look and see if you recognize this person. On the 2 A4 sheets, one contained a still from surveillance footage showing the white-haired dancer stabbing Xiao Jinxing. Her hair flew, wildly, blood splattered everywhere. I must say the image captured was quite shocking. The other sheet was a sketch depicting the white-haired dancer's portrait. Wang Ling feigned interest for a few seconds before pushing the drawing back, saying, I don't know her, I've never seen her. As he pushed the surveillance screenshot away, he deliberately paused, asked nothing further, and simply handed the paper. However, the older officer could tell from Wang Ling's body language what he wanted to ask, so he said, besides Xiao Jinxing, Li Kaihui was also severely injured at the scene. She crashed into some discarded medical supplies and severed her tendons, risking disability, and there is a significant risk of infection from contagious diseases. The others are mostly fine. Wang Ling blinked in surprise and sincerely asked, who is Li Kaihui? The older officer was momentarily speechless, and the young female officer quickly flipped through the documents, saying, Li Kaihui is the second female lead in your production. Wang Ling rubbed his nose and said, in our crew we all call each other by our character names. Then who is Shun Tian? Do you know her? The young female officer asked. Wang Ling cautiously replied, is she the third female lead? Seeing the young female officer nod, a bad premonition suddenly struck Wang Ling. Shin Tian, the third female lead, was also supposed to go to the hospital, but Wang Ling hadn't seen her. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention, but now. Did something happen to her? Wang Ling asked. The young female officer nodded again. In that instant, Wang Ling felt a swirl of confusion in his heart. He hadn't even done much yet, and enemies in the crew were either dead or severely injured. It felt as if 4 of his side had perished, and he was left alone to defend the high ground with all his best equipment ready, only to find that 5 on the opposing side had been wiped out. Were there any feelings of joy? Just a little bit. But there was a nagging sense of something missing. It was like drinking flat cola when thirsty or eating a cold hamburger when hungry. It was like when a male contestant exits in If You Are the One and the BGM only plays half of the line. What a pity it's not you. Before cutting off. Neither here nor there, neither awkward nor comfortable. How? Did she die? The moment he spoke, Wang Ling realized his voice was trembling slightly. The young female officer looked at Wang Ling curiously and asked, who told you she died? She's not dead. In the second before he was holding his breath underwater, the moment he heard the words, not dead, he suddenly resurfaced. Thank the heavens, Wang Ling never expected that one day he would be so happy just to hear that an enemy was not dead. Didn't you say something happened to her? Wang Ling felt a bit ashamed and angry. The older officer took the lead, saying, something happened, but it's not serious. She slipped while taking a shower last night, sprained her ankle, and is unable to walk. Wang Ling. Then why the hell did you show me a dead person's face, scaring the hell out of me? The following questions were quite routine. After all, Wang Ling's alibi was solid. A death at the hospital had nothing to do with him. Following the instructions Wang Ling wrote on the record, I have read the above record, and it is consistent with what I have said. The older officer stood up and extended his hand to him, saying, Mr. Wang, thank you for your cooperation. You're welcome. Wang Ling stood up and shook hands with the older officer. Initially, the handshake was just a formality, but the older officer held Wang Ling's hand, appearing somewhat hesitant. What's wrong? Wang Ling asked. The older officer bit his lip, looking somewhat embarrassed, but eventually spoke slowly. Mr. Wang, although I am a materialist, your crew really does seem a bit uncanny. He released Wang Ling's hand and pulled out a business card, handing it to him. If you ever feel something is off or encounter any danger, you can give me a call. Wang Ling opened his mouth, wanting to say it was all just coincidences, but as the instigator, he felt this situation was indeed uncanny. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Ling caught sight of the young female officer nearby, recalling her earlier aggressive demeanor, deciding to mislead them. He paused, feigning hesitation. I suddenly thought of something. I'm not sure if I should mention it or not. The older officer chuckled. It's okay, you can say whatever comes to mind. Wang Ling counted on his fingers. You see, the director bumped his head and died. The cinematographer was trampled and died. The producer accidentally killed the executive director and got burned and hospitalized. The male lead was disfigured. The second male lead was stabbed to death by the first female lead, and now the third male lead is dead. The second female lead is injured, and the third female lead is hurt. The young female officer seemed a bit impatient. What exactly do you want to say? Wang Ling replied, all the incidents have involved the core creative members of the crew. The young female officer tapped the table. Can you get to the point? Wang Ling ignored her, shifting the topic. You know, there was a ceremony before the crew started filming, right? He pulled out his phone, scrolled a bit, and opened a photo to hand over. The photo was a group shot from the ceremony with a temple featuring golden rooftops in the background, resembling a style from Siam. For people like us with just a starring title, we are really just guest actors with more screen time and not core creators. Wang Ling pointed to the director and the producer in the foreground of the photo. On the day of the ceremony, we were all standing in the square outside the temple. But those key members I just named entered the temple. What they did inside, I'm not sure. The young female officer suddenly turned to the older officer. Master. The older officer responded, bringing the phone closer and staring at the photo for a while. His brow furrowed, and he showed no expression on his face, but when he handed the phone back to Wang Ling, he said, got it. Wang Ling put away the phone, nodded, and turned to leave. Upon returning to the hotel, Wang Ling saw that the door to the living producer's office was open with several crew members waiting outside. He walked over to take a glance inside. The living producer and the finance officer were there, and judging by the look of it, they seemed to be distributing salaries. At this moment, there weren't many people, which was perfect for Wang Ling, so he stood at the end of the line and waited for about 10 minutes before it was his turn. After entering the room, he stated his name. The salary and everything had been calculated long ago. The living producer quoted a figure, and after Wang Ling nodded, the finance officer pulled out a receipt and slid it in front of him, saying, "Sign here and leave your thumbprint. The company will transfer the payment within 48 hours. The content of the receipt roughly stated that all labor compensation related to the crew had been settled completely with no outstanding payments or disputes, and both parties had no further economic grievances. Not having received the payment, yet still being asked to sign a receipt, is actually quite common. Signing does not mean receiving money. If they really don't pay, one can just go through labor arbitration." Wang Ling said nothing, quickly signed his name, and pushed it back. The living producer then added, "The crew has settled the bill with the hotel. Your room is booked until tomorrow at noon." After returning to his room, Wang Ling threw himself directly onto the bed. Exhausted and drained, he felt as if his body had been hollowed out. In the past 2 days, he had hardly slept for 4 hours, and at this moment Wang Ling truly felt like he was running on empty, unable to squeeze out even a drop of energy. He stared at the ceiling in a daze for half a minute before struggling to get up and quickly wash his face. The cold water splashed on his face only deepened his drowsiness. Lying back on the bed, his last thought was, "It seems I haven't had dinner yet." He fell into a deep slumber. When he woke up again, his mind was alert, but his body insisted on staying in bed a little longer. Wang Ling lay there in a half-sleep state, unsure of how long he had been lying down, while the corridor gradually became lively. He heard the wheels of a suitcase rolling across the floor, people urging each other to hurry, someone asking if the car had arrived, and others bidding farewell to their colleagues. Wang Ling turned over and pulled up the blanket. The atmosphere on set was truly interesting. It felt like a cohesive whole, yet it was also a collection of fragmented little groups. The cinematographers hardly spoke to the sound crew, and there was no communication between the lighting team and the art department. Even if their gazes crossed, they would part without a word. For a month or two, everyone lived together, sharing meals and coming and going as a unit, yet they remained so unfamiliar that they didn't even know each other's names. However, just before the crew disbanded, a rather peculiar situation would arise. Familiar or not, at that time, everyone would exchange contact information, putting on a reluctant facade, as if some bond had formed over a month of interaction. Wang Ling slowly sat up, opened the window, and lit a cigarette. The scene below was equally bustling. The props team was loading the vehicle, the lighting crew was checking the equipment, and a few crew members were chatting while dragging their suitcases. The lighting director held the art director's hand, exchanging words of regret for not having met sooner, as if they were brothers who had burned yellow paper and bowed to each other, even asking someone to wish each other's parents a happy new year. Whoosh bang. Firecrackers exploded in the distance. It seemed that the first blast triggered a series of firecracker sounds all around. Wang Ling took out his phone and turned on the screen. It was the 24th of the 12th lunar month, just a few days before the new year. During the new year, while others celebrated with their families, he was all alone. While others bid farewell to the crew and headed towards warm homes, where was he to go? He had no home. His father had passed away from a heart attack during his junior year. His mother had left even earlier, succumbing to lung cancer in his freshman year. As for the house, his parents had originally left behind a 100 square meter home, but with both his parents gone, there was still a mortgage of 6,000 yuan left unpaid. At that time, Wang Ling was still in school, and the family had no savings left. He couldn't keep up with the mortgage payments each month, so he had no choice but to sell it. On the day the realtor brought someone to see the house, he stood in the empty living room, unsure of where to stand. The final buyer was a middle-aged man in his 40s, accompanied by his wife and child. The child ran around the house and asked him, "Brother, after selling the house, where will you live?" He replied, "At school." The child asked, "Aren't you going home?" He didn't answer, because there was no home anymore. It had been 2 years since graduation, and he still had no fixed residence. When there was work, he stayed with the crew. There was less work than not. He worked diligently without cutting corners and didn't turn down any role, even playing minor characters. Although he had never been part of any major production or played a leading role, he had never been without work. After completing one project, he immediately moved on to the next. Hengdian Xiangshan Wuxi. Wherever there was work, he would go. His suitcase was his home. But now the new year was approaching. It was a day meant for reunion. A day to watch the increasingly tedious spring festival gala amidst laughter, enjoying a lavish feast. He opened his phone and scrolled through WeChat. He wanted to see if he could find someone to spend the new year with. As he scrolled, he noticed a chat group named Graveyard 428. The group avatar was a black and white cartoon tombstone, something he had casually drawn years ago. This was his fan group. His online name was Wang Ling, so the fan group was called the Graveyard. Fans were categorized by level. Casual fans were called skeleton soldiers, longtime fans were called zombie heads, and only 3 major fans were called ghost kings. When the group was initially established, someone suggested calling it Funeral Hall, but he quickly intervened, saying it was too inauspicious and that graveyard sounded more peaceful. Well, even an 18th tier actor has fans. Though not many. 428 people, not even enough to fill a large group. But there were fans who weren't. He clicked in and browsed through. The latest message was sent at 11 o'clock last night from a skeleton soldier asking, "Is Wang Ling recently in Hongdian? It's so cold, be sure to keep warm while filming." Someone replied below, "Wang Ling doesn't check his phone while filming, he'll respond when he feels like it." Wang Ling was pondering whether he should reward his fans with his own stinky skin like Fan Go and find a female supporter to spend the new year together. Just then there was a knock on the door. They say one shouldn't speak of humans in the daytime or ghosts at night. Just as Wang Ling was thinking about the bad idea of frying noodles, he opened the door and was startled by a police officer standing at the entrance. He was startled when he saw the uniform, but when he saw her face, he frowned even more. It was the same female officer who had taken his statement yesterday. But she looked completely different from yesterday. She had several scratches on her face, her hair was messy, and her right hand was bandaged, dangling in front of her chest. Seeing her like this, Wang Ling didn't block the door and asked what she needed. He stepped aside and let her in. What happened? Wang Ling closed the door. The female officer stared at him. Her gaze was different from yesterday's. Yesterday, it was scrutinizing. Today, it was something else. She spoke, her voice a bit hoarse. "How much do you know about Pulwan Temple?" Wang Ling was taken aback for a moment. "What is Pulwan Temple?" "It's where your crew held the opening ceremony. You went there, and then something happened." Wang Ling asked. "So what else do you know?" The female officer countered with a question. "I don't know anything." Wang Ling replied calmly. "Sister, I only learned the name Pulwan Temple from you. I told you I was waiting outside with the main group that day. The director and the others went in to pay respects while I was in the yard watching the fish. I don't know any more than the other crew members." The female officer said nothing. She lowered her eyes and remained silent for a few seconds. During those few seconds, her shoulders gradually slumped as if a breath had suddenly deflated. "I'm sorry," she said. "I was too reckless." She paused, her voice dropping. "My master often says that it's a police officer's greatest taboo to jump to conclusions. Today, I'm sorry for the disturbance." Wang Ling watched her walk toward the door, noticing her hand reach for the doorknob. But just as the doorknob was being pressed down, something in Wang Ling's mind suddenly lit up. Wait. And Wang Ling called out to the female officer. "And what did you remember?" She instantly turned around, her eyes blazing with hope. "Please sit down." Wang Ling gestured toward a chair and retrieved drinks from the refrigerator. No possibility had just occurred to him. In this world, 1 or 2 coincidences could still be explained away, but not more. When anomalies recur relentlessly, coincidence no longer suffices as explanation. And the world had undergone a cataclysmic shift, the uncanny had descended. And he himself had awakened to the uncanny harem game. Proof that humanity had already crossed the threshold for awakening unique abilities. If he could awaken, why not others? And these awakenings, truly their manifestations were boundless. And Wang Ling once encountered someone whose awakened ability was involuntary flatulence. And don't dismiss it as trivial. And wielded wisely, it was utterly unstoppable. Battlebreaker, a single tremor sent shockwaves through the body, posture shattered, defenses wide open. In Spellbreaker, mid-incantation, an explosive rupture at the sacrum. Magic recoiled violently, turning inward. The most devastating application came during negotiations, 2 factions locked in tense standoff, the opposing leader radiating icy composure. Then a cascade of sonorous, undulating, eerily melodic flatulence. Morale would crumble on the spot. The moment Wang Ling learned of that ability, one thought flashed. Sharp, cold, absolute. If not under my command, then erased. And so, if even flatulence control existed among awakened beings, why couldn't there exist an ability that bestowed misfortune? "Tell me what happened first," Wang Ling said, twisting open a drink and placing it beside the officer. In her eyes glistened faintly, yet she began. "This morning, we went to Pulwan Temple. We walked the grounds, found nothing unusual, spoke with several monks, but gleaned no useful information." And she paused for several seconds before continuing. "On the way back, I was driving. A freight truck ran the red light, striking the passenger side door. Hidden. My master remains unconscious. Doctors confirmed intracranial hemorrhage. Emergency craniotomy is required." Wang Ling nodded. No hollow platitudes about fate favoring the virtuous. And he paced slowly across the room, deep in thought. And the officer waited in silence. Desperate times breed desperate measures. She stood unmoored, adrift in chaos, yearning for direction. And Wang Ling reconstructed cause and effect in his mind. Assume for now that these coincidences bear human design. And then there must be motive. The only plausible origin he could conceive lay in the blessing ceremony. Someone had offended a certain individual, triggering a curse of ill fortune upon the entire production crew. That notion rang true. In his past life, hadn't this very crew suffered extraordinary misfortune? And the lead actress died. The 4th male lead became the scapegoat. 80% of footage shot, rendered useless. Was that not calamity incarnate? In this lifetime the crew's ill luck recurred, but his involvement amplified its scale, deepening the disaster. Then, Wang Ling halted mid-stride. And suppose such a curse wielder truly existed. Driven by some grudge he struck the crew, but as injuries and deaths mounted the scale spiraled beyond control. He realized too late that he'd overreached. At that moment police arrived to investigate. And he panicked. And panic breeds error. And error drove him to strike against the investigators, to strangle the inquiry before it could take root. If both officers fell he could vanish once more into obscurity. Yet fortune is fickle and tangible. And the female officer sustained only minor injury, ironically exposing him instead. Of course this remained pure conjecture. And whether such a figure truly existed, or whether events unfolded by sheer cruel chance, mattered less than consequence. Wang Ling had to fabricate such a figure, not perfect scapegoat. And should this mastermind exist, even as fiction, he could vanish behind its shadow untouchable. Moreover, those individuals he'd previously hesitated to eliminate could now be removed without delay. But how to plant this idea in the officer's mind, without drawing suspicion onto himself? Wang Ling leaned against the window, choosing his words with deliberate subtlety. You know many people in the industry believe in spirits and deities, don't you? And the officer lifted her gaze, her expression silent expectant. He shifted tone. Have you heard of Chiao Schumann? And she nodded. And leaning back against the windowsill he casually added, rumors swirl that she keeps spirit children. Years ago she traveled to Siam to seek out a revered monk and acquired a pair of ancient Kumanthong. Upon returning her career soared. 3 consecutive lead roles followed. The officer remained silent, but her brow twitched. And it's hardly a secret, he remarked. Many celebrities have journeyed to Siam seeking blessings from masters. And he paused. Some truly did begin experiencing extraordinary fortune afterward. In seeing the thoughtful glint in her eyes he knew the seed had taken root. He continued conversational speculative, let's suppose boldly, for argument's sake, that such fortune-binding rituals exist. Under what circumstances might they yield not prosperity, but relentless misfortune? Offending someone, as she ventured. Wang Ling nodded. I've heard those Southeast Asian Ajarns possess legendary vindictiveness. Not mere grudges, they're unforgiving. Spit on their shoe and your entire family may vanish before dawn. And the officer said nothing. Her gaze drifted into the distance, weaving his words into a coherent thread. After a long pause she spoke. Then I should investigate what occurred on the day of the commencement ceremony. Nothing more than some fool offending someone. Wang Ling replied, such matters aren't difficult to trace. You need only ask a witness. And he paused. My suggestion, begin with Lu Qingqing. She looked at him waiting for justification. And in his past life Lu Qingqing had been the first to die. But he couldn't cite that reason. And instead he offered, every accident since has traced back to the moment Lu Qingqing accidentally killed the second male lead. The officer nodded, murmured thanks, and turned to leave. And wait, Wang Ling called again. Do you wish to avenge your master? Her eyes narrowed, fixed on him. After a long silence, she exhaled a single word, yes. And then if you identify the suspect, how will you arrest him? Wang Ling asked, voice dry. Will you charge him with drawing cursed circles? Or cite statutes banning the use of shoe soles to strike effigies? And before she could respond he supplied the answer. When physical evidence is lacking, confessions suffice. He spoke from bitter experience. In his past life, physical evidence in his own case had been insufficient. Yet testimony from crew members combined with one fatal slip of the tongue sealed his conviction. That slip. While listing forensic evidence, he noted, no genetic material of mine was found in Lu Qingqing's body. Unable to contain himself, he added, I guess I'm just a man of principle. Even during rape, I remembered to wear protection. Checkmate. An irrevocable sentence, 20 years. And the officer studied Wang Ling, and suddenly asked, why are you helping me? Knees pulse tightened. He'd spoken too much. Wang Ling realized he had said too much. He had been lost in his own thoughts, forgetting that he was standing before a police officer. Even though she was injured, exhausted, and her mind was in turmoil, she was still someone who earned her living through interrogation. I want to say this is the duty of a law-abiding citizen. Wang Ling glanced at the expression on the female officer's face and quickly changed his words. You definitely won't believe me. Actually, I'm just frustrated. The filming was going well, the script was decent, the director wasn't a fool, and the catering was good. If I could film for a few more days, I would wrap up just in time for the new year. Now the crew has dispersed, and my salary has been significantly deducted. I have every right to be upset. The female officer remained silent, looked at him for a few seconds, nodded, and thanked him again, this time truly leaving. The door clicked shut. Wang Ling sat down in the spot where the female officer had just been, lit a cigarette, and reviewed his earlier performance. A score of 6, barely passing. The guidance had been somewhat forced. Indeed, he was not suited for schemes and conspiracies. He took out his phone and once again opened the bizarre Harem game. No matter how many arguments one makes, nothing is more important than the power one possesses. In the rear courtyard, all tasks assigned to the kitchen had been completed. 9 Qingshu dumplings, 5 Lingwu porridges, and 2 Chinsi candies had been stored in the woodshed. Wang Ling summoned Ying Mainyang and sent her to the Demon Casino in Las Vegas located in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Earning 500 on easy difficulty and 1,000 on nightmare difficulty after a bloody battle, and deducting the dispatch fee and save costs, the family's savings reached 2,648 strange jade. However, Wang Ling also sensed that the Demon Casino was becoming too risky to play. In today's round of gambling, he had to reload the game 10 times before narrowly winning by luck. It seemed that for the time being he couldn't send characters to earn money anymore. After going out for a meal and doing some shopping, Wang Ling returned to the hotel and extended his stay for 3 more days. Primarily because he had nowhere else to go and was too lazy to move again. After taking a nice shower, Wang Ling sat back at his desk and found another task to complete. This task was called Nian Beast. During the task background introduction, the game presented an internal report on a police incident. Internal report on the patrol and control work around the Tower of Relics in Huanggu District during the Spring Festival of 2026. Hereby, we report the continuous incidents of missing persons occurring around the Tower of Relics in the Tawan area of our district over the years, and we notify the deployment of special patrols and hazard inspections during the period from the eve of the Lunar New Year to the first day of the Lunar New Year in 2026, since the Lunar New Year of 2023, up to the Lunar New Year of 2025, there have been missing person cases occurring within a radius of 2 kilometers around the Tower of Relics on the night of Lunar New Year's Eve to the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year for 5 consecutive years, with a total of 17 missing persons. In order to resolutely curb such incidents from happening again, and to fully protect the safety of the public, a special deployment will be made starting from 6 p.m. on February 16th, 2026 New Year's Eve to 8 a.m. on February 17th, the first day of the Lunar New Year, to implement high-level patrol control around a 3-kilometer radius of the tower. The specific requirements are as follows. 1. Full coverage of police forces. The Tawan Police Station will take the lead with support from the Special Police Team, establishing 12 fixed posts at Tower Park, along Tawan Street, back alleys, old neighborhoods, and remote sections for grid-based dynamic patrols, ensuring no blind spots or gaps. 2. Persuasion of key individuals, timely checks and escorts for individuals walking alone at night, and immediate questioning and registration for those exhibiting unusual behavior. 3. On-site emergency response patrol officers who discover suspicious traces or receive reports of missing persons being lost or calls for help must seal off the scene and report to the command center immediately, with the criminal investigation team dispatched simultaneously for inspection, strictly prohibiting delayed reporting, missed reporting, or concealment. 4. Video-linked inspections. The Command Center and Intelligence Center will implement 24-hour dedicated monitoring of surveillance in the incident area, tracking any abnormal footage in real time and synchronizing with road patrols for rapid response. This special duty is classified as a first-level internal duty, and all participating officers must ensure accountability and be present at their posts, strictly implementing control measures. Incident information is for internal circulation only, and unauthorized external disclosure or dissemination is prohibited to avoid causing panic among local residents. This is hereby reported. Anomalous entity identification. This anomaly has been identified as an epic-level anomaly, the Nian Beast. It has the body of a lion, the tail of an ox, a single horn on its head, a face resembling a dog with a short and broad snout, and claws like those of a tiger. Ancient texts record that it is fierce and bloodthirsty, devours people, and emerges every year at the end of the year, returning at the crow of a rooster. The Nian Beast moves silently, able to briefly conceal itself in the shadows, instinctively pursuing living beings in motion. Its skin is tough, and conventional weapons are hard to penetrate. Its only weakness is a fear of loud explosive noises and strong light stimuli. Sealing history. During the reign of Emperor Jinshi in the Liao dynasty, the Nian Beast first appeared in the Hahuang region, devouring dozens of people. At that time, Emperor Yelu Longshu dispatched the Northern Court's chief military officer, leading over 10,000 Khitan elite cavalry wielding red banners and burning bamboo explosives, shaking the heavens with their noise. The Nian Beast feared the red and the sound, fleeing in panic to the north beyond the Yuguan Pass and north of Songma, daring not to return to the Central Plains. There was also a high monk who suppressed it with Buddhist teachings, trapping it within the Tower of Relics underground palace. By the time of the Ming Dynasty's Zhengtong period, the Nian Beast broke free from its seal and wreaked havoc again. The Liaodong governor collaborated with the eminent monks of the time to cast spells, once more sealing its head with the tower's spire, locking its heart with relics, surrounding its limbs with vermilion sand, and inscribing scriptures both inside and outside the tower, suppressing it day and night, ultimately resealing it. Every New Year's Eve, the local residents would set off firecrackers outside the tower to reinforce the seal with their sound. However, since March 2020, when fireworks were banned in Fengtian City, there have been no firecracker sounds guarding the tower for 5 consecutive years. Today, the Nian Beast will officially break free from its seal. Task objective: kill the Nian Beast before 6:39:05 local time. After sunrise, the Nian Beast will stealthily escape, only to reappear the following year when its powers will be even stronger. Seeing that the introduction stated the Nian Beast could conceal itself in shadows, Wang Ling decided to have Ing Meinyang execute this task. Being of the same category of anomaly, it can gain more power after devouring, and there is a chance to comprehend new skills. 10 Strange Jade deploying character to the destination. Deployment complete. Fengtian New Year's Eve. 5 minutes until midnight. The area around the Charlita Tower Park near Huilong Temple is uncharacteristically quiet for the new year. The park is bare, the roads desolate, completely devoid of the festive bustle. A police car is parked at the roadside on Tawan Street, the engine still running, white vapor billowing from the exhaust. 2 police officers are seated inside. The younger one is holding up his phone watching the Spring Festival Gala live. The older one leans against the driver's seat, holding a thermos, sipping slowly. What on earth is this performance? They have comedians singing, singers performing skits, and those young idols up there telling jokes. He turns to the middle-aged officer and complains, what are the directors thinking nowadays? Is this innovation? It just seems like a mess to me. The middle-aged officer tightens the lid on his cup and places it in front of the windshield. I don't know about innovation, but I feel like the festive spirit is fading. Isn't that the truth? The younger officer swipes his finger across the screen. What's the difference between New Year's now and any other day? The middle-aged officer glances out the window. In the distance, the windows of the residential buildings glimmer with sporadic lanterns scattered, and not like the previous years where every floor was adorned in red. When I was a child, I used to look forward to the new year starting from the beginning of the 12th month. On New Year's Eve, every household would set off firecrackers, and as soon as it turned midnight, if you looked up at the sky. The middle-aged officer raises his hand to gesture, it would be filled with fireworks painting the sky red. The sound of firecrackers was so loud you'd have to shout to be heard. The younger officer places his phone on his lap. Now, even if you want to set them off, you can't. The middle-aged officer suddenly chuckles. Zhaoga, what are you laughing at? The younger officer asks. The middle-aged officer chuckles a couple more times before saying, I was just thinking about that year when they set off firecrackers over at Wooly and ignited the Wanqin building. The comments online were brutal, saying the people of Fengtian were so passionate, they wished a 5-star hotel a happy new year. The younger officer chuckles as well, sighing, if they want to allow firecrackers, then so be it. At least there won't be as many fires. When I was a child, it felt like the sound of fire trucks never stopped on New Year's Eve. The voice of the Spring Festival Gala host comes through the phone, and the countdown to midnight is about to start. The younger officer raises his phone again. It's almost time. The countdown has begun. The middle-aged officer remains silent, his gaze fixed on the tower in the distance. The tower looks the same, but he feels it appears slightly different. 10:98. The lively countdown resonates from the phone. The younger officer chants along, 3, 2, 1. Boom! A tremendous roar erupts from deep underground, shaking the police car's glass. Immediately, the sirens of various bicycles and electric vehicles wail together, adding some vitality to this otherwise quiet festival. What's that noise? The middle-aged officer sits up straight. Before he finishes speaking, a second thunderous crash follows. This time they can see it's the Charlita Tower. The 13-story pagoda's body breaks in half, bricks shattering, smoke billowing up, forming a massive gray mushroom cloud in the light of the street lamps. The younger officer gapes, speechless for a long moment. The middle-aged officer has already pushed open the car door and stepped out. The cold wind rushes into the car, snapping the younger officer back to reality as he jumps out after him. The smoke has not yet cleared, but they see something moving within it. A gigantic shadow flickers in and out of view amid the haze. First, a single horn thick as a man's arm, followed by a fearsome beast's head. As the smoke dissipates, the creature's entire form is revealed. With the body of a lion, a bull's tail, and 4 tiger-like claws, it measures 9 meters long and over 5 meters high at the shoulder. Its fur glistens a dark red under the streetlights, resembling congealed blood. The younger officer's legs go weak, and he grasps the car door to keep from collapsing. The middle-aged officer, though slightly steadier, pulls out his radio, his fingers trembling as he presses the talk button, his voice quavering, command center. Tawan Park. The Charlita Tower has collapsed. Something has emerged. A monster has come out from beneath the tower. Wang Ling scoops 2 spoonfuls of mocha freeze-dried coffee into his cup, adds a touch of jasmine tea, then uses a milk frother to whip the coffee into a creamy ice cream-like foam. He fills half the cup with jasmine tea and half with milk, stirring it all together. A cup of 400 times coffee with a flavor of boy-ass exquisite strings is now complete. He takes a delightful sip and walks back to his desk holding the cup. On the computer screen, Ing Meinyang stands on a bridge. The river below is frozen and the banks are covered in snow. In the midst of winter's deep night, dressed in a black cheongsam that reveals her thighs, if someone were to see Ying Meinyang in such an icy setting, they would surely think she was executing some twisted master's outdoor task. Those who see her would probably feel a mix of envy and silently curse, "She'll definitely catch a cold later." Just as Ying Meinyang's master sets the coffee cup down on the table, a loud explosion reverberates from the screen. In the image, a dark red figure bursts forth from the smoke, howling up to the sky, its voice shaking the surroundings. Wang Ling takes another sip of his coffee and presses W with his left hand. Ying Meinyang immediately begins to move, stepping over the snow, rushing through the woods toward the direction from which the smoke is rising. The resounding crash of the White Tower collapsing also shocks the nearby pedestrians. A black sedan pulls up at the roadside. A middle-aged man pushes open the car door and tiptoes to peer toward the tower. The smoke is too thick for him to see clearly, so he squints and takes a few steps forward. Then he sees a giant beast striding through the dust and smoke. The middle-aged man's legs feel as if they are nailed to the ground. It takes him 2 seconds to react before he dives back into the car, flooring the accelerator. The tires scream as they grip the ground, but the scenery outside the window does not change. The man looks up in terror toward the rearview mirror. A massive claw, having arrived unnoticed, is pressing down on the trunk. Whoosh! A gust of hot air blasts against the rear window, fogging his view. The man feels the seat getting a bit wet, and at that moment he thinks not of his wife and children, but that he must get a car seat that can heat and dry. The sound of tires screeching against the pavement irritates the beast. It swipes a claw, flipping the sedan upside down, wheels in the air, sliding 5 or 6 meters away. The beast approaches, pressing down with its front paws, its sharp claws tearing the car's undercarriage apart as easily as paper. The middle-aged man huddles in the driver's seat, hands over his head, emitting an incoherent wail. The beast leans its head closer, drool dripping down, splattering onto the man's lap. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rings out. The middle-aged officer stands 20 meters away, gun aimed at the beast's head. But the bullets strike the beast's body without even breaking the skin. After an entire clip of bullets is fired, the middle-aged officer remembers the legends he heard as a child: one-horned tiger body. This is the year beast. By Chiming. Go drive, honk the horn continuously, turn on the siren, and use the loudspeaker. Create some noise. The younger officer is taken aback for a moment, then turns and runs toward the police car. The middle-aged officer reloads his magazine, continuing to fire while shouting, "Damn it. Come here. This way. You come here." The bullets hit the beast's eyelid and finally it turns its head, its golden eyes locking onto the biped that is making all the noise. It despises those who make noise and hates bipedal creatures even more. Those who make noise must die. It releases the sedan, its 4 paws hitting the ground, charging toward the middle-aged officer. The 5 turtle giants, every step shakes the ground. The middle-aged officer turns and runs, but how can his 2 legs outrun its 4? The wind rushes behind him. He stumbles forward, glancing back to see the year beast right in front of him. It's over. The words flash through the middle-aged officer's mind. Then, the year beast freezes in place. Its massive paw halts midair, its body stiffening, motionless, as if frozen by Sun Wukong's immobilization spell. The middle-aged police officer saw a woman in a black qipao who had appeared by the beast without him noticing. The young police officer by Chiming rushed over in a car, the siren blaring sharply, and his voice echoed frantically through the loudspeaker. Ah 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 ah. The beast trembled slightly, as if struggling intensely. The woman lightly shook a folding fan in her hand, and the beast suddenly jolted, then turned around, its 4 paws lifting off the ground as it bolted down the street. Wang Ling scratched his head. He regretted taking on this task a bit. He recalled that the beast was said to be 3 meters long and half a zhang tall, but this was clearly at least 10 meters long. Moreover, its resistance was absurdly high. Ying Meinyang could easily manipulate an ordinary person, even to the point of causing them to commit suicide. But controlling this beast, merely holding it in place for a few seconds, cost her over 20 points of mana. On the screen, the young police officer jumped out of the car and helped the middle-aged officer up. The middle-aged officer caught his breath, shook off the young officer's support, and approached Ying Meinyang, bowing slightly. "Thank you for saving my life, miss." Wang Ling raised an eyebrow, not surprised that the officer could tell it was Ying Meinyang who saved him. If he had come up saying something like "It's dangerous here, hurry home," Wang Ling would have questioned his intelligence. At this moment, conversation options popped up in front of Wang Ling. 1. There's no time to explain, fuck the car. Ants get lost. 3. I'm here to help you defeat the beast. Wang Ling clicked, and Ying Meinyang's lips parted slightly. There's no time to explain, get in the car. Then the middle-aged officer saw the girl in the qipao walk up to the police car and sit down in the driver's seat. The two were taken aback for a moment, quickly rushing to the car. Just as the middle-aged officer was pondering how to persuade Ying Meinyang to get out of the driver's seat, she got out on her own. Wang Ling awkwardly scratched his brow. In the late stages of the apocalypse, there were almost no vehicles left. He had forgotten to press F to enter a vehicle, and if the driver's seat was empty, it would default to entering the driver's seat. But it was fine, it was Ing Mainyang who was embarrassed, not him, so it wasn't a big deal. After some commotion, the two officers settled into the front seats of the police car, while Ing Mainyang took a seat in the back. The car's communication system crackled with chatter reports from various stations, overlapping. The Beast just passed through Nujiang Street, colliding with a taxi. No casualties reported, currently moving towards Biling Street. Vehicles along the route have been severely damaged, requesting reinforcements. The Beast has reached Changjiang Street. Firearms are ineffective. Repeat, firearms are ineffective. Old Zhao grabbed the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. Command center, this is police numbers 110327 and 110328. Zhao Bin and Bai Qiming reporting in. We encountered the Beast first at Tawan Park. The White Pagoda collapsed, confirming the target's initial appearance was inside the White Pagoda. He paused with the walkie-talkie, slightly turned his head to catch a glimpse of the back seat, and continued. During the encounter, we met a female civilian. She can briefly control the Beast, preventing it from moving. Currently, this civilian is in our vehicle participating in the pursuit. The voice from the other end of the walkie-talkie responded, received. Be cautious. Additionally, take her to the entrance H of the traditional Chinese Medicine University station. This is the temporary command center. The Beast was rampaging along Chongshan East Road. Cars along the way were overturned, bus stop signs were smashed, and traffic lights were shattered into pieces. From all directions, the sound of police sirens was converging. 1 car, 2 cars, 5 cars, 10 cars. Police cars with flashing red and blue lights emerged from various streets, tailing the Beast and crowding around it. The sirens wailed long and loud, the police lights flashed wildly, and every car horn was blaring. Beep, 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 honk, honk, honk. Various horn sounds merged into a deafening wall of noise. The Beast's speed slowed, its head swaying left and right, irritation evident in its golden eyes. It was trapped at the intersection of Biling Street and Chongshan East Road. In the nearby high-rise buildings, people began to appear behind the windows. Some raised their phones against the glass to film, some opened the windows and leaned out, while others went, live, look, it really is the Beast. Holy crap, a Beast has appeared in Fengtian, right on Biling Street. In no time, short video platforms exploded. Fengtian besieging the Beast shot up like a rocket, directly surpassing, complaining about the worst Spring Festival Gala program, to take second place on trending. The comment section was rolling frantically. Holy crap, a Beast? Is this for real? That looks absolutely like a Beast. No doubt about it. Brothers, the Beast has appeared, spiritual energy is reviving. Is anyone going to Wudong Mountain to seek a master? Wait, are you guys in Fengtian really celebrating New Year this hardcore? Police cars surrounding the Beast. This is 100 times better than the Spring Festival Gala. I just saw it from upstairs. It's real. Dozens of police cars are chasing it. It's so thrilling. The police cars stopped at the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital next to a command vehicle. At that moment, several figures stood in front of the command vehicle, led by a middle-aged man in plain clothes around 40 years old with a crew cut and high brow bones, gripping a walkie-talkie while staring up at the Beast on the overpass. Zhaobin opened the car door, motioning for Ing Mainyang to get out. This way, please. That is our on-site commander, Captain Zhou Haifeng. Wang Ling's finger hovered over the icon for the skill shadow escape. Ing Mainyang's figure vanished from the car, appearing before Zhou Haifeng in the blink of an eye. Zhou Haifeng instinctively took half a step back, but quickly steadied himself. His gaze swept over Ing Mainyang, his eyes showing a hint of vigilance. Can you control the Beast? Zhou Haifeng asked. Conversation options popped up in front of Wang Ling. 1. Introduce myself. 2. Introduce the Beast. 3. Ask how they plan to deal with the Beast. 4. Custom Wang Ling. Ing Mainyang spoke. How do you plan to deal with the Beast? Zhou Haifeng frowned slightly, but pointed at the overpass to explain. We are coordinating citywide traffic, waiting for all intersections to clear, then forcing it out to an uninhabited area outside the city, before using heavy firepower to eliminate it. Ing Mainyang did not respond immediately, as Wang Ling was still typing. Zhou Haifeng waited a few seconds, seeing the woman in front of him seemed to be lagging. He couldn't help but ask, is there a problem? Ing Mainyang successfully connected to the network and spoke. The Beast can conceal itself in shadows, and current technological means cannot detect it. In its hidden state, it briefly enters an invincible state and cannot be harmed. Currently, the light pollution in the urban area is severe, preventing it from hiding. But once it gets outside the city, you will no longer be able to capture it. Zhou Haifeng's brows furrowed even tighter. Zhou Haifeng fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly locking his gaze onto Ing Mainyang's eyes and asking, can you control it? The sharpness of Captain Zhou's eyes was indeed piercing, likely overwhelming for an ordinary person. Unfortunately, Ing Mainyang was currently in a custodial state, and despite Zhou Haifeng's sharp gaze that could likely bore a hole through someone, there was no way to glean any clues from her face. It's not exactly control. To be precise, it's my ability to limit its movements, Ing Mainyang replied. How long can you control it? Zhou Haifeng asked again. At most half a minute. Just during this brief exchange between Zhou Haifeng and Ying Mainyang, a drone flew out from a window of a nearby residential building. The drone approached the beast from the sky, even turning on its spotlight and capturing it hidden. Which idiot is flying a drone at this time? Zhou Haifeng cursed loudly. Get the interference gun. Shoot it down. But it was too late. The beast was already pushed to the brink of fury by the surrounding noise and lights. Stimulated by the drone, its violent emotions overwhelmed its fear of the noise and lights. Just like a beast that would flee from the noise made by hunters, it would fiercely retaliate when cornered. The beast let out a low growl and suddenly lunged forward. The drone, unable to evade, was captured in its grasp. But at this moment the beast was on a bridge. When it landed, it was under the bridge. The police underneath the bridge could not suppress their gasps. At close range the sirens became even more deafening. The beast, agitated, shook its head and swiped a claw at a nearby police car, sending it rolling like a toy before crashing into a tree and bursting into flames. Spread out. Everyone disperse. Zhou Haifeng shouted into the walkie-talkie. But it was already too late. The flames sent the beast into a complete rage. It pounced on the nearest police car, pressing its front paw onto the roof and biting down. The police officer inside had just pushed the door open to escape when a claw swept across, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters into another police car, where he lay motionless. Another car was overturned and the officer inside was thrown out, struggling to get up when the beast's paw came. Dozens of handguns fired simultaneously. The bullets struck the beast as if hitting thick rubber, leaving only shallow scratches. The beast turned its head and charged into the area where the police cars were most concentrated, its massive claws swinging, overturning police cars one after another, crushing and tearing them apart. Screams, police sirens, and explosions merged into a cacophony. Some officers fired their weapons while retreating. When they ran out of bullets, the beast was already upon them. Someone dove under a car to hide, only to be flattened along with the vehicle by a powerful paw. Sniper, are you in position? Zhou Haifeng roared into the walkie-talkie. Zhou, the sniper team is in position, but the target is moving too fast to lock onto a vital point. Zhou Haifeng turned to Ying Mainyang and said, now I need you to control it, even for just a second. After saying that he didn't rush her, he knew that this girl seemed to have some serious issues, as if she had to think through everything twice in her head before speaking. While Zhou Haifeng anxiously waited, Ying Mainyang replied, I can. You all need to cooperate with me to approach. Zhou Haifeng immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie. All teams listen to my orders, he loudly commanded. Everyone provide cover. No obstructions allowed within 10 meters ahead of the target. This is a death command. The beast must be contained within the intersection. I repeat, this is a death command. It's time for you to live up to this uniform. We absolutely cannot let it break through. The walkie-talkie echoed with a chorus of received. Zhou Haifeng looked at Ying Mainyang. Miss, I'm counting on you. Suddenly, Ying Mainyang moved. Her figure flickered between light and shadow, each appearance drawing closer to the frenzied beast. The officers stood their ground, firing, reloading, and firing again. Some were knocked down by flying car doors and others were swept away. But none of them ran backward. They stood there in the light amidst the smoke and beneath the roar of the beast. Lu Gut, don't worry about me. Hold the line. Damn. Come on. Come at me. If you have the guts, kill me. By our ancestors. With the sacrifices of many officers who barely dodged, Ying Mainyang finally drew near to the beast. She appeared in the shadows about 5 meters behind the beast, a winding shadow crawling out from beneath her feet and climbing to the beast's feet. The beast suddenly froze. Now, Zhou Haifeng shouted into the walkie-talkie, lock onto the target's eyes. Fire. Continuous shots. Bang, the first shot. A special bullet erupted from the muzzle of the CSLR-4 high-precision sniper rifle. The beast's left eye exploded in a burst of golden light, and black liquid gushed out. The beast let out a thunderous howl, struggling violently, but it could not move. Bang, the second shot. Its right eye exploded as well. The beast's howl turned into a mournful wail, but under Ying Mainyang's control, it could not close its eyelids to shield itself, nor could it even fall. The gunfire did not cease, each shot hitting the beast's eyes, penetrating through the eyeball and into its brain. Black liquid poured from its eye sockets, pooling on the ground. The beast's struggles grew weaker and slower, finally coming to a stop. Ying Mainyang took 2 steps forward, standing in the light as her shadow twisted, retracting from the beast's corpse. In front of the computer screen, Wang Ling finished the last sip of his coffee. Looking at the scene unfolding, he lit a cigarette, though he did not smoke it, instead placing it at the bottom of the screen. The beast was not considered a formidable monster, and this was merely a newly revived beast. But even at this level, it was beyond the capability of ordinary humans to contend with. Deploying planes and tanks would likely make things much easier. But strange occurrences usually take place in densely populated areas. Who would dare order artillery strikes on the city they were meant to protect unless absolutely necessary? Wang Ling sighed again. The mouse hovered over the devour button. Special anomaly detected. Year Beast Horn, Year Guardian Pearl, Year Cold Armor 3, Year Beast Blood 5 stored in the back warehouse. Year Beast Horn, the single horn on the head of the Year Beast. Epic grade crafting material. Hard as steel, impervious to knives and axes, can drive away evil spirits and dispel dark energies. Wearing it can protect one from nightmares. Year Guardian Pearl, a pearl condensed from the heart of the Year Beast. Epic grade alchemy material. The holder is unafraid of cold or heat, and it is a core material for crafting longevity pills and guardian pills. Year Cold Armor, the scales of the Year Beast. Rare grade crafting material. Impervious to blades and bullets, resistant to fire and water. Year Beast Blood, the essence blood of the Year Beast. Rare grade alchemy and talisman making material. Alchemy can enhance medicinal power, and talisman making can increase effectiveness. Consuming it can eliminate 100 ailments ineffective against cancer and terminal illnesses. Devouring completed. Ing Maniang's potential rating increased from excellent to outstanding. Blue Ing Maniang absorbed part of the Year Beast's power. Strength 10, agility 10, constitution 10. Potential increased. Ing Maniang's base attributes received partial enhancement. Intelligence 10, perception 5. Ing Maniang's level increased to LV9. Ing Maniang learned a new skill, Shadow Strangulation. Shadow Strangulation crate skill. Manipulates shadow tendrils to strangle enemies. Every 3 levels of skill increase, the number of shadow tendrils increases by 1, currently at 3. The length of shadow tendrils is affected by the intelligence attribute. During strangulation, it deals intelligence 2 points of damage per second. Each shadow tendril calculates damage independently. During skill use, each tendril consumes 5 mana per second. Shadow Escape skill enhanced, upgraded from grade to a grade. Shadow Escape, a grade skill. Ing Maniang can become invisible in shadows, increasing movement speed by 100 while moving in shadows. In Shadow Escape state, Ing Maniang is immune to physical damage. In Shadow Escape state, she can instantaneously move to other shadows. Using this teleportation consumes 1 mana for every meter moved. The effects of Shadow Escape are not dispelled by bright light. When receiving fatal damage, she automatically escapes into the nearest shadow. Ing Maniang level LV9 10, potential rating outstanding, power rating tier 2, and attributes. Expand collapse contents. Health 140310. Mana 290530. Strength 516. Agility 1020. Constitution 1024. Intelligence 2545. Perception 1019. Charm 5. Item Shadow Fan with skill illusion, half mask skill, Shadow Escape, A. Shadow Manipulation, B. Shadow Strangulation, C. Shadow Chi Pao Deposition. Concubine monthly allowance 2. Guayu dispatch. Fee 10 Guayu, 36 Guayu market. Value 420,950. On the first day of the Lunar New Year. In a secret base, an underground conference room. The room is small, with a dark long table in the center and 7 or 8 people sitting on each side, each with a uniform white porcelain cup, microphone, and notebook in front of them. The light from the ceiling is evenly dispersed, not glaring, but bright enough. At the front of the conference room stands a large display screen, in front of which is a woman in her early 30s with short hair, wearing a shirt under a dark gray suit jacket, holding a remote control and a laser pointer. She looks at an elderly man in military uniform seated at the head of the table. Seeing him nod, she steps forward and stands in the center of the display screen. Honorable leaders, I apologize for calling everyone here for a meeting on the first day of the new year. The urgent gathering today is due to a series of abnormal events that have occurred globally recently. The situation is critical, and I had no choice but to interrupt your holiday. She presses the remote, and the display screen lights up. Let me briefly report the situation. A surveillance screenshot appears on the screen, a dimly lit street at night, with a headless woman riding a bicycle, a human head placed in the basket. In the capital city of Serbia, Belgrade, a large number of surveillance cameras captured this headless female corpse riding a bicycle. The female corpse was wearing a third-generation Hong Kong police uniform established in 1973, the female host explains. The video has no special effects or AI involvement. It is confirmed to be a real capture. Currently, the identity and purpose of the female corpse remain unverified. She presses the remote again, and the image changes. On February 15th, in Shibuya, Tokyo, at 11 p.m., a surveillance recorded a group of faceless women in kimonos holding hands as they crossed the road, disappearing after entering the Torii Gate of the Meiji Shrine. Over 300 pedestrians witnessed the scene, and multiple mobile phone videos corroborated it. On that day, 18 missing persons reports were filed from various locations in Tokyo. In Paris, during the Louvre's closing hours, the painting Mona Lisa suddenly ignited spontaneously, with blue flames burning for 30 minutes before extinguishing itself, leaving the painting unharmed. Surveillance shows that no one approached during this period. The image continues to switch. In Los Angeles at 1 a.m. local time on February 15th, a giant scarecrow approximately 10 meters tall appeared in Griffith Park. The local police dispatched helicopters for reconnaissance, but lost contact when approaching, resulting in the helicopter crashing with 3 fatalities. Witnesses later claimed to have seen green flames appearing on the scarecrow, which extinguished around 1:20 a.m., causing the scarecrow to vanish. The host paused for a few seconds to let the information settle. The above are some of the abnormal events that have occurred worldwide in the past month. Next, I will present an incident that occurred domestically last night. She presses the remote, and the screen changes. In the video, a giant beast is trapped on a bridge with the body of a lion, the tail of an ox, and a single horn measuring 30 feet long. Hundreds of police cars surround it, sirens wailing and loudspeakers blaring. The female host provides commentary at midnight today. The Sarara Pagoda in Fengtian City collapsed, and a giant beast resembling a year beast burst forth from beneath the tower. This is a recording of the scene during the encirclement. The video continues to play, and the screen fills with chaos, with gunshots, screams, and the sounds of metal tearing. The roar of the year beast echoes throughout the conference room. The host states after approximately 20 minutes of encirclement, the year beast was ultimately killed. 7 officers were sacrificed on the scene, 11 were severely injured, and 23 were lightly injured. 37 vehicles were destroyed. After a pause, the female host continues. According to reports from the scene, the Type 92 pistol was completely ineffective against the year beast. The successful elimination of the year beast was aided by an unknown woman. The female host uses a laser pointer to circle the figure behind the year beast on the still image. Then she presses the remote again, and the screen displays a photo. This was captured by the scene's camera equipment. Interestingly, all officers present, including the team leader Zhou Haifeng, who had direct contact with the woman officer Zhao Bin, and Bai Qiming, all reported that they saw a graceful and gentle-looking beautiful woman with no abnormalities during the inquiry. However, the figure in the footage does not resemble a beauty, but rather has a mouth split to the roots of her ears, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. The host continues. The analysis group believes that this woman can continuously emit a special force field that affected the sensory perceptions of those present. However, this force field cannot affect technological devices. The footage captured her true appearance. The female host presses the remote again, and the image changes to the chaotic scene of the encirclement. Flipped police cars, shattered glass, blood on the ground, and scattered bullet casings. Yet the body of the year beast is not within the encircled area. After the year beast was killed, its body disappeared simultaneously with that woman. Only traces of battle remain at the scene, with no biological samples left. The female host sets down the remote and looks at the elderly man at the head of the table. The situation report is complete. The elderly man nods, surveying the attendees. Let's hear your thoughts. A middle-aged man sitting directly to the left of the elderly man speaks up. What is the background of that woman in the qipao? I don't know, the female host replies. She appeared suddenly and vanished suddenly. Beyond that, there is no information. She seems to have a high degree of understanding regarding the year beast. Another woman in plain clothes asks, why would such a person, or rather such a being, help us? The motive is The female host says after simulation, without her the casualties on the scene would have exceeded 30, and without the use of heavy firepower the year beast would have undoubtedly escaped the city. The elderly man in military uniform raises his hand, signaling show them something else. Understood. The female host presses the remote, and a new video begins to play on the screen. The image is blurry, seemingly taken by a surveillance camera. A man stands in an alley, his body shimmering with a metallic sheen resembling a cast-iron statue. He is surrounded by 7 or 8 men with masks and guns. Bullets rain down on him, sparking off his body. However, the man effortlessly takes down the masked gunman one punch at a time. This is real footage from Rio de Janeiro 10 days ago, the female host introduces. The man in the footage is named Alves, a local gang member. He was cornered during a gang shootout, and then suddenly awakened, his body becoming metallic and impervious to knives and bullets. The video switches again. In a spacious training room, a man in camouflage training gear stands in his 20s with a crew cut and an upright posture. A voice comes from off-screen. Begin. The man takes a deep breath, and suddenly his body ignites. Orange-red flames engulf his skin, yet he appears to feel no heat. Then the man raises his hand, gathering flames in his palm, which constantly shift into various forms: a dagger, a spear, a twisting whip. The man cracks the flame whip, and as it hits the ground, it immediately leaves a charred mark on the surface. Then he clenches his fist, condensing a fireball the size of a basketball. With a swing of his arm, the fireball flies out, striking a target 10 meters away, instantly turning it to ashes. The video ends. This is a squad leader from one of our military units. A month ago, during a nighttime training session, he suddenly experienced an anomaly, igniting spontaneously, yet remained unharmed. He has since been secretly sent to a specialized institution for testing and research. Test results indicate that his body can withstand temperatures up to 1200 degrees Celsius and can actively control the shape and direction of flames. Currently, he is emotionally stable, highly cooperative, and manageable. Below there is finally some quiet conversation. A few people whisper to each other, their voices very low. The elderly man in military uniform gently coughs, and the conversations immediately cease. He remains silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. The world is undergoing tremendous changes. Dongxing Xinzhou Nanjian Buzhou and Xinyo Huzhou are all experiencing similar occurrences. These are not isolated incidents. This is a trend, an accelerating trend. In the future, more people will awaken various abilities and more inexplicable phenomena will appear around us. Effective immediately with approval from higher authorities, the Supernatural Events Management Bureau is officially established, temporarily operating under the name National Security Bureau 9, but in reality, it is Bureau 19. Main responsibilities: first, monitor, record, and analyze supernatural events nationwide. Second, contain, control, and research unexplainable anomalous entities. Third, identify, contact, and assimilate all awakened individuals into the system. Fourth, develop response plans and intervene when necessary. Notify local agencies, public security systems, and military units. Any suspected awakened individuals must be reported immediately. Suspected supernatural events should also be reported at once. No unauthorized actions, no concealment, and absolutely do not attempt to exploit these matters for personal gain. He scans the entire room. You all are the founding members of Bureau 9. Is that understood? A uniform response echoes in the conference room. Understood. Yes. The elderly man nods, his gaze returning to the still image on the display screen. The meeting is adjourned. The time rewound to the 25th day of the 12th lunar month in Hongdian. Wang Ling was awakened by the sound of knocking at the door. Again, he opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. I can't hear it, I can't hear it. There's no one in the room. But the person outside was insistent, knocking 3 times every 2 seconds. Wang Ling sat up, irritated, and walked towards the door in his slippers. As he walked, he cursed, "What the hell did I do to deserve this? For so many days being woken up by someone knocking at my door every day." He opened the door and saw the female police officer from yesterday standing outside. However, the female officer had changed into a dark blue down jacket and was not in uniform, looking much more presentable than yesterday. At least, she had washed her hair. "How old are you?" Wang Ling couldn't help but retort. The female officer evidently didn't catch on, thought for a moment, and replied earnestly, 24. Why? Wang Ling. Forget it, he sighed, stepping aside to let her in. What's going on, officer? The female officer looked at him pitifully. I can't find out what happened with your film crew at Pulwan Temple that day. Before Wang Ling could ask further, she proactively explained. Your leading actress Lu Qingqing might have been stimulated. Her mental state seems to be a bit off, and she's currently unable to be questioned. The one who was disfigured was particularly agitated, throwing things when she saw people, so nothing could be obtained from her. The one who collided with medical waste has been diagnosed with Staphylococcus aureus infection and is currently suffering from a high fever and is unconscious. The producer has severe burns and is also not suitable for questioning. Wang Ling's mouth twitched as he looked down at the floor. He had to use his acting skills to suppress his laughter. He had heard that they were in bad shape while he was feeling just fine. No, he couldn't laugh. Wang Ling cleared his throat and turned towards the tea bar preparing coffee. Isn't there a third female lead? Wang Ling tried to sound casual. Her name is. Oh right, Xintian. You could find her. There was silence behind him. Just as Wang Ling couldn't help but turn around to confirm if she was alive or dead, he heard the female officer quietly say, I've been put on leave by the Bureau. Wang Ling paused in his actions. I said your reasoning. When I reported to the team, I mentioned all your speculations. After team leader Lu had an incident, I thought that maybe someone was indeed causing trouble behind the scenes, so I brought up that clue from Pulwan Temple. The result? She had a hint of self-deprecation in her voice. They think I'm the problem. Too much pressure, daydreaming, and it affected the investigation direction. Just as I got injured, they put me on leave. Wang Ling opened the fridge, took out 2 bottles of Wangzai milk, and poured them into the whipped coffee foam. The female officer felt a bit embarrassed, so I don't have the authority to check her information. I can't find her. Wang Ling brought back the coffee and handed her a cup. Don't you have any friends? The female officer took the cup and lowered her head, looking even more embarrassed. Wang Ling understood. So you want me to help contact Xintian, right? The female officer nodded. Wang Ling pulled out his phone, flipped to Xintian's number, and dialed. Wang Ling, Jimei, where are you? Haven't left. Okay, I'm coming to find you. Wang Ling hung up the phone and waved his hand. Let's go, we'll take you there. The female officer was taken aback and pointed at his outfit. Aren't you going to change clothes? It's just on this floor, Wang Ling said, already opening the door and walking out. The female officer hurriedly followed. When they reached Xintian's door, it was slightly ajar. Wang Ling knocked twice and pushed the door open. Xintian was leaning against the headboard, one leg stretched out on the blanket with a bandage wrapped around her ankle, swollen quite a bit. Why haven't you left? Wang Ling asked. Xintian pointed to her foot. I can't walk. I don't know if it'll be okay before the new year. She sighed and said, these past few days have been so stressful. I can only eat takeout and have to hop around on one leg to do anything. Wang Ling's gaze swept across the room, not looking like someone had helped tidy it up. Where's your boyfriend? He asked. Shin Tian waved her hand. He's gone home for the new year. He just stopped by to see me on the way and stayed for 2 days before leaving. Wang Ling responded with an "oh," deliberately adding salt to the wound. Jimei, it's not that I'm nitpicking, but isn't going home for the new year already a vacation? He slept over for 2 days and left, not even bothering to come and take care of you when you're hurt. Ugh, what a real scumbag. Shin Tian's smile froze on her face. The female officer, seeing the two getting further off track, couldn't help but step forward. Hello, I have some questions I want to ask. Who are you? Shin Tian looked at Wang Ling. Officer, Wang Ling explained, stepping aside. Wants to ask you about some. Shin Tian sat up. Officer. What is it? Don't be nervous. Wang Ling waved his hand. Just a few questions. She right, what was your name again? The female officer pressed her lips together. My surname is Jiang. Jiang Qingwei. Wang Ling continued. Officer Jiang wants to ask about the events on the day of your film crew's opening ceremony. Seeing Shin Tian looking at him, Wang Ling nodded and gave a thumbs up to his heart, a look of, don't be afraid, I'm here. Shin Tian withdrew her gaze, looking at the female officer. Sure, go ahead and ask. Jiang Qingwei asked, were you present at the opening ceremony of your film crew at Pulwan Temple? Yes, Shin Tian nodded. The entire crew was there. Jiang Qingwei, did anything special happen that day? Shin Tian shook her head. Not really. Just the usual purification ceremony, the master chanting sutras. We bowed, then set off firecrackers, cut the roast pig, and offered incense. It was pretty normal. Jiang Qingwei, was there anything unusual during the ceremony? Shin Tian shook her head firmly. No. Jiang Qingwei hesitated, not knowing what else to ask. She couldn't help but look at Wang Ling. Wang Ling sighed, thought for a moment, and asked for her. Before or after the ceremony, did anyone in the crew have a conflict with someone? Or did someone accidentally break something? Shin Tian frowned and thought. Now that you mention it, there actually was. Shin Tian. That day the second male lead was messing around with Lu Qingqing. When Lu Qingqing tried to dodge him and backed away, she bumped into a glass cabinet, knocking down several metal plaques inside it. Jiang Qingwei immediately asked, what glass cabinet? What kind of metal plaques? Shin Tian replied, it's the kind of cabinet found in a corner more than 2 meters high, with a wooden frame and glass doors. Inside there were some things like gold medals. Jiang Qingwei asked again, what happened next? Shin Tian shook her head. There was no next part. The auspicious time was approaching, and the director urged us to leave directly. Jiang Qingwei looked up at Wang Ling. Wang Ling sighed and asked, did no one come looking for you, or did you not explain the situation to any monks? Shin Tian was uncertain. I don't think so, but indeed no one came looking for us. Wang Ling nodded. Then I understand. Jiang Qingwei pressed on. Understand what? Most people wouldn't grasp this situation, but Wang Ling had been dealing with the supernatural and had seen similar things during his tasks. Wang Ling lit a cigarette and said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, it should be a spirit bone plaque from a Siamese temple. Jiang Qingwei asked, what is that? Wang Ling replied, it's equivalent to our ancestral tablets. Family members engrave the names of the deceased on them and offer them at the temple. Jiang Qingwei asked, what happens if they are knocked down? Wang Ling shrugged. If someone were to knock over your family's ancestral tablet and didn't stand it up again, how would you feel? The motive for the crime was established. Shin Tian gaped, connecting the dots to everything that had happened in the crew. Jiang Qingwei also remained silent, evidently having reached the same conclusion. The room fell silent for a while. Jiang Qingwei nodded at Shin Tian. I understand, thank you for your cooperation. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the door. You understand, and you're leaving? Wang Ling called out to her. Jiang Qingwei turned back. I'll check who the plaques were dedicated to and compare the relationships to narrow down the suspects. Wang Ling looked at her and sighed. Jiang Qingwei frowned. What's wrong? A spiritual shrine typically has at least 100 spirit bone plaques. Do you really need to check all of them? Wang Ling asked. Jiang Qingwei was taken aback and immediately turned to Shin Tian. Shin Tian waved her hand. Don't look at me. Ooh, I didn't remember which plaques fell down. There were indeed a dozen, but I really didn't pay attention to which ones. Jiang Qingwei stood still, her brow furrowing. Over 100 plaques with no markings. If the whole crew were to mobilize, and with the cooperation of local police, they could theoretically investigate. But now she was alone and on leave from the bureau, so it was definitely impossible. She looked at Wang Ling. Wang Ling leaned back on the sofa and said leisurely, having helped you this much, shouldn't you call your master to listen in? Jiang Qingwei grimaced. Wang Ling said, what's with that expression? Asking you to call master doesn't mean asking you to call dad. Jiang Qingwei took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and tried to calm her emotions. Teacher Wang, I'm sorry to trouble you. After saying that, she even slightly bowed. Wang Ling made a face. Fine. He stood up and asked, you know there's a distinction between Mahayana and Hinayana Buddhism, right? Jiang Qingwei nodded. I've heard of it. Then it's fine. Wang Ling nodded. Siamese Buddhism is Hinayana, which is different from the Buddhism in Daxia. Mahayana emphasizes saving all beings and promoting Buddhist teachings. Hinayana focuses on personal cultivation and accumulating merit. He looked at Jiang Qingwei. noticing her still somewhat dazed expression. Wang Ling sighed again. Your comprehension is lacking. In other words, if the act of knocking over a plaque occurred in a local temple, it wouldn't significantly affect the monks there. But in a Siamese temple, he paused. Every spirit master position represents a monk's place of the spirit bone plaques enshrined in the shrine are a monk's own practice. If we were to use the immortal cultivation system as an analogy, it would be like an alchemist refining pills when someone suddenly knocks over their alchemy furnace and several half-finished pills roll out. Do you understand? Jiang Qingyue was stunned for 2 seconds, then nodded vigorously. I understand. She turned to leave. Stop. Wang Ling called out to her again. You're going to check which monk was responsible for the knocked-over shrine, right? Jiang Qingyue turned back. Is that not allowed? Sure, it's fine. Wang Ling walked back to the sofa and sat down. By the way, when is your birthday? Jiang Qingyue was taken aback. Can you tell fortunes? I can't, Wang Ling replied, but knowing your birthday would make it a bit easier when I help you carve a tombstone. Jiang Qingyue's face turned red instantly. Did you forget how you encountered a car accident yesterday? Wang Ling tilted his head to look at her. If you charge in recklessly again at this time, the first day of the new year would be your first 7 days. Jiang Qingyue stood at the door gritting her teeth, but ultimately just took a few deep breaths and threw down a sentence. This year, there's no New Year's Eve. The door opened, and this time she really left. Wang Ling looked at Shen Tian. What does she mean? Shen Tian replied. Maybe. She means to say you calculated the first 7 days wrong. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Wang Ling grinned and said to Shen Tian, I won't leave the hotel for a while. Since your foot isn't convenient, don't move around. If you need anything, just find me. Shen Tian nodded and asked, Aren't you going home for the new year? Wang Ling smiled. My parents have passed away. I'm all alone drifting around treating the world as my home. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the key rack by the entrance where a room card was placed. He reached out to grab it and raised it. I took the spare room card, so you can close the door now. Call me if you need anything, and I'll come help you open the door. Shen Tian nodded. Okay, thank you. Wang Ling waved his hand and walked out. Back in his own room, he pulled out the room card from his pocket and flicked it. This is the last one, Wang Ling muttered to himself. Shen Tian, you must be strong and not get messed up too quickly. He opened the palace game and stared at Mei Niang's attribute page for a moment before raising her rank to concubine. In this bizarre palace game, there are distinctions between wives and concubines. Wives are the primary and secondary spouses, totaling 3 wives. Concubines are the accompanying sisters of the wife, with an uncertain number. The term noble concubine allows Wang Ling to share 3 skills and 30 of attributes. A good concubine is one that when dealing with the bizarre chooses to release and after submission can be married into the household. They can share 2 skills and 20 of attributes. Concubines, bed servants, and maids are classified as lowly. Maid servants provide nothing while bed servants can provide 1 skill and concubines can provide 1 skill and allow Wang Ling to share 10 of the attributes. Wang Ling also had his own ideas about the classification of roles. After his rebirth, he required the main wife and secondary wife to have legendary qualifications. The requirement for a noble concubine was epic qualification. The requirement for a good concubine was to reach outstanding qualification. By qualification standards, Mei Niang, after being promoted, met the criteria for the status of a good concubine. However, lowly roles cannot be promoted to the level of concubine or above. But if true love is encountered, there is a way. Let the role be freed, turning it into a free bizarre entity, and then send someone to deal with her. Generally speaking, it's someone from the family who expresses their intent, and the released bizarre will accept the bride price return on their own and rejoin the inner residence. But the problem is that Wang Ling currently has no character more powerful than Mei Niang, and he also fears that if he frees her too much, she might truly want to escape, which would be quite troublesome. Wang Ling's promotion of Mei Niang's status was not driven by the slight increase in attributes. Admittedly, her 10 boost was enough to enhance his physical strength by a third, but that was not Wang Ling's true intention. What he aimed for was to change his skills. After upgrading the shadow escape skill, it gained the ability to teleport through shadows and would automatically retreat into the shadows when receiving fatal damage, which was a surefire way to save his life. Thus, Wang Ling immediately replaced the shared skill from Mei Niang with the rank skill shadow escape. While routinely searching for suitable tasks to complete, Wang Ling noticed a golden pentagram appearing at the center of a red dot on Fusang Island. An adventure task. Wang Ling instinctively straightened his posture. He had encountered this type of task a few times before. Without exception, there were always 2 choices when executing the task. One was to send back-end characters to perform the task, as with regular quests. The second method of task execution was to use the special characters provided in the task. If choosing the latter after successfully completing the task, that character would automatically enter the backend, and their favorability would be maxed out. They would belong to the type that even if released would come knocking every day wanting to return home. So upon seeing this, Wang Ling immediately moved his mouse over, and then saw the task title Meiji Shrine. Wang Ling clicked to open the details and looked at the task background. It roughly stated that the chariot giant made a customary visit to the Meiji Shrine at the beginning of the new year and delivered a speech. The speech mainly reminisced about the achievements of Emperor Meiji and touched on the current internal and external turmoil in Fusang, stating the need to emulate the late emperor and implement reforms. The main intention was to amend Article 9 of the Peace Constitution, which stipulates the renunciation of war, the non-maintenance of military forces, and the non-possession of the right to engage in warfare. This aimed to loosen military restrictions. The task brief noted after this statement spread rapidly across the internet, it quickly gained traction. By February, the related topic had surpassed 1 billion views online. The concepts of the Meiji Restoration, Emperor Meiji, and the founding of Jinmu were repeatedly mentioned. Debate right-wing groups seized the opportunity to gather while online streamers rushed to play the role of restoration patriots. A large number of citizens flocked to the Meiji Shrine to take photos, and emulating Meiji became the new trend. The high frequency of historical sentiments, chaotic public emotions, and concentrated pilgrimage behaviors have triggered some form of invisible anomaly in the area. According to Wang Ling's understanding of this game, the so-called invisible area anomaly refers to an eerie domain. Ordinary anomalies wander in the human realm, and everything that occurs is in the real world. You might bump into one while walking down the street. But the eerie domain is different. It is a folded space, a special area that exists parallel to the material world. When the eerie domain reaches its peak, it becomes a divine realm. While the Meiji Shrine in reality may still be bustling with tourists, in another dimension something is quietly taking shape. Wang Ling clicked on the task icon. The screen split in two. On the left side was his backend. Ing Mei-nyang, the headless senior sister, and the white-haired dancer appeared beside the backend door. On the right side was another scene, a dimly lit forest where plants grew wildly, and the ground was covered with dead branches and leaves. Among the vines and fallen leaves lay a broken skeleton. Choosing the left side meant sending backend characters to normally progress the task. Choosing the right side meant using the character provided for the adventure task. Wang Ling moved his mouse over the skeleton scene. A system prompt appeared, detected a lost soul suitable for awakening. Would you pay 100 eerie jade to reshape the body of the deceased? There was no hesitation. Wang Ling clicked to confirm. Payment successful. Remaining balance 2538 eerie jade. The screen dimmed. Then a spark ignited at the center of the screen, spreading outward and burning the skeleton in the forest, revealing a piece of parchment. The parchment slowly unfurled at the center of the screen, covering the entire screen. The parchment was an old beige color with dark red dried bloodstains on it. Words began to materialize stroke by stroke, as if someone was writing with an invisible brush. Before you lies only a broken skeleton. Who was he? Why did he die here? No one knows. But who he will become depends on you. With a light click of the mouse, the text changed. Looking at this skeleton, you think he was 1. A male, with sturdy bones suitable for wielding a knife. Strength 1, damage with bladed weapons increased by 5. 2. A female, with wide hips and a light step. Agility 1, evasion ability 5. 3. Difficult to discern. Some things cannot even be defined by death. Perception 1, spell resistance 10. It seemed there were choices, but in reality there were none. Wang Ling hoped to gain a soft girl after completing the task rather than an undefined Walmart shopping bag. Thus the only option for gender was option 2. After selecting the gender, the text on the parchment changed. Birth determines the starting point. You think she might have been born to 1. A fallen samurai lineage. Her family may have once been a renowned warrior clan relying on swordsmanship and integrity passed down through generations. Strength 3, Constitution 2, starts with dagger. 2. A family of Onmyoji. Her family may have once served the Onmyoji with a natural affinity for spiritual power flowing through their veins. Intelligence 4, starts with guardian spirit. 3. A shrine priestess family. She may have been born in a shrine influenced by Shinto rituals, purification, and prayers from a young age, immersed in the aura of deities. Agility 2, Intelligence 2, Perception 2, starts with Kagura Bell, dispels low-level anomalies, usable 3 times, amulet for protection, blocks 1 fatal damage. 4. A half-demon. She may have non-human blood flowing through her veins, able to see things that ordinary people cannot, but both demons and humans would not consider her one of their own. Strength 3, Constitution 3, a Perception 2, starts with the special skill half-demon transformation, doubles attributes for a short time. 5. A merchant's child. She likely came from a wealthy merchant family, traveling far and wide with her elders from a young age, well-informed, eloquent, and knowing how to trade with both humans and non-humans. Perception 1, a Charm 2, starts with 1000 eerie jade, 1 random valuable item. Starts with the special skill nothing is unsellable. 6. A rural villager. She may come from the countryside, her parents peasants of some noble, but her labor from a young age made her physically strong. Strength 1, Constitution 2, Anomaly Resistance 20 starts with sickle coarse linen clothes. Warriors on Myoji Shrine, maidens half-demons merchants farmers. Wang Ling stared blankly at the 6 origins. He never expected this adventure task to be of the character creation type. Most of the adventure tasks he had undertaken before involved fixed characters. Some tasks only allowed the selection of a single fixed character, while others permitted choosing one among multiple characters. However, opting for a character that appeared powerful generally required additional payment. He had only participated in a character creation type adventure once, so he wasn't entirely inexperienced. In this type, character creation was of utmost importance. If he failed the task, reloading a save would only consume a few guayu, but if he didn't create the character correctly, to rebuild the save according to the price of this task, he would need to pay another 100 guayu. Therefore, when making a choice, Wang Ling was extremely cautious. Among the 6 origins, half-demon seemed the strongest, but based on his understanding of the bizarre harem game, there must certainly be unseen pitfalls. He considered the introduction of the half-demon and found 2 possibilities. Either the half-demon's strongest skill, half-demon transformation, might have severe side effects preventing continuous use, or the identity of the half-demon might prevent her from receiving any assistance during the task. Of course, it was more likely that both were true. Thus, half-demon was to be passed. Next was the Shrine Maiden. The attribute bonuses were the highest, and she came with 2 anti-demon artifacts appearing to fit the task perfectly. But this was a pitfall. In his previous life, his first legitimate wife Daiyang was a Miaojiang maiden, and after the deity awakened, her powers vanished. Wang Ling did not want to cultivate another character destined to lose her strength. Thus, the Shrine Maiden was also to be passed. The remaining options were the warrior on Myoji merchant and farmer. The farmer was to be passed as well. That choice would purely increase the difficulty for himself. The warrior clearly leaned towards melee combat, while the on-Myoji was spell-oriented, and the merchant was likely to be supportive. Wang Ling pondered for a moment and decided to choose Descendant of a Fallen Warrior as his character's origin. This was because he currently lacked a melee character in his inner residence. Once he built the study, he would be able to study formation diagrams and equip them, allowing him to dispatch multiple characters during tasks. Therefore, in addition to normal character development, establishing a cooperative formation system was also quite necessary. After Wang Ling confirmed his choice, the words on the parchment changed again, and 6 more choices appeared before him. The adventures and training of her youth allowed her to acquire her first true skill. What do you think her experiences during youth were? 1. Follow a warrior to learn swordsmanship. During her youth, she might have trained under a wandering warrior practicing sword techniques 1,000 times a day, ultimately comprehending a skill called Fleeting Critical Point. Strength 3, Agility 1, Constitution 2. Fleeting Critical Point in Battle 1 can discover a fleeting critical weakness in the enemy. Successfully hitting the critical weakness can deal enormous damage. 2. Become a disciple of an on-Myoji. Perhaps her talent was exceptional, and she caught the eye of a passing on-Myoji who took her as a disciple, beginning her studies in talisman drawing and controlling Shikigami. Intelligence 5, initially learning talisman crafting ability to create various low-level talismans, paper servant summoning. 3. Serve as a shrine maiden in a shrine. As a child, she might have helped clean and make offerings at the shrine, learning the sacred dance and blessings, gradually becoming able to hear the whispers of the deities. Agility 2, Intelligence 1, Perception 3, Charisma 1. Obtain skill Sacred Dance, casting blessings through dance, dispelling abnormal states. 4. Travel widely. As a child, she probably traveled to many places, experienced local customs, and learned to discern directions and terrains. Constitution 1, Intelligence 1, Perception 2, Charisma 2. Obtain skill mapping, recording visited locations, and creating maps, allowing discovery of hidden locations on the map. 5. Cultivate in the mountains. During her youth, she may have lived alone in the mountains, accompanying birds and beasts, listening to the sounds of wind and water, honing a strong physique and keen intuition. Agility 1, Constitution 2, Perception 3. Obtain skill Tenacity, immune to instant death effects. When receiving lethal damage, health remains at a minimum of 1 for 5 seconds. 6. Street Urchin. She likely fell to the streets, doing whatever it took to survive, navigating a violent world, yet always staying a step ahead of the authorities and enemies. Agility 3, Constitution 1, Perception 2. Obtain skill Danger Sense, passive ability that provides early warnings of danger. Upon seeing the Tenacity skill, Wang Ling hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose Follow a Warrior to learn swordsmanship. Since he had already decided to embrace the path of a melee warrior, he would see it through to the end. After making his choice, the text changed again, prompting Wang Ling to select his character's experiences during youth. Entering her youth, she might choose a path of advancement. Whether through studying secret arts or honing martial skills, both could transform her entirely. What do you think she might want? Embark on the path of a sword master. During her youth, she should challenge various sword masters and travel to dojos, ultimately learning a skill called counterkill. Strength 3, Agility 1, Constitution 2. Counterkill. After a perfect block, it causes the enemy to enter a state of rigidity. Launching a counterattack at this moment will ignore defenses and deal massive damage. 2. Study the secret arts of Onmyoji. She would delve deeply into the study of yin-yang and the 5 elements, mastering high-level talismans, even officially contracting her own shikigami. Intelligence 5. Learn 5 elements talisman, crafting talisman, contract summoning, carries Onmyoji, fan hunting, close blank talismans 10. 3. Work in a shrine. Growing up in a shrine, she should have become a qualified chief priestess, presiding over rituals and receiving the blessings of specific deities, able to use Shinto artifacts. Agility 1, Intelligence 1, Perception 4, Charisma 1. Obtain skill Divine Protection, starts with white robe, with scarlet hem, random protective talismans 2. 4. Study medicine and herbs. She might have followed a pharmacist to learn about medicinal herbs, mastering the arts of alchemy and healing, being able to save lives and also create poisons. Constitution 1, Intelligence 1, Perception 2. Obtain skill Pharmacy, obtain skill Poison, making, starts with random healing potions 3. 5. Craftsman. She would learn under a craftsman, hammering copper and iron, carving wood and bamboo, ultimately mastering the art of creating mechanical devices. Intelligence 3, Agility 2, Perception 1. Obtain skill Craftsmanship, can create mechanical traps and portable tools, reducing material costs during production, enhancing the effects of finished products. Obtain skill Mechanism Repair, can dismantle or repair mechanical devices, discovering hidden paths while exploring ruins, starts with Craftsman's Toolbox 1, a bronze mechanism axle 3, is shuriken 5. 6. Peddler. She might become a wandering peddler, carrying goods between villages and cities, exchanging meager profits for survival. She has seen simple villagers, greedy nobles, and even encountered robbers and soldiers in the wilderness. This period of wandering made her more familiar with the roads of this land than anyone else. Charisma 2, Agility 2, Perception 2. Obtain skill Street Smarts, receive better deals during transactions, and can purchase hidden items, starts with Peddler's Bundle, personal storage space, 1000 Guayu, hand-drawn map, partial dungeon map, self-defense dagger. During the 3rd round of selection, Wang Ling remained resolute, choosing to embark on the path of the Sword Master. Looking at the gradually awakening remnants, you suddenly realize that her story still lacks a piece of the puzzle. What killed her? And why did she fall here? You think, 1. Killed while fighting demons alone. She once ventured deep into a demon's lair and battled a great demon for 3 days and nights, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion and being torn apart by the demons. Gained ability Demon Devourer, damage to non-human entities increased by 30. 2. Severely injured while protecting her village, killed by greedy villagers. She fought desperately to repel bandits, but fell heavily wounded. The villagers, however, out of greed for her possessions, bludgeoned her to death with hoes and stones. Gained human, not human damage to humanoid entities increased by 30. 3. Died from a mechanical trap. While exploring ruins, she triggered a concealed mechanism, burying her under countless poisoned arrows and falling stones. Gained trap awareness, probability of detecting traps increased by 30. 4. Died from backlash of a shikigami. Her contract with the shikigami went out of control due to exhausted spiritual power, and the shikigami went berserk, tearing her apart. However, her death deepened the bond between them. Now she could command more shikigami simultaneously, but each shikigami's power diminished due to sharing. Gained symbiotic contract, number of controllable shikigami 1, but all shikigami's base attributes decreased by 30. 5. Killed by a curse or poison. She touched a cursed relic, her body gradually rotting away, dying in agony. Yet the curse also tempered her soul, granting her a strong resistance to all abnormal states. Gained curse resistance, resistance to poisoning, curses, paralysis, and other abnormal states increased by 30. This should be the last option. Wang Ling's gaze swept across, contemplating for a moment, then she chose human, not human. Your character has now taken shape. The past is but a fleeting dream, and her future path is yours to write. The parchment on the screen began to burn. Flames ignited from the edges, curling the parchment, darkening it, turning it to ash. As the fire extinguished, the ashes dispersed, revealing a figure behind. Clad in a deep purple robe with black armor pieces and a dark red sash. Holding a drawn saber, her posture was upright, long hair tied in a ponytail, with sharp brows and eyes just like the blade in her hand. Beautiful. Dangerous. The 2 words appeared simultaneously in Wang Ling's mind. She clicked the mouse, and a dialogue box appeared before the female warrior. Please name the character. Wang Ling stared at the female warrior for a few seconds. Then she typed in the characters, Rojetsu QBI. After pressing enter, the woman on the screen raised her hand, holding the saber up to her face, looking at her reflect. Then she sheathed her sword and bowed deeply toward the screen. Dong, dong, dong. Sounds of taiko drums resounded in the background. The scene darkened and then slowly brightened again. Rojetsu Kubi had appeared before a vermilion torii gate. A torii in essence is a gate-like wooden structure similar to the grand archways of Daxia. Crossing the torii signifies entering the abode of the gods. Wang Ling moved the mouse to survey her surroundings. A wide approach extended behind her, flanked by tall trees with dense foliage that nearly intertwined overhead. Behind her along the approach, a few tourists ambled by, exuding the warmth of the human realm. Two girls passed by Kubi, glancing back at her before crossing the torii. But at the moment they crossed the torii, they suddenly vanished from view. Immediately after, another group of tourists walked. A guide holding a white flag introduced as they walked. Dear tourists, we are now at the entrance of the southern approach of Meiji Shrine. This torii is one of the largest wooden torii in Fusang, constructed from timber, over 1,500 years old. The guide was followed by a group of about 10 people. There were men and women, old and young. Crossing the torii means entering the divine realm. The guide continued, please walk to the sides, the center is the path for the gods. A couple passed by Kubi, and the girl nudged her boyfriend, saying, look, there's a cosplayer over there. Her boyfriend turned his head, his gaze lingering on Kubi's sword for a moment, and he raised his phone, preparing to take a picture. The girl tugged at his sleeve, don't take it, that's awkward. What are you afraid of? Isn't cosplaying meant for people to see? He didn't finish his sentence before he suddenly froze. Because right before his eyes, in the blink of an eye, his girlfriend vanished. Wang Ling stared at the screen, watching tourists follow the guide as they crossed the torii. An elderly couple trailed behind the guide. A family of 3 passed without incident. But just as a couple crossed, the girl's figure disappeared in an instant as they crossed the torii. The boy still held his phone. He paused for a moment, looked back, and saw nothing behind him. Right after, a young man, wearing headphones, stared at his phone, stepping into the torii. The person vanished. A girl with a backpack twisted the cap off a bottle of water as she walked, bringing the bottle to her lips, and then she vanished too. Out of a group of more than 10 people, 5 or 6 disappeared the moment they crossed the torii. The boy finally reacted, looking around in confusion that gradually turned into terror. Off. A tourist behind also noticed someone missing and couldn't help but scream. This shout caused the tourists in front to turn around. What happened? The guide came back to ask. My girl. The boy grabbed the guide's arm, shaking it vigorously. She was right here, just now. The moment we crossed this door, she suddenly disappeared. The guide looked at the torii, then at the boy, forcing a reassuring expression. Don't panic. Maybe she went to the bullshit. The boy's voice suddenly rose. I was watching her. She was right next to me, and in the blink of an eye she was gone. And there were others. Saying this, the boy took a few steps back, running out of the torii, gesturing with his hands. She was just walking with me, and we just crossed this. As he spoke, he crossed the torii, and then in full view of everyone he vanished. The scene erupted into the world of Kamikakushi. The guide's lips turned pale with fright. Wang Ling no longer hesitated, maneuvering Kubi to quickly approach the torii. Oh no! Someone raised a hand, trying to stop Kubi, but she had already crossed the threshold. In an instant, the world transformed. Day turned to night, and the entire scene was enveloped in a bluish-purple glow. Within the scene, the torii and the approach remained in their original positions, but had changed completely. The vermilion paint turned to a dull brown, the shimenawa on the crossbeam became decayed, and the white paper hung down, stained with disgusting filth. On both sides of the approach there were walls made of 2 sake barrels, known as sake barrels for offerings. Originally filled with rice wine, now the barrels leaked a thick, dark red liquid. In front of Zhou Bingwei, a dozen people lay scattered. The scene was chaotic, with various voices overlapping. Where exactly is this place? It's a ghost wall. It's a ghost wall. There's no signal on my phone. Deep in the path it seemed there were still people. But those people looked a bit strange. Or to be more precise, they were dressed in a very vintage style. Kimonos, suits, and student uniforms all resembled those seen in films from the Showa era. Moreover, those people looked listless, continuously wandering in a small area. Wang Ling noticed some changes in the upper right corner of the screen. A line of golden text appeared. Meiji Shrine South Approach, torii. The upper left corner displayed Zhou Bingwei's avatar, extending 3 horizontal lines. The top line was red, the middle was yellow, and the bottom line was transparent. Wang Ling moved the mouse over, and text descriptions appeared over the 3 horizontal lines. Life, 110110. Stamina, 110110. Spiritual power, 00. Wang Ling pressed the C key to check the attributes of Lang Yu Zhou Bingwei. Name Lang Yu Zhou Bingwei. Potential, not determined yet. Level, not determined yet. Attributes: life, 110. Stamina, 110. Spiritual power, 0. Not activated. Strength, 14. Agility, 8. Constitution, 11. Intelligence, 5. Perception, 5. Charisma, 5. Skills: instant death strike, C. Critical counter, B. Not human, C. Equipment: katana, a standard katana with 6 attack power, a shigeru armor, simple chest armor with 3 defense items. Hey, what are you doing? A sudden shout from the screen made Wang Ling instinctively close the camera. On the screen, a man in a plaid shirt was approaching those wandering shadows. A middle-aged man beside him reached out to grab him, but was violently pushed away. Are you crazy? Don't you feel something's off with those people? The man in the plaid shirt wore a forced calm expression. We can't just wait here forever. What if there's a way ahead? In fact, Wang Ling's proficiency in Japanese was only enough to watch adult films, and he couldn't understand what they were saying. However, the bizarre harem game was considerate providing subtitles in such situations, so Wang Ling knew what the two. He knew those shadows must be minor monsters in the eerie realm, but he wanted to observe their behavior patterns, so Lang Yu Jiu Bingwei remained still. The man in the plaid shirt shrugged off the other man and strode forward. He stopped in front of a figure dressed as a student. Private Mars. The man in the plaid shirt shouted. The student figure stopped in its tracks, slowly raised its head, and looked at the plaid shirt. The man in the plaid shirt's breathing became noticeably rapid, and he shouted again, What are you doing? The student figure took a step forward, and the man in the plaid shirt instinctively stepped back, but the student's second step was unnaturally fast. One moment, it was several meters away, the next it lunged right in front of the plaid shirt. It opened its mouth and bit down. The man in the plaid shirt only managed a short scream before being pinned to the ground and devoured. The remaining tourists completely broke down. Hiya! He's eating people. Help! Help! Shrieks erupted. Some collapsed to the ground, some huddled together, some trembled, and some turned to run. But where could they run to? The original Torii gate seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Escaping people collided one after another and were knocked down. But this was just the beginning. After the plaid shirt was tackled down, all the wandering shadows stopped. They turned in unison, raised their faces, and focused on this group of living people. They began to move. Slowly, sluggishly, like a horde of twisted zombies. They're coming. They're coming. Fall back fast. Honey, someone touched my butt. The crowd pushed and shoved, swaying in all directions, scrambling to retreat. Yet the woman wielding the katana moved upstream. As the distance closed, Wang Ling saw the small text above the zombie's head, Wandering Worshipper, and beneath the name, there was a health bar. Jiu Bingwei continued forward, drawing his sword from its sheath. 5 meters away, the worshipper lunged at Jiu Bingwei. Wang Ling pressed the D key, gently moved the mouse, and clicked the left button. Jiu Bingwei dodged to the right, the katana following the mouse's trajectory, slicing across the worshipper's chest. This strike directly halved the worshipper's health bar. Wang Ling calculated that the weapon Lang Yu Jiu Bingwei was currently using had an attack power of 6, with a strength attribute of 14, making the basic attack damage approximately 30. This damage would vary based on the attack location and weapon swing speed, so the worshipper's health should be between 70 and 90 points. Jiu Bingwei could deal half health with one strike, which likely benefited from the not-human skill. After the worshipper launched an attack, there was roughly half a second of recovery time. Wang Ling controlled Jiu Bingwei to circle behind it and struck again. But the worshipper was left with just a sliver of health and did not die. This was quite frustrating. The difference between dying in 2 strikes and 3 strikes was substantial. Just when Wang Ling was about to strike again, a second worshipper approached Jiu Bingwei, suddenly accelerated, and bit down on Jiu Bingwei's shoulder. Wang Ling clicked the mouse rapidly, and on-screen Jiu Bingwei struggled a few times before forcefully pushing the worshipper away. Wang Ling glanced at Jiu Bingwei's health bar, which had dropped by 1/3. Such high damage. Wang Ling couldn't help but frown. He absolutely couldn't be surrounded. He immediately controlled Jiu Bingwei to retreat to the side while observing the surroundings. On the left, 2 worshippers were approaching, 3 on the right, and the one directly ahead had 1/3 health remaining. For now it was manageable. The worshipper directly ahead lunged again. Wang Ling maneuvered Jiu Bingwei to retreat and dodge this attack. At that moment, he noticed a light point appear on the worshipper's chest. Jiu Bingwei immediately retreated before advancing, stabbing forward with the katana, hitting that light point. The worshipper's health bar instantly emptied its entire body, seeming to have its bones drawn out, collapsing weakly into a puddle of black liquid that seeped into the stone crevices. Death point strike. Wang Ling raised an eyebrow. He had read the skill description, but this was his first time action. It was simpler than expected. The attack command was indeed issued by him, but during the actual operation, Lang Yu Jiu Bingwei could adjust himself, significantly reducing the difficulty of hitting the vital point. At this moment, the 2 worshippers on the left had closed in. Wang Ling had to pull back Jiu Bingwei while observing whether there were any light points on the worshippers. But he didn't know how the vital points were determined. After some maneuvering, he found none. So he decided to attack normally. Jiu Bingwei charged in, thrusting and slashing, leaving just a sliver of health. But there was no time to finish it off. The worshipper beside him lunged from the side, forcing Wang Ling to turn Jiu Bingwei inward. Dodging that lunge, the previous worshipper closed in again. Simultaneously, the 3 worshippers on the right also surrounded him. It was a bit chaotic. Wang Ling had to lead several worshippers in a circle. As he circled around, the perspective naturally shifted, and Wang Ling caught sight of the situation of those tourists. Some of the bewildered worshippers were drawn towards the tourists. If those tourists remained calm, they would notice that the worshippers moved very slowly before entering the attack range. As long as they controlled the distance while dodging would not be difficult. but it was evident that those people lacked keen observational skills and were complicating things for each other. For instance, that couple chose different directions while fleeing. The girl ran a couple of steps before hastily changing direction to chase after the boy, only to be tackled by a worshipper. Wang Ling withdrew his gaze, focusing intently on the several worshippers in front of him. After a few tests, he understood the prerequisites for activating Flash. As soon as a worshipper made an attacking move, vital weak points would appear on their bodies. If Jiao Bingwei attacked at that moment, he could achieve a one-hit kill. Circling around after taking down the first two worshippers, Wang Ling tested blocking, holding down the right mouse button for defense as the worshipper lunged forward. In the scene, Jiao Bingwei held his sword before him, the blade braced against the worshipper. The worshipper visibly staggered from the recoil, leaning back with his chest completely exposed. Jiao Bingwei advanced rather than retreated, declaring counter, must kill. He thrust his sword, achieving a quick kill. The third worshipper fell to the ground. However, Wang Ling couldn't help but frown. He had operated many characters, and there were some similar melee characters. Jiao Bingwei's two skills seemed formidable, but they had prerequisites for activation, which greatly diminished their effectiveness in actual combat. There is a saying, every version brings forth a new god, every generation plays Garen. It's not that Garen is extraordinarily strong, but rather that his skills are highly versatile. Once the cooldown is over, he can use them without complicated conditions. He can attack and defend, and if the situation worsens, he can retreat. This is the kind of warrior role Wang Ling envisions. In contrast, Jiao Bingwei's abilities fall short of his ideal type. The last lingering worshipper fell beneath Jiao Bingwei's blade, his body disintegrating into a pool of black water, slowly seeping into the crevices of cobblestones amidst a violet glow. Wang Ling released the mouse and flexed his fingers. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such intense operations, and his wrist felt slightly sore. He moved the mouse to click on the pool of black water. Pick up. When he killed the first bewildered worshipper, he noticed that the pool of black water left behind glimmering points of light, indicating item drops. Jiao Bingwei crouched down to perform the pickup action. Two item icons appeared at the bottom of the screen. Soul fragment, perhaps it can be exchanged for something tricolored. Dango edible. Restores 30 health, 30 stamina, 30 spiritual power. Wang Ling glanced at the status bar in the upper left corner. He had suffered attacks before, reducing his health by 36 points. Additionally, during the prior battle, Jiao Bingwei consumed some stamina every time he used flash or counter, and although stamina would recover over time, the rate was not fast, leaving him with just over 40 points now. He clicked on the tricolor dango and chose to use it. In the scene, Jiao Bingwei knelt down, cradling the red, white, and green dango in both hands, beginning to eat. A progress bar appeared above his head, slowly moving to the right. At this rate, it would take about 10 seconds. Just as the progress bar reached halfway, the boy from the couple rushed in front of Jiao Bingwei, pointing at her and shouting, "You who can kill that monster, why didn't you save Mayumi? You can kill those zombies, why not save?" Wang Ling was just reading the translation when the boy, seeing that Jiao Bingwei had no reaction, swung his backpack and struck her. Jiao Bingwei's body swayed slightly. The progress bar above his head vanished. Wang Ling. He drew his sword while sitting on the ground. This is called Iato. The boy's voice abruptly halted. Wang Ling slapped the table. "What are you babbling on about? Damn, you wasted one of my potions." But soon Wang Ling froze for a moment. He saw flickering points of light on the boy's corpse. He clicked on it. Obtained complete soul 1. Is there a drop from killing? He glanced at the remaining 6 tourists. Wang Ling, forget it, after all, 6 lives. He maneuvered Jiao Bingwei to sprint across the area, collecting drops. After confirming there were no omissions, he opened the inventory to take a look. The soul fragment seemed to be a guaranteed drop. The remains of a worshipper could yield at least 1 and up to 5. After picking up a circle, he harvested a total of 32 soul fragments along with a rice ball, 2 tricolor dangos, 1 matcha defuka, 1 sakura machi, and a boxed lunch. Rice ball health 80, stamina 80. Matcha daifuku health 30, stamina 60. After consumption, within 5 minutes, spell damage increases by 10. Sakura machi can be eaten while moving. Health 90, stamina 60, spiritual power 30. After consumption, removes 1 debuff. Boxed lunch health 100, stamina 100, spiritual power 100. After consumption, within 30 minutes, recovery speed of health, stamina, and spiritual power doubles. Behind these items, a complete soul lay in the slot, its icon resembling a wisp of pale blue mist. Next to it was a use option. Wang Ling hesitated for a second before clicking to use. In the scene, Jiao Bingwei raised her hand, and the pale blue mist floated above her palm. She lifted her hand, bringing the mist closer, inhaling. A golden one appeared next to Jiao Bingwei's avatar. Wang Ling opened the character panel and found an extra line at the very bottom of the attribute bar, available free attribute points 1 after attributes like strength and agility. A plus sign appeared synchronously. It was clear that a complete soul could be converted into an attribute point. Wang Ling fell silent for a few seconds, slowly moving his mouse. There were still 6 tourists left. Oh no. Sometimes, You really don't need to treat the people of Fusang. Obtained complete Soul 6 name, Rojetsu, Jiu Bingwei strength 14, 20 agility. Wang Ling maneuvered the Rongyue Jiu Bingwei along the path of the shrine. The scenery on both sides grew increasingly bizarre. The branches and leaves of the trees above intertwined to form an impenetrable dome, while stone lanterns stood at intervals along the path. The surfaces of those stone lanterns were covered in dark green moss, and within the lanterns violet flames flickered, casting a sickly hue over everything. As he reached the midpoint of the path, a dozen orange-eared light spots suddenly illuminated the woods on either side. These light spots were densely packed, floating in the darkness of the forest, moving towards the path. Wang Ling's heart tightened, and he quickly pressed shift to make the Jiu Bingwei speed up. But it was too late. The orange-eared light spots floated out from the trees hovering above the path, revealing their true forms. They were red paper lanterns. With oval-shaped bodies and short tassels hanging below, they floated at varying heights, all moving towards the Jiu Bingwei. Wang Ling directed the Jiu Bingwei to meet them, striking the foremost lantern with his sword. The blade sliced through, and the paper lantern shattered with a sound, falling to the ground. The moment it hit the ground, the flames surged. Wang Ling's heart raced as he quickly pulled the Jiu Bingwei back. Yet he was still a step too late. Boom! The orange-eared light instantly engulfed a radius of 3 meters, causing the Jiu Bingwei's health to drop by 40 points. Wang Ling muttered an inappropriate curse. He hurriedly directed the Jiu Bingwei to continue running forward, but the lanterns had already surrounded him. 7 or 8 were floating behind, 4 or 5 were flanking from the sides, and a few were blocking the front. This time Wang Ling did not strike. He made the Jiu Bingwei perform a roll, gliding past one of the lanterns. As he passed, the lantern made a clear impact gesture, but only struck the air. Yet it began to burn, and then exploded. This time the explosion's flames did not catch up to the Jiu Bingwei. Wang Ling breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that as long as he ran fast enough, disaster could not catch him. That made things simple. He controlled the Jiu Bingwei to dodge left and right along the path, weaving through the floating lanterns. When encountering a blockage, he would maneuver around it, and when pursued too closely, he would accelerate to create distance. The lanterns exploded into bursts of flames behind the Jiu Bingwei, but the explosions never caught up. Soon the second torii at the end of the path came into view. However, the Jiu Bingwei could advance no further. A massive stone lantern blocked the way before the second torii. The stone lantern stood about 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, its base made of ancient gray granite deeply rooted in the stone path. At the top of the lantern was a large lantern chamber with a swirling ghost fire inside, at the center of which was an eye. Wang Ling moved the mouse to hover over the stone lantern. Name of the boss: Filthy Soil Lantern Boss Battle. He assessed this boss. It was clearly a turret-type monster with high attack and thick defense, but it was immobile. If he were controlling a ranged character, now he could stand far away and kite slowly. Unfortunately, the Jiu Bingwei was a melee fighter. Though it felt somewhat wasteful, Wang Ling still had the Jiu Bingwei consume a rice ball, fully replenishing its health and stamina. Wang Ling flexed his fingers. He controlled the Jiu Bingwei to stand and walk towards the stone lantern. 10 meters. The ghost fire's eye at the top of the lantern shifted focus to the Jiu Bingwei. On the screen, a faint red circle appeared beneath the Jiu Bingwei, covering her standing position. Wang Ling immediately pulled the Jiu Bingwei forward to roll. The next moment, a blue flame shot out from the ghost fire atop the stone lantern, landing on the spot where the faint red circle had been. The flame exploded, continuing to burn on the ground. The Jiu Bingwei made use of the rolling motion to charge forward, reaching the side of the stone lantern and striking the granite base with her sword. Sparks flew, and a small chunk of stone shattered from the surface of the lantern. Wang Ling glanced at the boss health bar. Long, very long, and extremely long bar. After that strike, the change was almost imperceptible. Quantifying it, it was probably less than 1. Another faint red circle appeared beneath the Jiu Bingwei, and Wang Ling maneuvered her to sidestep, avoiding the second flame, then turned back to strike. Circle. Dodge. Strike. Circle. Dodge. Strike. The rhythm was steady. The boss health bar slowly decreased. 95. 90. 85. Finally, when he reached 60, the stone lantern suddenly, the ghost fire's eye at the top of the lantern suddenly widened, shooting a burst of flame into the sky, which exploded and transformed into dozens of fiery lines raining down around. Dozens of flames landed on the ground, turning into continuous burning piles of fire, compressing the space in which the Jiu Bingwei could move by more than half. Before Wang Ling had time to adjust his position, a large number of red paper lanterns floated out from the surrounding woods. Dozens of them densely packed. As those lanterns appeared, they immediately surrounded the Jiu Bingwei. The fire piles blocked the path the lanterns pursued and trapped her, and the lantern boss above continued to spew flames at the Jiu Bingwei. Wang Ling frantically maneuvered the Jiu Bingwei to dodge left and right through the gaps, but inadvertently, one of the lanterns stuck close to her. Boom. Health 40, the Jiu Bingwei staggered back 2 steps, just landing on the edge of a fire pile, causing her health to drop a little more. Health 8, even after dodging 3 times, she still suffered continuous damage. Wang Ling quickly pulled the Jiu Bingwei out running, while consuming a movable food item, the Sakura rice cake, to bring her health back to a safe level. Sakura rice cake length 911 centimeters, approximately 40 grams, each. This won't do, the space is too small to avoid. While maneuvering the Jiu Bingwei to evade, Wang Ling observed the battlefield and noticed something. The fire piles where the lanterns had exploded had extinguished. Perhaps. He immediately changed strategies. Instead of purely evading, he actively lured the lanterns towards the fire piles. Once they got close, he would suddenly change direction, letting them miss and self-destruct on the fire piles. One after another, the fire piles were extinguished. With dodging space created, Wang Ling once again maneuvered the Jiu Bingwei to rush back to the base of the stone lantern, continuing his assault. 50, 40, 30, 20. The boss health bar gradually decreased. 20, 15, 10. The stone lantern suddenly emitted a deep rumble. The eye narrowed sharply, its pupil turning into a line, and then flames spouted from the lantern chamber, spraying in a 360-degree angle, without blind spots, engulfing all surrounding space. There was no way to hide. The Jiu Bingwei was hit directly by the flames. Her health instantly dropped to a few points. Worse still, the Jiu Bingwei was propelled away, landing right in a fire pile. Wang Ling desperately pressed the directional keys, trying to get her to rise. But before the Jiu Bingwei could stand up, a red lantern floated over. Self-ignition. Explosion. Boom. Rongyue Jiu Bingwei perished. Wang Ling released the mouse and lit a cigarette. Not a big deal. Victory and defeat are common in the military. Failure is the mother of success. Reloading the save, let's try again. Payment successful. Remaining balance 2537 Guayu. After loading the save, Longyue Jiu Bingwei reappeared outside the Torii gate. By the time a cigarette was finished, it was exactly the moment when within that couple the boy demonstrated how his girlfriend vanished, and then he himself disappeared. Upon entering the uncanny domain, Wang Ling counted the bodies 1, 2, 3. 13. All of them ordinary harmless civilians. He acquired 13 intact souls. After a brief consideration, Wang Ling allocated 9 points to Jiu Bingwei's constitution, pushing her HP to 200, and put the remaining 4 points into strength. With 18 points in strength, cutting down worshippers took only 2 strikes each, making the task much easier. The way was clear, and Jiu Bingwei once again stood before the Huitu Danglong Daimyo. Bolstered by the previous encounter, Wang Ling fought the rematch with an easy confidence. Whenever a lantern ghost drifted over, he would casually slice it apart or lure it away to explode at a distance. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. When the daimyo's health was pressed down to 10%, he had Jiu Bingwei fall back to create space. When flames poured from the stone lantern, Jiu Bingwei had already retreated 7 or 8 meters. She did not escape entirely, but the damage she suffered was halved, and she was not sent flying. After restoring HP with a Sakura cake, Wang Ling set about clearing the lesser monsters. With the benefit of prior experience, he handled them with calm efficiency. Once the small foes were cleared, Jiu Bingwei pressed the attack again, hacking in a frenzy. The Huitu Danglong Daimyo's remaining life ebbed away rapidly. When the final strike hit the stone lantern, the huge lantern began to collapse from the top. The ghostly flame's eyes flickered a few times, and it solidified into a gray-white stone, which Wang Ling. He obtained 1 daimyo's soul crystal, 1 evil fire orb, and 2 vials of lamp oil. Wang Ling opened his inventory to inspect them. The daimyo's soul crystal was a purple gem with an available use option. He then examined the other. The evil fire orb was an augment slotted into a weapon. It increased flame damage, and slotted into armor, it conferred a fiery retaliation effect. As for the 2 vials of lamp oil, their purpose was not specified, though Wang Ling had a vague suspicion. Of the new items, he chose to use the soul crystal at once. In the game, Longyue Jiu Bingwei unhesitatingly swallowed the purple crystal. Notifications then appeared. The Huitu Danglong Daimyo's soul crystal had been devoured, and Longyue Jiu Bingwei's potential was enhanced. Longyue Jiu Bingwei's strength increased by 5, and constitution increased by 5. Longyue Jiu Bingwei unlocked the spiritual power attribute, current spiritual power 50. Please select one of the following skills as the character's new ability. Stonehide armor consumed 10 spiritual power to form a stone cuirass over the body. Defense 10, a movement speed reduced by 50%, duration 60 seconds. Purifying fire consumed 10 spiritual power to dispel all abnormal statuses from oneself. Stone embryo living Zen consumed 10 spiritual power to petrify the entire body. Defense 30, unable to move, and while petrified recover 2% of maximum HP per second. Petrification can be actively lifted at any time. Wang Ling reviewed the 3 skills and chose the one that dispelled abnormal conditions. He then affixed the evil fire orb to his katana The orb embedded itself into the pommel, and the blade shimmered with orange-red flames, granting 10 points of fire damage. With the stone lantern collapsed, the route ahead was unobstructed. Zhou Bingwei passed through the torii and arrived at a plaza. The square was roughly the size of a football pitch, its surface paved with neat stone slabs. Wang Ling glanced at the top right corner. The area name changed to Xinxian Guangchang. In the center of the plaza, a burly figure stood poised with his blade. The man wore a Maijira Fusang army officer's dress uniform and leaned on a tachi nearly as tall as he was. A military banner snapped in the wind behind him, inscribed with the 4 characters Jing Tian Ai, Ren, meaning respect heaven, love people. Wang Ling did not rush forward. He guided Zhou Bingwei along the plaza's edge to observe the surroundings. As they moved, he noticed a stand of bamboo on the east side. Bamboo was not unusual, but what was peculiar was the faint shape of what looked like a steel within the thicket. Wang Ling suspected as much. He steered Zhou Bingwei closer, and when they were near enough, he confirmed what it was. It was a domed square steel, that is to say a tombstone with a rounded top. Wang Ling exhaled heavily. It was all too familiar. This was precisely the exploit the eerie Harem game tucked into certain maps. On some especially large quest maps where tasks could be lengthy, the game would quietly provide such a cheat, hiding a gravestone in some remote corner. Player characters could save at these stones and perform certain targeted enhancements there. As for why it was a grave, because his name was Wang Ling. Using a tombstone as a symbol of the undead might seem fitting. What a load of nonsense. If you asked whether it was unlucky, the answer was meh. Ning Kaichen boasted of being the foremost ghost controller, but that was merely an early advantage. In truth, whether in quality or number, they were utterly inferior before Wang Ling. So let the gravestone be a gravestone. He feared no dead man, so why fear a stone? Wang Ling guided Zhou Bingwei to the tombstone and pressed the interact button. On-screen, Longyue Zhou Bingwei knelt before the stone and, conspicuously devout, clasped her hands and bowed. The camera shifted to the tombstone's view. Fortunately, Wang Ling's name was not engraved on it. 3 options: save, consumes 1 vial of lamp oil; evacuate, pay 100 guiyu to abandon the quest and preserve the character; enhance, click to view details. He could not reasonably evacuate now, so Wang Ling spent a vial of lamp oil to save and then opened the enhancement menu. There were 4 enhancement options. Enhance attributes, consume 20 soul shards to gain 1 free attribute point. Enhance weapon, consume 10 soul shards. Enhance armor, consume 10 soul shards. Enhance items, consume 5 soul shards. Along the way, Zhou Bingwei had collected 32 soul shards from the worshippers. Wang Ling thought it over and upgraded both his weapon and armor. The katana's name changed to Katana 1, a strong whiff of MMORPG flair. The effect raised its attack from 6 to 9, modest but better than nothing. The Ishigaru cuirass name changed to Yao Do, its defense rose from 3 to 5, and its appearance shifted from layered plate lamellae to a single solid do. At 11, Yoyogi Kamiyamacho Shibuya, Tokyo, the entrance of the Meiji Shrine's southern approach. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves of the evergreen trees, casting a warm glow on the people. At this time on ordinary days it should have been a moment bustling with tourists, yet at present it was utterly deserted. A yellow caution tape was set up in front of the torii gate at the entrance of the approach, with dozens of uniformed police scattered around, keeping the arriving tourists at bay 100 meters away. Outside the caution tape, a large crowd of onlookers pressed in, waving their mobile phones to capture the scene, while several interview vehicles had already raised their satellite antennas. A black Land Rover led the way, followed closely by 4 black vans, which abruptly halted at the front of the shrine station. The doors swung open, and a group of armed special police poured out in succession. The group wore matching dark blue combat uniforms with the white letters SAT emblazoned on their chests and backs. They donned bulletproof helmets, tactical vests, knee and elbow pads, and communication earpieces. The SAT captain descended from the Land Rover, glanced left and right, and quickly entered the caution line, coming before a middle-aged man who was smoking, and saluted. SAT Captain, Your Excellency, Police Chief, I am the captain of the 2nd team of the Tokyo Special Assault Police, here to report to you. The police chief extinguished his cigarette and organized his words. An hour ago, a tourist reported that their companion had disappeared while crossing the torii. At first we thought it was a prank, but we received multiple reports. After reviewing the surveillance footage, it was confirmed that someone indeed vanished the moment they crossed that gate. The captain squinted, staring at the vermilion torii, and tentatively asked Shinboku. It's possible, the police chief sighed. Riley, we have contacted the Imperial Household Agency, and the shrine is currently assisting in evacuating the internal tourists. However, so far there has been no news about those who disappeared after crossing the torii. The captain nodded. He turned around to look at the team behind him. Over 20 SAT members had already lined up, awaiting orders. First squad, advance. 4 members stepped forward in response, forming a search line, their weapons raised, moving cautiously toward the torii. All eyes were focused on them. The first member stepped across the torii, and nothing happened. Then came the second, and as the fourth member crossed the torii, he vanished without a trace. Even though the situation had been reported, the sight of such a dramatic disappearance still left the onlookers gasping in shock. Click, click, click. Various cameras in the distance began flashing and the commotion of discussions erupted. The SAT captain immediately pressed his earpiece. 204, report your status. 204, respond if you hear me. But there was only silence in the earpiece. No reply came. Report, Captain. 204's signal has been lost. The communications officer reported from the side. The captain paused for 2 seconds in silence, then waved his hand forward. Everyone advance. The remaining 20 or so team members quickly formed an attack formation, following closely behind the captain as they approached the torii. The captain crossed the torii. The scene before him blurred. It had transformed from day to night. Captain! A panicked shout rang out. The captain turned to see 204, the member who had just gone missing. He gestured for 204 to maintain a defensive stance, then stood in place, slowly turning around. Aside from 204, 10 other members had also arrived here with him. Captain, there's a body over there, one member quietly reminded. The SAT captain looked over and saw a dozen bodies scattered in a small area. Judging by the clothing, they appeared to be the previously missing tourists. The captain signaled for caution and carefully approached the bodies for inspection. From the wounds, it could be inferred that these individuals had all died from stab wounds. Based on the distribution of the bodies at the scene, a team member reported the attacker should be just one person possessing great strength, and the weapon used seems to be a katana. The captain nodded, stood up, and waited in place for 2 minutes, but no new team members entered. He raised his hand. 11 members quickly gathered around him. He pointed toward the depths of the approach, making a move forward gesture. The team members swiftly spread out, advancing in tactical formation along both sides of the approach. Jubi returned from the bamboo grove, walking toward the figure in the center of the square. As he drew closer, Wang Ling recognized the identity of that figure, Seigo Takamori. Seigo Takamori. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Wang Ling thought for a moment. It seemed to be a fairly famous figure in Japanese history, one of the 3 great men of the Restoration. But who cares? Just do it. Jubi stopped 10 steps away, unsheathing his sword. Seigo Takamori also gripped his sword, raising it above his head. A dull voice emanated from the screen. Beyond this point, entry is prohibited. Wang Ling couldn't understand it well, but he roughly grasped that it meant to stop. He laughed disdainfully. This Seigo Takamori looked like a brute who only knew how to fight. He loved facing this kind of enemy. In contrast, mechanisms like stone lanterns were much more troublesome. Seeing Jubi remain unmoved, Seigo Takamori struck first. Shisen Ryu Ichido. The katana came down in a mighty strike. The path of the attack was all too obvious. Wang Ling decided to try counterkill. Thus, Jubi did not evade, but instead held his sword horizontally, preparing to block. Clang! The swords clashed. On the screen, Seigo Takamori was indeed pushed back a step, his body leaning back with his chest exposed. But damn it, Jubi was also knocked down by that strike, falling to the ground and rolling over. Wang Ling. What the hell? The block was successful, yet he was still knocked back. He fell silent for 2 seconds. Understood. Blocking is not invincible. If the enemy's strength is too high, even a successful block can lead to a setback. Alright, then it's time to change tactics. He controlled Jubi to start circling around Seigo Takamori. The great katana has a wide attack range, but it takes time to retract. As long as he dodged the first strike, he could get in close, slash twice, and retreat. Then it became his turn to attack, her turn to dodge, his turn to pursue, her turn to flee, and he failed to hit anything. After all, Seigo Takamori was just a humanoid anomaly. In terms of toughness, he was merely average. Jubi seized the opportunity to unleash a critical hit, dealing 1/3 of his health with a single strike. Even with just basic attacks, within 20 strikes, Seigo Takamori would be done for. Just as Seigo Takamori's health was nearing its limit, he once again reached Jubi's front, unleashing a combination attack. Horizontal sweep, vertical slash, spinning cut, cross slash, and a powerful downward strike. Wang Ling had to admit that if this combination landed, he would definitely have to reload his save. But the moment the first strike was launched, he had already pulled Jubi far away to evade. Seigo Takamori's combination dance made the air whoosh, but it only left a few painful sounds in the atmosphere. Is that it? Is that all? Just as Wang Ling prepared to control Jubi to press forward for a final strike against Seigo Takamori, bang! A gunshot rang out. A blood flower erupted from Jubi's body, and he lunged forward, crashing to the ground. The Tokyo Police's special assault team formed a combat formation with 12 members advancing along the Nan Shrine Road. Along the way, they encountered some dangers. For instance, the lantern ghosts on the Shrine Road claimed the lives of 4 of their members. However, these special police were equipped with assault rifles. After navigating through the initial chaos, they quickly eliminated the lantern ghosts one by one, on their way successfully reaching the Divine Square. When they arrived, it was just as Jubi and Takamori Seigo were about to determine the outcome of their battle. 8 members of the SAT lay on the ground stealthily, observing from a distance. One team member leaned towards the captain and whispered, "Captain, the one in the formal attire is very likely His Highness Takamori Seigo." What? Takamori Seigo, one of the 3 great men of Meiji, a general. Look at that flag. It reads respect heaven and love people. That is His Highness Seigo's battle flag. Another team member lowered his voice and added, "Captain, the tourists who died by the torii were all stabbed." He pointed out it must have been that woman. The captain silently continued to observe. The woman's swordsmanship was exceedingly swift and her movements were dazzling as it seemed their general was about to fall under her blade. "Captain, the outcome is about to be decided." The captain lowered the binoculars, picked up his 416 Hong Kong dollars, and aimed at the purple figure. "Assist His Highness Seigo. Open fire." After the gunshots rang out, Wang Ling was stunned. A gun? Where did the gun come from? A squad of special police who suddenly charged out from the Shrine Road provided him the answer. Bullets shot from their guns crashing down upon Jubai like a torrential downpour. The bad news was that Jubai's physique couldn't withstand the bullets. The good news? There was no good news to speak of. Regardless of the bizarre guise, it remained a bizarre entity that craved destruction. In a certain sense, Wang Ling was aiding the Fusang government in eliminating an anomaly that was about to cause significant harm. Well, even if some civilians were accidentally harmed in the process. However, as they say, those who achieve great things do not sweat the small details for the sake of all humanity, for the ultimate victory. For the emperor, they died with purpose. If this emerging anomaly was not eradicated, it was certain that in the future Tokyo would suffer the loss of tens of thousands of lives. And the result? The righteous companions were suddenly backstabbed. This made him extremely angry, almost turning him into a desktop cleanup master. Wang Ling did not continue to save his progress. He lit a cigarette, letting all his thoughts settle bit by bit. After finishing one cigarette, Wang Ling glanced at the time. It was almost mealtime. He picked up his phone and called Shin Tian. After a few rings, she answered, her voice somewhat muffled, as if she had just woken up. "Hello. Were you sleeping?" "I just woke up. I'm about to go buy meatballs. Do you want me to bring you one?" Wang Ling asked. Wang Ling wasn't sure where meatballs were a specialty. They resembled lion's heads in clear broth with meat on the outside and an egg inside, tasting quite good. Though he could order takeout, the temperature would drop and the taste would suffer significantly. "All right, bring me one." "Okay." Wang Ling hung up the phone, glanced at the computer screen, stood up without changing his clothes, and simply put on a jacket before heading out. The restaurant was not far from the hotel, just a 7 or 8 minute walk. Wang Ling ordered 2 portions of meatballs, one with chili and one without. The owner was quick, fishing out 4 large meatballs from the pot, dividing them into 2 bowls, and ladling 2 generous scoops of soup over them. On a nearby shelf, there were marinated lotus slices and tofu, so Wang Ling asked for a bit of each to pack together. On his way back, he first stopped by the pharmacy, and then casually bought half a dozen beers and some snacks at the supermarket. Upon returning to the hotel, he did not go to Shin Tian's room, but instead returned to his own first. He took out some sleeping pills, crushed them, and mixed them into Shin Tian's portion of meatball soup without chili. Then he pulled out the laxative he bought from the pharmacy and added that in as well. After completing these tasks, he covered Shin Tian's meatball portion again, shook it a bit, grabbed a beer, and went out. Using Shin Tian's room card to open the door, she saw the numerous items Wang Ling bought and asked, "Did you buy beer too?" "I just bought it in case you wanted some." Wang Ling handed her the meatballs, saying, "Here, yours, no chili." Shin Tian took it, opened the lid, and started eating. Wang Ling opened a can of beer and asked, "Do you want some?" "Just a little." Shin Tian took the beer and casually asked, "What did you do this afternoon?" "I was playing games," Wang Ling said as he bit into a meatball. "What about you?" "Just lying there." "What else could I do?" Shin Tian rolled her eyes. "My foot is swollen like a bun. Ew, I can't even move." The two of them chatted casually like this, until one bowl of meatballs was finished and half of the beer was gone. After Shin Tian finished the last spoonful of soup, she leaned back against the headboard and confidently declared him full. "You'll have to deal with the trash." Wang Ling replied, taking the last sip of beer and getting up to tidy up. Shin Tian watched for 2 minutes, suddenly yawning, "Why am I getting sleepy?" while eating. Wang Ling didn't respond, lowering his head to put the empty containers and cans into a plastic bag. When he looked at Shin Tian again, after tidying up, she had already fallen into a deep sleep. He stealthily approached the bed like a creep, gazing down at Shin Tian's curves. This was certainly not an opportunity for him to do something inappropriate. A gentleman is cautious when alone, not deceiving in the dark. Wang Ling considered himself a person who had moved beyond base desires. Although Shin Tian was not unattractive among humans, Wang Ling truly was well acquainted with a broad spectrum. Just mere female beauty. Do you understand the worth of a snake woman who can get you breakfast when you know what kissing is? Have you seen a soft-bodied octopus girl who can lick her own lower back? Do you grasp the value of a golden-haired golden retriever? Have you ever driven a horned girl who comes with a steering wheel? Do you realize how many poses a spider beauty with 8 long legs can develop? With someone like Shin Tian, who is second-hand, Wang Ling's interest in the corpse of Lu Shishir was even greater than his interest in her. Standing at the bedside, he simply wanted to confirm Shin Tian's state of sleep. If she was sound asleep, he would feel relieved. He was also considerate lowering the air conditioning temperature a bit, increasing the wind speed slightly in case she got too hot. After returning to his own room, Wang Ling's bad mood was alleviated. Indeed, when feeling unhappy, one should engage in some activity, or once something was done, the mood would surely improve. He opened a can of beer, raised it in salute. Sleeping pills with laxatives, drinking beer while blowing the air conditioning. Wish you sweet dreams tonight. In the game, the scene still displayed the moment of Jubai's death. In the grayish-white screen, Jubai lay on the ground covered in bullets with a large red character for death prominently displayed in the center. At the bottom of the screen, there were two options. The left was load save, the right was restart. Wang Ling held the mouse, hesitating for quite a while. Jubai, a samurai character. To be honest, Wang Ling was not satisfied with her. Her skills were too limited, making her somewhat weak. Well then. Just 100 strange jade. What do you think he was in his previous life? Looking at the 6 different backgrounds, Wang Ling hesitated once more. It wasn't about hesitating which path to choose, he had already decided to select the Onmyoji. His hesitation stemmed from the sudden realization that an Onmyoji didn't necessarily have to be born in the Onmyoji clan. After comprehensive comparison, the mouse clicked on the Mixed Blood Yokai. Mixed Blood Yokai, Strength 3, Constitution 3, A Perception 2. Initially learns the special skill Half Yokai Transformation attributes double for a short time. After that came the choice of youth experiences. Wang Ling chose to be apprenticed under an Onmyoji. Apprenticed under an Onmyoji, Intelligence 5, initially learns talisman creation, can craft various basic talismans, paper servant summon. For the youth phase, he chose to study the secret arts of Onmyoji. Studying the secret arts of Onmyoji, Intelligence 5. Learns 5 elements talisman creation, contract summon, carries Onmyoji, fan hunting attire, blank talisman, 10 foot, for the cause of death. Wang Ling still chose non-human, increasing damage against humanoid creatures by 30. Lastly, it was time to name the character. This Onmyoji resembled Jiu Bingwei, but gave off a completely different. Jiu Bingwei is sharp, while this Onmyoji. Wang Ling racked his brains and finally found a somewhat fitting description: eerie and solitary. Dressed in hunting attire, wearing a tall hat, standing in the dense forest, yet seemingly immersed in a clear blue sky, like a suddenly appeared forest spirit. Mysterious, noble, and unattainable. After pondering for a moment, Wang Ling typed in the name, Hogetsu Ryuri. A drawn-out call echoed from the background, followed by the melodious sound of a shakuhachi. Hogetsu Ryuri slightly adjusted her attire, placing the Onmyoji fan flat against her chest, lightly tapping the fan's ribs with her fingertips, bowing gracefully, her movements as gentle as falling cherry blossoms. The entrance to the southern approach of Meiji Shrine was bustling with tourists. Wang Ling opened Hogetsu Ryuri's attribute panel to check. Name: Hogetsu Ryuri. Potential: not yet determined. Level: not yet determined. Attributes: life 100, spiritual power 250, strength 8, agility 6, constitution 10, intelligence 15, perception 8, charm 5, skills: half yokai transformation, B non-human, C contract summon, B paper servant summon, D 100 arts, basic talisman creation 5 elements talisman equipment Onmyoji fan attack 1, casting speed 5, blank talisman hunting attire defense 2, spell resistance 5, blank talisman. Items: blank talisman 10. Unlike Jiu Bingwei style of simply slashing with a knife, Hogetsu Ryuri needed to be well prepared to unleash her combat strength. This is somewhat akin to how mages in the D&D system need to memorize spells in advance. Onmyoji also require preparation of talismans to cast spells. The so-called preparation of talismans means using the skill talisman creation to inscribe runes on blank talismans. Since there are only 10 blank talismans available, Hogetsu Ryuri can currently only inscribe 10 talismans. However, the Onmyoji fan and hunting attire each have a blank talisman slot, allowing 1 talisman to be inscribed on each. Talisman inscriptions on equipment consume spiritual power when used, but the advantage is that they do not occupy the talisman paper quota. Conversely, the advantage of ordinary talisman paper is that it does not consume magic power, but is a one-time consumable. Once used, it is gone. Wang Ling immediately opened the 100 arts page to check the talismans currently mastered by Hogetsu Ryuri. Basic talismans: demon subduing talisman, the most basic attack talisman capable of causing burning damage to the aberrant. It can be affixed to a fixed location and will activate automatically when the aberrant approaches. Purification talisman removes 1 abnormal status. Ineffective against diseases and poison. Sealing talisman temporarily seals the action ability of the aberrant. The sealing time depends on the target's strength. The stronger the aberrant, the shorter the sealing time, lasting between 0.5 seconds and 3 seconds. Water and fire avoidance talisman, immune to water or fire damage for 5 seconds. 5 major talismans. The specific effects of the talismans are influenced by the creator's intelligence attribute. Earth talisman, unmoving mountain, gathers the energy of the earth, to form an impenetrable protective barrier. The defensive effect and duration are influenced by the user's intelligence attribute. Water Talisman Longevity Bowling continuously restores life for 5 seconds and can dispel abnormal states. The talismans can be buried, automatically triggering when seriously injured. Fire Talisman Red Lotus Fire transforms into a red lotus upon being thrown, covering a radius of 3 zhong, continuously burning for 5 seconds. Wind Talisman Divine Wind Spell boosts movement speed and attack speed. The enhancement effect and duration are influenced by the user's intelligence attribute. Void Talisman Empty Cicada upon use leaves an illusion in place. The user enters a stealth state and can pass through solid obstacles while moving in stealth. During the stealth period, the user is immune to physical attacks. Taking damage or launching an attack will cancel the stealth state. The Onmyoji fan must definitely have an attack talisman inscribed on it. This means he had to choose between the Demon Subduing Talisman and the Red Lotus Fire Talisman. Judging by the effect of the Red Lotus Fire, it must be considered a major skill. With Hogetsu Ryura's magical power, she probably wouldn't be able to use the Red Lotus Fire more than twice, so Wang Ling chose the Demon Subduing Talisman as the talisman inscribed on the Onmyoji fan. As for the talisman inscribed on the hunting attire, Wang Ling selected the Healing Talisman Longevity Bowling. After inscribing the 2 talismans, Wang Ling noticed that the boy from the couple had already disappeared. He didn't delay any longer and immediately controlled Hogetsu Ryuri to pass through the Torii Gate. He couldn't be late. There were fools among that group, and if he was late and someone died, it would be a huge loss. Oh no, this is bad. The shrine's eerie domain. Wang Ling saw that the plaid shirt had yet to start causing trouble, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He immediately checked Hogetsu Ryura's other skills. Half yokai transformation attributes double for 1 minute, with the cost being weakened for 1 hour, during which attributes are halved. Paper Servant Summon consumes spiritual power to summon paper figures. Paper figures can understand simple commands and can help with tasks like cleaning. Lastly, there is Contract Summon, which is to summon Shikigami. When Wang Ling opened the skill section, he found that there were already 3 Shikigami in the Shikigami list. The warrior doll has the appearance of a complete set of ancient samurai armor lacking a physical body and wielding a large katana as a weapon. Tang Umbrella is an oiled paper umbrella with the handle being a girl's leg, fair and seemingly free of athlete's foot, with a big eye and mouth on the umbrella surface. Brush is a large brush without any obvious aberrant features. The 3 Shikigami each have their own strength. The warrior doll is a warrior-type Shikigami with a passive skill called Resilience, which increases defense by 5 points for every 20 of health lost. The Tang Umbrella is a support-type Shikigami that can fly after opening its umbrella, serving as a reconnaissance tool. Additionally, the Tang Umbrella has a control-type skill. The skill is called Soaked Memories, a rather poetic name whereby it flies above the target, causing rain. The affected target will briefly forget what they were doing, appearing dazed. The last Shikigami brush does not have an active skill. Its ability is to depict runes on the talismans in the air when Hogetsu Ryuri casts a talisman with a chance to replicate the same spell as the talisman. Only 1 Shikigami can be summoned at a time. Summoning a Shikigami consumes 30 points of spiritual power, and maintaining the Shikigami's existence consumes 10 points of spiritual power per minute. But what do you intend to do? Wang Ling heard the question and saw the plaid shirt starting to act recklessly again. He sighed, truly admiring this person's courage. In such a bizarre place, daring to approach a figure that clearly seemed abnormal. You say you are so brave, why not do something better? If you really want to impress others, you could go commit a heinous act. Your kind father wouldn't blame you, and the fearsome would marvel at your bravery, while the depraved would begin to doubt their own allure, and even the emperor would have to stand up to commend your audacity. Wang Ling shook his head and tapped the icon to summon a soldier puppet. On the screen, the translucent Yulioli raised her Inyang fan and drew a circle in the air. Where the tip of the fan passed, it left behind a faint golden trail of light. Then she used the fan as a brush, swiftly sketching a hexagram and 3 symmetrical fan surfaces within the light circle. The light trail lingered in the air for 2 seconds before falling to the ground. A circular magic array appeared on the ground, complex geometric patterns lighting up in sequence, and then something rose from the array. First the helmet at the top, the side flaps, and the cheek plates. Then the large armor-style torso layered with protective plating gleaming with a cold, hard sheen. Next came the waist skirt armor, the thighs, cheek plates, and the calf armor. A complete set of pitch-black samurai armor, wielding a large katana, stood before Yulioli. Soldier puppet health, 200 commands, follow status passive counterattack, only attacks when given orders, or when the Onmyoji is harmed. Yulioli's summoning action attracted the attention of the visitors. Her distinctly styled clothing immediately made the visitors realize that she was an Onmyoji. The previously noisy scene fell silent, and everyone stared blankly in this direction. Still the brave plaid shirt, he changed direction and approached Yulioli. Private inquiry, may I ask? Wang Ling ignored what the attribute points were saying, scanned the entire scene, pressed Ctrl 1. Oh, and then changed the soldier puppet's behavioral command to active attack. The soldier puppet looked bulky, but it moved quickly. The plaid shirt hadn't reacted, yet when the puppet was the katana raised overhead, a flash of blade light passed, and the plaid shirt contributed another blood loss. The remaining visitors screamed and scattered. But the entrance to the south path was only so large. Uliuli took a few steps, blocking the direction leading deeper into the path, leaving the visitors to hide in the area beneath the torii. The hawk catching the chick can continue as long as the hen is not afraid of the hawk, but in reality hens are also prey for hawks. 3 minutes later, the path returned to tranquility. Wang Ling noticed that Uliuli had gained 13 allocatable attribute points. Congratulations. Uliuli's main attribute was intelligence, so Wang Ling directly allocated all these points to intelligence. Intelligence 2538, spiritual power 250380. After that, Wang Ling began to have Uliuli craft finished talismans. 2 unmoving mountains, 1 longevity talisman, 3 red lotus fires, 2 hollow cicada talismans, and 2 divine wind talismans. After using 10 blank talisman papers, he had 10 finished talismans in his inventory. Wang Ling still did not rush to act. He began to edit macro commands. Uliuli's Shikigami was her summon creature, and Wang Ling could not directly control it, only giving Uliuli some basic commands like attack, defense, follow, and wait in place. But by combining these basic commands and editing them into macro commands, more complex operations could be, for example, move forward 5 meters, and then stop could be broken down into attack the target, delay 3000 milliseconds, wait in place. To do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. After finishing these, he began to clear out the lingering work. With the soldier puppet taking damage up front, Uliuli only needed to cast a few dispelling spells, and the entire cleaning process was twice as efficient as Jubing Weiss' ultimate attack. After clearing out the small monsters in this section of the path, Wang Ling controlled Uliuli to turn back and return to the torii. He found a hidden corner for Uliuli to crouch down and hide. A large wave of attribute points was about to refresh. After half an hour of browsing the domestic version of TikTok, there was movement at the torii. Special Assault Team SAT. Wang Ling counted. A total of 12. They appeared well-trained. Wang Ling sneered, "Jubing Wei, watch as Dad takes revenge for you." He selected the Red Lotus Fire Talisman, aimed at the densest part of the crowd, and clicked to use it. The talisman drew a line of fire that landed directly in the center of the special police. A red lotus bloomed, covering an area of 3 zhang. The blazing orange-eared flames burned fiercely against the eerie blue-purple backdrop, causing pain to the eyes. The few special police gathered together were instantly engulfed in flames. Immediately after, another line of fire burst forth from behind a tree. This was not Wang Ling using a second talisman, but rather the Shikigami beside Uliuli, the brush fortuitously drawing the runes for the red lotus fire. The 2 red lotuses shone in harmony, blooming in an instant, turning bones to dust. Only 4 SAT members escaped the blast. Enemy attack. Take cover. The remaining 4 hurriedly sought cover, but in the open space beneath the torii there was nowhere to hide. After throwing the red lotus fire, Wang Ling controlled Uliuli to change position, retract the brush, switch Shikigami, and summon the soldier puppet again. Thus, when the remaining 4 SAT members focused their fire on the original hiding spot of Uliuli, a 2-meter tall, black-armored warrior was already charging towards them with a large katana raised. In just half a minute, the path became quiet again. The newly gained 12 free attribute points were still allocated by Wang Ling to the intelligence attribute. Intelligence 2840. Wang Ling glanced at the chaotic battlefield, preparing to control Uliuli to leave, when suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. A gun. Looking at the scattered firearms on the ground, Wang Ling shifted his gaze to the skill panel of Uliuli. Paper Servant. Summon, a skill that seemed useless at first glance. The skill's effect is to summon powerless paper puppets to act as servants, helping to clean the courtyard and serve tea and water. However, though the paper servants are as weak as insects easily torn apart by a child, they can indeed understand commands and use tools. What if they were to use firearms? Wang Ling activated the skill, and with a flick of Uliuli's sleeve, 2 palm-sized paper puppets floated down. The paper fell to the ground and immediately began to grow. In a moment, 2 1-meter tall paper figures climbed up from the ground. Paper Servant health 55. Wang Ling selected 1 paper servant and clicked on an assault rifle. The paper servant wobbled as it walked over, bent down, and picked up the rifle. Wang Ling then selected a corpse with the mouse and issued an attack command. Then bang, 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 boom. The first 2 shots were relatively normal, but the paper figure was too light to handle the recoil, and after the 3rd shot the barrel pointed straight up, causing the paper figure to fall, and the barrel misfired, hitting Uliuli. Wang Ling hurriedly pressed the stop attack button. That was close. Another 2 shots, and Uliuli would have to reload from the last save. Although there were some minor incidents during the process. Well, some small unexpected events, but the result was undoubtedly good. It proved that the paper servant had great potential. Although it was not perfect and firing a gun could endanger one's own, the fact that the paper servant could shoot was good enough. Forming a paper servant shooting squad was feasible. Wang Ling controlled Long Yueli to circle around the battlefield collecting usable firearms. Unfortunately, many guns were rendered unusable due to the intense flames of the Red Lotus. After counting, only 10 usable firearms remained. 6 assault rifles and 4 handguns. Seeing the 10 paper servants standing in a row with their guns, Wang Ling nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, there are no useless skills, only players who do not know how to use them. Except for Athena's skill that turns into a soul that flies around after death. Driving away the lantern ghost and passing through the southern path, Wang Ling once again saw the infamous dirty lantern. How to attack? Wang Ling stroked his chin and lit a cigarette. The simplest strategy was to have the soldier puppet tank, while the paper servants shot from a distance. Although the paper servants had average accuracy with 10 guns firing simultaneously, as long as they controlled the shooting rhythm to avoid friendly fire, they should still deal decent damage. As for Long Yueli, she could just hide behind and heal. Or perhaps, Wang Ling opened the Shikigami list and summoned Tang San. An oiled paper umbrella jumped out from the summoning array, landing on one foot. Then an eye opened on the umbrella surface, blinked, and smiled widely. A soft voice came from the screen. "Oh my, are you my master?" "Oh wow, I can talk." Wang Ling smiled and began to edit macro commands for Tang San based on her characteristics. Seeing that Long Yueli didn't respond, Tang San pouted, opened the umbrella, and flew up. She circled around Long Yueli. "Why does my master look so silly?" Master. Wu Wang Ling, who was typing on the keyboard, couldn't help but scratch his brow, silently mourning for Tang San for 2 seconds. "Your master isn't silly, she's just temporarily in a playstate I set. If she returns to the back house and Lioli regains control of her body, then..." Oh, the trouble comes from the mouth. Worried that his character would lose a Shikigami from then on, Wang Ling pressed the command before Tang San tried to poke Long Yueli's nostrils with her foot. Whoosh! Tang San received the command and floated directly above the stone lantern hovering there. "Well, then I'm going to make it rain," soaking memories. The umbrella surface began to spin. Then raindrops cascaded down from the umbrella, gently falling on the stone lantern. The dirty lantern blinked its fiery eyes, its pupils in disarray, indifferent to the jade foot standing on its head. Wang Ling immediately sprang into action. He selected the 10 paper servants and pressed the attack command. The 10 paper figures holding guns all raised their weapons, aiming at the stone lantern. Tat-tat, 2 shots. The accuracy was average. With 10 guns firing simultaneously, less than half actually hit. The bullets either hit the ground or went astray. But after all, they hit 7 or 8 shots, causing the stone lantern's health to drop slightly, about 3. Wang Ling was also busy throwing broken evil spells one by one, averaging 1 every 3 seconds, each time reducing 4 or 5% of health. 10 seconds passed quickly. The ghost fire's eyes blinked, its pupils refocusing, regaining its senses. Tang San, "Uncle, I can't hold it anymore." Rain began to fall again. Dirty lantern, who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Clearly the lantern was top-notch in physical defense, but its magic resistance was likely negative. Overall, this battle was unexpectedly easy. The dirty lantern never launched a decent counterattack, dazedly being reduced to rubble. The loot was still the same: 3 items, soul crystal, evil fire pearl, and 2 portions of lantern oil. Looking at the soul crystal, Wang Ling hesitated for a moment. This item would undoubtedly be most suitable for the soldier puppet. However, Wang Ling's hesitation lasted only a moment. He remembered clearly that the soul crystal could increase a character's potential. The soldier puppet was merely a Shikigami, essentially just a strange creature. In the future, there would be plenty of strange creatures stronger than the soldier puppet. If the puppet's strength couldn't keep up, then it could be replaced. Therefore, even though the compatibility of the dirty lantern's soul crystal with Long Yueli seemed low, Wang Ling still allowed his character to use it. But the result of using it surprised Wang Ling. Character Long Yueli, physique 5, intelligence 5. Character Long Yueli, spiritual power 50, current spiritual power 500. Please choose one of the following skills as the character's new skill. 1. Mire spell consumes 20 spiritual power to create a mire on the ground. Targets entering the mire area will significantly reduce their movement speed. 2. Earthen prison consumes 40 spiritual power to summon 4 earthen walls that close in to form a prison. The earthen prison will continue to close, causing cumulative damage. 3. Word spirit silence consumes 30 spiritual power to apply a silence effect on one enemy. The skill lasts for 5 seconds, during which the target cannot use spell skills. Wang Ling truly didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. As for the 3 skills, Wang Ling chose Earthen Prison. The Mire spell is merely a slowing skill but is not directional, so it could easily be wasted, hence he decided to pass. The Silence skill can only prohibit spell skills, which is too narrow an application, so it couldn't be chosen either. Ultimately, the most versatile option was Earthen Prison. Once again at the shrine square, Wang Ling once again had Long Yuli pay her respects, saved a file, and then opened the enhancement option. During the 9-soldier incident, he had no idea there was his own tablet here, so he directly spent his points this time. Soul Fragment 5. Remaining 27 item Evil Fire Pearl Enhanced obtained item Evil Fire Pearl 1. Wang Ling. He looked at the description for Ghost Fire I Pearl 1, which was unchanged from the original. It gave the feeling that the money had been wasted. Wang Ling frowned and smashed the enhancement button again. Evil Fire Pearl 2. Evil Fire Pearl 3. Wang Ling got a bit carried away. Even though continuing to enhance would cost 10 soul fragments, he still pressed the upgrade button once more. After this upgrade, the Evil Fire Pearl turned orangered, and its name changed to Karma Fire Pearl. The fiery pearl embedded in the weapon allows any damage dealt through the weapon to apply one layer of fiery mark to the enemy. The fiery mark lasts for 10 seconds, dealing 10 points of burn damage each second. Stacking new marks refreshes the duration with a maximum of 10 layers. When the fiery mark reaches 10 layers, it triggers the effect of fiery backlash, clearing all marks and dealing true damage equal to the total burn damage of the fiery marks. Embedded in armor, when receiving melee attacks, the attacker gains 1 layer of fiery curse. The fiery curse lasts for 15 seconds, with each layer reducing the attacker's attack power by 10, stacking up to 5 layers. When the fiery curse reaches 5 layers, all layers are cleared, triggering fiery rebound, which lasts for 5 seconds, during which the target cannot use any skills and takes true damage based on 5 of their maximum health each second. Wang Ling stared at the description of the fiery pearl, smiling, as if he had tasted honey. As for embedding it, he placed the pearl into the yin-yang fan. Taking out a calculator, Wang Ling calculated 27, 24, 21. Calculating based on a 3-second cooldown for the dispelling spell, the minimum time is 27 seconds to stack 10 layers of fiery mark, resulting in 1350 points of burn damage plus an additional 1350 points of true damage from fiery backlash. If this combo lands, it could take down a 3rd-tier shadow-type anomaly, and even some fragile 4th-tier anomalies could be dealt with. Of course, the premise is that these 3rd and 4th-tier anomalies would stand still to let her output. Standing once again before Seigo Takamori, Wang Ling felt a sense of nostalgia and melancholy, as if the past were a distant dream. Seigo Takamori was still there, but the figure facing him was no longer the samurai Jibu Shichibe. Wang Ling began his pre-battle preparations, dispatching his paper servants to various locations in the plaza. He then clicked to summon and called forth the Shikigami Tang-san. Seemingly startled by the changes in the plaza, Seigo Takamori moved. Gripping his katana, he stepped forward decisively towards the direction of Yin-yang Liuli. Wang Ling chuckled coldly and pressed the skill button. Four-sided coffin. In the scene, the ground beneath Seigo Takamori suddenly cracked open. 4 earthen walls rose explosively from the fissures, each 3 meters high and 1 meter thick. Once they reached the top, they tilted inward, simultaneously forming a sealed earthen prison that trapped Seigo Takamori inside. But that wasn't the end. After the prison closed, it continued to press inward, causing damage. Wang Ling did not stop. He immediately threw out a red lotus fire talisman. Boom! A red lotus exploded above the earthen prison. A roar echoed from within. Then came a series of muffled crashes. The earthen walls trembled and then shattered, scattering rocks and dirt. Seigo Takamori burst out from inside. Wang Ling glanced at his health bar. This series of small combos had taken away about 1/3 of his health. Wang Ling didn't give him a chance to breathe. Yin-yang Liuli raised the yin-yang fan, and a beam of white light shot from the tip of the fan, striking the charging Seigo Takamori. Dispel spell. The Dispel spell can only be considered a low-level spell with a base attack of 20, which under Yin-yang Liuli's intelligence boost can deal 40 points of damage. However, the yin-yang fan had the fiery pearl, adding a layer of mark on Seigo Takamori. While using the Dispel spell, Wang Ling also pressed the skill button for Tang-san. Let's give him a taste of sweetness. Tang-san flew above Seigo Takamori's head, opening its canopy as raindrops fell. Seigo Takamori stood still, looking up in confusion. Yin-yang Liuli seized the opportunity to cast another Dispel spell. But Seigo Takamori suddenly let out a strange cry. He abruptly shook his head, his dazed eyes refocusing, locking onto the Tang-san overhead, and slashed at it with his sword. Tang-san hurriedly floated upwards, dodging that slash. Yikes! Almost scared me to death. Wang Ling's lips twitched, feeling both troubled by Seigo Takamori's control-breaking ability and annoyed by Tang-san's personality. He quite liked this little anomaly with only one leg, and hoped that Yin-yang Liuli would go easy on her when teaching her a lesson. Although Wang Ling was surprised that Seigo Takamori had a control-breaking ability, the outcome of the battle had already been determined before it began. The greatest strength of the Anomaly Harem game isn't the ability to recruit various beautiful anomalies into the harem, but rather it allows Wang Ling to repeatedly test and make mistakes. By loading previous saves, he understood the capabilities of Seigo Takamori, thus weaving a grand web of death before the battle commenced. When Seigo Takamori charged towards Inyang Liuli with 5 layers of fiery mark stacked, Wang Ling pressed the empty cicada talisman. In the scene, Inyang Liuli's figure flickered, and Wang Ling immediately controlled her to retreat far away. Seigo Takamori's great sword came down, cleaving the illusion in two. He stared blankly for a moment, then began to scan the area for her. But at that moment, Wang Ling commanded the scattered paper servants to open fire. Unable to find Inyang Liuli, Seigo Takamori had no choice but to charge towards the paper servants to kill them. However, as he moved away, Inyang Liuli appeared in the distance, waving the Inyang fan and casting the dispel spell. Seigo Takamori turned to chase after Inyang Liuli, facing the obstruction of the four-sided coffin and Tang San. When he broke through the blockade, Inyang Liuli had already created distance again and cast another talisman from afar. Seigo Takamori didn't even manage to stack the marks to trigger fiery backlash before he fell on the way to pursue Inyang Liuli. He collected the loot, which amounted to 2 items: a light blue soul crystal and an ancient scroll. The scroll is called Samurai Revelation Flow Sword Technique Complete Scroll, a heritage item. If the rear courtyard builds a study, it can be placed inside for melee characters to learn, gaining insights into swordsmanship skills. As for the soul crystal, Wang Ling directly clicked to use it. Perhaps due to the poor compatibility of this soul crystal with Inyang Liuli, or perhaps this is how it is after devouring it, no skills appeared. However, in terms of attribute enhancement, this soul crystal's boost is significantly greater than that of the lantern. Potential increased strength 5, agility 2, constitution 5, perception 5, charisma 2, health 100. Crossing through the divine square, Hongyue Liuli stepped into the main hall area. At the end of the square stood a towering building, a typical Fusang flowing style, with a roof featuring a forward-arching eave resembling a soaring beast. This is the core area of Meiji Shrine, housing the spirit of Emperor Meiji. At this moment, 2 large cypress doors were tightly shut, revealing nothing of what lay inside. Wang Ling controlled Hongyue Liuli to approach the door and press the interaction button. On the screen, Hongyue Liuli lifted her leg and kicked the door. Boom! The 2 doors swung open inward, crashing against the walls on either side with a thunderous sound. Wang Ling touched his nose, thinking Liuli would push the door open. He never expected her to kick it. Furious, inside was a vast space. Wooden floors, tall columns, and at the back a high platform. On the high platform sat a figure in a royal seat. As Hongyue Liuli entered the hall, the figure spoke, "Giri, Gulagiji, YY Makabaka." Wang Ling. He stared at the screen for a long time, unable to find a corresponding translation. It shouldn't be like this. Wang Ling scratched his head. In his experience, he had traveled through various places via bizarre harem games, even entering the spirit world subspace outside the main material world, encountering countless languages. Whether it be English, French, Arabic, or the divine Sanskrit of small tribal languages, the system could translate them all. Why was there none this time? He pondered and suddenly remembered a video he had seen before. It mentioned that the Fusang royal family had their own unique language, something like crane sound or bath sound, completely different from ordinary Fusang language. Now, even the bizarre harem game wouldn't translate. That basically confirmed it. This was definitely not human speech. Then let's fight. He pressed the summoning button, and a soldier figure rose from the ground, a pitch-black armored figure standing beside Hongyue Liuli. Then Hongyue Liuli raised her Inyang fan and cast a spell towards the imperial seat of Emperor Meiji. A white light pierced through the hall, striking the figure. Then, a mist floated up. Wang Ling was momentarily stunned. He tried again. Miss. Another attempt. Still miss. Wang Ling couldn't help but frown again, like a wealthy lady feeling heartache at a beautiful sight. This was not an inability to break defense. Inability to break defense just meant no damage could be dealt. This also didn't mean that the figure of Emperor Meiji was an illusion. If it were, the attack would pass through his body and hit objects behind him. There was only one possibility in this situation. That is, Emperor Meiji was bound to this divine domain. Unless the entire divine domain was completely overturned, he could not be harmed. At this moment, Wang Ling felt a bit nostalgic for Daiyang. Overturning maps was something the Thunderstorm which was best at. But now, did it really mean he had to overturn the entire divine domain? I can't do that. Wang Ling began to consider the issue of retreating. The task could be abandoned, but the character couldn't just be given up. But just as Wang Ling was preparing to retreat, Emperor Meiji pointed towards Hongyue Liuli and shouted, "Moimomoji." Suddenly, 8 figures burst out from behind. Dressed as guards, 4 wielded swords and 4 held guns. The guns were Springfield rifles, single shot, with a theoretical rate of fire of 10 rounds per minute. Wang Ling reacted instantly. When entering an unfamiliar location, he had developed the habit of observing the environment first. He immediately controlled Hongyue Liuli to hide behind a pillar in the corner. This pillar was thick enough for 2 people to embrace, well enough to conceal Hongyue Liuli's form. Moreover, hiding here, relying on the wall and the pillar, he only needed to defend against the direction of the door and the main hall. As they fled, the guard with the gun had already opened fire, and 3 paper servants were shredded by bullets. Wang Ling hurriedly pulled the remaining paper servants to Luli's side. When the paper servant ran with its short legs, Wang Ling had an idea and used the four directions coffin on the last paper servant. Now he only needed to defend against the direction of the door. The subsequent battle suddenly became very simple. The soldier figure blocked the gap, a single warrior holding. At the same time, he only had to face two guards while the guard with the gun was obstructed and could not provide long-range support, having to attach a bayonet and attempt close combat. And Hanuel Yuli only needed to hide behind occasionally, throwing a spell waiting until the soldier figure's health was critical, then using the healing skill inscribed on the hunting attire to restore its health. There was no need to worry about insufficient spiritual energy. Hiding behind the soldier figure, Hanuel Yuli could sit down anytime to eat and drink. Also, just because the guards couldn't shoot didn't mean the paper servants couldn't. The paper servants were short, even shorter than the average guard of less than 1.6 meters, their gun barrels truly aimed at your knees. When the first guard was killed, Wang Ling was delighted to find that there were glimmers in the ashes left behind by these guards. This indicated that loot could be collected. However, they were still in battle with no time to collect. After clearing a wave of guards, Wang Ling controlled Hanuel Yuli to peek at the imperial seat. Emperor Meiji had summoned 8 new guards once more. Taking advantage of the new guards not yet rushing in, he quickly controlled Hanuel Yuli to sweep across the 8 pools of black water. Collecting. Obtained Soul Fragment 2. Obtained Soul Fragment 3. Obtained Jinmeika 1. Obtained Soul Fragment 2. Obtained Sakura Cake 1. Obtained Soul Fragment 2. Obtained Soul Fragment 1. 8 guards yielded a total of 16 soul fragments and 3 kinds of supplements. Wang Ling's eyes lit up instantly. Then let's drag this out. Waves of guards rushed in, and yet more waves were killed. The soul fragments on Hanuel Yuli grew increasingly abundant, and when her spiritual energy was low, she immediately ate and drank to replenish. Perhaps because Hanuel Yuli did not approach the emperor, besides summoning guards to protect him, Emperor Meiji did not use any new tricks. Whether it was an illusion or not, when the number of soul fragments on Hanuel Yuli reached 268, Wang Ling could distinctly feel that Emperor Meiji's calls for guards had become somewhat feeble. Having heard it so many times, Wang Ling was already quite familiar with Emperor Meiji's call. That crane sound, he had no idea what it meant, but the utterance was likely Mimi oh mama mo. But now his utterance was me Mimi. Oh mama. Mo. It felt like a crisp college student just finished running 800 meters. Wang Ling adjusted his perspective and found that the Emperor Meiji on the throne had actually turned semi-transparent. What the hell? Your Majesty, you can't just die like this. Wang Ling never expected that one day he would actually be reluctant to let the Fusang Emperor die. Truly, the absurdity of the world is hard to predict, and joy and sorrow are not up to us. Taking advantage of the time before the new batch of guards arrived, Wang Ling hurriedly urged Hanuel Yuli to leave the main hall. Hanuel Yuli sprinted back to the tombstone. He set the soldier figurines and the remaining paper servants to attack mode, guarding around the tombstone before allowing Hanuel Yuli to bow before it. The enhancement interface opened. He selected the Yin-Yang fan. Wang Ling clicked once. Consume soul fragments, 10 enhancement successful. Yin-Yang fan 1. Yin-Yang fan 2. Yin-Yang fan 3. Clicking again, the required fragments increased to 20. Continuing, a flash of light swept across the Yin-Yang fan. The patterns of the fan's ribs deepened and the runes on the fan's surface rearranged, adding some lines that were not present before. Yin-Yang fan 3 sealed. Yin-Yang fan sealed. Yin-Yang fan attack power 6. Intelligence 5. Casting speed 30, spell effect enhancement 10, engraving evil breaking spell. Inlay fiery pearl. Wang Ling was not planning to stop here. He was preparing to continue enhancing when suddenly gunshots echoed from the screen. Exiting the enhancement interface, the perspective pulled back. 8 guards had actually chased out of the main hall. There was no safe ground around the tombstone. A talisman flew out from Hanuel Yuli's sleeve. The talisman fell to the ground and exploded instantly. Yellowish light surged from the ground, coalescing around Hanuel Yuli to form a translucent barrier with hexagonal light slices overlapping, enveloping her completely. Immovable mountain bullets hit the barrier, creating ripples, the bullet heads embedded in the light wall hovering midair. Wang Ling then called out the names of the guards one by one. The effect of a 30 increase in casting speed was quite apparent. The originally evil-breaking spell, which required a 3-second interval to use, could now be cast again in just 2 seconds. 1 shot for each. Even if some did not die, they would still be marked by the fiery mark, and the remaining health would be burned away, leading to their demise. In less than 20 seconds, all 8 guards turned to ashes. Clicking to loot. He gained 13 more soul fragments. Combined with the previous ones, he now had a total of 231. Continuing to enhance the Yin-Yang fan 2020. Once the sealed Yin-Yang fan was enhanced to 3, the next enhancement would cost 40. With sufficient resources, let's do it. Consume soul fragments 40. A strong light burst forth from the sealed Yin-Yang fan. The fan ribs changed from their original wood color to a deep purple. The runes on the fan's surface rearranged and combined, densely packed, spiraling outward from the center. 2 black tassels hung down from the ends of the fan ribs with small copper bells tied to them. Sealed Yin-Yang Fan, 3 Ghost Path Fan, attack power 15, intelligence 15, casting speed 50, spell effect enhancement 25, engraving evil breaking spell transformed into soul breaking evil breaking spell. Soul breaking evil breaking spell consumes 20 points of spiritual energy, causing 50 intelligence points of evil damage. Upon hitting it, ignores defense, causing 50 points of soul damage. During this time, the target will suffer intense soul shocks, entering a state of soul paralysis. For 1 second. Engraving soul-breaking evil breaking spell vacant position inlay fiery pearl. The fan was complete. He still had 131 soul fragments left, and Wang Ling began enhancing the hunting robe. Spending 50 soul fragments after enhancing 4 times in a row, faint purple runes appeared on the surface of the white hunting robe, and the collar and cuffs turned deep purple, echoing the color of the Ghost Path fan's ribs. Cursed hunting robe, defense 8, intelligence 5, spell resistance 20, engraving longevity vacant position. He had 81 soul fragments left. He could exchange for 4 points of free attributes. He added 2 points to physique and 2 points to agility. Your Majesty, I have returned. Stepping once again through the main hall doors. The Meiji Emperor was nearly transparent, hunched over like an old dog, panting heavily with his tongue out. Seeing Long Yoli enter, his eyes widened and his lips trembled. Meow. Me? Wang Ling stared at the screen, unable to help but laugh and scold. Are you kidding me? He instinctively cast a soul-breaking, evil-breaking spell. I swear I really just clicked the skill at random. But the soul-breaking, evil-breaking spell damaged his magic. The Meiji Emperor's mouth flapped twice, pointing shakily at Long Yoli, and then at himself before. Wang Ling. What a loss. But it didn't matter, judging by the Meiji Emperor's struggle to even get up, the loss shouldn't be too great. After the Meiji Emperor disappeared, the entire main hall shook. The pillars of the hall began to crack, and the cypress tiles from the roof began to fall, while the curtains and banners hanging on the walls fluttered, as if in a wind. A line of red countdown appeared at the top of the screen. 0059, not good. Wang Ling knew that the eerie domain was about to collapse. Once the eerie domain collapsed, the mission would be settled. He immediately controlled Longwell Yoli to rush to the throne and clicked to loot. Gain Soul Crystal of Meiji Emperor, gain Sword of Time, no time to examine closely. Wang Ling selected the light golden Soul Crystal and clicked to use it. System notifications popped up in succession. Character Longwell Yoli absorbed the Soul Crystal of Meiji Emperor. Character potential enhanced intelligence, 5 charm, 5 maximum health, 100 maximum spiritual energy, 100. Please choose one of the following skills as the character's new skill. 3 options appeared on the screen. 1. Drapery consumes 50 points of spiritual energy to unfold a curtain in a circular area of 0.785 at the user's location, lasting for 9 seconds. During the existence of the drapery, the user is in a behind-the-curtain state, unable to be hit by any attacks. Movement speed decreased by 50 during this time. The drapery disappears after withstanding 3 attacks or reaching its duration. Skill cooldown time. 2. Dance consumes 60 points of spiritual energy to summon 2 dancers to dance around the user, lasting for 6 seconds. During this time, the user is immune to all control effects. Movement speed increased by 50, and enemies within 10 meters have their movement speed reduced by 20. At the end of the dance, the 2 dancers will pounce on the nearest enemy and self-destruct, causing area damage. Skill cooldown time is 30 minutes. 3. Divine Bell consumes 30 points of spiritual energy to summon a divine bell that emits a crisp ringing sound. Wang Ling glanced at the countdown timer, only 48 seconds remaining. After a moment's hesitation, he finally chose Dance of the Footsteps. Among the 3 skills, the divine bell had the most extensive applicability. Controlling and releasing control had a short cooldown. It could be applied in various situations. However, the issue with the divine bell was that the probability of triggering various states was only 20, making it very reliant on luck. The Curtain of Hanging Veil was powerful, a life-saving skill, but its cooldown was too long, usable only once per hour, making it suitable only as a trump card. However, if a battle reached the point where one had to rely on this skill to survive, then even using the Curtain of Hanging Veil would likely not change the outcome. If used merely as an ordinary defensive measure, there were other alternatives. Thus, the balanced Dance of the Footsteps became the optimal choice. There was still some time left, and Wang Ling looked at the ceremonial blade. The blade was long, with a plain white sheath devoid of any embellishments except for a bundle of intertwined purple and white cords wrapped around the middle, approximately 1 meter in length. Sword Control Xiaoguang, offhand item. Attack power 10, spiritual energy limit 100. Attached skills, Sword Control Xiaoguang. Sword Control active. Automatically initiates continuous attacks on the target for 10 seconds, with a maximum attack range of 15 meters. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Xiaoguang passive. When the wearer's health is below 20, it automatically grants a shield that can absorb up to 200 damage lasting a maximum of 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. A decent subweapon. Wang Ling immediately dragged Xiaoguang into the equipment slot of the illusory moon glass. The countdown ended. The entire world shook violently. It was like glass shattering. The illusory moon glass reappeared beneath the torii gate of the south approach. The eerie purple filter of the strange realm was replaced by the warm afternoon sunlight. The trees on both sides of the approach were lush and green, their leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. Even the panicked screams seemed to narrate the passage of time. Screams. Corpses. In Wang Ling's view, the once empty entrance to the approach was now blocked by several police cars. A large number of police surrounded the area, and the distant sound of camera shutters almost made him think he had stumbled into a film festival, with reporters breaking through the lines rushing towards the torii with flushed faces. A considerable number of police drew their guns, pointing them in the direction of the illusory moon glass. While wait. Wang Ling looked around. While it wasn't just the illusory moon glass that had exited the strange realm, there were also those tourists and special police. Corpses. Under the torii there were bodies, some charred by flames, others chopped into pieces, lying scattered across the ground. The onmyoji in white robes and black hair stood calmly among the corpses, holding a fan imbued with a ghostly aura. Beside him stood a dark, fearsome, armored warrior accompanied by several little paper figures holding guns, wandering amidst the bodies, which certainly did not look like good company. Wang Ling smirked, twisting his lips into a Nike shape. He pressed enter and typed threaten. On screen, the illusory moon glass raised her fan, pointing forward directly at the camera. Then the fan was retracted, swiftly flicking open to reveal its full form pressed against her neck, making a gentle cut. The crowd suddenly fell silent for a second before erupting into even more chaotic screams. That felt good, Wang Ling chuckled. Mission completed. Would you like to anchor the current mission result? Once anchored, it cannot be changed in the future. Yes, cleaning up the battlefield. Detected and determined the Meiji Shrine area as an abnormal area type anomaly. The power of the abnormal area rules has dropped to its lowest point. Please choose a handling method. You can choose devour and absorb, sell for profit, seal, and contain, leave it be. The options of devouring, selling, and leaving it be are similar to handling individual anomalies. Devouring means converting the strange realm into energy to increase the level of the illusory moon glass. Selling means exchanging it for money, while leaving it be means sustainable development. After some time, the energy of the strange realm will recover, and the anomalies that were cleared will reappear, and the strange realm will take shape again. The difference with seal and contain is that if this option is chosen, Wang Ling may have multiple functional buildings in his back courtyard. Leaving it be is certainly not an option. Wang Ling did not want to choose devouring and absorbing. Currently, it was still in the early stages of the anomaly's arrival. Simply raising the character's level would significantly increase the dispatch costs, which was not cost-effective. Hesitating between monetizing and containing, Wang Ling ultimately chose to monetize. The reason was that there were no resources in the Meiji Shrine, clearly not of the resource type, and there weren't any particularly special rules. After containment, it was highly likely that there would be additional buildings like family temples, and Wang Ling wasn't particularly interested in the small shrines of Fusan. Selling in progress. Merchant bargaining. Merchant being picky. Merchant expressing disdain. Sale successful. Household funds balance 3937. Anomaly Jade. The illusory moon glass has returned to the back courtyard. Please determine her position. Maid, concubine, secondary wife, favored concubine. Several options appeared before Wang Ling. If he chose maid or concubine, the illusory moon glass would be directly classified as a lowly status with a maximum future promotion to secondary wife. Wang Ling believed that the potential of the illusory moon glass should at least be exceptional and might even be epic, so she should not be undervalued. Character illusory moon glass confirmed position as favored concubine. Players can share 20 of the character's attributes and master 2 exclusive skills of that character. The game screen returned to the back courtyard, and Wang Ling opened the attribute panel of the illusory moon glass. Name illusory moon glass, potential epic, level LV10. Attributes: health 450, spiritual energy 6, 50250, strength 13, agility 10, constitution 25, intelligence 50, 15, perception 17, charm 7, skills: half demonization, B inhuman, C contract summoning, B paper servant summoning, D coffin from all sides, B dance of the footsteps, 100 arts, basic talismans, production 5 elements, talismans, equipment, ghostly fan, curse guarding, hunting attire, sword control, Xiaoguang talismans. Immovable mountain 2, longevity spell 1, a red lotus fire 1, a empty cicada 1, divine wine spell 2 items, sakura cake 2, shrine offerings 1, jinmeka 2, eel rice 1, rice balls 3, tricolored dumplings 1. That evening, a news report in Tokyo ignited rapidly and quickly exploded across the internet. A bizarre incident occurred at the Meiji Shrine in Shibuya, Tokyo that afternoon. According to relevant sources around 2 p.m., the police received a report stating that tourists had witnessed people disappearing near the Torii Gate of the South Approach. The police department urgently dispatched about 150 officers, including a special assault team, to seal off the surrounding area and conduct a search operation. However, by around 4 p.m., a large number of bodies suddenly appeared within the sealed area, and a woman dressed as an onmyoji materialized before the torii. According to the reporter from our station, who interviewed on-site, when the woman appeared, about 20 bodies were lying around her, overlapping and piled up, including the previously missing tourists and members of the special assault team. After standing still for a moment, the woman suddenly unfurled her folding fan, pointing towards our station's camera in a threatening manner. Then she seemingly melted away into thin air. Shortly after the woman disappeared, flames erupted at the Meiji Shrine. The fire spread rapidly, briefly engulfing the worship hall and main hall areas, but extinguished naturally about 10 minutes later. After an investigation by the police department and Tokyo Fire Department, it was confirmed that there were no signs of fire damage to the buildings within the shrine area, and the cause of the fire could not be determined. During the chaos, a stampede occurred among the gathered onlookers and interviewing reporters, resulting in the deaths of an 89-year-old woman and a 23-year-old man, with 7 others injured. The police department has intensified its investigation while sealing off the surrounding area and restricting access to personnel. February 14th, Valentine's Day. Shin Tian was awakened by the cold. She dreamt that she was eating snail noodles. It was warm but a bit smelly. For some reason, the dream suddenly turned into a nightmare. The bowl of snail noodles seemed endless, multiplying like rice noodles, and the bowl in front of her kept growing larger. In a moment of carelessness, she actually fell into the bowl. At first, the noodles in the bowl were warm, but soon they turned cold. Then she was awakened by the cold. As her consciousness floated up from the dream, a foul odor pierced her nostrils, as if she had been punched in the face. Shin Tian was stunned for 2 seconds, completely bewildered by what was happening, but her body's sensations informed her first. Below her was a damp, icy surface, stuck to her legs and the bed sheets. She slowly lowered her head, cautiously lifting the blanket. The bed sheets were in disarray, a mix of wet and dry spreading from where she had lain, soaking half the bed. Her clothes and blanket were not spared, with traces of dried and semi-dried mess everywhere. Shin Tian opened her mouth, but emitted no sound. Then she sprang up, wanting to go to the bathroom, but forgot her foot was still swollen. As soon as her foot touched the ground, a piercing pain shot from her ankle, causing her to lose her balance and plop back onto the bed, again getting her hand messy. Shin Tian looked at the indescribable substance on her fingers, then, as if burned, she frantically shook her hands. No, no, no. Sharp screams escaped her lips as she trembled, all over her stomach churning, but all she could vomit was a mouthful of sour water. She braced herself against the edge of the bed, shifting one foot outside. As her leg moved, her body uncontrollably tensed, and a sensation similar to needing to fart emerged. She gritted her teeth and desperately told herself no, she couldn't trust any farts at this moment. After much effort, she edged to the side of the bed and hopped on one leg toward the bathroom. After just 2 hops, her butt tightened, unable to hold it. Puff! A stream of liquid flowed down her thigh. Shin Tian froze in place, her eyes vacant, feeling that life was not worth it. But with things having come to this, she lost all inhibitions and hopped, making a mess, to the bathroom. As soon as her butt touched the toilet seat, it was a cacophony of splashes, both liquid and solid. She sat there for 10 minutes. After regaining her composure, Shin Tian cautiously moved into the shower room, turned on the shower, and let the hot water rinse over her. After cleaning herself, at least making it look clean, she avoided the stains on the carpet and hopped back to the bedside, digging out her phone. The first call was to her boyfriend. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered, and her boyfriend's voice came through. Tian. What's wrong? Why are you calling so early? Shin Tian opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Hello, her boyfriend asked again. Speak up. I. Can you come to Hongdian? What? Her boyfriend seemed slightly more alert. Go to Hongdian. What's going on? I'm thousands of kilometers away. What's the matter? Shin Tian said nothing, only cried. Her boyfriend waited a few seconds, sighed. Don't panic. Just tell me. If it's really urgent, I could rush over, but it would take time. Or just tell me what happened, and I'll help you think of a solution. Okay, I know your foot is inconvenient, and being alone in Hongdian must be lonely, but I have a whole family here. I promise on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, no, on the 3rd night, I will set out to find you, and I'll arrive on the 4th. I. Shin Tian opened her mouth, and after a long pause, she finally muttered, forget it. She felt Wang Ling was right. This person was just a scumbag without any sense of responsibility. It was time to break up. Thinking of Wang Ling, she picked up her phone again. Now, aside from Wang Ling, she couldn't find anyone to help her. Her family was far away in a county town in northeast China. To come over, they would need to switch from taxi to train, then to plane, and finally to a bus. By the time they arrived, she feared she would already be in a pickle. When the phone screen lit up, Wang Ling was having breakfast. A bowl of salty soy milk, 2 fried dough sticks, and a plate of soy sauce. Seeing the name Shen Tian on the screen, Wang Ling leisurely tore off a piece of fried dough stick, dipped it in the soy milk, and waited until it was fully soaked before slowly putting it into his mouth. The phone rang for about half a minute before Wang Ling picked it up. Hello. He wedged the phone between his shoulder and ear. Speak up. Wang Ling. Shen Tian's voice floated through the receiver, sounding very faint. Did you? Yeah. What's up? Can you come to my room? Is that appropriate? I'm not that easygoing. I beg you. Shen Tian spoke with a suppressed sob. Really? There's really something. What couldn't you say over the phone? Wang Ling asked leisurely. Shen Tian mumbled something on the other, in her voice too soft to hear clearly. What? Wang Ling switched the phone to the other ear. Speak louder, I can't hear. I. Shen Tian's voice became even softer, as if she were gritting her teeth. I have a stomachache. I made a mess of the bed sheets. Can you help me? Shen Tian was on the verge of tears. I can't handle it myself, and I can't move my foot. Okay, I'll help you deal with it, Wang Ling said. After hanging up, he placed the phone on the table and looked out the window. Across the street was a law firm with a golden sign on the glass door. Hang Chung Chung Nuaji Yuan Law Firm. He truly didn't expect Shen Tian to call him. This shows that this girl really has no friends. But a real man never looks back at explosions, especially when they are. How could Wang Ling possibly visit Shen Tian to witness her embarrassing situation just to take care of her? Such a scene, let alone witnessing it firsthand, even thinking about it made him feel dirty. Besides being absent from the scene, he could still see the aftermath. Wang Ling picked up his phone again and dialed the hotel front desk number. Hello, Honghua, Grand Hotel. Hello, room 412. Wang Ling paused, his tone slightly embarrassed. My friend is staying there, and she asked me to help make a call. She's a bit too shy to say it herself. It's just that she had a stomachache and accidentally made a mess on the bed. Could you send someone up to clean it up? Her name is Shen Tian, and she sprained her foot, so she's not very mobile. Do I need to provide her ID number and home address? No need. That's a shame. No, I mean, that's great. Thank you for your help. Wang Ling is currently in Hangzhou. After completing a task last night, the spirit Rongyuel Yuli has been sealed as a concubine, allowing him to share 2 skills for his use. He chose the summoning skill spirit contract summoning and the passive skill non-human. However, when attempting to use the skills, Wang Ling found that he had only shared the spirit contract summoning skill and did not acquire the 3 spirits of Rongyuel Yuli. Isn't this a bit of a letdown? It's like being given a gun without bullets. Few men can resist playing a new game after installing it, and Wang Ling couldn't bear the fact that the newly acquired skill was just an empty shell. Although it was already late at night, and he was tired, there is a saying that staying up late is a joy, and continuing to stay up is even more pleasurable. Right now, he immediately wanted to contract a spirit to play with. The so-called spirits are actually peculiar beings. Wang Ling reopened the bizarre Harem game and began to browse the tasks. He needed to select a suitable one. First, it shouldn't be too far. He couldn't venture too far. Secondly, it couldn't be too strong. The spirits contracted through spirit contract summoning aren't his wives and concubines in the backroom, but rather peculiar beings that could backfire. If he summoned one too powerful, he feared that his little frame might not withstand it. Therefore, in Wang Ling's view, the best spirits would be those that are weak, but possess special abilities. He opened the map. The 4 great continents, 10 continents, and 3 islands were densely packed with hundreds of red dots. Looking at the map, Wang Ling sighed. The number of peculiar beings was increasing. They were endless, simply impossible to kill. Shaking his head, Wang Ling began to examine the red dots representing the peculiar beings. The most eye-catching was Lu Shishir from Hengdian, labeled as a background actor. However, this one wouldn't work. Though weak, it was excessively so. Moreover, keeping her was for positioning, who once contracted that effect would be lost. There was a red dot in Shaoxing with a task named Black Donkey. Wang Ling looked at the task background introduction, which stated that a group of students inspired by tomb raiding notes wanted to explore the ancient tomb of the Yu Kingdom, and then near Kuaiji Mountain, they killed a black donkey and cut off its hoof. Afterward, the black donkey transformed into a peculiar being and devoured those students. Wang Ling blinked a couple of times. The ancient tomb of the Yu Kingdom, huh? He remembered that this seemed to be the location where the Yu girl would appear in the future. His wife, and still one of his 2 legendary characters. If he were to kill the black donkey now and cause any changes, it wouldn't be worth it. There are debts that must be repaid. You killed the donkey, and the donkey devoured you. It's all karma. When will revenge ever end? Amit benefactor, you are merely engaging in mutual harm. I won't concern myself with it. He swiped up, and there was a red dot in the direction of Yangzhou. Task name: Cursed Postman. Task area: No. 25 A Dujiang Road, Guangling District, Yangzhou City, the former site of the post office. The task background states that the cursed postman randomly delivers letters containing curses. This manifests as the recipient's old mailbox receiving letters of unknown origin, the sender being someone who previously had a grudge against the recipient but has long since passed away. Shortly thereafter, the recipient will encounter various degrees of misfortune. Some may break their legs while walking, others may be defrauded of large sums of money, and in the most serious case, one unexpectedly died 3 days after receiving the letter. Wang Ling found this peculiar being a bit interesting, so he clicked on Dispatch. Dispatch role Headless Senior Sister Dispatch, fee 10 Spirit Jade. The battle process was pitifully short. The Headless Senior Sister appeared in a weed-choked courtyard, then saw a postman in a green uniform emerging from a 3-story brick concrete old house, with its windows boarded up. The cursed postman's only method of attack was to throw letters at the Headless Senior Sister's face, but she had no face at all. She raised her hands and fired 2 shots. Task completed. Wang Ling felt a bit disappointed. The cursed postman's combat ability was rather lacking. The only special ability was to send cursed letters. But the problem is how many people still check their mailboxes. Most would throw away any received letters as junk advertisements. Wang Ling shook his head and clicked on Resell. The system displayed that he bought for 120 Spirit Jade. He continued to scroll. In the Liangxi area, the task was titled Mirror Person. Looking at the task introduction, this peculiar being's prototype was a theater actor who, due to a performance accident, became disfigured and subsequently committed suicide by slashing her wrists after breaking a mirror in the makeup room. After transformation, the mirror person can drag anyone who looks in the mirror into the mirror world for torture. This time Wang Ling dispatched Yingmei Yang. Dispatch fee 36 Spirit Jade. The process of searching for the mirror person was not laborious. Wang Ling instructed Yingmei Yang to find a mirror, and after standing for a while the mirror person arrived on her own. In the game screen, Yingmei Yang stood before a full-length mirror, her reflection visible within. Soon after, the Yingmei Yang in the mirror smiled, flipped her palm, and a shard of mirror suddenly appeared in her hand. Then the Yingmei Yang in the mirror pressed the shard against her face. She dragged it down forcefully. From her cheek to her mouth the skin was split open. She laughed, making the second and third cuts, mutilating her face beyond recognition. Then she reached out her fingers, passing through the mirror, as if it were water, grabbing Yingmei Yang's shoulder and pulling her in. Wang Ling smoked a cigarette, offering no resistance, allowing Yingmei Yang to be dragged into the mirror. Then he saw the true appearance of the mirror person. How to describe it? Her face upon closer inspection was an offense. At that moment, to ensure he could eat a few more bowls of rice in the future, Wang Ling decided against keeping this mirror person. It was simply too aggressive in appearance. The subsequent events were straightforward. The mirror person grinned, attempted to attack, was unable to act, pleaded for mercy, and was strangled by shadowy tendrils. Reselling yielded a price slightly higher than the postman at 140 Spirit Jade. Finally, Wang Ling saw a task titled Toxic Cat. After completing the task, Wang Ling pondered for a moment on the anchor page. He didn't choose Anchor the Future. Instead, he clicked Reload Save. The screen flashed back, and Yingmei Yang reappeared at the task's starting point. As he maneuvered Yingmei Yang and saw himself in the task, he nodded in satisfaction. The Toxic Cat task is in Hangzhou. This is why Wang Ling hurried to Hangzhou overnight. As for why he was outside the Tsinghua Ziyuan law firm, it was because his defense lawyer before going to prison in his last life, Zhou Shijin, is a partner at this firm. During the new year, since he was already here, why not? Wang Ling stuffed the last piece of fried dough into his mouth and drank the remaining soy milk clean. Just as he was wiping his mouth, his phone rang again. It was Shin Tian. Wang Ling pressed to answer without speaking. Wang Ling. Shin Tian's voice was sharp and urgent, clearly angry. Did you call the front desk? I did, Wang Ling replied leisurely. Didn't you ask me to help? I'm in Hangzhou, took a taxi overnight. Since the person can't get through, I could only call for cleaning for you. Hangzhou. You went to Hangzhou. Wang Ling replied with a hum. Didn't you say the sheets were dirty? Just have someone change them, isn't that enough? Even if they can't be washed, how much could they compensate? You. Shin Tian had just said one word when the knocking became even heavier, audible even over the phone. Guest, are you there? We're from the hotel. A voice from outside, a middle-aged woman, was quite loud. Wang Ling listened to the commotion outside. Could you open the door? A guest has reported that your room needs cleaning. Wait a moment. Shin Tian's voice was obviously panicked. Guest. The door was knocked a few more times, this time even harder. Are you okay? We're coming in. The front desk sent us to check on you. Then Wang Ling heard a ding sound. Clearly the person outside had opened the door with a master key. Don't. Shin Tian shouted, but immediately afterward a scream from the middle-aged woman came through the receiver. My heavens. What on earth is this? The scream echoed through the receiver into Wang Ling's. He silently apologized to the cleaning lady who had suffered a mental blow. He turned on the speakerphone, cranked the volume to the max, unwilling to miss a single detail. A flurry of hurried footsteps sounded from the phone, drawing closer, as if the cleaning lady had rushed into the room. This. How can this be done right on the bed? The breakfast shop owner approached Wang Ling, seemingly wanting to remind him to lower the phone's volume, but upon hearing the content of the call, he unconsciously softened his footsteps, perked up his ears, and stood by. What a sin. Didn't they say they were just going to use the sheets? You've gone and messed up the bed. Auntie. Shin Tian's voice came through. Don't come over. The cleaning lady shouted at the top of her lungs. Look at what you've done. How am I supposed to clean this up alone? I've seen messes before, but I've never seen anything like this. Look at this carpet. No, how come there's also mess on the wall? Cough, cough. A guy at the adjacent table suddenly coughed a few times. Shoo. 7 or 8 people almost simultaneously hushed, raising their index fingers. It's fine, Wang Ling said, pressing down his hand. I've muted it. Phew. Almost everyone in the room sighed in relief at the same time. Front desk. Front desk. There's a big problem in room 412. Hurry. Send more people. Quick. I can't handle this alone. No one died. But I'm about to die. These stars are playing too much. They've made a mess of the whole place. They could have at least put down a plastic sheet. Then the phone transmitted the sound of hurried footsteps as if the cleaning lady had rushed out. A star? Who? Even though he knew Wang Ling had muted the call, the guy beside him still lowered his voice to ask. Wang Ling replied in a low voice, Shin Tian, the one from the incomplete moon. Her Douyin handle is Daishianshan. Oh. The breakfast shop owner's voice dropped even lower. Brother, are you? Wang Ling hurriedly waved his hand. Not familiar. Just someone who couldn't handle bullying, just quit her job as an assistant. The breakfast shop owner sighed. Seems like this can't be contained anymore, can it? Wang Ling sighed as well. Stars, they come and go. Everything is on the table behind the scenes. Tisk tisk, it's still those in your circle that play with fire. Suddenly Shen Tian's voice came through the phone, filled with disbelief. You. Did you not hang up? Wang Ling pressed the mute button. No, I didn't hang up. Did you hear everything? I should have heard everything. You have someone else there. Before Wang Ling could attempt to weave a lie, Shen Tian immediately cut off the live stream. It was unclear if it was just his imagination, but Wang Ling thought he heard a synchronized sigh. Wang Ling stayed at the breakfast shop until just past 9. During this time, he ordered a bowl of soybean milk, but the owner waived the charge. Watching the law firm feeling bored, he played with his chopsticks, dipping them in the soybean milk. At 10 past 9, a white BMW stopped in front of the law firm. Wang Ling looked up. Zhou Shijing got out of the driver's seat and walked into the law firm with an air of confidence. Wang Ling finished the last sip of his soybean milk, strolled out of the breakfast shop slowly, and observed the surroundings again, memorizing a few locations and Zhou Shijing's license plate number. Then he turned into a coffee shop, ordered an Americano, and sat at a window seat to continue his surveillance. He ended up waiting from morning until noon. Close to noon, Zhou Shijing came out of the law firm carrying several gift boxes. It looked like he was preparing to get in the car. Wang Ling immediately stood up and pushed the door open. He walked to a pre-selected corner. He stepped in his body, merging into the shadow, disappearing like a drop of ink dissolving in a vat of ink. Shadow escape. Wang Ling walked in the shadows toward the BMW. He calculated the distance, fixating on the back seat of the BMW, and as the car was about to pass by him, he instantly teleported inside. Inside the car, Zhou Shijing hummed a tune, lightly tapping his fingers on the steering, while seemingly in a good mood. Wang Ling, concealed in the back seat's shadows, coldly stared at his profile. He was contemplating how to kill him. Soon the car entered the express lane with traffic flowing outside the window. Wang Ling leaned forward slightly, his gaze scanning the vehicles outside through the windshield. If only a stroke of luck came by at that moment, he could just gently nudge the steering wheel, and this car would veer off, crashing head-on. In his shadow escape state, he could be immune to physical damage and could teleport to another car just before the impact. Meanwhile, Zhou Shijing would be left alive but injured. Yet Wang Ling reached out several times, only to stop after extending his hand slightly. He felt it would be too merciful for him. What was that saying again? Traitors are more deserving of death than enemies. Even if Zhou Shijing was actually an undercover agent, having initially come to cut off Wang Ling's last chance. But before facing judgment in his past life, Wang Ling had truly regarded him as a last straw for survival. If Wang Ling's hatred could be quantified, then the second male lead and the undoubtedly scheming director and producer would score a 10, the female lead and the third female lead, who committed perjury, a 9, while the other silent crew members would range from 8 to 6. But Zhou Shijing would be a 99. Letting him die just like that would be too dull. Just as Wang Ling hesitated, Zhou Shijing's phone rang. Zhou Shijing pressed the speakerphone button. Xiao Jin, where are you? It was a woman's voice, sounding not too young. Just got on the overpass, going to pick up Xiao Wen, and then he'll head back. Got it, no rush, the soup is still simmering. Okay, bye. Wang Ling listened from the back seat. Xiao Wen, that name sounded feminine. Coupled with today's date, it seemed he was bringing a girlfriend home to meet the parents. A super malicious plan suddenly emerged in Wang Ling's mind. He knew exactly how to take revenge on Zhou Shijing. After more than 20 minutes, the car turned into a residential area and stopped in front of a row of storefronts. Before long, the passenger door was pulled open and someone got in. Wang Ling cast a glance. A man, in his 20s, wearing a loose sweatshirt with slightly long hair, quite handsome. After the man got in, he leaned over and kissed Zhou Shijing on the cheek. How long did you wait? Just arrived. Zhou Shijing smiled, reaching up to ruffle his hair. My mom made braised ribs. Then I'm in for a treat. The two laughed as the car started again. Wang Ling sat in the back seat watching the subway the elderly and checking his phone. He looked at the man, then at Zhou Shijing, then back at the man and again at Zhou Shijing. You city folks really? The car drove for over 10 minutes and entered a rather upscale residential area. Zhou Shijing parked the car and the two of them retrieved several gift boxes from the trunk, walking toward the entrance door one after another. Wang Ling followed behind. The elevator ascended to the 12th floor and Zhou Shijing pressed the doorbell. A middle-aged woman with short hair opened the door. Mom, Zhou Shijing called out, stepping aside to let the person behind him through. This is Lu Wan. The man named Lu Wan scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit awkward, and also called out Mom. Zhou Shijing's mother smiled, showing no signs of displeasure, and welcomed them and saying, come in quickly, don't just stand at the door. There are slippers in the shoe cabinet, just take them yourself. Wang Ling followed inside, remaining inconspicuous, standing at the entrance while watching the three of them change their shoes. The living room was quite large and tidy, with fruits and sunflower seeds on the coffee table and several dishes on the dining table, while the aroma of stewed meat wafted from the kitchen. Zhou Shijing's mother invited the two of them to sit down to chat. Wang Ling did not look at them anymore and quietly entered the kitchen. On the stove, a pot of pork rib soup was simmering, and Wang Ling pulled out a strong sleeping pill from his pocket with 4 pills remaining. He silently thanked the doctor who prescribed the medication, wishing them peace for a lifetime. He crushed a tablet and poured it into the pot of pork rib soup. After completing these tasks, he retreated to the living room, squatting in a corner like a hungry wolf ready to hunt. After a few exchanges, Zhou Shijing's mother called the two to the table and brought out some white wine. Wang Ling quietly watched them eat, drink soup, and chat. 20 minutes later, the effects of the drug began to gradually manifest. First, Lu Wan yawned, followed by Zhou Shijing showing signs of drowsiness. Zhou Shijing's mother pointed towards Zhou Shijing's room, saying, if you're sleepy, you can lie down for a while. Zhou Shijing replied affirmatively, calling Lu Wan, and they entered the bedroom. Zhou Shijing's mother tidied up the dining table a bit, sat for a while, and feeling a bit tired herself, returned to her. A few minutes later, the room fell silent. Wang Ling emerged from the corner. He covered each of the three's eyes, bound their hands and feet, and took the unfinished bottle of white wine, feeding each of them a sleeping pill with the wine. After finishing all this, he left Zhou Shijing's home with satisfaction. It was 3 in the afternoon. A construction site, unsure whether it was halted due to the Spring Festival or had simply been abandoned. Wang Ling climbed over the wall, stepping on broken bricks as he walked in. He navigated past a pile of construction materials covered with tarpaulin and saw Ing Mainyang in front of a building. Or rather, he saw himself from a day ago, controlling Ing Mainyang, waiting for him here. Wang Ling brought his fingers together, pressed against his brow, and with a suave gesture greeted his former self. Ing Mainyang's figure flickered for a moment and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wang Ling knew that Ing Mainyang had hidden herself within his shadow. He turned a corner and heard sounds coming from a nearby building. Clap. Then there was a long pause. Clap. Again a long pause. It sounded like bouncing a ball, but the ball seemed deflated, hitting the ground without bouncing back. Wang Ling followed the sound into the building. The hall on the first floor was spacious, about 200 to 300 square meters. In the center of the hall, a little girl had her back to the entrance, playing with a ball. She bounced it once the ball hit the ground, then bent down to pick it up and bounced it again. While bouncing, she sang a nursery rhyme. Your mom's head is like a ball, bounce. Kicked into the department store. Picked it up and bounced again. The department store sells balls, bounce. What they sell is your mom's head, picked it up again. Wang Ling walked in with a smile, saying, little girl, what are you doing? The little girl turned around holding the ball. But it wasn't a ball. It was a small boy's head. The hair was cut short, his eyes closed, and his chubby face was The little girl raised the head, her face showing an innocent smile. Uncle, do you want to play together? Wang Ling replied with a smile, bouncing balls is so boring, let me take you to see goldfish. The little girl looked confused. See goldfish? What does that mean? Seizing the moment while she was in a daze, Wang Ling approached, grabbed the boy's head, casually tossed it away, and then pulled the little girl by the arm, dragging her away. Patter, patter. Another child ran out nearby. It was a little chubby boy wearing a dirty blue cotton coat about the same height as the little girl, but he had no head. The headless little boy could not see where he was going and bumped straight into a wall, falling with a thud. He got up, feeling around on the ground with both hands, touched a brick, felt it was wrong, and tossed it away. He continued to search. At this moment, the boy's head that Wang Ling had tossed away opened its eyes and shouted to the little boy, here a bit to the left. The headless little boy crawled over in the direction of the voice and finally found the head. He picked it up and pressed it onto his neck. Click. It was reattached. The little boy blinked and shook his neck. He ran in front of Wang Ling, grabbing the little girl's other hand, not allowing her to leave. Little May, don't go with him, play with me. If you don't like bouncing balls, we can play with candy. The little girl looked at Wang Ling, smiling innocently. Uncle, let's play together. Wang Ling squatted down with interest, saying, sure, what do we play? I don't like anything non-exciting. The little girl displayed a wicked smile. Let's play with candy. How do we play? Wang Ling asked. The little chubby boy approached with a mischievous grin, extending his right hand using 2 fingers to poke his left eye, pulling hard. Pop! He forcefully pulled an eyeball out of its socket, still attached to a bit of nerve and blood vessels bloody. He opened his hand, presenting the eyeball to Wang Ling. The little girl was even more ruthless. She brought both hands down, one left and one right, and with 2 pops, she pulled out her own 2 eyeballs. Holding them in her small hands, she presented them to Wang Ling. Uncle, eat. Eating an eyeball doesn't really bother Wang Ling. After all, he had eaten strange things before. Many strange things not only tasted good, but also had special use. For example, the xiang xiang. Eating it made one exceptionally swift. The ear mouse. Eating it made one immune to all poisons. The one yao fish, sweet and sour, specifically cures madness. The qi yin. Eating it prevents scabies. And the hu jiao, which tasted like beef and cured hemorrhoids. But to eat the strange things, one must have the prerequisite that their body can withstand the erosion of strange energy. Otherwise, what goes down is not a supplement, but rather a deadly poison. Wang Ling chuckled, sure. Just as the words left his mouth, his shadow beneath him suddenly surged. Ying Meinyang emerged from the shadow, grabbing the 2 eyeballs from the little girl's hands and tossing them directly into her mouth, filled with sharp teeth. Crunch, crunch. My eyes! The little girl screamed, covering her face as blood oozed between her fingers. The little chubby boy turned pale and ran away. Roar! Suddenly a huge roar echoed from around the stairwell. A massive creature emerged from the shadows, moving as swiftly as lightning, and bit down on the little chubby boy who had only taken 2 steps. Crunching it into pieces, blood sprayed from between its teeth. The creature was over 3 meters tall and resembled a feline covered in short black fur with limbs as robust as tree stumps, its claws deeply embedded in the concrete floor. The little girl screamed, covering her face and trying to escape, but the massive beast flicked its head and darted past, swallowing another one in a flash. Then it turned its head towards Wang Ling. The giant beast turned its head, its enormous vertical pupils fixed intently on Wang Ling. Wang Ling stood in place, lightly clapping his left hand against his right palm, as if he were watching a delightful wild horse show, nodding appreciatively. The giant beast swallowed what was in its mouth, opened its cavernous jaws, and spoke in human words, "Get out, and I can let you leave alive." Wang Ling tilted his head and laughed, saying, "What makes you think you can threaten me?" Wang Ling took a step forward. A shadow surged up from the ground, clawing and growling, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, a ferocious beast made of shadows filled the hall, confronting the giant beast. The shadow beast lacked a specific shape, but the ground walls and ceiling were all filled with its claws and fangs, and amidst the interplay of light and darkness, it seemed as if countless menacing, ghostly eyes were fixated on the giant beast. What startled the giant beast even more was the aura emanating from the two-legged creature across from it. Malicious, insane, desperate, tearing, destroying, utterly obliterating. That was a more dangerous and resentful aura than its own peculiar one. The giant beast couldn't help but take a step back, exclaiming, "What are you?" Snap! Wang Ling snapped his fingers. Ying Meinyang stepped forward, her hands crossed before her, and bowed, stating, "Before you stands the master of time, the wielder of illusions, the king of shadows, the master of the headless horseman, the savior of Serbia, the redeemer of Cyprus, the terminator of beasts, the destroyer of the divine palace, the supreme king, who transcends all." Wang Ling maintained a serious expression, looking exceptionally cool. Now he stepped forward again, gazing at the massive creature. "Submit, or death." The giant beast flinched. Its massive body visibly trembled, and hesitation, fear, and struggle flickered in its wheels-eyed eyes. After a moment it spoke, "I choose. Or." Just as the words left its mouth, the giant beast suddenly turned and bolted for the door. Then it stopped in place. "What have you done to me?" The giant beast questioned in terror. Wang Ling slowly approached it, shrugging. "Or." Wang Ling did not stop, fearing that he would collide with the giant beast's still dripping maw. He passed right through it, as if moving through a mist. Wang Ling halted, and before him was a small black cat. A shadowy tentacle tightly coiled around it, leaving only a tiny head exposed. The black cat's golden eyes were wide with surprise, fear, and anger. Wang Ling crouched down, grasped it by the scruff, and lifted it up. The black cat hung in midair, its legs dangling, its tail tucked between its hind legs, resembling a rag that could be tossed into a sewer at any moment. This was the true target of the mission, a peculiar black cat. Its ability was to create illusions. As for those 2 children, were they the ones who tormented the cat? According to the mission background, this black cat was supposed to have been tortured to death by those 2 children. In the beginning, human nature is inherently evil. The 2 children discovered this stray cat. The chubby boy said cats have 9 lives, so the 2 of them threw it down from the upper floor. The black cat did not die, but one of its legs was broken, with the bone piercing through the skin. The little girl, overwhelmed by compassion, pretended to be a doctor to provide treatment. Her method of treatment was also learned from television, applying heat to stop the bleeding. She found a nail, heated it, and pressed it against the black cat's wound. The good news was that it was indeed effective, and there was no more bleeding. The bad news was that it smelled quite nice. When the aroma of cooked meat wafted out, the chubby boy was tempted. So he cruelly skinned the black cat and roasted it. After it was cooked, he took a bite, but found it unpalatable and tossed it away. The black cat, transformed, used illusions to kill those two children, binding their souls to itself. Every day it took pleasure in tormenting them. The peculiar black cat, with its unique abilities and weak physical form, perfectly matched Wang Ling's criteria for a contracted shikigami. The black cat glared at him, producing a feigned, threatening ha sound from its throat, but sadly held by the scruff, it lacked any intimidation. Stop with the threats, Wang Ling said. I need a shikigami, and it's you. I will contract you shortly. You can try to resist, but I'm not a patient person. There's only one chance. Wang Ling extended his other hand, pressing it against the black cat's forehead. A faint glow emanated from his fingertip, a skill shared from the hazy moon glass, known as contract summon. The glowing point entered the black cat's body, transforming into threads of light that entwined around it. Throughout the process, the black cat remained stiff, its eyes darting around wildly. It was not that it couldn't struggle, it was merely worried that even the slightest movement would affect the Demon King contract before it. Those who recognize the situation are wise cats. The light converged, and the contract was successful. Wang Ling released his grip, and the black cat landed on the ground, taking 2 steps back as soon as its paws touched the floor, shaking its fur, raising its tail high, and turning away, pridefully refusing to look at him. You've become stronger, so this cat doesn't want to pay you any attention. Wang Ling seemed to read that expression from the fluffy face. He chuckled, turning to look at Ing Maignan. She stood 3 meters away, giving him a slight bow. In the next second, her figure vanished. This time, she did not hide in some shadow, but rather the mission target had already been protected by supreme authority, causing her task to fail and return directly to her residence. Wang Ling withdrew his gaze, looking down at his feet. The black cat had somehow moved closer, rubbing its head against his pant leg. After rubbing against him, it quickly retreated, continuing to turn its head, pretending nothing had happened. Wang Ling, he bent down, scooping up the black cat, bringing it to eye level. Add some big chihuahua. The black cat flattened its ears back, looking at him with an expression of incredulity. I should give you a name, Wang Ling said, holding it thoughtfully. Since you're so black, I'll call you Li Kuei. Li Kuei. The black cat's pupils dilated, expressing its disbelief at such a name. Li Kuei. The black cat finally couldn't take it anymore, raising a paw and pressing it against his mouth. Meow. A feral cat's cry jolted Zhou Shijin awake from his slumber. His head throbbed, his mouth felt parched, as if he'd been force-fed liquor all night. He tried to raise his hand to rub his eyes, but found himself utterly immobilized, his wrists bound tightly behind him. Straining to open his eyes, he realized he was tied to a chair. The light before him was dim and hazy, a vast, desolate expanse of exposed concrete pillars, scattered bricks, and rubble-strewn ground. Clearly an abandoned construction site, its location unknown. He wrenched at the restraints, but the plastic zip ties held firm, unmoving. Oh, you're awake, a voice murmured from behind him. Zhou Shijin's entire body tensed. In that instant, he knew he had been kidnapped. He twisted his neck with effort, managing only a glimpse of the figure behind him, whose gloved hand rested lightly upon his shoulder. A deep violet glove, a matching violet sleeve. How much do you want? Zhou Shijin demanded, voice hoarse. And where are my friend and my mother? The man patted his shoulder, not too gently, not too harshly, as if soothing a frightened animal or mocking one. The man said nothing. Slowly he stepped out from behind, circling around until he stood directly before Zhou Shijin. Zhou Shijin took in his attire a violet suit jacket, beneath which lay an emerald green vest and a shirt of the same hue. His hair was wildly disheveled, intentionally so, as though sculpted by frantic fingers. His face was painted ghost white, with heavy black coals smudged around his eyes, and a jagged crimson scar stretching from one corner of his mouth all the way to his ear, as if carved open by a blade. This was the Heath Ledger Joker, uncannily identical, almost as if the legendary actor himself had stepped from the screen. Zhou Shijin stared silent for a long moment before forcing out, "Who are you?" The man tilted his head, then spoke in a voice laced with unsettling manic cadence, "You may call me Batman." Batman. Zhou Shijin thought, "You've got to be kidding me." The Joker seemed to read his mind, shrugged, slid his hands into his pockets, paced twice, then pivoted back, locking eyes with Zhou Shijin. "Do you know who my idol is?" Zhou Shijin remained silent. What kind of question is that? Did I just stumble into some deranged lunatic's lair? Cautiously he ventured, "The Joker." The Joker wagged a finger, wearing an expression of amused disappointment, then leaned in, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "Bruce Wayne." Stepping back, he spread his arms wide as if delivering a grand soliloquy. "Batman doesn't kill. He merely beats criminals into critical condition, then ships them off to hospitals owned by Wayne Enterprises for emergency care. He presents them with astronomical medical bills. Those wealthy enough to pay go straight to prison, where they generate further revenue. Those unable to settle their debts." He paused, grin widening. are transformed into Gundam models and sold for profit. Ha 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 ha. He threw his head back laughing until his shoulders shook until he doubled over breathless with mirth. Zhou Shijin did not laugh. He was certain he'd encountered a true psychopath, but whether this madman sought money or something darker remained unclear. When the laughter subsided, the Joker straightened, raked his fingers through his tangled hair, and dabbed non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. He returned to stand before Zhou Shijin, hands still in his pockets, head cocked sideways. Have you seen The Dark Knight? A chilling suspicion rose in Zhou Shijin's chest. Could it be? The Joker didn't wait for an answer. He continued unprompted. I've bound your mother and your boyfriend, each in separate locations. He pointed leftward. The rooftop of Building 3. Then rightward. And the second floor of Building 6. I've measured the distances. They're nearly identical. From his pocket he withdrew 2 keys, one in each hand, and dangled them before Zhou Shijin's eyes. You may save only one. The woman who bore you and raised you. He gestured left. Or the lover with whom you swore eternal vows. He gestured right. Then both hands thrust forward simultaneously, the keys suspended side by side before Zhou Shijin's gaze. Make your choice. Zhou Shijin's mind reeled, as if struck by a sledgehammer. His eyes locked onto the 2 keys, then lifted to the chalk pale face behind them. Blood surged hotly to his skull. You're fucking insane. He roared, thrashing violently against the chair. You sick bastard. You monster. Lay a finger on them. I'll kill you. I'll fucking kill you. The Joker didn't flinch, not a muscle shifted. He simply watched Zhou Shijin scream, watched him writhe, like a young pig pinned down awaiting the slaughtherer's knife. Only when Zhou Shijin fell silent, gasping and glaring, did the Joker slowly reach behind his back and draw forth a pair of pliers. He stepped forward, gripped Zhou Shijin's jaw, forced his mouth open, and inserted the pliers. Zhou Shijin tried to bite, to twist away, but the man's grip was preternaturally strong. The pliers clamped onto his front tooth, then yanked. Ugh! Zhou Shijin jerked his head wildly, pain blinding him, shaking his whole frame, turning his vision black at the edges. The Joker withdrew his hand, holding the bloodied tooth between 2 fingers. He studied it closely, then flicked it casually onto Zhou Shijin's cheek. With the pliers he tapped twice in the air before Zhou Shijin's face, like a stern teacher correcting a wayward student. Remember, untempered rage displayed at the wrong moment is mere recklessness. Having spoken, the Joker paused, lost in quiet recollection. Yes, he truly was remembering. Those very words had once been uttered by Zhou Shijin himself, to Wang Ling. Back then Wang Ling sat chained to a chair, meeting his defense attorney for the first time. As he raged against those who'd framed him, Zhou Shijin had delivered that line with cold, condescending authority. The Joker tucked the pliers away, and suddenly remembered something else. From his pocket, he produced a smartphone. Zhou Shijin recognized it instantly. An iPhone 17, Lu Wen's birthday gift. He watched as the Joker powered on the screen and held it up before him. On its display, a countdown timer. 0923, 0922, 0921. The digits ticked downward, 1 second at a time. Mr. Zhou, I want to play a game with you. The Joker waved the phone. When time reaches 0, both will die. I choose. Zhou Shijin screamed, voice cracking. I choose. I choose. Let me go. I'll choose right now. The Joker nodded, satisfied. He dropped both keys at Zhou Shijin's feet, then circled behind him. Zhou Shijin felt the bindings loosen, then snap. He sprang upright, legs unsteady, staggering forward, nearly collapsing. Then he whirled, eyes blazing red, and lunged straight at the Joker. Thud. Brave. Foolish. And hopelessly mismatched. A boot slammed into his abdomen. Zhou Shijin flew backward, crashing hard onto the concrete. Clutching his gut, he retched sour bile, tears streaming from the agony. Tears. Even crying consumes time, the Joker remarked, looming over him. He checked the phone again. 8 minutes and 48 seconds left. Lowering the device, he wagged a finger. Time waits for no one. Run faster. Zhou Shijin lay on the ground, gasping, then clenched both keys in his sweating palms, staggered upright and bolted, without glancing back. Behind him, hysterical laughter echoed across the hollow construction site, sharp, grating, soul-rending. Rage churned inside Zhou Shijin's chest, but there was no time to turn. He sprinted, taking stairs 3 at a time, while his mind raced. 8 minutes. 2 directions. Left, Building 3, his mother trapped on the rooftop. Right, Building 6, his beloved bound within. Whom to choose? At the building's base he halted, keys clenched tight in trembling, sweat-slicked hands. His mother's face flashed before him, her warm smile as she opened the door inviting him, and Xiao went inside for dinner. He recalled her unconditional love, her unwavering acceptance. Even after learning he loved men, never uttering a word of judgment or disdain. Just as her image began to fade, Xiao Wen's face crashed into his heart. Vivid, tender, their stolen kisses, their defiant hand-holding beneath society's scorn, their whispered vows, repeated endlessly in hidden corners. One side, the mother who gave him life, sheltered him in all his flaws, and never once blamed him. The other the lover who defied convention and pledged forever. Only one could be saved. The other, abandoned by his own hand. Mom, I'm so sorry. Zhou Shijin screamed toward the high-rise to his left, then turned and sprinted toward Building 6. He was racing to save the one he loved. The one who had stood by him, unwavering, unashamed, despite scorn and disdain. You'll understand me. You always have. Even when you learned I love men, you never uttered a single word of reproach. You will understand. You won't blame me, not ever. Clutching that fragile conviction like a lifeline, Zhou Shijin stumbled up the stairs of Building 6, then misstepped, crashing onto the concrete steps, his knees slamming hard against the edge, sending a sharp, breath-stealing jolt through his body. But there was no time to breathe through the pain. Clenching his keys in a white-knuckled fist, he scrambled upright and kept running. Xiaowen, Xiaowen, I'm coming for you. Where are you? He shouted as he dashed down the corridor. On the second floor, 3 doors lined the hallway. He flung each open one after another. In the second room, he found a figure bound to a chair in the living room. Zhou Shijin lunged forward, then froze mid-stride. It wasn't Lu Wan. It was his mother. Bound tightly to the chair, her mouth gagged with cloth, a smartphone propped beside her head. The phone screen glowed brightly, illuminating her tear-streaked face. And through its live video feed, Zhou Shijin saw Lu Wan bound motionless on the rooftop of Building 3. The moment she saw him, his mother's eyes flooded with tears. She thrashed silently, muffled cries bursting from her throat. Zhou Shijin stood paralyzed, blood draining from his skull to his toes, his entire body turning to ice. He'd chosen Lu Wan. He'd run straight to Building 6 second floor. So why was his lover bound on the rooftop of Building 3? In that instant, the Joker's words echoed in his mind. His question, have you seen The Dark Knight? In the film, the Joker deliberately lied about the hostages' locations. And now, so had he. Zhou Shijin's legs buckled. He collapsed to his knees. His gaze locked onto Lu Wan's face in the screen. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged. Then a gloved hand entered the frame from outside the screen and switched off the call. No. Zhou Shijin's scream choked off mid-cry as a new call flashed on his screen. Lu Wan's number. A deafening ring filled his skull. He scrambled, half-crawling across the floor to answer it. One piece of good news, and one piece of bad news, came the voice on the line. The very voice that made his stomach churn. What's happened to Xiaowen? Tell me, what's happened to him? If you harm him, even a hair, I will kill you. I swear it. Zhou Shijin roared into the receiver, voice raw with threat. But the voice on the other end moved at its own rhythm. Ignoring the threat entirely, continuing calmly, the good news is there's no bomb at all. The state regulates explosives strictly. You simply can't buy them. Before Zhou Shijin could even exhale relief, the voice continued. But there is bad news. I'm right beside your Xiaowen. No, please, don't. Do anything to me, but don't touch him. Please. Zhou Shijin begged, voice shattering. Your choice, idol, the voice chuckled. A cruel, gleeful laugh. Oh, and did you notice the phones? Both devices streamed each other's feeds in real time. And yes, I told them both I'd deliberately lie about their locations. A pause, deliberate chilling, as if granting him space to absorb the horror. Then the Joker resumed, voice dripping with malice. So your mother knows. You didn't come to save her. Zhou Shijin lifted his gaze, straight into his mother's streaming, devastated face. He dropped his eyes again, unable to bear it. And now Xiaowen knows you chose your mother over him. He's crying, bitterly, helplessly. Hee. The laughter swelled, louder, sharper, each peal slicing into Zhou Shijin's chest like a blade. Yet just as despair threatened to swallow him whole, the laughter ceased, and the voice shifted, suddenly calm, almost gentle. I want to play a game with you, mister. Zhou. Let's play again. I'm giving you 5 minutes. At the 5-minute mark, I will kill Xiaowen, without hesitation. The clock starts now. The line went dead. Zhou Shijin didn't hesitate, not for a second, not even to untie his mother. He whirled and bolted out the door, vanishing into the night, leaving behind only her muffled, broken sobs. Building 3. The rooftop door stood ajar. Zhou Shijin slammed his shoulder into it and burst onto the roof. A cat's cry, mew, was swallowed instantly beneath the iron door's violent crash against the wall. Wind howled across the roof. There sat the Joker, relaxed, legs crossed. Lu Wan lay motionless at his feet, sprawled in a widening pool of blood. The Joker tilted his phone. 6 minutes 42 seconds. You're late. Xiaowen. Zhou Shijin swayed, then crumpled to his knees. He threw back his head and screamed. A raw animal wail, tears and snot streaking his face. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A metal pipe rolled to his feet. He raised his head. The Joker rose from his chair, pointed first to the pipe, and then to himself. Here's your chance, the Joker grinned. Come on, like a man. Zhou Shijin seized the pipe and charged. He swung once. The man who'd kicked him aside moments before failed to dodge. The pipe struck his shoulder, knocking him down. Zhou Shijin lunged, swinging again, once, twice, 3 times. And couldn't stop. All he wanted was to reduce this creature to pulp. The pipe crashed again and again, onto that painted grinning face. Smashing the nose. Smashing the mouth. Smashing that cursed leering smile. He didn't count the blows. Only stopped when his lungs burned and his arms trembled. The Joker's head was unrecognizable. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out from the side. Zhou Shijin whipped his head around. Another Joker stood at the roof's edge, phone raised lens trained on him. Same purple suit. Same chalk-white face. Same grotesque rictus grin. Zhou Shijin froze. Slowly he looked down, at the ruined corpse he'd just beaten beyond recognition. It wasn't the Joker. It was Lu Wan, his lover, the one he'd sacrificed his mother to save. His mouth hung open. The pipe slipped from his fingers. His whole body shook, trembling not from exhaustion, but from the sight of his own blood-slicked hands, and the face beneath him erased by violence. No, no, no. He lunged forward, frantically wiping at the ruined face with bare, trembling hands. But the blood wouldn't wipe away. Ah! He threw his head back and shrieked, a sound stripped of humanity. Excuse me, the Joker cut in, calm, intrusive, breaking the grief like glass. Zhou Shijin turned woodenly, broken, hollow, too spent to resist. He watched the Joker tap his phone. I've recorded your entire murder. It's already online. I wrote the headline myself. Quite sensational. Once swore eternal love. Now delivers fatal blow what twisted the heart. He glanced up, eyes glittering. Doesn't it have literary flair? Zhou Shijin surged upward, grabbed the pipe, and hurled himself at the Joker. There was no contest. He flew backward, 2 meters, landing hard beside Lu Wan's body. The Joker ignored him, scrolling idly. Ooh, views are rolling in. 6 shares already. He smiled faintly at Zhou Shijin. You're going viral. Zhou Shijin stared into the black void of the night sky and felt something inside him die completely. But the Joker wasn't done. Mr. Zhou, aren't you going to run? Someone's likely called the police. Police. Arrest. Prison. Just those words jolted Zhou Shijin awake, fully brutally. He was a lawyer. He knew exactly what crime he'd committed. Intentional homicide. Even if he'd mistaken his lover for his enemy, that mistake changed nothing. It remained intentional homicide, completed, irrevocable. Mistaken identity bore no weight in sentencing. I can't die. I can't go to prison. Zhou Shijin jerked upright, gasping. Then he saw the car keys tossed onto the ground. He looked up. The Joker had already reached the stairwell door, pushed it open, and turned back with a smile. Cyber police are sharp these days. They'll track you via phone signal. But you do have 1 hour to run. Zhou Shijin snatched the keys. Just as the Joker reappeared in the doorway, gave a small, knowing grin, and said softly, good luck. Then the door closed. Run. Now. Drive away. Then ditch the car and vanish. Zhou Shijin staggered to his feet and sprinted toward the rooftop exit. He gripped the handle. Turned. Nothing. Turned again. Still locked. He shook the door, slammed his shoulder, pounded with fists, kicked with boots. The iron door didn't budge. Damn you. You locked it, you bastard. Zhou Shijin roared. Wang Ling descended the stairs, calm, unhurried. He wore a cap and mask, dressed in an Arc'teryx jacket. No trace of the Joker remained. Above, the frantic thuds of fists and Zhou Shijin's ragged, hysterical screams echoed down the stairwell. Wang Ling yawned, indifferent, and kept walking. A black cat leapt onto his shoulder and rubbed its cheek against his jaw. He stroked its head and murmured, well done. In Hang City at the Bell Hotel, Wang Ling, having slept well, lazily lay in bed, feeling languid, like an old pocket watch with its spring unwound. No matter how lively the world outside was, he couldn't muster the energy to move. He woke up, yet remained sprawled on the bed, lost in thought. The production crew that had set him up was either dead or injured. Even the treacherous defense lawyer had been dealt with. Now, counting the enemies left, only the second male lead's family and a few high-ranking members of the production company remained. At most, he might add a few half-dead individuals from the crew waiting for the wrap-up. However, these remaining individuals could not be touched for the time being. Regarding Zhou Shijin, there was a specific perpetrator involved, making it seem like an act of revenge. When the police investigated suspects, they would first look into Zhou Shijin's social connections, focusing on the cases he had previously handled and his social ties with friends and colleagues. Thus, it would not be linked with the case of the Hungyan crew. However, if anything happened to the second male lead's family or the company executives, it would likely be directly connected to the case of the Hungyan crew. He would then come back into the police's sight. Therefore, for the time being, he had to lie low. This left Wang Ling feeling extremely empty. The emptiness dulled his senses, leading to a sense of weariness, making him momentarily uninterested in anything. If only I had a mysterious wife to play with at this moment, he thought. Remembering his wives and concubines, Wang Ling picked up his phone and opened the game. In the backyard, the 4 characters appeared to be enjoying a tranquil life. Wang Ling watched them meandering around the small courtyard until the lights outside began to twinkle. After checking his accumulated wealth of 4,111, Wang Ling decided to upgrade the backyard level. Courtyard level 2. Backyard size, 3 main rooms, 4 east, and west wing rooms 3 miscellaneous rooms, with a kitchen firewood room and bathhouse constructed number of wives and concubines main wife 01 good concubine 11 Honyuel Yuli, attendant concubine 12 ing main yang, common room 02. Maid 26 headless senior sister Serbian dancer upgrade, cost 2,000 ghost jade, confirm upgrade wealth, deducted remaining balance 2111 ghost jade. Your backyard has been upgraded to a level 3 residence, courtyard backyard level courtyard backyard size, 3 main rooms, 3 east wing rooms, 3 west wing rooms, 4 miscellaneous rooms, 1 ear room each in the east and west wings. 3 already utilized 5 reverse rooms can be used as miscellaneous rooms, but doing so will reduce the number of common rooms and maid's functional building screen wall, not yet constructed central courtyard not yet constructed well, not yet constructed polluted land not. First, it unlocked various functional rooms, such as a study tea room, music room, flower hall, warm pavilion, and gatekeeper's room. Secondly, there were those added functional buildings. The screen wall was mentioned earlier, separating the inside from the outside, connecting yin and yang. Only after building the screen wall could Wang Ling summon the characters in the backyard to his side, or use the storage space of the firewood room to store and retrieve items. The central courtyard, the heart of the courtyard, is an important functional building. Here one can construct a garden, water pavilion, training ground, bright hall, or elegant gathering, each serving a unique purpose. The garden is a planting area. A once-built Wang Ling can capture plant-type anomalies, and when he encounters plants with special effects and tasks, he can transplant them and cultivate them in the garden. The water pavilion features winding bridges and water pools. Once constructed, it can accommodate water-type anomalies. If the water pavilion is not built, the water-type anomalies in the backyard will suffer from a thirsty negative status, reducing their attributes. The training ground is a place where characters can exercise, increasing their experience without needing to undertake tasks. In his previous life, Wang Ling's backyard was built to a 5-entry courtyard level with 3 central courtyards designated as a garden, water pavilion, and training ground. The Bright Hall courtyard is a place for gathering chi. Its purpose is to provide buffs to dispatch characters. In other words, before sending out characters, one can spend some money to give them a few positive buffs. Wang Ling had never constructed one and did not know the specifics of how it would amplify effects. However, he thought that it was all about spending money, dispatch a stronger character, and pay a little more in dispatch fees. The effect would be the same. If even the strongest character couldn't complete a task, adding a few statuses wouldn't change the outcome. The elegant gathering refers to a conversation courtyard furnished with stone tables, musical instruments, and tea seats. After constructing the elegant gathering, characters in the backyard would automatically gather there to interact, potentially triggering bonds and teaching each other skills. Additionally, after building the elegant gathering, one could contain item-type anomalies. For example, the headless senior sister's gun can automatically replenish ammunition, and after killing a life form it can refill the ammunition. This is an anomaly. But if that gun developed its own consciousness, it would no longer be an anomaly, but rather an item-type anomaly. This was something Wang Ling had never built. Firstly, item-type anomalies generally have mobility issues and are not very convenient as characters. Secondly, upgrading the backyard to the next level to a 2-entry 4-courtyard after that would add a functional building called Copying Corridor, which has a similar effect to the elegant gathering, enhancing relationships between characters and allowing skill transfer. Aside from the screen wall and central courtyard, there are also the well and polluted land. The well, Wang Ling is willing to call it the strongest building in the backyard. The well can be constructed in 3 directions: wishing well, washing well, or sealing well. The wishing well is a place to toss in money and make wishes. However, the wishing well does not grant wishes simply by giving money. It designs a wish progress based on the wish's difficulty. For the same, wish tossing in money will accumulate progress on the progress bar. Wang Ling tried it. To obtain a legendary character, he needed to make wishes for 3 consecutive years. The washing well is a building that can enhance a character's potential. Each character can only use it once, exchanging their level for potential. Washing away all experience returns them to level 1. The more experience washed away, the higher the potential increase. Constructing the sealing well is a selfless choice. The Anomaly Palace game can reach the future, preemptively eliminating upcoming anomalies or awakening deities. Thus, it can foresee the future. The sealing well's function is to delay the arrival of anomalies. The filthy area refers to the southwestern corner of the courtyard where the toilet is typically constructed in a standard Sihyuan. Although strange things do not use toilets, the inner court in the Bizarre Palace game can also build a latrine. The latrine serves a rather odorous purpose. This is the place for executing characters from the inner court. Although the characters in the inner court are bizarre and obey the highest authority, they are also alive, and being alive means they possess their own thoughts. Some strange beings feel that if they marry a chicken, they must follow the chicken, and if they marry a dog, they must follow the dog. How is that different from leaving? Some are born free-spirited and love liberty. Wang Ling can control them through the highest authority, and they cannot harm him, but that does not mean they lack any capacity for resistance. Suppose a certain bizarre character has an exceptionally strong spirit of resistance and shows great malice towards Wang Ling. She may refuse to comply with his orders during a mission. This manifests as a delay when Wang Ling is operating. After issuing an operational command, the character will resist vigorously, and although they generally cannot win the resistance, it can result in actions being delayed. This could lead to attacks that should have been avoided hitting and skills that should have hit missing entirely. In such cases, if Wang Ling still does not wish to grant that character freedom, he can throw her into the latrine to drown in the cesspool. Moreover, the filthy area has 3 construction directions. The Beast Garden is where bizarre beasts like the black cat Li Kuei are placed, but they must be female beasts. In his past life, Wang Ling constructed just this. The advantage of placing bizarre beasts is that they can be assigned to characters in the inner court as pets. During dispatch, multiple assists can be employed without increasing dispatch fees. Additionally, Insect Fighting Pavilion and Livestock Garden can also be constructed. Insect Fighting Pavilion accommodates insect-type bizarre beings. The Livestock Garden is a production building similar to a chicken coop or duck pen capable of breeding large livestock to sell for money. The cost of the shadow wall is not expensive, only 200 strange jade, and Wang Ling arranged for it immediately. Constructing the central courtyard requires 500 strange jade. Upon entering the second phase of the Sihiyuan, the second central courtyard will be unlocked, and the construction price will rise to 1,000. The central courtyard for the third phase will be 2,000. In his last life, Wang Ling built a garden as his first central courtyard, but that was 3 years later. Now he has not yet decided which to build, so he did not arrange anything. There are 3 types of wells, all of which are incredibly useful, but even though Wang Ling was once the master of a 3-phase Sihiyuan, only one well building has been unlocked, and he cannot decide which to choose for now. Thus, no construction was done. In Wang Ling's view, the most cost-effective building in the southwestern corner's filthy area is the Beast Garden, so he did not hesitate and directly clicked to construct. System prompt: Primary Beast Garden constructed successfully, consuming 500 strange jade. Primary Beast Garden has a breeding limit of 3, remaining slots 3. Expansion costs 500 strange jade, increasing breeding limit by 3. After upgrading the inner court to this level, many functional rooms are unlocked. Among them, the study and door room are core functional rooms with the highest construction priority, and once built, they can immediately take effect. The Sihiyuan has added 5 reverse seat rooms structured in a 41 layout. This means 4 rows of reverse seat rooms, the main door, and the structure of the southeastern corner reverse seat room. The separate reverse seat room in the southeastern corner is the only construction site for the door room. Once completed, a low-status character from the inner court needs to be assigned to reside there. The door room has only one function, but it is the most important function. When the head of the family Wang Ling is in life-threatening danger, the resident character in the door room will immediately appear beside him to provide protection. Therefore, this door room must be constructed immediately with a construction cost of 300 strange jade. As for the assigned resident character, Wang Ling chose the concubine, Ingmei Nyang. The study is also built in a reverse seat room located in the second room from the left among the row of reverse seat rooms, with a construction cost of 400 strange jade. The study has 2 functions. One is study, the other is research. Study refers to characters learning new skills by placing heritage items in the study. For example, placing the swordsmanship scroll obtained in the Divine Palace in the study and assigning a character to study, it can give the character a chance to learn the skills recorded on the scroll. As for what skills are comprehended and how long it takes to comprehend it depends on the aptitude between the character and the heritage item. Aptitude can be understood as compatibility. This term was coined by Wang Ling, as there is no introduction regarding this on the character. However, aptitude does indeed exist. Trying to have a magic-based character comprehend a swordsmanship scroll will naturally yield little result, and even having a swordsmanship genius from the West learn Fusang swordsmanship may not yield anything useful. But if a Fusang swordsman learns the swordsmanship scroll of the sumo manifestation flow, he is very likely to learn all the techniques recorded within. This difference is aptitude. It differs from talent, is unrelated to personality, and is purely a matter of compatibility. As for research, it was mentioned earlier. Research is on formations. Once possessing a formation, multiple characters can be dispatched in one mission. The speed of researching formations is linked to the character's intelligence attribute, so Wang Ling assigned Lang Yuli here. After completing these, Wang Ling checked his balance, remaining 711 strange jade, and decided not to construct other buildings for now in case he encounters tasks he cannot complete and has no money to redeem the characters. Additionally, because 2 reverse seat rooms were renovated correspondingly, the living space in the inner court decreased, and the maximum number of maidservants dropped from 10 to 6. Since he built the study, the heritage book, Fusang Manifestation Flow, Complete Scroll of Swordsmanship, now has a place to go and doesn't have to gather dust in the woodshed. Wang Ling immediately opened the woodshed. Currently, the woodshed is located in the western ear room. Originally a low-level storage space, it cannot preserve freshness or store living things with a size of 8 cubic meters. But after upgrading the inner court, the woodshed was also expanded, now standard small ear room size, 3 meters wide, 5 meters deep, 2 meters high, with a storage space of 21 cubic meters. Functionally upgraded from low-level to mid-level, it still cannot store living things or achieve internal time-space stasis, but has a 100-fold preservation function. After opening the woodshed page, Wang Ling was momentarily stunned by the items stored inside, as there were several things he did not expect. Woodshed used space 1,221 cubic meters. Anti-year corner, guardian year, pearl year, cold armor 3 year, beast blood 5, green, wood tang 9, spirit mist porridge 5,000 threads, candy 2, nightmare hair, swordsmanship scroll 416 Hong Kong dollars 1 and P5 A52, Saiji, sour P2, 26 3. Wang Ling had not looked at the woodshed recently because there were only a few items. Whether he looked or not, they were just there. Upon opening it, he found several guns inside. But a simple thought revealed that these should be the guns held by the surviving paper servants after completing the Divine Palace mission. Wang Ling raised an eyebrow, but did not pay much attention. As for guns, he had never specially collected them, feeling they were not particularly useful. Before the complete chaos of social order, carrying a gun is akin to seeking death. If society collapses and he still has to carry a gun, it would be better to just crash into something. Thus, in Wang Ling's view, the role of firearms is merely to scare ordinary people looking for trouble, beyond that they serve no purpose. After upgrading the rear palace, Wang Ling did not choose a character to serve him. The price of the headless senior sister is now 450. After the year beast incident, Ying Mainyang's price skyrocketed to 950. Lanhua Luli's level is not high, but her qualifications are excellent with a price of exactly 1,000. The white-haired dancer is the cheapest at 120. However, after thinking for a moment, Wang Ling found that he couldn't summon any of them. If he were to summon the headless senior sister, he would probably end up on a legal segment tomorrow. As for Ying Mainyang, in just 1 hour it would be New Year's Eve, and 24 hours later Ying Mainyang would overshadow the Spring Festival Gala and top the trending searches. The white-haired dancer is a current murderer and is being hunted. Lanhua Luli, based on the timeline, will make a dazzling appearance in front of numerous media in just a few hours. Each one of them is someone who cannot be seen in public. To call forth a ghost just for some petty gain, he's going to have to spend money to send her back before dawn. How unfair. At this moment, Wang Ling missed Lu Shishir a bit. Do you know why some male artists bring female assistants? For convenience and safety. 90% of it is for that reason. You say she's your cousin. Even Jia Baoyu and Shui Baochai are cousins. Phew, how lowly. The thrifty Wang Ling decided to try a different approach. After upgrading the rear palace to level 3, the area of foresight increased again. Previously at level 2, he could see bizarre events occurring 3 to 4 days in advance, but after upgrading, this time frame extended to 7 days. So when Wang Ling entered the task map, unsurprisingly the number of task red dots almost doubled. Perhaps due to just having built the beast garden, Wang Ling subconsciously paid more attention to animal-shaped anomalies while searching for tasks. Thus, he discovered a task named Ghost Sheep Dolly on the map of Dongxing Shenzhou. By the name, it should be a female sheep. He clicked on it. Opening the task background displayed a diary on his phone. The handwriting was crooked, as if written by a child. February 2nd. Today is the Holy Candle Festival, and the school organized a Holy Candle Parade. I held the candle and walked a long way, feeling very tired. I asked my mom what this festival is about. Mom said that the Holy Candle Festival marks the end of winter and the beginning of spring, also known as Groundhog Day. This day is the time when the boundary between the spirit realm and the human world is thinnest, so we light candles that represent purification and exorcism, praying for good luck and family protection. A strange event occurred on the farm tonight. The white sheep on the farm gave birth to a black goat. The strangest part is that it has another mouth on its belly. Grandpa saw it and said it was a demon from hell and should be killed immediately. Dad went to the sheep pen with a shotgun, but he didn't pull the trigger. He brought the little goat back inside, saying he would take care of it like a family member. Grandpa stood at the door watching and surprisingly said nothing. Dad named the little goat Dolly. I asked Dad why he named it Dolly, and Dad said Dolly was the most famous sheep in the world. February 3rd. Dolly doesn't eat grass. Dad actually killed the sheep meant for shearing. In recent days, several sheep on the farm have disappeared, having been turned into lamb chops. I remember the teacher said that sheep eat grass, but Dolly is a goat, which might be different. Dad said Dolly is growing and needs nutrition. When Dolly looks at me, her eyes shine, and I feel that she really likes me. February 9th. The postman who delivers letters every day hasn't come for several days. I asked Dad, and he said the postman might be sick. I saw that Dolly seemed to have an eye growing on her chest. I told Dad about it, and he said it was normal for animals to have deformities and not to make a fuss. I thought so too. Dolly already had a mouth on her belly, so having one more eye isn't a big deal. February 12th. Today Mrs. Johnson next door came to borrow eggs, and I saw Dolly staring at her in the yard. I don't know why, but Mrs. Johnson left looking very pale and didn't take any eggs. She wasn't like this before. In the evening when I fed Dolly, I found that she had another eye, now having 2 eyes on her chest. I feel like I haven't seen Grandpa for a long time. Every time I ask Dad, he says Grandpa is busy in the barn. I think Grandpa must really be very busy. February 16th. A very strange thing happened today. I passed by the barn and heard a voice inside. It was Mom. I pushed the door open and only Dolly was there eating something. I asked Dolly where Mom went, and Dolly looked at me, and now she had 3 eyes. I stared at those 3 eyes and suddenly felt very at ease. They reminded me of Mom. Mom used to look at me like that. I squatted down and called out Mom. Dolly's mouth split open as if smiling, and the mouth on her belly also opened, making gurgling sounds. I felt she was happy that I called her Mom. February 18th. Today I counted Dolly's eyes again. There are 7 now. Mrs. Johnson hasn't come by for a few days, probably out of town. Dad and Grandpa are also missing, but it doesn't matter. I have Dolly to keep me company. She talks to me and tells me not to go to town because it's unsafe outside. I think she's right. Staying on the farm is quite nice. I saw that she had 1 more eye, but I couldn't remember which one was new. February 21st. Today the sheriff came. He stood at the gate looking very grim. He shouted at me to run quickly, saying that thing is not a sheep. I looked back at Dolly. She was squatting at the barn door with over a dozen eyes, all staring at the sheriff. I felt a bit unhappy. How could the sheriff say such things about Dolly? I told him Dolly is my mom. The sheriff pulled out a gun and aimed at Dolly. But soon he lowered the gun, telling me it was just a joke. In the evening when I fed Dolly, I found she had 1 more eye. I touched that new eye and it blinked. I smiled. Dolly asked me what I was laughing at. I said I thought her eyes were beautiful. The ghost sheep Dolly. Quite interesting. Wong Ling speculated that ghost sheep Dolly might possess a hypnotic ability. As a pet, it could serve as a good auxiliary ability, and he could make use of it. He exited the task map and returned to the rear palace page. Previously, while checking the task, he was considering the white-haired dancer, but to carry out this task, the dancer would definitely not do. With intelligence attributes, it could enhance mental resistance. Considering this, Wong Ling decided to have Longwell Yoli, whose comprehensive intelligence attribute reached 60A, undertake this task. He pulled Lioli out from the study and stuffed the headless senior sister back into the study to continue researching the formation. Before sending off the task, Longwell Yoli still needed to make some preparations. Previously in the Divine Palace task, the Yin Yang fan and the hunting clothes upgraded to the Ghost Path fan and the Curse Guard hunting clothes, gaining an additional charm engraving slot, which was currently empty. The hunting clothes originally had a healing charm for longevity engraved on it. Without hesitation, Wong Ling chose a defensive charm, Unmoving Mountain. However, when selecting the charm for the Ghost Path fan, he hesitated for a moment. Currently, the Ghost Path fan had the attack charm Breaking Soul and Exorcising Evil, and the best combination would be to add another control-type charm. But among the charms Longwell Yuli mastered, only one sealing charm could be considered a control technique, and this charm was merely a low-level charm. Wong Ling felt it was too low a level to match the Ghost Path fan. Moreover, for control techniques, there were also the four-sided coffin. So the empty slot on the Ghost Path fan would be temporarily left unfilled. Additionally, Wong Ling discovered that Longwell Luli's item bar had 3 blank charm papers. This is a normal occurrence. Characters like Longwell Yuli who require materials for casting spells will produce casting materials on their own during their spare time. For example, Wong Ling's former concubine, the goo woman A-Man, would consume some goo worms when using her skills, and the goo worms she used were those she cultivated in her spare time. Additionally, Wong Ling can also increase the production of materials by building corresponding workshops. If Wong Ling builds a quiet room in the side room, Longwell Yuli can produce a large quantity of blank charm papers and finished charm papers in the quiet room. After making the final adjustments, Wong Ling placed Longwell Yuli at the front door, then found the task for Ghost Sheep Dolly again and clicked to confirm. Execution Area Lorain County, Cleveland, Ohio. Task objective: eliminate the strange entity Weird Sheep Dolly. Time limit 168 hours. Tip: do not allow Weird Sheep Dolly to grow more eyes. If the number of eyes exceeds 99, it will evolve into a more advanced form, significantly increasing the difficulty of the task. Paying the dispatch fee. 8 Weird Jade. Locating. Deploying character to destination. On the phone screen, a cartoonish black goat with eyes all over its body ran from the left side of the screen to the right. At first glance, it looked quite adorable. Loading complete, the scene cuts in. Lingwell Yuli appears at the edge of an open farmland. On the phone screen, the sun sets, and the sky is adorned with large swathes of purple twilight, the edges of the clouds lined with a dark red glow. In the distance, the flat farmland stretches to the horizon. Several farmhouses dot the fields, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. A gentle breeze wafts through, causing the hem of the hunting attire to flutter slightly in the fields. This scene is quite beautiful. Wong Ling simultaneously pressed the power and volume buttons to take a screenshot. After controlling Lingwell Yoli to walk a short distance, a white postal van with deep blue letters spelling U.S. mail appeared on the left side of the road. Next to the postal van, there is a dirt road leading to the farm. Wang Ling guides Ling Yue Liuli down the dirt road. Half a minute later they arrive in front of a barn. At the entrance of the barn, there is a Dodge Ram police car parked. Next to the police car, there is a pool of dark red blood. Evidently the owner of the Ram had fed the ewe. Before Ling Yue Liuli could approach, further something slowly emerged from the open barn door. Then Wang Ling, completely black, it nearly blended into the shadows under the dim light, its size comparable to that of an adult bull. As it fully stepped out of the barn, Wang Ling could see it more clearly. The sheep was covered in many eyes, some green like emerald, some bright blue like cornflowers, some gray like clouds before rain, and some soft brown like coffee. The eyes varied in size, all quivering and constantly gazing in different directions. And at a spot slightly lower on its chest, there was a mouth resembling a human's, yet filled with shark-like circular sharp teeth. Weird sheep dolly. Wang Ling stared at the black goat on the screen, the corners of his mouth curling up. Its little appearance is quite unique. No need for unnecessary chatter. He tapped the screen. Ling Yue Liuli raised the ghostly fan in her hand, and the fan unfolded. A spell to break souls and exorcise evil flew out from the fan, trailing a faint light as it struck Dolly. The weird sheep let out a shriek. All the eyes turned simultaneously, gazing in Ling Yue Liuli's direction. Wang Ling focused on the screen, preparing for the next attack. Then he shook his neck. After sleeping all day, his neck felt a bit sore. He set down his phone, stretched, rolled off the bed, and went to wash up in the bathroom. After showering, he dried his hair with a towel, draped the towel over his shoulder, and walked to the sink with a cage to walk his bird. Wang Ling looked at himself in the mirror, rubbed his chin, and nodded in satisfaction. This was a face that could be a new groom every night without spending a dime. Just as he was admiring himself, he suddenly froze. What was I just doing? Wang Ling frowned and thought for a long time. It seems to be. Damn. Weird sheep dolly. Wang Ling immediately rushed back to the bedside, and the screen was pitch black with a few blood-red characters in the center. Task failed. Below was a line of smaller text. Your character Ling Yue Liuli has died. Would you like to spend one weird jade to mock fate and send Ling Yue Liuli on her journey again? Wang Ling did not immediately reload the safe. He placed the phone on the bedside table, fished out a pack of cigarettes from his coat pocket, and pulled one out to light it. He walked to the hotel window, pushed it open, took 2 deep drags, and watched the smoke being blown away by the wind. Had he been hypnotized? No, that wasn't right. If it were hypnosis, the target of weird sheep doll's hypnosis should be Ling Yue Liuli. The manifestation should be Ling Yue Liuli temporarily losing control. She might run away, space out, or even self-harm. But now it seemed he had fallen victim as well. Weird sheep dolly. 7 days later, in a farm in Ohio, transcended time and space, crossing half the world, crossing over Ling Yue Liuli, crossing over a bizarre harem game, and hypnotized himself. What level of hypnotic ability must that be? Wang Ling took another drag on his cigarette. This was not hypnosis. That feeling just now was neglect. He stared out the window, thinking for a long time. Weird sheep doll's ability should be cognitive distortion. It is not about forced control, but rather making people overlook anomalies. The little girl in the diary initially thought it strange that Dolly had eyes all over her body, but later she thought nothing of it. The postman disappeared, and she thought he might be sick. The grandfather disappeared, and she thought he might be busy. Her mother disappeared, and she thought Dolly was her mother. This was not control, but rather a distortion of cognition. Overlooking those oddities, overlooking things that should have raised alarms. Rationalizing the abnormal, normalizing the terrifying, perceiving the ugly as beautiful, and mistaking the foul for fragrant. He had just done the same. Clearly attacking that sheep, he suddenly forgot he was on a mission and went to take a shower. Wang Ling flicked the cigarette butt out and closed the window before the curses from below reached him. The current issue was how to break this. He walked back to the bedside, picked up his phone, and stared at the task failed prompt. For a moment, he couldn't think of a solution. Wang Ling did not recklessly try again. He could accept task failures. In his previous life, just after breaking out of prison, the army collapsed, order disintegrated, and the country was utterly destroyed by the bazaar. One can imagine the strength of the bazaar at that time. It was truly like just sharpening a sword and entering the world. The mundane had long disappeared. He had failed countless times before. But similarly, he was not one to give up easily. If it weren't for repeatedly challenging higher levels, repeatedly defeating powerful enemies in adversity, he wouldn't have been able to maintain a foothold in the apocalypse after 3 years of setbacks. But now this opponent. It was not just about having a strong interface to rely on to pass through. Until a solution was found, no matter how he tried, the outcome would not change. Wang Ling lit another cigarette, and by the time he finished smoking, he still hadn't come up with any leads. His stomach. Wang Ling glanced at the time. It was already past 7 in the evening. Forget it, he'll eat first. Stepping out of the hotel, the evening breeze felt a bit cool. Wang Ling walked along the sidewalk for a while and saw a noodle shop with a sign that read Hangzhou Noodles. The noodle shop was not large, with 7 or 8 tables, and there weren't many people at this hour. Wang Ling found a window side seat and ordered a bowl of lamb slices with noodles. He also asked the owner to add 2 slices of lamb liver to the noodles mixed in some lamb eyes, in order to stir-fried lamb tripe and skewers of lamb kidney. While waiting for the noodles, his mind was still on that sheep. There weren't many people, and the dishes were served quickly. As he was eating, he sensed someone walking up beside him. Wang Ling looked up and saw that it was a waitress from the noodle shop. Excuse me. The girl looked young and blushed a little when her eyes met Wang Ling's. With something in his mouth, Wang Ling just nodded at her. The thing is, the girl said nervously, our shop has an event. She pointed behind Wang Ling. He tilted his head to look, and the wall beside him was covered with colorful. The girl explained customers can write blessings and stick them up. Then each month we will draw a note, and the selected customer will receive a prize. As she spoke, her face turned even redder. If I draw you? It's not drawn yet, but I was thinking if it's convenient for you, could you leave a contact number? If you win, we can contact you. Wang Ling emerged from the noodle shop and headed to a convenience store. He bought 3 packs of brightly colored sticky notes, 1 in fluorescent yellow, 1 in fluorescent green, and 1 in fluorescent pink. Next, he grabbed 2 thick markers. Upon returning to the hotel, he began his arrangement. He opened the sticky notes and wrote in bold letters, look at your phone games and doing tasks. He also added, beware of the trickster sheep dolly, you have been hypnotized. After feeling he had written enough, he began to stick them all over the room, ensuring they were visible at a glance. He stuck notes on the bedside lamp, the television, the pillow, the carpet, and the windows, sticking them everywhere. After placing the last note, Wang Ling stood in the center of the room, surveying his surroundings. Everywhere were fluorescent sticky notes that stood out vividly under the lights. No matter where he looked, those bold letters were impossible to miss. Wang Ling nodded in satisfaction and pulled out his phone again. Wang Ling, little beautiful sheep shoo is back. Wang Ling rubbed his chin, pondering for a while. Did that waitress just take a liking to me? He slapped his thigh. Oh no, I completely missed that. Isn't that a disaster? He tapped on load previous save. The ethereal moon crystal reappeared on the field. He walked all the way to the barn and opened the spirit servant list, locating war puppet, summon. Then he selected immovable mountain. Ethereal moon crystal raised the spirit fan, lightly waving it, and a translucent yellow barrier emerged around her, resembling an inverted glass bowl, enveloping her within. Finally, he activated sword control Xiaowang, entering guardian mode. The ceremonial sword flew from its sheath into the air, hovering beside ethereal moon crystal, its tip facing forward, trembling slightly. After a series of actions, he had fully armed crystal for battle. Wang Ling clicked on the war puppet and drew a line towards the barn's entrance. Command attack. The war puppet took a step, dragging the great sword, letting the tip carve a shallow groove into the ground. The war puppet reached the barn entrance and charged straight in. A sharp screech echoed from inside. Then Wang Ling saw the war puppet retreating from the barn. Before Wang Ling could react, the war puppet turned around, raised its sword, and charged at ethereal moon crystal. The great sword swung down heavily, striking the yellow barrier of immovable mountain. Clang! The barrier trembled, rippling in response. What the hell? The war puppet has been corrupted. Wang Ling had no time to think further. He swiftly moved his finger, opened the Spirit Servant tab, found the war puppet's icon, and clicked Cancel Summon. But the next moment, he noticed a black goat appearing behind the war puppet. Bah! Why is there someone from Guam? Wang Ling scratched his head. Looking up, he saw sticky notes plastered all over the room. He dazedly got out of bed and looked around. Fluorescent yellow notes were stuck on the bedside lamp, fluorescent pink notes on the television screen, and notes were everywhere on the window glass, mirrors, walls, and door. His gaze fell on the nearest note, a fluorescent yellow sticky note on the nightstand, boldly writing, full look at your phone. Wang Ling froze for a moment. He picked up his phone. The screen was lit up, the game still running. He saw ethereal moon crystal standing in front of a barn, a black goat gnawing on her. Damn. Wang Ling hurriedly clicked on empty symbol, empty cicada. Stealth mode activated. On the screen, ethereal moon crystal's figure flickered, leaving an illusion in her place. Wang Ling quickly pulled crystal away and ran far. At that moment, he remembered he was supposed to be combating the trickster sheep dolly. Glancing at ethereal moon crystal's health, which had dropped by over 100 points, he thought it was okay, as she must have taken a few hits from immovable mountain, otherwise crystal would have been chewed to death by the goat again. After running a distance, Wang Ling's fingers danced across the screen, first casting a healing spell on ethereal moon crystal, then reapplying immovable mountain, and finally throwing a soul-breaking curse at Dolly. The incantation exploded in a burst of flames on Dolly. Then Wang Ling saw a blonde little loli crying at him, sobbing, as she shouted, "Why are you hitting me? I'm very obedient, I listen to you, please don't hit me anymore." Wang Ling hovered his finger over the screen, feeling perplexed. Why was he attacking this little girl? He furrowed his brows, thinking for half a second. Forget it, it doesn't matter. If I want to kill her, there must be a reason. Just a mere loli, it wouldn't affect his speed of drawing his sword. His finger pressed down, and another soul-breaking curse flew out from the spirit fan. The little Lola's cries changed, turning into sharp screams. Her face twisted for a moment, golden hair turned black again, and blue eyes transformed into dozens of quivering eyeballs. The little loli stopped crying and started cursing, and she was quite foul-mouthed, "You motherfucker." Wang Ling was not going to indulge her bad habits. Not caring whether Dolly could hear her, he immediately retorted, "Fuck you, you little sparrow." Then he heard an extremely sharp scream reminiscent of chalk scraping against the blackboard. Wang Ling felt something piercing into his brain. He dazedly raised his head, looking at the sticky notes all over the room. Fluorescent yellow, fluorescent green, fluorescent pink, everywhere. Wang Ling rubbed his forehead, thinking, did I invite fans over for a wild party? Why is it decorated like this? His gaze swept over the nearest sticky notes. You have been caught, your wife is getting beaten, look at your phone, fool. The after effects were a bit strong. Even after seeing the sticky notes, Wang Ling couldn't react immediately. He got out of bed, took a sip of water, and frowned as he recalled. Wife? What wife? Am I married? Who to? Male or female? Human or ghost? A ghost. Strange. A strange harem game. He pressed his temples and rubbed his eyes, blinking hard before he finally processed it. He had fallen for it again. He hurriedly checked his phone. The barn entrance was empty. The trickster sheep Dolly had already vanished. Ran away. Wang Ling swiped the screen, adjusting the angle for a careful search. Soon he discovered something. A dark mist floated in the air, resembling burnt smoke and dust suspended half a meter above the ground, trailing a long tail that extended into the distance. Wang Ling recalled that when the Shaowang sword had wounded Dolly, this mist had seeped from her wound. Wang Ling maneuvered the Rongyuel Yoli following the trail of the mist. The sky was dark and the grayish-purple sunset had faded into deep blue. Rongyuel Yoli passed through the harvested cornfield, leaped over a barbed wire fence, and reached the road. The road was a dual carriageway, and the mist extended along it, heading east. Uncertain of how far Dolly had escaped, Wang Ling didn't dare to delay and immediately cast a Divine Wind spell on the Yoli. Wind Talisman Divine Wind spell increases movement speed and attack speed. The enhancement effect and duration are influenced by the user's intelligence attribute. With equipment bonuses, Rongyuel Luli's intelligence attribute reached 60 points, resulting in the Divine Wind spell effect of increasing movement speed by 600 for a duration of 6 minutes. Her agility attribute was 10 points. Under normal conditions, running 100 meters would take about 11 seconds. After a 600 speed boost, her maximum speed soared to 196 kilometers per hour. Rongyuel Yoli kicked into high gear, racing down the road. In the phone's display, the fields on either side flew past rapidly, and her white hunting outfit created a ghostly streak in the night, fast, as if skimming the ground. Not far ahead, a police car from the Ohio State Highway Patrol was parked on the shoulder in the emergency stopping lane. Inside the police car sat 2 officers. The middle-aged officer in the driver's seat leaned back, eyes closed, listening to a live NBA broadcast. Harden has the ball, surveying the court, passing to Mobley, an open shot from the perimeter. Mobley takes the shot. It's in. A beautiful mid-range shot. The score on the court: Cavaliers 15, Knicks 12. Cavaliers lead by 3 points. The overweight officer in the passenger seat adjusted his seat back, stretched his legs, yawned, and complained, I really want to be at the game, Liv. The middle-aged officer glanced at his partner and advised, you should focus on how to complete this month's tasks. We still need to catch 8 speeders to meet our quota. I really want to join. I see illegal immigrants are much easier to catch than speeders, the overweight officer muttered. The words barely left his mouth. Outside the car, a white figure zipped by. Then the speed radar beeped rapidly. Both officers turned to look at the radar screen where the number 189 was flashing. What just flew by? The overweight officer asked. The middle-aged officer excitedly slapped his shoulder. Who cares what it is? This is a quota. Drive. Quick. The engine roared. The police lights on the roof started to spin, and the speed soared to 140, 160. As they closed the distance, they saw a figure in a large robe catching shrimp with its legs on the road. A person. What the fuck? The overweight officer in the passenger seat gaped in surprise. Who cares what it is? The middle-aged officer focused on the road ahead. It's speeding. Ooh, it's a quota. Even aliens have to pay fines. The overweight officer held back a curse, his face turning red. He was not like that fool redneck next to him. He was aware of the unwritten rule in the Far East: if someone can lift a steel coil by hand, it doesn't matter who it originally belonged to, it is now theirs. He felt that regardless of whether the speed limit on this road was 135 or 105, if someone could run at super speed, then this road should belong to them. Now sitting in this broken police car attempting to stop the owner of this road. The overweight officer swallowed hard, silently tightening his seatbelt. Wang Ling had no idea how far the crafty sheep Dolly had run. He followed Interstate 90 east for over 5 minutes, and just as the Divine Wind spell was about to expire, he finally saw the source of the smoke and mist. It was a Honda Accord ahead. Wang Ling assessed the distance and decisively initiated an attack. Rongyuel Yoli raised her magic fan, mid-run, a glimmer slicing through the night sky, smashing towards the rear of the Honda Accord. The Honda Accord was like being hit in the rear by a heavy truck. The trunk shattered, the car jolted violently, losing control as it swerved twice before crashing into the shoulder. The rear door burst open from the inside, and Dolly leaped out. It sprang onto the roof of the car, all its eyes fixated on the direction of Romuald with a look of resentment that seemed ready to spill off the screen. Bah! A sharp cry like being kicked by a sheep echoed from Dolly's two mouths simultaneously, a chaotic wave of thought instantly engulfing the highway. In the next second, the entire highway erupted into chaos. All the drivers on the road seemed to suddenly doze off, and then wake up with a jolt, realizing their vehicles were out of control, frantically swerving to avoid non-existent dangers. At least a dozen cars collided like flies, a Chrysler crashing into a Lincoln, a Tesla wedging itself under a Toyota Camry, a Ford Raptor plummeting off the shoulder, and a Chevrolet flipping into a drainage ditch. In an instant, the sounds of horns, brakes, crashes, and shattering glass filled the air. Thick smoke billowed, flames rose, car bodies were mangled, and various parts scattered across the ground. The entire Interstate 90 was completely blocked, and more cars continued to surge from behind the sound of brakes, creating a frantic symphony. Wang Ling watched the screen, unable to help but give a thumbs up. Awesome. This little gadget really knows how to. Romuald was forced to stop, and the effect of the divine wind spell just happened to wear off at that moment. The chaotic car crash caught Wang Ling's attention, and when he looked back at Dolly's original position, she had once again disappeared from his sight. The police car that had been following Romuald was not blocked. The driving officer was an experienced driver, slowing down upon seeing the situation ahead. Seeing it was a chain collision, he wasted no time turning the steering wheel and driving the car off the shoulder. The police car bumped forward over the overgrown wilderness, navigating around the worst-hit areas of the crash, making a wide detour and re-entering the highway, stopping in front of the crash site. As soon as the car came to a stop, the overweight officer in the passenger seat, still recovering from the jolt, noticed a little girl standing beside the car. With blonde hair and a white nightgown, she appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. She stood barefoot in the wilderness, her face dirty, exuding an aura that made one want to scoop her up and hold her tightly. Seeing the police car stop, the girl immediately ran over, her small hand knocking on the passenger door. The overweight officer quickly rolled down the window. "Please." The little girl's voice was laced with tears, soft and sweet. "Help me." The plump patrol officer hurriedly pushed open the car door and clumsily jumped down from the passenger seat. Hey, slow down, slow down." He crouched down, trying to make his tone sound gentler. "Tell me what happened." The little girl sobbed. "Someone is chasing me. Bad people, bad people. They killed my mom and dad. And killed the sheriff uncle. Someone is chasing me. Bad people, bad people. They killed my mom and dad. And killed the sheriff uncle." The plump patrol officer's expression suddenly changed. The middle-aged patrol officer also got out of the driver's seat, furrowing his brows and asking, "Who is it?" As he spoke, his hand was already resting on his holster. Dolly raised a hoof, pointing into the distance, the woman in white. Following her finger, the two patrol officers looked over at the same time. In the distance on the road, a figure in loose robes was crossing the chaotic accident scene. Wang Ling was searching for his missing lamb. Then he saw a fat cop stuffing a black goat into the back seat of a patrol car. Wang Ling clicked his tongue. This little thing wants to escape again, really naughty. He controlled the translucent Lu Li to move in that direction. But after going a short distance, a police officer approached him. He stopped about 10 meters away from Lu Li, raising his gun with the barrel pointed at her. Behind the officer, the patrol car had already started, seemingly preparing to leave. Having been evaded by Dolly multiple times, Wang Ling was running out of patience. His finger tapped the screen, and Lu Li raised her hand, gently waving her law fan. 4 earthen walls erupted from the ground, attempting to block the patrol car's path. But whether it was luck or the driver's skill, the patrol car swung its front end, performing a drift and managing to bypass the walls. Meanwhile, the middle-aged patrol officer had closed into within 10 meters, holding his gun and commanding, "Stop. Yellow monkey, put your hands up." It seemed like he was about to empty his magazine in the next second. "Yellow monkey." Wang Ling's gaze finally fell on the middle-aged patrol officer. He licked his back molars and pressed down on the 4 earthen walls again. 4 earthen walls rose up around the middle-aged patrol officer, trapping him heavily inside. Lu Li clenched her fist, and the earthen walls began to close in. The middle-aged patrol officer's shouts were soon replaced by screams and the cracking sounds of bones. Retracting his gaze, Wang Ling only saw the tail lights of the patrol car, which were becoming fainter. Then he noticed there was another person not far away. The person was standing beside a pickup truck, holding a phone with the camera aimed at Lu Li. Wang Ling maneuvered Lu Li to walk over. The man immediately reacted, opening the car door and attempting to dive into the driver's seat. But before the man could start the car and leave, Lu Li reached the car's side, pulled open the door, and with 2 punches dragged him out and threw him onto the ground, then got in and started to leave. The entire sequence of actions was fluid, clearly indicating that he had undergone some training. On Interstate 90, the black and white painted patrol car was madly fleeing ahead. A white pickup truck was closely pursuing from behind. It looked like it was about to turn over. The two vehicles raced down the road, entering the city streets. Wang Ling stared at the screen as if playing an exhilarating racing game, constantly tilting the phone to maneuver the pickup truck through the streets. Of course, traffic rules were completely disregarded. If it weren't for the fear of damaging the car, Wang Ling wouldn't have bothered to dodge at all. Chasing like this after passing through several blocks, the images on the screen became brighter. In the distance, illuminated by lights, Wang Ling caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a stadium, with the electronic screen outside scrolling the game information. Cavaliers versus Knicks tonight, 205 final score, 109-94. At this moment, the game had just ended and the audience was leaving. Crowds were pouring out from various exits, chatting as they walked. The parking lot exit was lined with a long queue of cars, slowly moving one after another. A hot dog vendor's cart was surrounded by customers, blocking the already narrow sidewalk completely. Ahead, there was no way to pass. The patrol car showed no signs of slowing down, driving onto the sidewalk and crashing directly into the crowd. Men were thrown away, women were caught under the car, and the crowd burst apart like a ruptured condom package. But the patrol car couldn't advance much further. A car parked on the sidewalk blocked its path. Wang Ling seized the opportunity, accelerating and ramming the pickup truck into the patrol car's rear. As soon as the car stopped, Wang Ling immediately let Luli get out. Simultaneously, the strange black goat Dolly also jumped out of the patrol car. Before she could twist others' perceptions with her abilities, to the onlookers, Dolly appeared as a devil covered in eyes, with a gaping mouth on her belly. The people around screamed and hurriedly retreated, trying to distance themselves from this obviously terrifying creature. Not far away, a broadcasting vehicle was parked by the roadside, interviewing the audience leaving the stadium. When the outdoor host saw the goat covered in eyes, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Thick gift crab." Her shout, along with Dolly's eerie appearance, was broadcast into countless homes. Bah! Dolly opened her mouth, all her eyes bloodshot, and she screamed with all her might. The phone in Wang Ling's hand suddenly transformed into a poisonous snake before his eyes, startling him and causing him to shudder, raising both hands to throw the phone away. But this time Wang Ling quickly recovered. Almost immediately after throwing the phone, he realized what had happened and hurriedly picked it back up. On the screen, Dolly disappeared into the crowd once more. Meanwhile, the crowd was in utter chaos. Some were fighting with those beside them, while others crouched on the ground, hugging their heads and crying. Some people were fleeing as if they had been splattered with excrement, screaming madly. Wang Ling's finger hovered over the skill icon, aiming at Dolly's plump goat backside, ready to attack. However, the screen was filled with people. Everyone. Dolly was weaving in and out of the crowd, and those swaying silhouettes obstructed his view, making it impossible for Wang Ling to lock onto his target. Wang Ling could only control Lu Li to chase after again. But he noticed something. Not everyone was affected. A considerable portion of people remained rational. Although they showed signs of fear, it was a natural reaction to the sudden changes around them, not a hysterical reaction. Even a bit further away, just a dozen meters out, there were people standing still, their faces displaying confusion and curiosity. Distance and target count. Wang Ling, well-informed, instantly made a judgment. Some abilities are AoE. As long as they are within the skill's effect range, regardless of how many targets there are, they will be affected. Dolly's ability, however, has double damage and range decay. When Wang Ling was affected for the first time, there was only Lu Li in front of Dolly. Even though Dolly didn't use her full strength, she still influenced Wang Ling through the barriers of time and space. But during this recent outburst, Dolly used all her strength, yet Wang Ling didn't even need a sticky note reminder. In less than 2 seconds, he regained his awareness. The only difference was that there were hundreds and thousands of fans around Dolly. She couldn't control it anymore. Due to certain well-known, yet unspoken reasons, the security environment around the beautiful lattice home has recently become somewhat tense. Thus, for large gatherings and events with dense crowds, SWAT teams are deployed for vigilance. At this moment, a black armored vehicle belonging to the Rapid Response Unit is parked by the roadside outside the stadium. 6 men in black tactical gear stand beside the vehicle with SWAT insignia sewn on their chests and backs. The group thought their overtime would soon come to an end, waiting for the crowd of over 10,000 to disperse so they could wrap up and go home. However, just as they were about to finish, chaos erupted. First, there was a car accident followed by an escalating riot. Move. The captain jumped out of the vehicle and threw his cigarette, but forcefully. Several SWAT officers quickly formed a line, guns at the ready, rushing towards the source of the disturbance. After weaving through the chaotic crowd, they spotted a sheep. Bah! Then the captain discovered that the source of the chaos was astonishingly a zombie. A group of zombies, seemingly appearing from nowhere, was frantically tearing at the crowd. Don't eat the sour radish. Fire! The captain raised his gun and opened fire in the direction of the zombies. His team members immediately followed suit. Gunfire erupted simultaneously, and fans and bystanders fell like cut wheat, blood splattering under the lights. Some collapsed clutching their chests, while others knelt screaming with gunshot wounds to their legs. In an instant, half of the crowd was swept away. If it were just a small group fighting, people could still back away and watch with their phones raised. But when the SWAT team arrived and began indiscriminate killings, chaos became utterly uncontrollable. To make matters worse, it was unclear which troublemaker shouted, "Those blue donkeys have bought off the police. They're starting a civil war. Let's fight them." This is Ohio, and during the 2024 election, it was the first state to officially announce support for the understanding king. Ironically, the chief of the Cleveland CDP Police Department is from the Red Party, while the SWAT team is aligned with. Rumors have long circulated in the Ohio region that if a civil war breaks out, SWAT would clash with the CDP. Now SWAT is conducting indiscriminate killings. Police officers arriving for support happened to witness this scene. The leading officer immediately recalled that rumor and without hesitation raised his gun, pulling the trigger towards SWAT. "They are killing civilians. Take them down." Thus the police clashed with the SWAT team. The SWAT units stationed outside the stadium were not limited to just that one team. Seeing the situation, what was there to discuss? They engaged. While engaged in combat, the SWAT captain relayed to headquarters, "The MAGA supporters have rioted and the CDP is attacking us." Bullets flew chaotically through the crowd, the sounds of gunfire, screams, and curses merging into a cacophony. Wong Ling watched in shock, feeling a torrent of emotions welling up as he struggled to find a coherent thought. He controlled Longwell Yoli to hide behind a car, cautiously peering out. If it weren't for the absence of drones and missiles overhead, the battlefield's intensity would rival that of a major war. However, there was some good news. Though the education in this beautiful land was joyful enough, producing many individuals with low intelligence, even in the face of rain, they might not know to run home. But upon seeing the CDP and SWAT exchanging supplies, they at least knew to lie down to avoid being mistakenly killed. This clarity greatly improved the view on Wong Ling's phone screen, allowing him to locate Dolly. At this moment, Dolly was hiding at an exit of the basketball stadium, surrounded by a crowd. She was controlling a large group of people, forming a long line, one by one, diving into the gaping maw on her belly. It was as if they were no longer putting on a show. With every person she swallowed, Dolly's sexy black wool trembled, and an eye sprouted from beneath the sheepskin. Wong Ling glanced over, and in this short span of time, the number of eyes on Dolly had already exceeded 20. Moreover, it seemed that Dolly's consumption of people not only allowed her to grow eyes, but also restored her injuries and energy. With each person swallowed, she let out a howl, expanding the area under her influence. Wong Ling noticed several individuals who were hiding well. Upon hearing Dolly's call, they rushed to her side, joining the end of the line. A mission prompt flashed in Wong Ling's mind: do not allow the bizarre sheep Dolly to grow more eyes. If the number of eyes exceeds 9, it will transform into a higher form, drastically increasing the difficulty of the task. Wong Ling did not want to delay any longer. He tapped on the screen, selecting an icon at the bottom of the skill bar. Half-Demon Transformation doubles character attributes for a short time. The duration is influenced by character level, a base duration of 60 seconds with an additional 10 seconds for each level gained. Once the half-demon transformation ends, the character's attributes will drop by 50% with a duration 10 times that of the transformation. The figure beneath the white hunting attire trembled slightly. Delicate white fox fur appeared on Luli's exposed skin, her nails elongated and sharpened, revealing 2 small fangs at the corners of her mouth. A fluffy white fox tail emerged from the hem of her hunting attire, and atop her head, 2 white fox ears. In an instant, Longwell Yoli transformed in Wong Ling's eyes from an ordinary woman with some charm into an extraordinary beauty, captivating and enchanting. Wong Ling couldn't help but sit up straight, his previously relaxed demeanor replaced with vibrant energy, even instinctively brushing his hair. If previously Longwell Yoli seemed like a 7 out of 10 beauty in Wong Ling's eyes, after transforming into the fox, her allure was more than doubled. The beauty of the fox girl is unparalleled. Long live the beast-eared girls. This is a beauty that two-legged monkeys can never reach. Stunned by the beauty before him, Wong Ling eventually remembered that the half-demon transformation has a time limit. He quickly glanced at the countdown in the upper right corner. 52 seconds, more than enough. Wong Ling tapped rapidly. Divine Wind Spell. Empty Cicada Talisman. On the screen, Longwell the fox flickered, and under the effect of the empty cicada talisman, she ignored physical collisions passing through the car that served as cover, disregarding the stray bullets crossing the battlefield and arriving near Dolly. Wong Ling assessed the nearby situation and began to control Longwell the fox's movements. After transformation, Longwell Luli's base agility reached 20, the theoretical limit achievable by ordinary humans. Dutch mathematician Imelu once calculated with mathematical models that in this state, a human's instantaneous speed could reach 45 kilometers per hour, completing 100 meters in approximately 9.3 seconds. Moreover, the augmented intelligence attribute further boosted the effectiveness of the Divine Wind spell, allowing Longwell Luli's speed to reach an astonishing level. Wong Ling cautiously controlled Longwell Yoli to move in circles her speed, creating afterimages on the screen. Once reaching a location where many citizens were hiding, he would press the attack, sending the soul exorcising spell cascading towards Dolly. Dolly attempted to counterattack, but the numerous citizens dispersed her power. In fact, due to Luli's incredible speed, by the time Dolly called out, Wang Ling had already maneuvered Liuli to another location. Regardless of how loud Dolly screamed, it did not affect Wang Ling one bit. As the soul exorcising spell was continuously unleashed, it finally erupted in orange-red flames around Dolly, causing her to collapse, all of her eyes bursting simultaneously and oozing thick viscous fluid. The lining citizens regained clarity, recalling what they had just experienced. After who knows how many explosions, they panicked and wanted to flee, but soon retreated again. With the gunfire outside, it was safer to stay here for now. The task is complete. Your character Liuli has gained experience during the mission, advancing from LV-10 to LV-150. The strange sheep Dolly has been subdued. You can choose to devour and eliminate, resell, incorporate into the harem, or let go. In fact, Wang Ling faced a problem the first time he dealt with a non-human anomaly. Compared to human anomalies, there is an additional option when handling non-human anomalies: containment. This means confining it to a corresponding harem facility. For example, the mother sheep Dolly selected for containment is now kept in the beast park, where her role in the future harem game will be as a pet beast. However, Wang Ling was curious. In his past life, he thought that beast-type anomalies might also become human in the future. Even if they couldn't turn human, being half-human would suffice. After defeating a very promising female donkey, he made his choice. Incorporate into the harem. Perhaps the harem game thinks this is still a female right. After all, this is a game that can build the Nanfeng Pavilion. What if the head of the family prefers unconventional paths? What if their ancestors had Aryan blood? In any case, he must provide various options for his master. Wang Ling admits that he had a gambling mindset at that time. After all, that donkey had a bright coat, its voice resonated throughout the universe, and it possessed the strength to shake mountains and rivers. Upon closer inspection, it had a certain charm. If it could transform, it would surely be a remarkable steed. But unfortunately, he lost the bet. Dolly has already been placed in the harem's beast park with a capacity of 13. Wang Ling opened Dolly's attribute panel and was truly astonished upon seeing her potential evaluation. Name Dolly. Potential legendary. Level LV-170. Evil Eye 2199. Attributes: Life 470. Magic 150. Strength 8. Agility 22. Constitution 44. Intelligence 44. Perception 34. Charm 10. Skills: Devour Evolution S. Cognitive Distortion A. After completing the Devour process, the prey's body will be transformed into energy, healing wounds and restoring magic. The recovery amount depends on the strength of the prey. The soul of the prey will become the cornerstone of Dolly's evolution. For every prey devoured anew, I will grow on Dolly's body. Eyes from different species can provide Dolly with different powers. Once the number of eyes exceeds 99, Dolly will evolve into a higher form. Current evil eye count: 21. Source: 21 human eyes, each providing 1 point of constitution and 1 point of intelligence. Cognitive distortion: Dolly can distort the perception and cognition of all living beings within a certain. Those affected will rationalize the surrounding abnormal phenomena and develop a strong emotional attachment to Dolly, even viewing her as their closest person. The closer the distance and the fewer the people, the stronger the distortion effect. The farther away and the more people, the weaker the effect. The cognitive distortion effect is influenced by both parties' intelligence attributes. Compared to cognitive distortion, Wang Ling was more focused on the ability of Devour Evolution. This should be Dolly's core ability: unlimited evolution, unlimited possibilities. Moreover, Wang Ling analyzed that eating humans might be a very inefficient means of evolution, or rather it would only be slightly better than devouring livestock. If eating a human increases 1 point of constitution and 1 point of intelligence, what if the prey is an anomaly? Would the increase be greater? Wang Ling has already listed Dolly as his most important asset at present, so he needs to carefully consider how to cultivate and utilize her. When the pet beast enters the beast enclosure, 2 more choices await Wang Ling's decision. As the character enters the harem, Wang Ling needs to pay a monthly fee, and for the pet beast, he needs to determine the breeding standards. Please select a breeding standard. Basic breeding: provide basic food and daily care to meet the basic survival needs of the pet beast. Breeding fee: 1 evil jade per month. Balanced breeding: comprehensive development in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor aspects, using sufficient high-quality feed to ensure ample nutrition, steadily providing growth experience for the pet beast and accelerating level-up speed. Breeding fee: 10 evil jade per month. Ultimate breeding: equipped with rare, nourishing ingredients, a super high nutritional ratio greatly enhances the experience gain of the pet beast with a small probability of enhancing its attributes. Breeding fee: 100 evil jade per month. Wang Ling wanted to provide Dolly with the highest quality feed, but unfortunately there were too many expenses, so he temporarily set her standard to balanced breeding. After that, it would be time to select a master for Dolly. Once decided Doli could accompany her master on missions in the future without requiring dispatch fees. However, there is a small issue. Once a master is chosen, it cannot be changed unless the master sends a letter. After surveying the harem, Wang Ling ultimately decided to leave it undecided. Among the several characters in the harem, Longyuel Yoli is undoubtedly the strongest. However, Longyuel Yoli has the ability to use talismans, making her both offensive and defensive relatively well-rounded. Pairing her with Doli would simply be icing on the cake. As for the other characters, pairing them with a pet of legendary, this would be akin to gifting a pampered college student a luxury apartment, an action that would be criticized as foolish even in a story about rich people. The next day was New Year's Eve. The bus swayed for over 2 hours, transporting Wang Ling from Hangzhou back. Upon arriving at the hotel, he inquired at the front desk, and as expected, Shen Tian had checked out the day of the incident. As for where she went, the front desk was unaware. Wang Ling didn't mind. It was better that she wasn't around causing trouble. When the time comes for him to deal with her, as long as he spends a little money in this age of big data, finding someone is still quite easy. He might not even need to spend any money. As long as Shen Tian continues acting, he could find her whereabouts through the announcement scripts. In the following days, Wang Ling completely entered a home mode. With the curtains drawn and the computer on, day and night blended together. When hungry, he ordered food. When tired, he slept. When awake, he worked. The hotel room felt like a small world independent of time. Outside, the sounds of firecrackers for the spring festival resounded, but inside it was filled with slaughter and screams. By the 5th day of the new year, Wang Ling had completed a total of 12 missions. As for the rewards, the headless senior sister had leveled up from LV5 to LV6. Longyuel Yoli had advanced from LV1 to LV6, unlocking new talismans at even-numbered levels. Currently, 3 new types were unlocked. Additionally, his family assets had accumulated to 2,000 after so many days. This was unavoidable. The anomalies encountered so far were all first level. The more expensive ones could sell for 100 or 2, while the cheapest one he sold for 60. But when he encounters higher level anomalies in the future, the prices will naturally rise. Wang Ling calculated the days and decided to stay at home for 2 more days before reporting to Zhengzhe on the 7th day. Staying up late is temporarily delightful, but perpetually staying up late is always delightful. Wang Ling once again practiced his life motto, as long as the moon doesn't sleep, I won't sleep, until the early morning sanitation workers began their cleaning, and only then did he reluctantly head to bed. Not long after falling asleep, his phone rang. He reached over to take a look. It was an unknown number. Sometimes Wang Ling really wished he could put his phone on silent, but so even the delivery guy has his temper. Reluctantly swiping to answer, Wang Ling said hello. A female voice came from the other end. I want to meet you. Wang Ling recalled who it was. Jiang Qingyue, the long-legged female police officer with a 6-point attractiveness. Do you want to check what time it is now? What do you mean? Wang Ling asked irritably. There was a clear pause on the other end before she replied 9:20. Wang Ling responded, have you ever caught someone under the influence? I have. What's it to you? Our actors' schedules are quite similar to those drifting souls. Wang Ling yawned. I should have barely slept for 4 hours now. Wang Ling expected the other party to apologize or say something, but the next second, he heard Jiang Qingyue say, the person I caught was an actor. Wang Ling was left speechless. Is this a threat? Right? Fine. Wang Ling said, all right, how can I assist you? I found some information about the Puyin Temple, Jiang Qingyue said. Wang Ling responded with a drawn-out hum, his tone serious. Very well, write it up as a report and leave it on my desk. Are you my superior? Do I need to write you a report? You know I'm not your superior. Wang Ling shot back, you investigate your case and stop talking nonsense. Stop talking nonsense. Your way of speaking is quite irritating, she remarked. It's okay, really. Wang Ling got out of bed and walked towards the bathroom. My suggestion is if you do find anything, report it to your superiors, okay? The other end fell silent for a few seconds. No one believes me, Jiang Qingyue said, her voice softening. I told the captain, and he said the old folks said that after the founding of the country no one is allowed to become a spirit or an immortal. This time it was Wang Ling who was left speechless. Come out for a moment, Jiang Qingyue suddenly said. I want to talk to you face to face. Not going. I found some things, Jiang Qingyue insisted. It can't be explained over the phone. You'll understand once you see. Wang Ling raised an eyebrow. What is it? Jiang Qingyue replied, photos and videos. I think it relates to what you mentioned last time. But I'm not sure if I saw it wrong. I wanted you to take a look too. Not going. Jiang Qingyue said, consider it a favor next time. When there's a raid, I'll inform you in advance. Wang Ling responded, cooperating with the police is the duty of every citizen. 1 hour later, let's meet at the Palace Wall Cafe near the south gate of Mingqing Palace Garden. I will fully cooperate. The call ended. Wang Ling stood in front of the sink looking at himself, a face full of stubble, and every hair seemed to have its own thoughts. All right, then he turned on the tap. Just consider it a chance to get some fresh air. Fresh air. That sounds familiar. It seems that every time I get fresh air, it's the beginning of a story. Mingqing Palace Garden is an open scenic area in Hengdian designed to mimic the Forbidden City with its palace complexes. Shows like Empresses in the Palace Story of Yinshi Palace and Rui's Royal Love in the Palace were filmed here. The drama's locations such as the Broken Jade Pavilion, Ikuan Palace, Changchun Palace, and Yangxin Hall are all real scenes in Mingxing Palace Garden. Along the way, he saw many young girls, young women, and older women dressed in Ming and Qing dynasty attire taking photos. Palace Wall Cafe is located not far east of the south gate of Mingxing Palace Garden, one of the few 24-hour coffee shops. Some might find it hard to associate 24 hours with coffee shop, but this is Hongdian, a place where film crews shoot through the night, where many actors start getting made up at 3 in the morning and leave by 5. So drinking coffee at midnight is quite normal here. Wang Ling ordered a butter sea salt latte at the cafe, and when the coffee arrived, he glanced at his phone. The agreed time had already passed by 5 minutes. Jiang Qinghua had yet to arrive. Wang Ling impatiently lit up his phone and turned it off repeatedly. After stepping outside for a smoke, he thought of an interesting idea. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Qinghua hurried into the cafe. Her left arm was still in a plaster cast held close to her chest, and in her right hand, she carried a canvas bag. She looked a bit better than the last time they met. Sorry, Jiang Qinghua said as she sat down across from Wang Ling. I don't know which film crew blocked the road today. They wouldn't let me through at Mingxing Garden, so I had to take a long detour. Wang Ling didn't respond, but stared at her intently. His gaze was deep and complex, filled with surprise, weariness, and nostalgia. Of course, this was Wang Ling's own summary while looking in the mirror, but how Jiang Qinghua saw it was. Jiang Qinghua asked, "Are your eyes twitching?" Wang Ling replied, "Assaulting a police officer is a crime even if the police are off duty." Long time. Wang Ling's voice was lower than usual, his speech slower. "It's only been a week." Jiang Qinghua said, puzzled. Qinghua. Wang Ling looked at her and said, "It's really nice to see you again." Jiang Qinghua frowned. "Who told you to call me? If you keep looking at me like that, I'll call the police." Wang Ling glanced at his phone, muttering to himself, "So this is what time it is now?" Thankfully, it's still early and nothing has happened yet. Jiang Qinghua waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Have you gone crazy?" Wang Ling shook his head, closing his eyes, as if reminiscing about something. "I can't help you," he said without contact. "What?" Wang Ling opened his eyes, looking at her, his tone pleading. "Qinghua." "No, Officer Jiang. Please don't investigate any further, all right?" Jiang Qinghua stared at him for a few seconds, her expression shifting from confusion to suspicion, then to a look of disdain, as if to say, "You must have something seriously wrong with you. Are you okay?" Jiang Qinghua asked with a look of disgust. "Are you okay? Are you okay?" "Actually, we're a couple." Jiang Qinghua nearly spat out the sip she had just taken. She coughed, wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, and stared at Wang Ling as if assessing a madman. "Hear me out," Wang Ling said, lowering his hand as if to calm her. "You may find it hard to believe, but it is." Jiang Qinghua put her cup down and leaned back in her chair, eyes fixed on him as if inspecting something suspicious. "So what script are you following? Reborn as the pampered husband of an overbearing tycoon, or reborn as the useless nobody? Am I your previous lives prematurely dead beloved, or the venomous second female lead who nursed a secret crush on you for years? Damn, she's not easy to fool. But the performance must continue. Wang Ling, just think of it as a short drama. Let me finish the story." "Go on," she said. Wang Ling nodded and recalled, "In the original timeline, I promised to help you investigate." Jiang Qinghua hummed, took out her phone, scanned a code, and ordered a coffee. Clearly, she did not believe Wang Ling at all. Wang Ling continued, "You know, I just signed with a new production. Through my connections, I arranged for the opening ceremony to be held at Pulwan Temple." He paused to let Jiang Qinghua absorb it. "On the first day of shooting, I arranged for you to be my assistant so we could slip into the temple together to investigate." Jiang Qinghua's expression shifted, her eyes wavered slightly. Wang Ling lowered his head, stared at the coffee cup before him, and fell silent for a few seconds. When he looked up again, a trace of sadness clouded his eyes. He said, "But you were recognized." "Perhaps, I'm not certain. In short, on the return trip, the car we were in had an accident." He looked at Jiang Qinghua. "Just like when you and your master had that accident on the way back. And just as your master protected you, you to protect me. Lost your legs. I cared for you while you were injured. Touched by your courage and resilience, I fell in love with you. We became lovers." Jiang Qinghua listened with a blank face. After a few quiet seconds, she shook her plastered left hand. "Legs amputated, left hand fractured. I'm already that miserable, and you take advantage of me." Wang Ling nearly choked on his words. He cleared his throat and tried to maintain his persona. "You confessed. You said you had liked me for a long time. What a load of nonsense." Wang Ling shrugged. "You're a police officer, and am merely an exceptionally handsome, well-built actor. Tell me, if this were about the case, why would you keep coming to little actors like me? Face your heart, you were attracted to me long ago." Jiang Qinghua was momentarily at a loss for words. She had indeed sought out Wang Ling because of the case. All right, she admitted, he was reasonably good-looking, pleasant to behold. Having such a boyfriend wouldn't be a bad deal, but being swayed by appearance. What nonsense is that? Do you have any other proof?" Jiang Qinghua wavered. "For example, you say we're a couple, so there must be some mark on me you would know about." Wang Ling regarded Jiang Qingyue with a teasingly improper look. Your leg's amputated, left hand broken, wrapped in bandages. Do you think I'd be such a beast? After saying it, he added, inwardly I would. Jiang Qingyue blushed slightly, but asked on, you claim to be reborn. Do you remember any lottery numbers? Or some hot stocks, she added. Wang Ling shook his head. I don't follow those. Besides, even if you were sent back a few years, could you secure financial freedom by buying lottery tickets? Yes, I could, Jiang Qingyue said with unexpected certainty. On 202-40117, the sports lottery pick 5 produced the first ever leopard number in history, 5 fives. Last October, the double ball drew a sequence of consecutive numbers 07, 09, 23, 24, 25, 26, with blue ball 10. July 9th is my birthday, so I remember those draws vividly. Wang Ling. I seem to be the world's worst fake reborn. Even reborn, he could not convincingly pose as a reborn person. With no other choice, Wang Ling decided to play his trump card. He pressed his hands to his face in mock frustration, as if thinking what other proof he could produce. A few moments later, the cafe door swung open. A quarreling couple bustled in. Tell me, where did you go last night? Who were you with? The girl demanded, frowning. The man forced a smile. I told you. I was with my buddies gaming at the internet cafe. The woman dropped into the chair next to Wang Ling's table and shouted, then why didn't you answer my calls? It was on silent. I really didn't hear it. The man explained, waving his hand. Wang Ling looked at Jiang Qingyue, excitement flickering across his face as he lowered his voice. It's been hard to prove. But today here there happens to be something that will show I'm not lying. Jiang Qingyue frowned at him. Wang Ling nodded toward the couple. In a moment, a waitress will pass their table. The woman will grab the cup from the waitress tray, splash it over the man, and shout, liar, your buddy was clearly with me last night. Jiang Qingyue stared at him, incredulous. Are you serious? Wang Ling nodded. The scene was so explosive that even after years I remember it clearly. No sooner had he spoken than the waitress approached with a tray. As she reached the couple's table and prepared to set down a cup, the woman suddenly snatched it from the tray and with a splash drenched the man's face. Liar, the woman shouted as she stood. Your buddy was with me last night. Having said it, she stalked off without look. The man was stunned for a moment, then he chased after her. Jiang Qingyue slowly turned to look at Wang Ling. He shrugged and spread his hands. So, we really are a couple? Jiang Qingyue asked. Absolutely genuine, he replied. I need to digest this. Jiang Qingyue stood up. You'll be going now. She grabbed her canvas bag and hurried for the door, stumbling slightly and steadying herself on the frame before she left. The waitress came over to his table, tray in hand, and whispered, how was it? Did I do well? Wang Ling looked up, frowning. You missed your cue. When the cup was grabbed, you should have shouted. To draw everyone's attention, he chided. The waitress smiled sheepishly. I panicked and forgot. Wang Ling sighed. Never mind. He took a 100 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to her. Thanks. Soon after, the couple who had been arguing returned. The woman asked, teacher, how do you think we performed just now? Wang Ling nodded. The emotions were quite on point. However, you could tone down your outburst a bit. It felt too exaggerated. A genuinely angry person would hold it back, only exploding when they can't contain it any longer. You exploded right from the start, making the subsequent lines feel lacking in impact. He then commented on the man. Your reaction was slow after being splashed with water. When water splashes, the first instinct should be to dodge, then to be stunned, and finally to explain. You just sat there waiting to be splashed, which felt unnatural. The man nodded repeatedly. Wang Ling took out some red bills from his pocket, giving the woman 200 and the man 300. Wang Ling smiled. Even a cup of water counts as a wet scene, so here's an extra 100 for you. The man happily accepted the money. Thank you, teacher. Wang Ling nodded, watching the two leave. He didn't rush to leave himself. In his mind, after today's performance, Jiang Qingyue clearly believed it. There were only two possibilities. The first was that she accepted the premise of him being her future boyfriend, and then Foolish Zhu was shy. The second possibility was that she couldn't accept it and would avoid him. That way he wouldn't have to deal with her anymore. Perfect. Once there was a great druid treant named Li Bai who published the following statement in UC magazine: seeing short sleeves immediately makes one think of white arms. The imagination of the Chinese people is indeed so progressive. When Wang Ling thought about how Jiang Qingyue might believe he was her boyfriend, he couldn't help but picture himself turning her over and over, both sides feeling quite heated. Upon reflection, it had been more than half a month since his rebirth. He had been too busy seeking revenge and hadn't accomplished anything significant. This was quite frustrating. He took out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and found Lu Shishi's number. The phone rang 4 or 5 times before it was answered. A small voice on the other end. Hello, hello. Are you in Hengdian? Wang Ling asked. Yes. Teacher, do you need something? I didn't thank you for helping me get the medicine last time. Let me treat you to a meal. Oh, no need to thank me. It was just a small favor. Are you free? I am. At mealtime, the restaurant was quite crowded, and Lu Shishir sat awkwardly across. While waiting for the food to be served, Wang Ling got straight to the point. I just signed with a new production team, and the executive director is my senior brother. I might need an assistant to help with some errands. Do you want to do it? Lu Shishir looked up at him, her eyes slightly dazed. Wang Ling asked, are you willing to do it? Me? Lu Shishir pointed at herself. I've never been an assistant before. You don't need to know anything, Wang Ling said. Just run errands, pick up deliveries, remember my schedule, my transport number, help me with clothes when I'm on screen, and get meals during mealtimes, fetch water in your spare time. That's all. Then. Lu Shishir stammered a couple of times, hesitating. Wang Ling offered room and board included 6,000 a month, no deductions. Lu Shishir's eyes widened slightly. Right now, as a background actor, I earn a little over 100 a day, working whenever there's work and just dispersing when there isn't. I can't get roles every day. In a month, I barely make a bit over 3,000 to 4,000, and I'm exhausted from early mornings to late nights. It's all tears when I talk about it. I've also heard that the average small assistant earns about 4,000 to 5,000 a month. Now 6,000 a month, and I can save on rent and meals. That's not bad. Additionally, Lu Shishir heard Wang Ling say, in this drama, I will try to arrange a role for you with lines. That salary will be yours separate from the 6,000. Lu Shishir was stunned, her lips moved, and she inadvertently asked, is there a need for sleeping with me? Wang Ling replied, you really have a beautiful imagination. Lu Shishir lowered her head in embarrassment. Her blood was cold, otherwise her face would surely be as red as a monkey's bottom right now. Are you willing to do it? Wang Ling tapped the table, asking one last time. If not, he would bury her tonight. Lu Shishir, of course, had no idea that she had already stepped half a foot into the gates of hell. She quickly nodded, I'm willing. Boss, I will work for you from now on. Wang Ling rubbed his forehead. The wording was a bit ambiguous, but her attitude was good. He smiled. All right. Let's eat. After finishing the meal, he called a car and took Lu Shishir back to his hotel. He opened a room next to his own for 2 days. Before parting, Lu Shishir, whether intentionally or unintentionally, told Wang Ling, boss, I am on standby, 247, no matter how late, you can call me if you need anything. Wang Ling responded with an and then explained a few of his habits to Lu Shishir before returning to his. After taking off his jacket, Wang Ling opened his phone. He selected a Serbian white-haired dancer whose dispatch fee was only 1 eerie jade. Mission, Hungarian background actor. Mission, execution area, G Province, Ham City, Dongyang, Hungarian Film City, 121, Dudu North Street, room 415, Hingwa Hotel. Anomaly characteristics, the entity has been confirmed as a zombie-type female appearance, age approximately 2,225 years, no life signs, no pain perception, does not require sleep or food, physical damage, does not impair movement. Her combat ability is comparable to that of an ordinary adult woman with no inclination for active attack. Threat rating extremely low. Mission duration 8 hours. She just wants to act like a living person. On the phone screen, the white-haired dancer appeared on the hotel rooftop. Wang Ling waited for half a minute and then saw himself walk onto the rooftop holding a hooded sweatshirt. Himself walked up to the white-haired dancer, raised his phone, and shook it. The time displayed on the phone was 1:03 p.m. That was half an hour later. Game prompt detected, highest authority attempting to take over game character, do you agree? The next day, Wang Ling was startled awake by a knock on the door. Who is it? Wang Ling shouted. It's me, Jiang Qinghua. Wang Ling sat up with a jolt, reaching to feel for the blanket. What he felt was not the expected warmth and softness, but the cold mattress. It was empty, no one was there. Wang Ling lifted the blanket and found that the white-haired dancer was already gone. He grabbed his phone to check, and a system notification appeared on the screen, task timeout, task failed. He breathed a sigh of relief and shouted towards the door, hold on a moment. He got out of bed, stretching his waist and grimacing. His waist ached, his abs hurt, and his hips were sore. One could only say that the claim of 32 squats was not unfounded. Wang Ling lit a cigarette and placed it in the ashtray, opened the window for ventilation, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and then sprayed some perfume on himself and around the room before finally opening the door. Outside the door, besides Jiang Qinghua, stood 2 men. One was in his 40s, wearing a gray jacket and glasses, looking like a civil servant. The other man was about 28 or 29, with a crew cut, standing straight with sharp eyes. Mr. Wang. The middle-aged man took out his credentials and handed them to Wang Ling. We are from the 9th Bureau of the Security Bureau. My surname is Zhou. We would like to ask you about something. Wang Ling glanced at the credentials, then looked at Jiang Qinghua. Jiang Qinghua turned her head away, not daring to look at him. Come in and talk. Wang Ling stepped aside. The 3 of them entered the room. The middle-aged man scanned the room and caught a scent lingering in the air, sharply sensing something. He exchanged a glance with the crew-cut man and glanced at Jiang Qinghua, but said nothing. After the host and guests took their seats, the middle-aged man asked straightforwardly, Mr. Wang, are you a reincarnated person? Wang Ling looked up in surprise, glancing at Jiang Qinghua in disbelief. You sold me out. Jiang Qinghua's face flushed red as she lowered her head to explain. Today, Director Zhou and the others suddenly came to ask me about the matter of the Pulwan Temple. While I was talking, I naturally mentioned you after all the clues regarding the Pulwan temple were all provided by you. Then I also mentioned what you had said. The middle-aged man softened his tone, Mr. Wang, please don't worry, we mean no. We just want to have a conversation with you. Wang Ling forced a smile. Actually, I am not a reincarnated person. The middle-aged man smiled reassuringly, Mr. Wang, please don't be nervous. We are not here to arrest anyone. Being a reincarnated person poses no threat to the country. Your most valuable asset is the information about the future that you possess. Even if you don't know the details, you must have some impressions about major events that are known to everyone, right? We just hope you can share what you know with the country. Wang Ling explained again. I really am not a reincarnated person. I was just deceiving her. The middle-aged man frowned, but said nothing, waiting for Wang Ling to continue. It's all a lie. It was all acted out. Wang Ling pointed at Jiang Qingwei and said, she must have described the situation from our meeting yesterday to you, right? The couple arguing in the cafe yesterday and the waiter who brought them water were actually actors I hired to make her believe I was a reincarnated person. How could that be? Jiang Qingyu's face flashed with absurdity. Oh Lord, she had felt guilty all morning and was planning to express her apologies only to hear him say that he was deceiving her. The couple arguing yesterday were actors. So it was all a performance together, huh? Wang Ling shrugged and took out his phone. I still have that couple's number and can give it to you. As for the cafe waiter, you can find them yourself. The cafe should still have surveillance footage from after Officer Jiang left yesterday when I paid them. The middle-aged man took Wang Ling's phone, glanced at it, and handed it to the crew-cut man. The crew-cut man did not take the phone. Instead, he took out his own phone and dialed the number on Wang Ling's phone, then stood up and went outside. Why do this? The middle-aged man asked. Wang Ling remained silent. He glanced at Jiang Qingwei and then lowered his head, looking as if he found it hard to speak. The middle-aged man looked at him, then at Jiang Qingwei, and understood. He couldn't help but sigh. These young people. After a little while, the crew-cut man returned and nodded at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man supported himself on his thighs and stood up. Well, then it turns out it was all a misunderstanding. He nodded at Wang Ling, sorry for the disturbance. The three of them left. Wang Ling accompanied them to the door, watching them enter the elevator. He returned to his room, walked to the window, and pulled back a corner of the curtain to look down. Below, the three of them got into a black sedan and drove out of sight. Wang Ling stood behind the window, staring in that direction with a dark expression. After a long time, he finally let go of the curtain. The 9th Bureau of Security. How it should be the 19th Bureau. The Bureau of Supernatural Events Management. As a reincarnated person, Wang Ling certainly knew of the infamous Supernatural Management Bureau. One must admit that the existence of the Supernatural Management Bureau has protected many citizens. However, Wang Ling did not like this organization. It was too domineering, or rather the early days of the Supernatural Management Bureau were too overbearing. Any awakened person discovered must unconditionally accept management. The so-called management meant being offered officer treatment and then thrown to the front lines to confront the anomalies. To put it in a widely circulated phrase at that time, you don't get to enjoy life, but you are called upon to charge into battle. Under such circumstances, there was naturally a lot of resistance among awakened individuals in the civilian sector, causing quite a few disturbances. Wang Ling did not want to join the Supernatural Management Bureau. After the world fell into chaos, wouldn't it be better to carve out his own territory? Why be summoned and ordered around? But Wang Ling did not wish to oppose the Supernatural Management Bureau, as they were also protecting humanity and maintaining world order. Walking to the window and looking at the bustling traffic outside, Wang Ling took a deep breath of the air mixed with exhaust fumes. Although this world is not perfect compared to the apocalyptic world, where he could lord over others, this imperfect world existing for even one more day is still a good thing. In the black sedan, the crew-cut man gripped the steering wheel. The middle-aged man sat in the passenger seat, and Jiang Qingwei sat in the back, looking at the passing scenery outside the window, silent and with a complex expression. As they passed the first intersection, the crew-cut man glanced at Jiang Qingwei in the rearview mirror, unable to resist saying, Officer Jiang, there is something I probably shouldn't say, but you should keep your distance from that pretty boy. He is not a good person. Jiang Qingwei did not respond, only feeling an emptiness in her heart. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly, but the method he mentioned is indeed feasible. Recklessly investigating the Pulwan temple would definitely alert the snake. Finding a film crew to infiltrate under the guise of a filming ceremony and disguise the investigation, this line of thought is not wrong. Jiang Qingwei suddenly spoke up. I've made up my mind. I want to join, Jiang Qingwei said. Have you thought it through? I've thought it through. The middle-aged man turned back and stared at Jiang Qingwei for a few seconds, revealing a smile. Good, welcome to join the National Security 19th Bureau. Jiang Qingwei, isn't it the 9th Bureau? The crew-cut man, 19th Bureau, the Bureau of Supernatural Events Management. It's a special department that was just established a few days ago. Jiang Qingwei, so what exactly does our 19th Bureau handle? The middle-aged man hesitated a moment before choosing his words. We handle those Things that cannot be explained by science. Lu Shishir hasn't dared to close her eyes for 2 consecutive nights. Of course she herself doesn't need to sleep. However, ever since she moved into this hotel and into this room, she has felt as if something is watching her every night. It feels as if a fierce beast is lurking behind her ready to snap her neck at any moment, making her want to turn around and look. This hotel is eerie and frightening. Hugging her blanket, she spent another night sitting in silence. As the night faded outside, the feeling of being watched finally disappeared. After a little more than half a day, her phone rang. She picked it up to see a message from her boss: pack up, check out, and join the crew today. Lu Shishir replied okay, and started gathering her things. There wasn't much to pack. Everything she owned could fit into an old backpack. As she stepped out, she saw her boss waiting at the door pushing 2 suitcases. Without needing her boss to instruct her, Lu Shishir took the suitcase. Let's go, Wang Ling called out as they went downstairs to check out. 20 minutes later, they got out of the car in front of the Galaxy Business Hotel near the Republic City. The hotel had 6 floors with gray-white exterior walls and a red banner at the entrance reading Magic City Rouge, Curse, Gunfire, and Lonely Souls. Upon entering the hotel, Wang Ling scanned the area and saw Zhang Zhe talking to the front desk. Senior brother, Wang Ling called out. Zhang Zhe turned his head, saw him, and walked over with a smile. You're here. He patted Wang Ling on the shoulder. Wang Ling introduced Lu Shishir. This is my senior brother Zhang Zhe, the executive director of this play. Hello, Director Zhang, Lu Shishir greeted softly. Wang Ling continued to introduce, this is Lu Shishir, my assistant. If there's anything you need her help with, just arrange it directly with her. Zhang Zhe glanced at Lu Shishir, nodded, and looked back at Wang Ling. All right, if there's anything, you'll contact her directly. He leaned in closer and asked in a lowered voice, are you two in the same room or separate arrangements? Wang Ling understood what he was asking and waved his hand. Separate, please. Zhang Zhe raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask further, turning to walk toward the front desk. All right, follow me, let's check in first. After checking in and receiving the room card, Zhang Zhe said tomorrow afternoon at 1 script reading in the 2nd floor restaurant. Don't be late. Wang Ling took the room card and thanked him. Wang Ling's room was on the 5th floor. He swiped the card to open the door, revealing a large double room with a small balcony furnished with a rattan chair and a small round table. Outside the window, he could see the antique rooftops of the Republic City with gray tiles and yellow walls, giving off an old Shanghai vibe. Lu Shishir followed him and set down her backpack and began to organize her luggage. Wang Ling walked onto the balcony, lit a cigarette, and sat down. He pulled out his phone, opened the game map, and browsed through tasks. This was something he did every day. He looked for familiar tasks or sought out any powerful anomalies that might grow to become a dominant force. When his finger glided over the Qiandongnan region, he stopped. A task marker showed that the task duration was 251 hours. This time exceeded 7 days. For a 3rd-tier home, it was normal to retrieve anomalous events occurring 7 days later, but there was one exception. That was when the strength of the task target far surpassed the average level of anomalies currently appearing. Wang Ling clicked to view it. Task name: Jingjia Task. Background: Spring thunder begins, all things awaken. At the end of winter and the beginning of spring, sacrifices for thunder and prayers for rain are customary in certain old Miao villages in the Qiandongnan region on the day of Jingjia. Abnormal thunderstorm weather has been occurring for days in the Qiandongnan mountainous area, with meteorological records indicating that lightning strike frequency has increased by 170 times compared to the same period in previous years. Investigations confirmed that an unknown source controlled thousands of Miao people who will hold a thunder prayer ceremony on the day of Jingjia. Once the ceremony is completed, it will trigger a thunderstorm disaster covering the entire Qiandongnan region, potentially accelerating the awakening of a certain slumbering ancient god. Task objective: stop the completion of the thunder prayer ceremony. Wang Ling stared at the text on the screen, his thoughts drifting to places not described in the text. Miao Town. Ancient god. Thunder god. Dayang. Wang Ling murmured. Dai Yang's name wasn't mentioned in the task background, but Wang Ling recognized it. He didn't expect to encounter her again in such a way after all this time. At that moment, a strong sense of possessiveness surged within Wang Ling. He raised his finger about to click on that task, but just as his finger was about to fall, it halted. Wang Ling recalled what kind of existence Dayang was. She appeared at the 3rd tier with intelligence over 100, capable both near and far. Fighting her, if one got too far away, a storm of lightning would chase and strike. The lightning chains would snap like small whips on an automatic whip machine, wildly lashing about. If one got too close, the lightning shield would rebound damage, and the swarm-like lightning balls would track automatically, continuously stacking electric charge damage. Moreover, she possessed an electrostatic field, suffering cross-step voltage damage with every step taken in the field. She could also teleport freely within the area, which was simply cheating. As Wang Ling recalled the chaotic scenes of lightning dancing, his gaze gradually became clearer. The few anomalies currently under his command simply couldn't defeat her. It seems that if he wants to bring Dai Yang into his harem, he needs to plan carefully. However, Wang Ling placed his phone face down on the table, leaned back, and looked toward the distant Republic City while holding a cigarette. He couldn't just give up like this. Once Dai Yang completed the Thunder Prayer ceremony, her strength would surely become even greater. He wouldn't know how long he would have to wait to recruit her. Moreover, the task Jingzhe required him to stop the completion of the Thunder Prayer ceremony, not to defeat Dai Yang. This is a completely different concept. There are still 10 days. Wang Ling's index finger tapped on the table. I must strategize. A knock on the door pulled Wang Ling back from his thoughts. Lu Shishir opened the door. A girl in her early 20s walked in holding a small paper box. She wore a beige sweater and jeans, not particularly stunning, but exuding an indescribable charm. Wang Ling stepped out and nodded, saying hello. The girl smiled and introduced herself. Hello, teacher. I'm Su Wan, playing the role of the dancer Hong Haidang in the play. As her name suggests, she is soft and sweet, her voice sounding like a tease. She handed the paper box forward. These are my homemade cookies. I thought I'd bring some for everyone to try. Lu Shishir glanced at Wang Ling, and seeing him nod, she took the box and placed it on the table. Wang Ling walked over, picked up a cookie, took a bite, nodded, and praised they're quite good. Su Wan smiled. How should I address you, teacher? Wang Ling, playing the role of military youth Lu Xiaoyan. Oh, hello, teacher Wang. Su Wan nodded. Then I won't disturb you any longer. I still have to deliver to other rooms. Okay. Wang Ling stepped forward a couple of paces, essentially seeing her off. After Su Wan left, Wang Ling looked around the room, which Lu Shishir had already tidied up quite a bit. Toiletries were in place, clothes that needed to be hung were taken out of the suitcase and hung on the rack, and the computer was placed on the desk. Even the phone charger was plugged into the bedside panel. Wang Ling nodded at Lu Shishir, complimented her, and then sent her back to her own room. Sitting down at the desk, Wang Ling transferred the Harem game from his phone to his computer, then found a task he had seen earlier and clicked into it. Task name: Porcelain Doll. The task background includes a photograph and a segment of surveillance footage. The photograph captures the front view of a life-sized porcelain doll. The porcelain doll depicts a female figure adorned in a blue and white floral robe crafted with thin porcelain techniques. The patterns feature entwined lotus vines with vibrant blue hues, and the colors are filled evenly. Her eyes cast downwards, and a hint of a smile plays at the corners of her lips. The doll is covered in roux glaze, its color a sky blue with skin textures so delicate that faint traces of veins can be discerned. Each strand of hair is distinct, resembling a living being. Wang Ling chose this task precisely because the target is a porcelain doll. If he remembers correctly, porcelain seems to be an insulator. He clicked on the surveillance footage. At 0012, on March 1, 2026, the scene opens in a porcelain workshop. A man, clearly a porcelain master, sits alone across from a porcelain doll. He cradles a teacup in both hands, yet does not drink. Instead, he gazes intently at the doll's face. At 235821, the porcelain master sets down the teacup, stands up, and approaches the doll. He gently caresses the doll's cheek, his movements incredibly tender, tracing from the brow to the chin, and then to the neck. At 235944, his hand lingers at the doll's neck, rubbing it repeatedly. At that moment, the clock on the wall behind the porcelain master chimed the hour. He glanced back at the clock. At 0001, he turned back around. The doll's eyebrows and eyes moved. The originally drooping eyelids lifted, the faint smile vanished, replaced by an expression of extreme disdain and disgust, with furrowed brows, tightly pressed lips, and a gaze filled with obvious contempt. This expression lasted less than a second on camera, before quickly returning to its original state, still with lowered brows and a faint smile. Anomaly recognition: the entity has been confirmed as Porcelain Doll, a creation born from the porcelain master's obsession and the accidental fusion of high-purity porcelain clay and glaze at a specific firing temperature. The porcelain doll primarily attacks by constricting the neck, possessing great strength and fingers as sharp as blades. Its porcelain body is exceptionally hard, resistant to conventional weapons, and can withstand small-caliber firearm shots. The porcelain doll possesses the gaze stasis ability. Any living creature observed by it becomes rigid and unable to move. The doll can only immobilize one living being at a time. Mission objective: eliminate the porcelain doll entity in the old town of Zhushan District, Jingdezhen. Note: please ensure at least 2 people accompany each other during the mission. 2 people together. Wang Ling rubbed his chin. He returned to the home page and glanced at the study. The role assigned in the study was the headless senior sister, responsible for researching formations. The top left corner of the screen displayed the research progress 42. The formation slots below were still empty, with no activatable formation options. Wang Ling clicked his tongue. He deduced that the formation being researched this time was definitely a 2-person form. If it were a 3-person formation, a prompt would appear when the progress reached 33, allowing Wang Ling to choose the formation direction, and again at 66 for enhancement options. If it were a 4-person formation, there would be a choice every time the research progress increased by 25. Now that the progress had exceeded 40 and still no enhancement options appeared, it could be confirmed as a 2-person formation. Actually, a 2-person formation is not a problem. If it were a three-person formation, activating the formation would require 3 people, which seems a bit wasteful at this point. Wang Ling was frustrated by how slow the research progress was. At this rate, it would take at least another 10 days to succeed. Do we really need 2 people together? Wang Ling recalled the mission description once again. If the roles dispatched did not possess life, wouldn't they? Among his roles, the headless senior sister did not have life characteristics. He was unsure if it would work, but it was worth a try. He returned to the character interface and selected the headless senior sister, confirming the dispatch of character headless senior sister LV6, paying dispatch fee. 12. Anomaly Jade dispatch. Complete the screen transitions to a cutscene. The porcelain doll stood in the empty room dancing gracefully. With wide sleeves unfurled, her waist swayed, delicate fingers plucking flowers and light steps gliding. As the porcelain doll came to a standstill, the progress bar reached completion. Wang Ling clapped his hands, intending to recite a poem, but being only a performer with limited culture, he could only say, "Damn, that dance was truly beautiful." This time the game's visuals underwent a significant change. If the previous games were mostly third-person action RPGs, this time the visuals resembled a 2D side-scrolling game, like This War of Mine or Dead Cells. The headless senior sister appeared in a foyer, but the visible part of the scene was only the small room where she stood. To the right was a closed door behind which there were evidently many rooms, but currently the conditions inside those rooms were not visible. As Wang Ling moved the mouse, a door opening and closing icon appeared when the cursor hovered over the door on the right. He clicked the mouse. The headless senior sister walked towards the door and reached out to push it open. The room revealed its full view. Behind the door was a studio arranged just like the one in the surveillance video. Facing the screen was a closed window. Below the window was a workbench where a potter's wheel was set up with an unfinished small bottle standing on the turntable. A few sharp pottery knives were piled next to the wheel. Beside the workbench stood 2 wooden racks. One rack was filled with plaster molds stacked layer upon layer. The other rack held various semi-finished products, bisque-fired bodies, cups that had just been glazed, and porcelain slabs waiting to be kiln-fired. On the wall were several rows of wooden boards on which various size jars and bottles were placed, with glazed jars labeled Sky Blue, Shadow Blue, and Bean Green. There was also something resembling a water tank below. The entire room was visible at a glance. However, Wang Ling did not see the shadow of the porcelain doll in the room. Where did the porcelain doll go? Wang Ling scanned the room with his mouse, several areas displaying interactive prompts. He clicked through them one by one. On the shelf were various semi-finished porcelain pieces, some of which appeared to be damaged. A potter's wheel stood nearby with a cracked clay body on top. There was a vat of water, just a vat of water. He found nothing useful. Wang Ling moved the mouse to the right side of the screen where there was a door. As he clicked, the headless senior sister walked. Behind the door was a warehouse. The space in the warehouse was larger than the studio, with wooden shelves piled high on 3 walls. Wang Ling moved the mouse over the shelves. Kaolin, the raw material for porcelain hemp rope glaze, and a stone mill used for crushing porcelain stone. The next room was a kiln. Upon entering this room, the originally blue-gray tone of the screen transformed into an orange-red hue, seemingly indicating a high temperature in the kiln. At the end of the kiln room stood a gas kiln nearly 2 meters high. The kiln door was tightly shut and steam was escaping from the heat vents at the top, distorting the air above. Moving the mouse over, a prompt appeared on the kiln. The temperature inside the kiln is 1320 C, unable to approach. The kiln room was small, easily surveyed at a glance. Still no sign of the porcelain doll. This was the last room on this floor, but in the center of the kiln room there was a staircase leading upwards. The second floor was a bedroom. The bedding was disheveled, an old wardrobe at the bedside and a desk by the window. Wang Ling moved the mouse over the desk, and a magnifying glass icon appeared. Clicking on it, the view shifted to the desk, where a black-covered notebook lay in the center pressed beneath an image. A rough sketch of the porcelain doll with noticeable revision marks around the eyes and brows seemed to be a diary. The black notebook had an indication that it could be flipped. As the mouse clicked, the view zoomed in, opening the notebook. The first page contained several photographs. The first photo showed a young woman in her early 20s with shoulder-length hair, gentle features, and a slight smile. Wang Ling clicked on the screen to view the next photo. The same woman stood at the entrance of a scenic spot. In the next photo, it was still her. She sat at a workbench holding a freshly formed clay piece in her hands, looking at the camera with a smile in her eyes. Wang Ling continued to flip through. The last photo was an instant shot. It was a close-up of the porcelain doll's face with downcast eyes and a sub. He gazed at the doll's face for a few seconds. Then he flipped back to the previous photo, comparing it with the woman holding the woman's features appeared more natural, while the doll's were softer. The woman's smile was brighter, while the doll's smile was more delicate and reserved. The woman was slightly rounder, while the doll's lines were more exquisite. It was a 9/10 likeness. Wang Ling made his judgment. The porcelain doll was a tad more beautiful than the woman. It was like a light beauty filter had been applied, smoothing out all imperfections and reassembling them. Wang Ling clicked the screen, flipping to the next page, which contained a work log. January 11th. Today is her birthday. In previous years, I would make her a small gift on this day. This year I don't know what to make. Actually, it doesn't matter what I make as she won't receive it. I dug out her photos and stared at them for a long time. Suddenly, I wanted to try and see if I could create her. January 13th, I went to Yali to select the best Kaylin. When I returned, I sculpted a small sample based on her photo, but it was too ugly to look at. The face was too round, the eyes too big, not resembling her at all. January 18th, the third version of the sample was ruined. The hardest part of making a porcelain portrait is capturing the spirit. If the spirit is right, even if the features are slightly off, it still looks like that person. If the spirit is wrong, even if the features are identical, it's a stranger. January 27th, today's sample finally resembles her. Tomorrow I can start making the formal body. February 4th, the biscuit firing went well. Today, I can apply the glaze. But I still have to wait at least another week before it goes into the kiln. February 11th, today it goes into the kiln. After applying the glaze for the last time, I looked at her for an entire night. The sky blue was the kind that awaited rain. February 12th, the kiln has been opened. When the kiln door opened, I almost knelt on the ground. It looked too much like her. The way her eyes were downcast, the subtle charm at the corners of her eyes, it was as if she was standing there smiling at me. I repeatedly called her name, gently stroking her face, which felt warm. I knew it was the residual heat from just coming out of the kiln. But in that moment, I believed she had returned. February 15th, I spent another day looking at her. No, something is still off. It's indeed very similar, but it's not her. So close. A fraction off. A hair off. It's not that person. It's like firing a kiln. If the temperature is off by 1 degree, the outcome is completely different. Even if it looks similar, it's still a counterfeit. I want the real her. February 16th, I understand now. The base material I used before was incorrect. Ordinary porcelain clay results in a fake, no matter how similar it looks. The real her must have her within it. February 18th, I dug her out. Ground her completely to dust with a stone mill and mixed her into the kaolin. This time it's right, this time it's right. February 22nd, into the kiln. After 7 days, what comes out should... This is the last page of the diary, and the rest is blank. Wang Ling's expression was somewhat hard to describe. This seemed to be the story of a pervert who killed a woman, buried her, and then dug her up. From that surveillance footage, it was clear that the man was at least 50, the woman at most 20. Wang Ling did not believe she married for love. So behind this story lurked law, ethics, horror, crime, murder, curiosity, mystery, and violence. Goodness, it had almost more tags than his production team. Next to the bedroom was a small door. Wang Ling had a hunch that the porcelain doll should be there. The headless senior sister walked over and pushed the door open. Inside was a storage room filled with clutter, and on the floor lay a corpse. The corpse was sprawled on the ground, its head smashed, but from its attire it appeared to be the porcelain artist from the surveillance footage. Wang Ling was staring at the corpse. Suddenly, a white shadow appeared in the gap between the piles of clutter on the screen. Before Wang Ling could react, the porcelain doll was already at the headless senior sister's side, delivering a punch. Bang! The headless senior sister's health bar dropped sharply. 52. Wang Ling's pupils contracted as he controlled the headless senior sister to turn and run. The porcelain doll chased behind, but her speed wasn't fast. It seemed she couldn't run, only pursuing at a normal walking pace. Wang Ling took a breath. He selected Curse Fire and began to counterattack. The headless senior sister turned and raised her hand, firing a shot at the porcelain doll. Damage numbers popped up above the porcelain doll's head. 4 flames flickered on the porcelain doll for a moment, emitting a puff sound like a deflated balloon before dissipating into the air. The burn effect did not trigger. Wang Ling was stunned for a second. He switched the skill to Curse Frost. A pale blue cold mist erupted on the porcelain doll, forming a thin layer of frost. 7. The frost covered the porcelain doll, slowing her movement. From a normal stroll, she became like an elderly lady crossing the street. But the damage was still in single digits. Wang Ling stared at the screen, his brows knitted together. The porcelain body was exceptionally hard, impervious to conventional knives, capable of withstanding small-caliber firearm fire. This was indeed what the mission description stated. However, he did not expect it to be this resilient, and even the damage from spells was significantly reduced. How was he supposed to fight this thing? The porcelain doll took a step forward, and the headless senior sister stepped back. The two maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close, like they were dancing the tango. He retreated to the bedroom. He descended the stairs. He reached the first floor. As Wang Ling maneuvered the headless senior sister to retreat, he frantically swept the mouse across the screen, searching for anything he could use. But by the time he retreated to the warehouse and back to the studio, Wang Ling had not found a way to break the deadlock. He decided to make one last desperate attempt. He had to resist a little. Otherwise, if it came to court, and they said he didn't resist, it wouldn't count as violating. The only method Wang Ling could think of was to alternate between hot and cold, using thermal shock to cause the porcelain doll to crack. With a bit of time left, Wang Ling hurriedly picked up his phone, opened Doubao, and used voice input. That porcelain, does it crack more easily when it suddenly goes from hot to cold? Or does it crack more easily when going from cold to hot? 2 seconds later, Doubao provided an answer. Conclusion first, it is far easier to shatter when suddenly going from hot to cold than from cold to hot. The reason is simple: hot-cold, a high-temperature object encounters cold, causing the surface to shrink instantly, while the interior is still hot and expanding, creating immense tensile stress, making ceramics, glass, and metal prone to shattering. The long explanation that followed was not read by Wang Ling. He only needed to know the answer. At that moment, the headless senior sister had already retreated into the entrance. There was no retreat left. There were 4 bullets remaining in the curse wheel. Curse fire, curse fire, curse fire. 3 shots in succession, reducing 4, 5, 0, and 4, totaling only 13 points of damage to the porcelain doll. Wang Ling thought that even the blood lost during menstrual cramps must be more than this. Curse frost. A pale blue frost spread from the point of impact. Sizzle, bang. The porcelain doll emitted a sound akin to heating fatty meat in a microwave. A red 28 floated up from the top of the porcelain doll's head. It was somewhat effective, but not significantly so. Wang Ling used his last skill call for assistance. The headless senior sister in the screen raised her own head. Her tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, her mouth agape, emitting a silent scream. The porcelain doll visibly suffered a heavy blow, with several fragments flying off its chest. Damage numbers popped up: 25. Wang Ling looked at the porcelain doll's health, which still had 2/3 remaining. But the headless senior sister had no means of counterattack left. Ding! At this moment, the sound of unlocking the door reached him. Wang Ling turned his head. He saw Lu Shishir standing at the door holding 2 takeout boxes. She greeted with a smile, "Boss, it's time to eat." Wang Ling turned back. On the screen, the porcelain doll had reached the headless senior sister, alternately swinging its hands to claw akin to Yagami Kyo, finally managing to scratch Kusanagi Kyo, unleashing a flurry of 8 consecutive attacks. Wang Ling sighed and released the mouse. He turned his head again, looking at Lu Shishir with a deadpan expression. The mission failure was clearly not his fault. It was all because he was disturbed. Yes, that's it. A mature man must learn to redirect his emotions. It's not me who is wrong, but this world. Wang Ling asked with a stern face, "How did you get in?" Lu Shishir was intimidated by his imposing demeanor, standing frozen in place, stammering in reply, I have a room card." "Where did you get it?" Zheng, Director Zheng gave it to me." Wang Ling stared at her for 2 seconds, and then stood up. He merely intended to grab the takeout. But Lu Shishir clearly misunderstood. She took a step back, her back hitting the doorframe, and hurriedly moved aside, wedged against the wall. She held the takeout boxes up to her chest like a shield, closed her eyes, and shouted in terror, "Don't eat me." Wang Ling paused. Rotten. Did Lu Shishir realize it herself? He took a few steps forward, leaned close to Lu Shishi's neck, and sniffed. The strong scent of floral perfume tickled his nose. Below that was the cheap fragrance of shower gel and baby powder. Underneath these smells was a faint, cold, fishy odor. Wang Ling was very familiar with that scent. In the post-apocalyptic era, this smell was everywhere. Or rather, places that only had this smell were considered to have good odors, which is why Wang Ling chose it as his residence. Lu Shishir stood rigidly, eyes closed, not daring to move. With a choked voice, she shouted, "My blood is also rotten. It doesn't taste good." Wang Ling stepped back a bit and rescued the takeout from Lu Shishi's hands to mask the odor. "You can use agarwood. If you think it's expensive, sandalwood will suffice." In the apocalypse, corpses lay everywhere, and various foul odors permeated the air. Even if one lived in a high-rise and tightly closed the doors and windows, the rotten stench that filled the entire city could not be blocked. Wang Ling used agarwood and sandalwood to protect his nose. Lu Shishir opened her eyes. She stared blankly at Wang Ling, opening her mouth, but unable to speak. That expression was as if she had been exposed at the moment of revealing her most hidden secret. Seeing her like this, Wang Ling felt more certain. "When did you realize you were already dead?" Lu Shishi's eyes widened in an instant. She glared at Wang Ling, her jaw clenched tight, her hands balled into fists. She looked like a cornered kitten baring its claws and ready to fight. Wang Ling chuckled softly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Meow. A cat's meow sounded beside Lu Shishir. She whipped her head around. A fierce tiger had appeared beside her without her noticing. The tiger squatted there, towering over her by a head. The genuinely large tiger head hung low, its amber eyes locked onto her, revealing sharp canine teeth that interlocked as it ground its teeth. Lu Shishi's tightly clenched fists loosened. Her clenched jaw also relaxed. She fell to her knees with a thud, exclaiming, "Spare me, immortal. Spare me, immortal." Lu Shishir knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. "I've lived my life with a mix of meat and vegetables. I've never eaten a person." From his angle, Wang Ling noticed Lu Shishi's pair of watery eyes, truly large and bright. Especially that colorless pale looked so dazzling. Wang Ling took 2 steps back, sitting down on the chair, crossing his legs. Looking at Lu Shishir, who was kneeling on the ground, he raised his chin slightly and said, "Go on, speak." Lu Shishir lay on the ground, glanced at him, and quickly lowered her head. "Immortal. What do you want me to say?" Wang Ling snorted. "Tell me when you realized you were not human." Although I could tell at a glance that you weren't human when I first met you, you didn't seem aware of it yourself. How did you come to know? Lu Shishir sat there pouting. I found out a while ago. I was an extra in a crew playing a maid who gets drowned, and when they tossed the pig cage, the prop team forgot to tie the fishing line. I was in the water for 8 minutes before being fished out. Wang Ling lowered his head, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and lit it. He told himself in his heart, "Don't laugh, you are a professionally trained individual." Lu Shishir continued. At first I held my breath, and while holding it I realized I no longer needed to breathe. Later I checked myself and found no heartbeat. At that moment I knew I should possibly, maybe most likely. Wang Ling exhaled a puff of smoke. So the crew fished you out, didn't they say anything? They did. Lu Shishir described the chaos at that time. When I was fished out I was lying there with my eyes open, and the director was so scared that his lips turned white. The prop master almost jumped into the lake to commit suicide right then and there. Then I sat up. I said I was a good swimmer and could hold my breath for 10 minutes. The props team almost knelt down to me, and then the director handed me a red envelope telling me to go rest. How much was in the red envelope? Wang Ling asked curiously. 500. That's too little. Lu Shishir nodded, but I was panicking at that time. They wanted to take me to the hospital, and I was too scared to go. Wang Ling looked at her, afraid of being dissected. Lu Shishir nodded vigorously. MHM. And then, oi. Then I didn't dare to take any roles for several days, and then you boss started to take care of me. Wang Ling rolled up his sleeves. A disaster speaks nonsense. It seems I can't keep you. Boss, please don't be angry. I meant room and board. Fine. Wang Ling took a puff of smoke. Looking at Lu Shishir, he said slowly, you indeed are pitiful. But since you have discovered my secret, I can't keep you anymore. Lu Shishir was taken aback, then suddenly widened her eyes. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Isn't it my secret that has been discovered? Why do you still want to kill me to silence me? Wang Ling looked at her with a blank expression. Lu Shishir panicked, prostrating on the ground and knocking her head, crying out, Immortal, spare my life. I didn't see anything. I won't say anything. Please give me a way to live. But she was a walking corpse, unable to cry with not a single tear. Wang Ling flicked the ash off his cigarette. Moscow doesn't believe in tears, and neither do I. Besides, you don't even have any tears. Lu Shishir lifted her head, her face full of despair. Whatever you want me to do, I am willing. Really, I can do anything. Wang Ling closed his eyes, took a deep breath. After a while he exhaled. Heaven has a virtue of life. Ooh, I can give you a way to live. Lu Shishir's eyes brightened. You say? Wang Ling said nothing, turned his head to the side, and called out, Li Kuei. Meow. Although it was a cat's meow paired with the fierce tiger's appearance, Lu Shishir still dared not move. The tiger Li Kuei raised a front paw, extending a tiger claw, and suddenly various colors of light burst forth from the tip of the claw. Red, blue, gold, purple. Lights intertwined and coiled together, forming a complex magic circle. A hexagram wrapped around a bagua, a cross intertwined with yin and yang fish, and in the middle there were symbols that Lu Shishir could not understand. Lu Shishir didn't understand what this was, but she was so nervous that she was trembling. Li Kuei gently pushed that tiger claw forward. The magic circle detached from the claw tips, swaying and floating towards Lu Shishir, then bang, it hit her. The light exploded, shattering into countless points of light, dissipating in the air. Wang Ling snapped his fingers. Li Kuei's figure flickered and disappeared. Lu Shishir was dazed, kneeling there, touching her face, and then touching her body, as if there were no changes. Wang Ling flicked the ash off his cigarette, leisurely stating, You are now controlled by the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Christ Jesus, yin-yang, 5 elements, to Thagat up, Bagua demon, locking soul formation. If you dare to disobey, as long as I have a thought, your soul will scatter. Lu Shishir's face turned pale, nodding repeatedly. Boss, I will absolutely follow you to the death. Whatever direction you want me to go, I won't go the other way. Wang Ling raised an eyebrow. What if I let you be a free assistant without pay? Lu Shishir's face froze, then with a mournful expression she said, Then please give me a quick end. Wang Ling truly laughed this time. He laughed so hard that his shoulders shook and ash fell all over his pants. After laughing for a while, he finally stopped, waved his hand to Lu Shishir. Leave the room card, you can go out now. Lu Shishir was stunned. Huh? What do you mean, huh? The room card? Wang Ling extended his hand. Lu Shishir hurriedly took the room card out of her pocket and handed it over with both hands. Wang Ling took the room card and tossed it onto the table. Lu Shishir stood up, took a couple of steps towards the door, hesitated, and turned back. Boss, what about me? Wang Ling waved his hand. You don't even have tears. What the hell are you going to sleep with? Lu Shishir pointed to the takeout box. I meant one box is mine. Take it and get lost quickly. Hey, okay, thank you, boss. Lu Shishir nodded and bowed, opened the door, and gently closed it behind her. Wang Ling turned to look at the computer screen. The headless senior sister's health bar was at 0. The screen displayed blood red, mission failed. Wang Ling did not immediately click to reload the save. His mind was racing. The alternating hot and cold was indeed useful, but due to the high temperature of the porcelain puppet's furnace, the thermal shock's effect was very limited. Triggering the curse was also useful, but even with 6 layers of curses, it could only deal about 200 points of damage after removing the damage reduction. According to his estimates, the porcelain puppet's health was at least 300 points. Was there really no way? Wang Ling pondered over the various rooms in the map. Studio, warehouse, kiln room. Kiln room. There was a gas kiln still operating in the kiln room. If he was not mistaken, there was still a her inside. Wang Ling's mind raced quickly. He initially thought that this task only involved one peculiar porcelain doll, the one mentioned in the task name. However, after reading that diary on the second floor, he had a new conjecture. There was another one in the gas kiln on the first floor. According to the diary's description, the true desire of the porcelain master was the second one, that she made from pieces of the populace. The first porcelain doll, no matter how perfect it was merely a counterfeit in the eyes of the porcelain master. When the second piece was completed, it might also be the moment the porcelain master shattered the first piece. Thus the porcelain doll killed the porcelain master. Wang Ling rubbed his chin. Based on his experience, the strange bone china in the gas kiln could be considered another task. But since the task scenes overlapped, it could be released early. As long as he let the two peculiarities meet regardless of how the bone china perceived it, the porcelain doll would definitely confront her. The headless senior sister would have an opportunity to benefit. The computer screen showed the headless senior sister returning to the entrance. Wang Ling controlled her to re-enter the studio, moving forward. As he passed the water tank, Wang Ling paused his gaze there for a moment. Then he controlled the headless senior sister to proceed, pushing open the warehouse door. He tried to make the headless senior sister interact with the hemp rope, and then with the stone mill, attempting to suspend the stone mill to create a mechanism. However, the mouse scanned the ceiling and found no place to hang it. The ceiling was flat with no place to hang anything. Wang Ling didn't dwell on it, controlling the headless senior sister to leave and return to the second floor. This time, after Wang Ling controlled the headless senior sister to crash through the storage room door, she turned around and ran away. She rushed back to the kiln room, stopping next to the gas kiln, and shut off the main gas valve. The temperature inside the gas kiln began to drop. 1280, 1270, 1250. Footsteps were heard on the stairs. The porcelain doll was coming down. Wang Ling stared at the temperature readings. Although the numbers were decreasing, they were only declining steadily. 1240, 1225, 1200. The porcelain doll appeared at the kiln room door. There was no more time to wait. Wang Ling decisively clicked to open the kiln. In an instant, a violent heat wave burst forth from the kiln door. The headless senior sister's health was visibly decreasing. But the kiln door was already open, and the orangered light illuminated the entire kiln room. The entity inside had gained its freedom. An orangered figure stepped out of the kiln room. Accompanying its movement, crackling sounds continuously erupted from the computer speakers. This was the sound of high-temperature porcelain encountering cold air, causing the glaze to crack. If this were merely a piece of porcelain, it would have already become a defective product. However, when Wang Ling saw the figure emerge, he already wore a satisfied smile. He didn't care whether she was perfect or not, nor did he care if she resembled anything. As long as she could move on her own, that was the best peculiarity. Just as Wang Ling had anticipated, the porcelain doll was a little aggressive. She rushed at the bone china figure the moment she saw it. Her fist struck the bone china figure with a thud. The bone china figure was pushed back a step, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its chest. The movements of the bone china figure were much more agile than those of the porcelain doll. It dodged the second punch and countered with a slap that struck the porcelain doll's face. With a crisp sound, the strike echoed clearly like the sound of jade striking against each other, resonant and melodious. Looking again at the porcelain doll's cheek, a small piece had already chipped off. Wang Ling couldn't help but hiss as if the slap had landed on his own face. Damn this young one. The porcelain doll was enraged. She lunged again, delivering a heavy punch to the shoulder of the bone china figure, causing another set of cracks. But the bone china figure was too nimble, evading the next punch and circling behind the porcelain doll, delivering a kick to her lower back. "Dodger, you just waiting to get kicked with that big, but you should avoid it," Wang Ling remarked, enjoying the spectacle. Before Wang Ling could worry about the porcelain doll for more than 2 seconds, the porcelain doll's gentle face suddenly transformed, glaring fiercely at the bone china figure. The bone china figure instantly froze in place, as if under a spell cast by Sun Wukong. Stasis gaze. Interesting. Before Wang Ling could finish his exclamation, the porcelain doll had already lunged forward. She wasn't Sun Wukong, who would just pat his butt and leave after freezing the 7 fairies. The porcelain doll was truly unstoppable. She charged in, throwing a punch, 2 punches, 3 or 4 punches, each one leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the bone china figure. Wang Ling cursed useless. He controlled the headless senior sister to approach, raising her hand to fire 2 frost curses at the porcelain doll. The porcelain doll turned to look at the headless senior sister. The stasis effect on the bone china figure was lifted. Instead, it lunged forward, grabbing the porcelain doll's arm and twisting hard. Snap. The porcelain doll's arm snapped at the elbow, shattering into several pieces that fell to the ground. The porcelain doll opened her mouth, making a screeching sound like nails scraping against porcelain. She turned and frantically pounded the bone china figure. The bone china figure was battered back repeatedly, cracks increasing, yet it did not shatter. Meanwhile, the bone china figure also counterattacked while retreating. Each hit landed on the porcelain doll would cause a piece to chip off. Wang Ling watched with great interest. Dodge. All right, give her another one. But before he could be pleased for long, the bone china figure and porcelain doll switched positions during their struggle. The bone china figure looked up at the headless senior sister. The screen in front of Wang Ling suddenly shook, and the headless senior sister uncontrollably took 2 steps back before turning to run. This was clearly a fear effect. Wang Ling cursed, damn it. In a state of fear, he couldn't control her, so he could only watch helplessly as the headless senior sister flailed like a headless fly in the room. Once the fear state was lifted, Wang Ling controlled the headless senior sister to return to the kiln room, where the bone china figure was once again being beaten by the porcelain doll. What the hell are you trying to achieve? Wang Ling had no choice but to send the headless senior sister out again to deceive the porcelain doll's control skills. After a back-and-forth struggle lasting more than 2 minutes, the bone china figure punched through the porcelain doll's chest. Starting from her chest, cracks spread rapidly across the porcelain doll, enveloping her body in an instant. Then with a loud crash, she shattered into a pile of porcelain shards. Meanwhile, the bone china figure stood up from the pile of shards, turning to look at the headless senior sister. Without a word, Wang Ling controlled the headless senior sister to turn and run. The bone china figure chased after her. Perhaps due to its lighter material, the bone china figure could run, and its speed was even faster than the headless senior sister by 2 points. But the headless senior sister didn't need to run far. As soon as they rushed into the studio, Wang Ling immediately placed the mouse over the water tank. In the moment, the bone china figure chased in. Bang! The bullet struck the water tank. The tank's wall exploded, cold water bursting forth with a splash, soaking the bone china figure. The hissing sound of cold water on hot iron echoed continuously. The bone china figure staggered, its feet exploding, and it fell to the ground. This moment was even more like red iron quenched in ice, a series of explosive sounds ringing out. Wang Ling controlled the headless senior sister to step back a few steps, creating distance before firing continuously. Frost curse. Frost curse. Frost curse. Frost curse. For consecutive bullets, all struck the bone china figure. A layer of light blue frost enveloped the bone china figure, its struggles growing slower, and the sounds of explosions on its body grew louder. Wang Ling waited a few seconds, letting time flow by, and the curse wheel automatically reload bullets. When another bullet was loaded into the chamber, Wang Ling fired another shot. Curse fire. Ice and fire merged. With a loud crash, the bone china figure finally shattered into a mix of ice shards and porcelain pieces indistinguishable from one another. Mission accomplished. After the task settlement, both anomalies could be brought into the inner quarters, and Wang Ling did just that, assigning positions for 2 maidservants. Wang Ling initially thought that the potential of the 2 anomalies would be similar, with the porcelain anomaly possibly being a bit stronger, but the reality was quite the opposite. The porcelain doll exhibited excellent potential, while the bone china doll, perhaps due to being a premature creation, only had ordinary potential. In appearance, the porcelain doll still retained the image of a servant with sky blue glaze, while the bone china doll appeared as a white porcelain figure covered in ice cracks, resembling a naked plastic model. Name: porcelain doll. Potential excellent. Level LV10. Attributes: Health 300, Mana 30, Strength 20, Agility 2, Constitution 30, Intelligence 3, Perception 5, Charisma 9. Skills: Binding Gaze, Crate skill. The gaze locks onto a single target, preventing any actions. Only one target can be controlled at a time. While using this ability, 1 point of mana is consumed per second. After transferring the gaze, the skill effect will be interrupted, and it can be activated again after a 10-second cooldown. Skills: Glazed Porcelain Body, a grade passive skill. Insulation immunity to voltages below 100 volts, reducing 50 points of electric damage and unaffected by any electric shock or paralysis effects. High temperature resistance, capable of enduring temperatures up to 1000 for extended periods, reducing fire damage by 20 points when subjected to flames, and immune to burning and igniting effects. Extreme cold resistance, capable of withstanding ultra-low temperatures of 200, reducing ice damage by 20 points. Corrosion resistance, immune to strong acids and bases with a pH value of 1 to 14, reducing 20 points of damage from acid-base effects. Fixed reduction of 20 points of physical damage. Immune to toxins. Immune to diseases. When attacked by blunt objects, damage taken increases by 50. Name: Bone China Doll. Potential ordinary. Level LV10. Attributes: Health 100, Mana 100, Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Intelligence 10, Perception 5, Charisma 5. Skills: Fear Gaze, Crate skill. Consumes 10 points of mana to apply Fear Gaze on a single target, causing the target to enter a state of fear for 3 seconds. Skills Ice Cracked Bone China Body Grade Passive. The passive skill of the Bone China doll is similar to that of the Porcelain doll, but the physical damage immunity is only 10 points, and there is a negative effect where damage taken from blunt attacks increases by 100. The next day is the script reading. The script reading is a preparatory phase before filming begins, where the director, actors, and creators sit together to read through the entire script, ensuring a unified understanding of the characters and smooth pacing of the storyline. At this time, Wang Ling also met other main personnel in the crew. Notably, there were 2.5. Chu Xingrao, a standard beauty with striking features, her pale skin accentuating her sharp and three-dimensional facial features. Her slightly upturned peach blossom eyes exude charm without being coy, and when she smiles, she is vibrant and lively. She is the female lead in the drama, a rising young star born after 2000 with over 10 million followers on Weibo, regarded as a promising breakout female lead in the industry. Hua Xiao, the executive producer. In his 30s, tall and slender with sharp eyebrows and eyes, he is always in a suit and tie, strict in his actions, embodying a domineering CEO style. He is indeed a CEO, actually holding the position of vice president in an investment group wielding capital. His direct involvement in producing this project is to promote Chu Xingrao. There are many actors in this drama, but Chu Xingrao undoubtedly holds the absolute center position. If she is the female lead, then there are no secondary female leads. The other female characters are merely supporting roles. Similarly, among the male actors, there is no clear male lead. Including Wang Ling's role as the military youth, all the male characters are singularly focused on the female lead, and if roles were to be ranked, the military youth would actually be considered the third male lead. The second male lead is set as a progressive youth who has studied abroad, while the first male lead is a descendant of a family versed in feng shui and secret arts. Previously mentioned, the 2.5 noteworthy characters are Chu Xingrao and Hua Xiao. The remaining half is Su Ruan, who has met Wang Ling once. The reason for her separate mention is that in the drama there is a forced love scene between the military youth and the dancer. The rough premise is that the military youth engages in a confinement play with the female lead, who escapes, and the dancer shelters her, then helps her leave the city. Afterwards, the military youth finds the dancer, capturing her for SM-style torture, leading to a complicated scenario. There is also a classic line, "Since you let her go, the punishment she deserves will be borne by you." After the script reading, it is time for styling and taking promotional photos, primarily for the female lead, Chu Xing. In the drama, she has 9 different costumes. As for Wang Ling, he has only 1 military uniform and 1 traditional suit from the Republic of China. His hairstyle is the classic oil head from the Republic of China, similar to the one worn by Cao Shaolin in City of Danger. Speaking of which, the character Wang Ling plays, the military youth Lu Xiaoyan, is basically designed similarly to Cao Shaolin, both being domineering and capricious. The only difference is that compared to Cao Shaolin, he has a bit more of a sycophantic trait. If you say the screenwriter did not reference Cao Shaolin when designing this character, Wang Ling would not believe it. But can the matters of scholars be considered stealing? Time flew by, and it was already February 27th. During these days, Wang Ling had been fully devoted to cultivating the porcelain doll. In the course of the tasks, the oddities encountered, aside from compensating for the dispatch costs by selling 2 to exchange for money, were all consumed by the porcelain doll. Under such intensive training, the porcelain doll's level skyrocketed to level 16. Its attribute growth was primarily focused on strength and constitution. At level 16, the porcelain doll had 35 points in strength, an impressive 60 in constitution, and health points reached 750, with a power rating of 2nd tier. Moreover, the porcelain doll comprehended 2 skills upon leveling up. Forced Order Brank Taunt skill. It consumes 20 mana to taunt a single target for 5 seconds, causing the target to lose control, drop everything, and attack the porcelain doll forcibly. During the taunt, the target cannot use any skills. Skill cooldown 1 minute. Discount promotion, a rank passive skill. When receiving any damage, the maximum damage taken is 50 of current health points, and it cannot activate when only 1 health point remains. The skill discount promotion is quite interesting. Regardless of how high the opponent's attack power is, as long as the porcelain doll's health is above 1 point, a single attack can only reduce her current health by half at most. This turned the porcelain doll into an indestructible meat shield, compensating for the lack of a main tank in the team. Additionally, the formation was finally researched. 2 instruments: Rebirth Formation, 2-person formation. When choosing the enhancement direction, there are options such as Offense, Defense, Stealth, Illusion, Confinement, Recovery, Purification, Spirit, Gathering, Healing, and more. Wang Ling ultimately chose Healing. The effect of equipping the 2 instruments Rebirth Formation is that 2 characters can team up to execute tasks, during which both characters can use the formation's power for healing. There are a total of 4 healing opportunities shared regardless of which character uses them. Everything was ready. Wang Ling opened the task map and found the task, Insect Awakening. Next, he was about to start domestic violence. Accompanied by Xiao San and Xiao Si, he was going to destroy the career of his ex-wife. Xiao San is the porcelain doll who had been favored these days, level 16, with a second-tier rating 750, health resistant to lightning and tough to beat. She would be responsible for facing the ex-wife's wrath. Xiao Si is the epic potential character reaching second-tier rating at level 6, the beautiful Roan Gyren, with a complete skill set and explosive output. In the dispatch interface, Wang Ling selected 2 instruments Rebirth Formation and then chose the Porcelain Doll and Roan Gyren. Formation 2 instruments Rebirth Formation Porcelain Doll LV16 Dispatch cost 32 Mysterious Jade Roan Gyren LV6 Dispatch cost 48 Mysterious Jade Confirmed Dispatch Deploying. Task Start. The screen flashed. The image that appeared was an aerial view. The dusk was settling, and below the mountains were stacked upon one another hidden in the mist. There were scattered lights like fireflies scattered among the mountains hidden within. The camera angle began to dive. An altar appeared atop the mountain. The altar was constructed of stones circular in shape with 3 tiers, each connected by stone steps. At the top stood 2 tall wooden pillars with a pair of horns placed atop, adorned with colorful cloth strips and bells. Surrounding the altar were thousands of people. Men, women, and children, all dressed in the Miao ethnic attire. Women wore silver ornaments, men wore headscarves, and everyone faced the altar, foreheads touching the ground, utterly still. No one spoke. There was no sound. If it weren't for the flickering flames in the bonfire, one might think the entire altar was a still picture. Then the camera perspective wove through the crowd, climbing up to the altar's top, circling around a woman. The woman wore a silver hat with dual horns from Leishan. Her pleated skirt reached her ankles barefoot, and her appearance was breathtaking. The woman seemed to sense something and glanced at the aerial camera. The scene then froze, focusing on her deep pool-like. The scene shifted again with Roan Gyren and the porcelain doll standing at the entrance of a village. The sky was dusk, similar to the time in the cutscene. The village before them was not small, certainly having over 100 households. Stilted houses were built against the mountain, stacked upon one another with black tiles and wooden walls, and every household hung corn and chili at their doors. It appeared to be a Miao village deep in the mountains. Thanks to the government, the roads have been paved with cement to the village entrance with power poles along the roadside, and occasionally one could see air conditioning units and satellite dishes. Yet no one could be seen in the village. It was as quiet as an empty village. In this 2-person task, Wang Ling could switch between the 2 characters he controlled. When he controlled one character, the other was in a delegated state, autonomously managing her own actions. Of course, Wang Ling could also issue commands. Considering that the porcelain doll would be the main force against damage later, Wang Ling chose to control her at this moment. He put on his headset and tested the microphone with a few hellos. "Can you hear me?" The screen's Roan Gyren turned around facing the porcelain doll and slightly bowed. "What my lord says is clear to my ears. I have awaited your command for quite some time." Wang Ling controlled the porcelain doll to move forward. "Let's go. Up the mountain." Roan Gyren bowed again. "As you command." The 2, one in front and one behind, headed up the mountain. The further they went up, the narrower the path became. The cement road turned into a stone path, which then became a dirt road. As they approached the mountain top where the altar was located, 2 figures appeared ahead. They were 2 Miao men standing, one on the left and one on the right in the middle of the road. They wore indigo button short jackets, tied wide cloth belts around their waists, one carrying a long knife and the other a bird gun. Their faces were painted with blue patterns. The man on the left had a butterfly pattern on his face, while the one on the right bore a whirlpool-like design. Wang Ling stared at the blue paint for a few seconds. He recognized it as the handiwork of Diane Lin Yang. This was not just paint applied, rather they drew patterns on their faces with wax, then immersed their entire faces in indigo dye. Once the coloring was sufficient, they washed off the wax, revealing the white skin forming the patterns, which was the essence of wax dyeing. Wang Ling still had some feelings for his ex-wife, so he decided to take a diplomatic approach first. He was too lazy to type, so he instructed Roan Gyren through the headset, "Tell them I want to see Dai Yang." Roan Gyren nodded, slightly stepped forward, and stood before the 2 Miao men. "My lord commands we wish to meet your master Dai Yang. Please relay this message." Upon hearing Roan Gyren's message, Wang Ling couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Her voice was cold, and her phrases were archaic. Even though he had spoken in plain language, she conveyed it in a manner reminiscent of a celestial being descending to convey a message. Interesting. The Whirlpool man ruminated for a moment, and finally managed to reply, "The lady does not meet outsiders. Where are you from? Return whence you came." Wang Ling chuckled in the headset. "Just say, inform Dai Yang that an old friend has come to visit." Roan Gyren conveyed word for word, "Please inform Lady Dai Yang that an old friend has come to visit, respectfully requesting a meeting." The phrase "an old friend has come to visit" was understood by the man, who mulled it over for a moment before tossing out, "Wait for me to inform the king," and turned to run up the mountain. In the distance, Wang Ling saw an avatar descending from the mountain. Clad in blue from head to toe with blue hair and blue skin, he recognized who it was. Dai Yang's accompanying maid Dian Lanyang, who was later elevated to a concubine by herself, quickly approached, her gaze sweeping from the porcelain doll to the translucent Lu Li and back again. She asked, "Who is the old friend?" Wang Ling replied into the earpiece, "Tell her we come from the Nut Mother, bringing a message from her." Lu Li stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and conveyed, "We come from the Nut Mother, bearing her message intended for your mistress Dai Yang." After hearing this, Dian Lanyang's lips moved slightly like a cold smile. "We have severed ties with the Nut Mother and will no longer communicate. We will not heed the message. You may descend the mountain." She raised her hand, pointing downwards. Wang Ling stared at the screen, frowning. Severed ties. In his previous life, he had heard Dai Yang say this with his own ears. Before the sisters were born, they were under the protection of the Nut Mother. Why had they suddenly fallen out this time? He recalled what had happened later. After the Thunder God awoke, he drained Dai Yang's power, as well as her resentment towards him and the various things that had never been mentioned during her seclusion. Wang Ling had not thought deeply about these details before, but now it seemed there must be something between Dai Yang and the Nut Mother that he did not know. In the book's narration, in her previous life, Dai Yang knew she was to marry someone with great fortune. Yet, just a few days after entering, her husband was imprisoned, which hardly resembled someone with great fortune. At that time, she had already sown the seeds of doubt in her heart. Later, when her husband was released from prison, life did not go smoothly. Struggling to survive with no certainty of tomorrow, what fortune could there be? It was not until the Thunder God awakened that he drained all her powers, severing their connection. Only then did her husband's fortune begin to grow stronger day by day. From struggling for survival in the apocalypse, he became successful, establishing his own territory and revealing his brilliance. Dai Yang began to suspect. Her husband's fortune must have been stolen. The only ones capable of doing this would be the witch, the Nut Mother, and the 12 ancient gods behind her. Hence, after the Thunder God awoke, fearing a return of the fortune, he would sever all ties. Otherwise, as a heavenly blessing Thunder God, which she would naturally return her power and lifetime experience to the Thunder God after death, enhancing his strength. There was no need for him to harm himself for short-term gains. But Dai Yang did not dare to tell Wang Ling directly. She feared her husband would blame her. She feared Wang Ling would know that the hardships he experienced were because of her. This secret remained buried until her death. Wang Ling certainly did not know there were so many twists and turns involved. He only knew that he needed to find a reason to persuade Dian Lanyang to let him see Dai Yang. After a moment of thought, he instructed into the earpiece, "Tell her to meet a man first." Dai Yang died in the 4th year after Wang Ling acquired the Harem game. In reality, they spent less than a year together, as initially he was in dire straits and could not summon anyone to his side, so they barely met. But Aman was different. Aman stayed with him until the 9th year, when she died at the hands of a deity. In fact, Wang Ling had once summoned Aman from the game to be by his side for 2 years. Therefore, he understood Aman's situation better. He felt that after meeting Aman, if he mentioned some secrets, it should win her trust. However, after Lu Li conveyed this, Dian Lanyang shook her head again. "The second young lady is not here." "Not here?" Wang Ling was even more puzzled. Why were the sisters separated? Were they not supposed to be united in heart and never part ways? How had they separated? Even plastic sisters would have to experience backstabbing or betrayal to fall outright. Wang Ling thought for a moment and said, "Tell her I am here to renew our bond. I was supposed to be Dai Yang's husband, but due to some reasons this bond was never fulfilled." Lu Li, upon hearing this, faced Dian Lanyang again, bowing respectfully. "My master has a long-standing bond with your mistress Dai Yang. It was a fated match arranged by the god of marriage, with a red thread binding them, intended to join them in harmony through the days. Yet as fate would have it, circumstances changed abruptly, leaving their fated connection unfulfilled, lamenting the impermanence of life and turning good dreams to dust. Today my master has sent us here not to forcefully take, but to sincerely express our feelings and resolve this regret." Dian Lanyang fell silent for a moment after hearing this. She was present when the young lady and the Nut Mother fell out, and she knew well the reason behind it. Dian Lanyang stared at Lu Li for a long time, then glanced at the porcelain doll, finally nodding. "Please, esteemed guest, follow me." Dian Lanyang led Lu Li and the porcelain doll up the stone steps, passing through the kneeling crowd, reaching the base of the altar. At the edge of the altar, a figure stood looking down. Dai Yang's appearance was exactly as Wang Ling remembered. With striking brows and eyes, a high nose, and lips pressed together, her expression was unreadable. Her skin glowed faintly in the night, like the moonlight reflecting on a mountain spring. Dian Lanyang stopped at the base of the altar, showing no intention to step forward. Wang Ling took the opportunity to observe the surroundings of the altar. 6 bare-chested individuals knelt there, their heads bowed motionless. 3 men and 3 women arranged alternately. Beside the men were cows, ewes, and sows. Beside the women were bamboo-woven winnowing baskets containing white rice cakes, glutinous rice, and a barrel of rice wine. Human sacrifices and offerings. Dian Lanyang stepped forward, about to speak. Dai Yang raised her hand, interrupting her. Her gaze swept across the porcelain doll, and then turned to Lu Li asking, "Who are you?" Her voice was icy, devoid of emotion like the mist in the mountains. Lu Li slightly bowed. "I come under the orders of my lord to pay my respects to Miss Dai Yang, seeking to renew our bond." Dai Yang frowned lightly. In that moment, there was a flicker of change in her eyes. The bond they had missed. Dai Yang did not respond, but looked at the porcelain doll. "Why do you hide your true self?" Wang Ling said, "Tell her it's inconvenient." Lu Li spoke, "My master is not afraid to reveal herself. It's just that the time is not right and circumstances hold her back, making it inconvenient to come. Today we were sent here with sincerity and there is no trace of disrespect. I hope Miss Dai Yang can forgive us." Dai Yang shifted her gaze to the porcelain doll, staring for a few seconds before looking away. "Since it is missed, it is fate. Descend the mountain. For today's events I can treat it as if nothing happened." Wang Ling sighed. He spoke into the earpiece, "Tell her that the Thunder God is using her. Once the Thunder God awakens, he will drain her divine power, turning her into a useless being." Lu Li conveyed. After hearing this, Dai Yang was stunned for a second. Then her cold eyes suddenly sparkled. Azure-white lightning surged from the depths of her pupils like two light bulbs, igniting continuously, emitting flickering arcs of electricity. And around her the air stirred without wind. Her garments rustled, and the silver threads swayed violently, producing a clattering sound. The sky changed as the once misty night was suddenly obscured by incoming dark clouds. The clouds churned with flashes of lightning flickering within. "Nonsense." Dai Yang's voice trembled like, "I am the heavenly blessing Thunder God, which protected by the Thunder God since childhood. You, an outsider, dare to speak such words here. Your heart is worthy of punishment." She raised her hand, pointing down the mountain. "Leave." As the word leave escaped her lips, a thunderclap rolled across the horizon, the deafening sound echoing throughout the valley. Wang Ling shook his head, understanding that further words were futile. It was like a stranger suddenly appearing and telling you that your parents raised you only to wait for you to grow up and kill you for meat. A normal person would not believe it. Wang Ling stared at the pair of eyes radiating with lightning on the screen, silent for a few seconds. But looking at that face, he could not help but speak again. "Tell her that I am from the future. I am indeed her husband." It was the bond she missed. "This is not fate, it was I who hid. In my previous life, she married me, but then the Thunder God awakened, and his first act upon awakening was to drain her powers completely. What she borrowed from him must be returned. What she cultivated herself must also be given to him. Lu Li, you tell her I once saw her kneeling on the ground, cursing angrily at the sky, vowing to stand against the Thunder God, wishing to tear him apart. This is all I witnessed firsthand. Tell her to reconsider her path and make plans for herself. Do not be stubborn in ignorance." Lu Li listened attentively, contemplated for a moment, and then spoke again. "That is all I have to say. Take care of yourself." Wang Ling. "No. You. I. She. Sigh." Wang Ling sighed. "Enough, it has come to this, let's do it." Liuli. As soon as he finished speaking, Hongyuel Liuli sprang into action. With a swift motion, she raised her hands, and two talismans flew from her sleeves, one blue and one gold, striking the back of the porcelain doll. The effect of the Shinsu talisman. Blue light entered the body, and a faint wind pattern began to ripple around the porcelain doll. After reaching level 6, Hongyuel Liuli's basic intelligence increased from 50 to 75 points, and with the additional 15 points from the Ghost Path fan, she had a total of 90 points. The effect of the Shinsu talisman is that every 10 points of intelligence increases movement speed by 100, with 90 points that means a 9-fold increase. The golden light erupted, condensing into a pale golden energy armor on the surface of the porcelain doll. This is the Hachiman King Kong talisman, a new spell learned by Hongyuel Liuli after her upgrade. With 90 points of intelligence, this talisman provides an 18-point damage reduction effect, plus an additional 180-point shield. As soon as the two talismans were affixed, Wang Ling controlled the porcelain doll to charge forward. With a 9-fold speed boost, the porcelain doll's heavy ceramic body ran at an Olympic medal-winning pace. Faster than the porcelain doll was the red lotus fire talisman thrown by Hongyuel Liuli. The talisman transformed into a streak of red light and landed in the center of the sacrificial offerings. The red lotus exploded. The crimson lotus flower bloomed layer upon layer. Wherever the flames passed, the livestock offerings turned to charcoal, and the kneeling villagers on the altar finally raised their heads, letting out terrified screams. "How dare you!" Dai Yang's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. She raised her hands, and a layer of cyan-white light screen instantly expanded around her, an electrostatic field. The light screen covered the ground. Electric serpents slithered about, crackling and enveloping the entire altar. The porcelain doll stepped in boldly, arcs of electricity exploding around her. Under normal circumstances, every step taken in the electrostatic field would inflict 1/4 of Dai Yang's intelligence attribute as damage. However, the porcelain doll has insulating properties, making it immune to lightning damage below 50 points. The electric arcs crawled up her body, but could not even scorch the glaze. Dai Yang frowned, extending her hands. Dozens of fist-sized cyan-white lightning orbs flew out from her sleeves, densely packed, like a swarm of glowing bees. The lightning orbs traced arcs in the air, seeking their target and pouncing towards the porcelain doll. The first lightning orb struck the porcelain doll, causing ripples to surge, while the second orb exploded upon impact, creating a shower of sparks. The third and fourth orbs fell in quick succession. Wang Ling did not blink, but when the fifth orb struck, he was compelled to maneuver the porcelain doll to evade. These are called Thousand Thunder Pearls. Each individual orb does not inflict high damage, but they can stack damage. For example, the first lightning orb hits and deals 10 points of damage. The second orb hits again and mixes with the residual charge from the previous orb, causing 15 points of damage. Each subsequent orb continues to increase the damage. As the lightning orbs kept falling, the armor formed by the Hachiman King Kong talisman was on the verge of collapse. However, the distance between the porcelain doll and Dai Yang was rapidly decreasing. With only 3 steps remaining, Dai Yang's figure suddenly vanished from her spot. In the next instant, she appeared on the other side of the altar, creating a 20-meter gap between herself and the porcelain doll. This is the reason Wang Ling did not want to fight Dai Yang. At this stage, she was exceedingly slippery. To approach her, one must continuously endure various forms of damage, and just when one finally gets close, she could teleport and vanish without a trace. With the characters Wang Ling currently has, he might be able to defeat Dai Yang, but capturing her to kill her was nearly impossible. However, Wang Ling's goal was never her. As Dai Yang retreated, the totem pole behind her was revealed. Boom! The porcelain doll crashed into the totem pole, snapping the 2-person-wide wooden pillar in half. You seek death. Dai Yang's eyes widened in fury, and she swung her hands. Crack! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the porcelain doll and detonating all the charges. The armor of the Hachiman King Kong talisman shattered like glass, and the porcelain doll's health plummeted significantly, dropping from 750 to below 500 in an instant. Crack, crack. 2 more bolts of lightning struck in quick succession. The porcelain doll was left with just over 100 health points. Wang Ling hurriedly tapped the revival array, twice using the array's power to restore the porcelain doll's health. Dai Yang's lightning strike was somewhat similar to Zhuge Liang's second skill, time-space transmigration, in the game Honor of Kings, with independent cooldowns allowing a maximum of 3 charges. After using 3 consecutive lightning strikes based on Wang Ling's understanding of Dai Yang, she would only have 1 ultimate skill left. Wang Ling took a moment to glance under the altar. At some point, Hongnuel Yoli had already defeated the Candle Wax Daughter. The Candle Wax Daughter lay beneath the altar, melting away. Her entire body resembled a candle, transforming into a pool of blue wax liquid that slowly spread across the stone slab. As expected, the Candle Wax Daughter lacked combat power and was of low level. It was only natural that Hongnuel Yoli could easily deal with her. With the Candle Wax Daughter gone, the controlled villagers lost their restraints and each looked around in confusion. Then they panicked. Screams erupted as they scattered in all directions. Dai Yang clearly noticed this. She looked at the wax liquid formed by the Candle Wax Daughter and let out a mournful cry. You have gone too far. She raised her hands high, pointing to the sky. In the sky, dark clouds churned violently and countless bolts of lightning surged and gathered within the clouds. Those lightning bolts surged from all directions like living beings converging above the altar. Thunderstorm. In the next moment, the entire mountaintop would be engulfed by the thunderstorm, receiving a torrential downpour of lightning. Wang Ling lightly tapped, selecting the porcelain doll skill bar. Constricting gaze. Dai Yang's movements froze instantly. Her hands halted in midair. The surging lightning lost control, swirling chaotically in the clouds, unable to descend. Wang Ling did not use this ability earlier because he knew Dai Yang had a purification skill, which could not only break the control, but also grant a short immunity to control afterward. Using it earlier would have been pointless. But now the timing was just right. At the moment Dai Yang was immobilized and had no chance to break free, a white figure rushed in. Hongnuel Yoli. Half-demon form. The strange half-human, half-fox figure traced an arc in the air, a claw reaching for Dai Yang's face. Wang Ling shouted into the earpiece, "Don't hit her face." Hongnuel Yuli's claw hesitated in the air for a moment, then transformed from a scratch into a slap, followed by a knee strike that landed on Dai Yang's chest. Dai Yang was sent flying, twirling twice in the air, before crashing heavily at the edge of the altar. Meanwhile, Wang Ling had already controlled the porcelain doll to knock down the last totem pole. Dai Yang struggled to get up, glancing at the fallen totem pole, and at the Candle Wax Daughter, who had turned into a pool of wax liquid in the distance. Realizing the situation was dire, she did not utter threats. With a flash of lightning, her figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, a flash of lightning lit up 100 meters away, then the flashes of lightning continued, growing fainter as they quickly disappeared into the night. Mission accomplished. The Jingzhe ritual has been interrupted. Wang Ling sighed and lit a cigarette. The battle was brief, yet intense. The victory was entirely due to his deep understanding of Dai Yang having selected the appropriate role and devised the right tactics. This was why Dai Yang was ultimately deceived and chose to retreat. At this moment, a prompt popped up on the candle girl has been subdued. You can choose devour and eliminate, resell, incorporate into the rear courtyard, wave to let go the candle girl. Wang Ling flicked the ash from his cigarette. Because it was a peculiar entity he had once possessed, he was very familiar with the candle girl. Her blue skin was smooth, her hair glowed in the night, and her long legs were powerful. Perhaps it's time to discuss the abilities of the candle girl. The candle girl was not a combat role. She wasn't even a support character. She was purely a production role. Once she entered the rear courtyard, she could establish a dye workshop in the storage room. This was a production building capable of creating dyed fabrics that could be sold for money. In terms of profit, it yielded about 300 ghost jade per month, which wasn't much. However, there was a chance to create dyed fabrics with special effects. If there were any peculiar beings skilled in tailoring in the rear courtyard, they could set up a tailor shop to produce various clothes with special effects. Additionally, the candle girl could control humans with intelligence attributes not exceeding 10 through the blue dyeing method. If resources were accumulated to elevate her to the second tier, she could also learn the wax casting ability. This would allow her to create candles with various special effects and even turn living beings into wax figurines. However, in direct combat, the candle girl was utterly worthless. Choosing to devour and eliminate or resell was certainly out of the question. If he picked those, it would escalate into an irreparable conflict with Dai Yang. As for incorporating her into the rear courtyard, that thought didn't cross his mind either. Thus, without hesitation, he chose to wave her off. By letting the candle girl go, she would be marked with a brand by the game. No matter where she hid in the future, Wang Ling would be able to find her and thus find the fleeing Dai Yang. In the future, they would renew their connection. The next day was February 28th, the 12th day of the Lunar New Year. It was the day selected by the crew for the launch ceremony. Early in the morning, before Wang Ling had even gotten up, Lu Shishir barged in through the door. Yes, Wang Ling had given the room card to Lu Shishir again. Mainly because he was focused on playing games and needed Lu Shishir to bring him food, he was too lazy to get up to open the door. Wang Ling reached out from under the covers to check the time on his phone. It was 7:30. He rolled over and stayed still. Lu Shishir, familiar with the place, placed breakfast on the desk and turned to start bustling about. First, she picked up the ashtray from the desk and emptied it into the trash, and then bent down to pick up a sock from the floor, shook it, sniffed it, and stuffed it into a plastic bag. It wasn't that she had any collecting habit, as she just needed to take it back to wash. While tidying up, she chattered away. Boss, today is the launch ceremony. You need to get up early. I picked up today's announcement. You don't have a role today. Hurry up, the soy milk will get cold and won't taste good. Which outfit are you wearing today, boss? Formal or casual? I heard Director Zhang say there will be media interviews today. Do you need to do your hair? Lu Shishir had been a bit more carefree lately, especially after Wang Ling had given her the room card. Previously, she was always frowning. At first, she thought she was sick, but later she realized she was dead. In short, she was filled with various worries. Now it was different. In her mind, she was now somewhat sheltered under the big shots. At least she wouldn't be casually killed by passing, extraordinary individuals. Wang Ling sighed, rubbed his messy hair, pulled off the covers, took a sip of soy milk, and picked up the announcement script. Announcement for the crew of Shanghai's Rouge Curse Gunfire and Rose's date, February 28th, 12th day of the Lunar New Year, 8:30 a.m. Launch ceremony, Pulin Temple, 1:00 p.m. First shoot, Republic of China District extras arrive, cast arrangement. Wang Ling's gaze landed on the location of the launch ceremony. Pulin Temple. He remembered that just a couple of days ago when dining with Zhang Zhe, they clearly mentioned Daji Zen Temple. Why the sudden change? Why was it changed to Pulin Temple? Wang Ling asked Lu Shishir. Lu Shishir tilted her head. I also don't know, I heard it was changed last minute yesterday. Wang Ling rubbed his chin. There were more temples in Hongdian than just Daji Zen Temple. Even if a change was necessary, there were many alternatives. The sudden switch to Pulin Temple made him suspicious that something was off. Half an hour later, Wang Ling was ready and went downstairs. The hotel lobby was bustling with people, and crew members were carrying equipment in and out. Wang Ling's gaze settled on a figure in the corner. Zhang Qingyue. Now Wang Ling understood why the launch location was changed to Pulin Temple. Wang Ling walked over, leaned closer to Zhang Qingyue, and spoke with a very unpleasant tone. You annoying woman, you've chased me all the way here to create a coincidence. Zhang Qingyue rolled her eyes. You're thinking too much. Just you. Wang Ling glanced around. Zhang Qingyue shook her head. Others are mixed in with the crew. Wang Ling raised an eyebrow and looked her up and down. What about you? What identity are you using to cover yourself? Zhang Qingyue rolled up her sleeve, revealing her wrist still wrapped in a bandage. It's not healed yet, so I can only pretend to be your assistant. Wang Ling clicked his tongue and took a step back, scrutinizing her. What do I have to deserve two assistants? Wang Ling gestured towards the front desk. Lu Shishir was standing there holding a thermos, and when she saw Wang Ling looking over, she immediately waved at him. Jiang Qinghua followed his gaze. Your assistant. Oh, when did you hire her? The day we broke up. Jiang Qinghua shot him a glance, her tone flat. Article 42, Section 2 of the Administrative Penalties Law clearly states that sexual harassment of female police officers can result in detention of 5 to 10 days and a fine of 500. Wang Ling immediately took a step back and made a zipping motion across his mouth. At 8 o'clock sharp, the bus started moving. Jiang Qinghua plopped down beside Wang Ling, pushing Lu Shishir to the other side of the aisle. Once the bus swayed onto the main road, Wang Ling turned to Jiang Qinghua and asked, "Are there any suspects?" Jiang Qinghua lowered her voice. There are two. One is a Siamese monk named Kupa Jieqing, originally named Zhang Qinghai. He came to the Puyin Temple last year for an exchange visit. The bone spirit tablet that your crew knocked over was established there after he arrived. Wang Ling responded with an acknowledgement, asking, "What about the other one?" "He's a local monk responsible for the daily maintenance of the shrine. His real name is Chun Jiqing, and his dharma name is Jichang." "Petty-minded," Wang Ling interjected. Jiang Qinghua shot him a glance, not engaging with that remark. "It's the Ji from Jiami and the Chang from Pingchong." Wang Ling asked, "So how do you plan to investigate once you enter the temple? Do you need my cooperation?" Jiang Qinghua thought for a moment, pulled out her phone, and showed Wang Ling some photos. "The older one is Kupa Jieqing, and the other is Jichang. If you see them, just send me a message to notify me of their current location. No need to follow or pry. This matter has nothing to do with you." Wang Ling took out his phone and took pictures of the two men. He casually asked, "Are you mingling with people from the 9th Bureau now? Does your team have any objections?" Jiang Qinghua remained silent for a while before replying, "I have no connections with them anymore." Wang Ling nodded, not pressing further. Yet his mind was spinning. No connections anymore meant they wouldn't be working together. In other words, Jiang Qinghua had left the police force to transfer to the Supernatural Events Management Bureau, becoming a super manager. Wang Ling felt he should keep his distance from this woman. However, he couldn't help but acknowledge that Jiang Qinghua was lucky. It seemed that the Super Management Bureau had just been established and was short-staffed, allowing her to join so easily. In the short term, becoming a super manager investigator didn't seem much better than being a criminal police officer, and it was more likely to encounter insurmountable dangers. But Wang Ling knew that the Super Management Bureau would have ways to mass-produce awakeners in the future. Although in terms of power and potential, they would be slightly inferior to normally awakened individuals, and the abilities they could awaken were limited in a future filled with bizarre threats, strength would mean everything. Awakening would greatly increase their chances of survival compared to ordinary people, and their status would be much higher. Lost in thought, Jiang Qinghua suddenly spoke up. "Lin Wuyang is dead." Wang Ling looked at her in confusion. Jiang Qinghua sighed. "He was the male lead in your previous crew." "Oh, how did he die?" Wang Ling asked. "He jumped off a building in the hospital," Jiang Qinghua replied. "He probably couldn't accept being disfigured. Mainly because after the disfigurement he had to pay a large sum of money and felt there was no hope left in life." Wang Ling simply replied, "Oh," and turned his gaze outside the window. He couldn't help but turn, feeling a pressure at the corners of his mouth. The bus drove out of the city and stopped after another 10 minutes in front of a Siamese-style temple. After Wang Ling got off the bus, he scanned the crowd. He spotted the buzzcut investigator among the crew. The buzzcut man was currently unloading items from the bus, with a few crew members preparing to set up the KV background wall for the crew. Soon an offering table would be set up in front of the background wall, adorned with incense, cakes, fruits, and roasted piglets. A main table with 2 side tables and 3 cameras would be placed in front of the offering table, covered with red cloth. After the main creative team completed the ritual in the temple's main hall, everyone would worship in all directions and offer incense. After the incense offering, a few of the main creators would unveil the red cloth from the cameras, followed by the producer and director distributing red envelopes, and then everyone would take a group photo marking the completion of the opening ceremony. Wang Ling could enter the main hall to participate in the blessing ceremony, but he had already informed Zheng Zhe in advance that he wouldn't go. Wang Ling didn't have a good impression of most deities, even harboring animosity. In the future, as gods awaken, aside from a few posthumous beings like Mazu and Guandi, other deities harbor no goodwill towards humanity. You know the journey to the west, right? The gods who descend from heaven have never done anything good. The green-haired lion and the yellow-toothed old elephant from Shichuoling are the mounts of the Bodhisattva, while the golden-winged rock is a relative of the Tathagata. Yet Shichuoling is a place where skulls pile up like mountains and corpses decay like hills, with a foul wind blowing a desolate wasteland for miles. Even the disciple of Taishang Laojuan, when descending to the mortal realm, ended up eating humans. The only one that seems not to have eaten anyone is a being called Komu Wolf, but that's just a rapist who abducted the princess of the Baoshan kingdom and had a pair of children. In modern terms, isn't that like a female college student being kidnapped into the mountains and forced to bear children for a human trafficker? So even if she gave birth by Waxiu, would still ask Tang Sung for help in sending a message after encountering him. After Sun Wukong killed 2 of her children, there was no blame directed at him. For Baiwaxiu, every minute and second during those 13 years was torment. As for foreign deities, they are even more cruel and capricious, as if they lack intelligence. Take Medusa, for example. She was originally a priestess in Athena's temple, but Poseidon coveted Medusa's beauty and transformed into a stallion to have relations with her in Athena's temple. Athena, afraid to punish Poseidon, unleashed her wrath on the innocent Medusa, casting a cruel curse that transformed her into a half-woman, half-snake monster. There are countless similar stories. How could such deities treat humanity kindly once they awaken? In Wang Ling's view, most deities are no different from the bizarre. Perhaps they were once bizarre, just an especially powerful form of it. Since the future is destined to be adversarial, how could Wang Ling possibly kneel before future enemies? Wang Ling turned to Jiang Qingwei and said, "I'm not going into the main hall." Jiang Qingwei asked, "What?" Wang Ling smiled. "I have my own beliefs. It wouldn't be appropriate to go in." Jiang Qingwei frowned, clearly thrown off by his plans. "Wait a moment." Wang Ling looked around. "They'll hand you over to my senior brother. He's the executive director and can take you in." Wang Ling then found Zheng Zhe, spoke a few words to him, and Zheng Zhe glanced at Jiang Qingwei, nodded, and waved at her. After handing the trouble over to his senior brother, Wang Ling turned and walked toward the restroom. He entered a stall, closed the door, and called out the black cat Li Kuei. Wang Ling carried the cat back to the front square and pointed at the buzzcut man for Li Kuei to recognize. He said to Li Kuei, "You follow him later. He should quietly infiltrate the temple's interior. You let him see some things, just some small anomalies. For instance, seeing something moving out of the corner of his eye, and when he turns there's nothing there." "Got it." The black cat flicked its tail, letting out an impatient meow. Wang Ling set Li Kuei down and ignored it. Whether there were awakeners in the temple was none of Wang Ling's business. But regardless of whether there are or not, he could make the people from the 19th Bureau believe that there were. "It's decided then. Go to hell." Meow frog seed. Wang Ling flung it away. The crew-cut man moved 2 boxes, feeling that they were sufficiently packed, and then made an excuse to go to the bathroom, heading towards the back hall of the temple. He walked along the corridor searching for the spiritual bone tablet that Jiang Qingwei had mentioned. After a few steps, he spotted a black cat squatting at the corner, licking its paws. He chuckled softly, unable to resist, bending down to tease it. The black cat moved closer to him, meowing twice. Just as the crew-cut man was about to stroke it, the black cat turned and ran away. The crew-cut man took no offense, stood up, and continued his search. The location of the spiritual shrines was still easy to find. Soon he found a row of spiritual shrines against the wall on one side of the corridor. These shrines were over 2 meters tall, with wooden bodies and glass doors divided into compartments of different sizes, like a display shelf. In the small compartments, there lay an unfolded brocade box, which contained a rectangular spiritual bone tablet. In the larger compartments, besides the brocade box, there were also picture frames, floral wreaths, and eternal lamps. The crew-cut man knew that these should be the items he was looking for. However, after looking around, he found that there were 6 identical shrines in this row, and he wasn't sure which one Jiang Qingwei had referred to. Perhaps Jiang Qingwei didn't know either. This is troublesome. The crew-cut man clicked his tongue and could only take out his phone, preparing to take pictures of all the shrines for later comparison. Just as he finished taking pictures of 2 shrines, a burst of laughter came from the end of the corridor. The crew-cut man turned his head and saw 2 children running out from the corner. One boy and one girl. They were playfully teasing each other, running and stopping, their laughter echoing down the corridor. The crew-cut man instinctively stepped aside. The corridor wasn't wide, and with those shrines against the wall, it was easy to bump into them while running. "Slow down." The crew-cut man couldn't help but remind them, "Don't crash into." His words trailed off abruptly. The children's laughter also came to an abrupt stop. Just then the 2 children ran through a side door, and there was no sound as he spoke. This was nothing, but the problem was that the door was closed. The crew-cut man rushed a couple of steps to the door. He confirmed it. The door was indeed closed. He swallowed hard and reached out to push the door open. Inside, a statue of Buddha sat in the center with lowered brows and a gentle smile at the corner of its mouth. The incense burner emitted curling blue smoke, and the surroundings were quiet. There were no children at all. The crew-cut man stood at the door, feeling suddenly damp on his back. Siam Temple. Child boys and girls. Yin and Yang tablets. Raising little ghosts. Several terms flashed through the crew-cut man's mind. Joining the Supernatural Events Management Bureau, he was no longer a staunch materialist warrior. The on-the-job training he was undergoing was filled with various supernatural and curious knowledge and taboos. He swallowed once more, gently closed the door, slowly turned around, and retreated step by step. After getting a good distance away, he turned and ran. Wang Ling found a step to sit on in the square. The sunlight was just right, warming him pleasantly. He took out his phone, opened the game, clicked into the world map, and prepared to locate Hongdian extras. However, upon opening the map, he couldn't help but frown. There were too many red dots on the map. The dense cluster of red dots on the map looked like the skin of a syphilis patient. In fact, this situation had already appeared 2 days ago. The bizarre occurrences seemed to have erupted on a large scale after a certain time node. Wang Ling roughly estimated the number. In 7 days, the number of bizarre occurrences worldwide would exceed 2,000. Previously, he had calculated that this trend began 3 days later on March 3rd. He specifically checked to see if there was anything special about March 3rd. The result was a total lunar eclipse, and it was a rare blood moon. After that day, the red dots on the map began to increase exponentially. What worried him even more was another matter. Among the recently emerging bizarre occurrences, some began to relate to deities. It wasn't that the deities were about to awaken. According to the information he knew from his past life, the earliest awakening of low-level deities wouldn't happen. The truly notable ones, the earliest batch, wouldn't begin to appear until 3 or 4 years later. Even before his rebirth, deities at the level of the 3 pure ones had not yet awakened. But now the situation was that bizarre occurrences and supernatural events were starting to be associated with deities. For example, the Dai Yang worshipping Thunder God. Although it was still early for Thunder God to awaken, Dai Yang's actions would undoubtedly accelerate the process. For instance, over in Tianzhu, there was a monkey that touched high-voltage electricity. Half of its body was scorched, but it didn't die, and was then revered by locals as the incarnation of Hanuman with a temple built for it. Wang Ling remembered that after the monkey god Hanuman awakened, it would be in a half-burnt state, and he suspected that Hanuman revived through this monkey. There were other similar occurrences. Undoubtedly, after the blood moon, the world underwent some changes, and the deities were already preparing for awakening. Wang Ling had been completely unaware of these matters in his previous life, and he had not sensed any signs while in prison. This was normal. Even if the number of bizarre occurrences exceeded 10,000, overall human society would still not experience much change. After all, the world was already chaotic enough. At this moment, more than a dozen countries worldwide were in a state of war, while over 60 countries had armed conflict. 28 million people faced severe food crises, 12 million were forced to become displaced, and over 300 million were directly or indirectly affected by the wars. Every day, around 8 or 9,000 people die from accidents globally. This does not account for deaths caused by wars and famine, nor those deaths that go unreported due to government oversight failures or extreme isolation. At this stage, the casualties caused by these few thousand bizarre occurrences were truly not more than the daily traffic accident deaths. Unless an entire city were to perish, it would be hard to attract attention. However, this also gave Wang Ling a sense of urgency. Having been reborn, he had a chance to start anew. He indeed should put in more effort. After all, he had truly experienced those uncertain days. His ability to escape from prison was also because society had completely descended into chaos and all the guards had fled. It's easy to imagine what kind of life he led after leaving prison. At that time, he couldn't even dare to smile, bitterly fearing that the heavens would think he was still unsatisfied. Thus, he decided not to summon a dancer for the night. The 4 hours saved could allow him to complete 2 more tasks. Task Hungyan Extra Roll, the 7th counterattack. Ing Mainyang appeared in the shadows outside the temple, quickly merging back into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Wang Ling controlled Ing Mainyang to stealthily move along the shadow of the wall, passing through the side door of the temple and entering the square. Then he saw a man. The sunlight illuminated him, his features sharp and well-defined with deep-set eyes, sword-like brows, and a straight nose. His thin lips were slightly pursed, exuding a cool temperament mixed with a hint of laziness, while the laziness hinted at an air of indifference. He was truly handsome and graceful, like a noble tree swaying in the wind, exuding an extraordinary presence and charm with features as refined as jade, eyes bright like stars, and an exceptional demeanor. Wang Ling nodded in satisfaction. His gaze lowered. The target was crouched by the man's feet, curled up like a frightened puppy, glancing around nervously, ready to bolt at any moment. Wang Ling withdrew his gaze from the phone screen and looked across the square. Lu Shishir was standing next to several female makeup artists from the makeup team, chatting with them. Then she suddenly shivered. That feeling returned, the sensation of being watched by a predator. Her back felt cold, and the hairs on her neck rose, as if something in the shadows was staring at her. And this time the feeling was even stronger. If the previous feelings of danger at midnight could be compared to seeing a car charging toward her, then this was akin to an out-of-control truck loaded with 100 tons. Lu Shishir instinctively looked around, but saw nothing unusual. She forced a smile, greeted a few friends, and hurried back to Wang Ling's side, cradling her thermos. Wang Ling took the thermos, blew on the goji berries inside, and took a satisfying sip, finding it neither cold nor hot, pleasantly sweet. He redirected his focus to the phone, controlling Ing Mainyang to continue forward. Merging into the shadows, Ing Mainyang quickly arrived at the main hall. Inside the phone, the main creative team had already gathered, performing a blessing ceremony for the start of filming. In the hall, surrounded by swirling smoke, a monk in an orange robe sat on a cushion, chanting softly. In front of him was a low table adorned with offerings, bananas, coconuts, and lotus flowers. The producer stood at the front, hands clasped together, eyes closed, a look of reverence on his face, alongside the female lead, Chu Xingrao. The director and cinematographer could only kneel behind the two. Wang Ling scanned the crowd and spotted Jiang Qingyue, who was kneeling behind Zhang Zhe, her eyes scanning left and right. The middle-aged man from the 19th Bureau was also among the crowd. At that moment, the monk finished chanting a segment, picked up a bowl of clear water, dipped a small bundle of herbs into it, and sprinkled a few drops onto the producer's head. Then he moved on to Jiang Qingyue and the people behind them. Just as Wang Ling was preparing to do something, he heard Lu Shishir gasp beside him. "What's wrong?" Wang Ling turned to ask. Lu Shishir stared in the direction of the entrance. "The female lead is coming. Such a grand entrance." Wang Ling followed her gaze. At the entrance, a group of people strode in with great momentum. At the front were two bodyguards in black suits wearing earpieces, their expressions stoic, exuding an air of arrogance. Behind the bodyguards walked Chu Xingrao and producer Hua Xiao side by side. An assistant holding an umbrella accompanied Chu Xingrao, while another assistant followed closely with her bag. Further back, a crowd of photographers followed, including fans, hired photographers, and several media personnel holding microphones and cameras. They shouted in a cacophony, "Teacher Chu, look this way. Sister Xingrao, you look so beautiful today. Teacher Chu, can you say a few words?" Chu Xingrao kept walking, her face adorned with a perfectly timed smile, occasionally waving in a certain direction, prompting a flurry of camera clicks. Whenever someone approached, Hua Xiao would pull down his sunglasses, glaring at them disdainfully and waving his hand dismissively, showing no courtesy whatsoever. A large group passed by Wang Ling and Lu Shishir heading toward the main hall. Lu Shishir, holding her thermos, watched that figure with bright eyes filled with envy. Wang Ling couldn't help but steal a few more glances. For no other reason than that it was like the county head of Peixian seeing the first emperor on a tour, pondering, a man should be like this. Regardless of Wang Ling's future, at least he was still in the game now, once dreaming of making a name for himself and earning big money. For example, when Wang Ling first entered the industry, he had fantasized about being taken in by a 60-year-old old baby. Unable to resist living in a grand villa, driving a luxury Mercedes, feasting on delicacies like lobster and abalone every day with a monthly allowance of 1 million, and being humiliated by a year-end bonus in the millions, helping the old baby clean her dentures after meals, rubbing her belly when she was constipated, and using a suction device to clear her throat when she coughed in her sleep. At that time, he had already thought about what to say when meeting the old baby's son, delivering that classic line, "Let's agree to disagree, I'll call you brother, and you'll call me dad." But unfortunately, he waited until the end of the world and never met his destined old baby. If viewed from another perspective, Wang Ling's wife in his past life, Dai Yang, could also be considered an old baby who had lived for several hundred years with a generous dowry, thus fulfilling his fantasy in a way. Wang Ling withdrew his gaze, feeling a bit resentful, primarily due to class envy. It was like the living conditions of medieval nobles, not comparing to those of ordinary people in second-tier cities. Even if Wang Ling was like a local emperor in the apocalypse, he still lived a life less luxurious than he had originally planned for Ying Mainyang to do something. Now he knew what to do. He would target producer Hua Xiao. He found him displeasing. Last time during the script reading, he greeted him, and Hua Xiao merely snorted through his nostrils. Jingzhou should not allow such an arrogant person to exist. And he actually thinks of pursuing Chu Xingrao. Ridiculous. In the phone screen, the ceremony had already entered its final stage. The monk sprinkled a circle of holy water, picked up a bundle of neatly tied white lotus flowers, cradled it in his hands, preparing to hand it to the producer. According to the procedure, the producer was responsible for distributing the bouquet to the main creators, and then proceeding one by one to offer the lotus flowers at the Buddha statue. Just as Hua Xiao stepped forward and had just taken the bouquet, Wang Ling tapped the screen with his thumb. Ying Mainyang executed a shadow escape, entering Hua Xiao's shadow. As Hua Xiao turned around, he felt his foot slip as if stepping on a used condom. His whole body leaned back, falling into the crowd. The bouquet flew out of his hand, hitting the Siamese monk squarely in the face. The Siamese monk also let out an ugh as he was hit, his body leaning back, the back of his head striking the bronze gong, producing a clear and melodious buzz sound. The monk covered his back head, his expression shifting. He looked at the flowers on the ground, then at Hua Xiao, his eyes clearly showing displeasure. Though he said nothing, it was evident to all that he was angry. Hua Xiao's face turned a deep shade of red. He looked down at his feet, searching for a reason, but the ground was clean, devoid of anything. He opened his mouth several times, performing a classic act of hesitation, caught between wanting to speak and he felt like a wronged child, unable to voice his feelings. A glance at Chu Xingrao made him feel even more embarrassed, his already sour expression turning even more foul. Among the crowd, agent Wen Jingxing from the 19th Bureau's eyes lit up. He took a step to the side, as if having discovered some scandal, his gaze darting between Hua Xiao and the Siamese monk. The monk before him was indeed one of the suspects. He had also received information from Zhao Yi, the buzzcut man, indicating that something was amiss in this temple. Now that the monk had been insulted, would he seek revenge? Next, he would observe whether Hua Xiao would indeed become unfortunate, as Jiang Qingyue had suggested, for offending a suspect. Coincidentally, Wang Ling was thinking the same. The ritual concluded hastily, and everyone began to exit. Hua Xiao walked at the front, his face grim, unwilling to engage with anyone. Just as he stepped out of the main hall, Ying Mainyang, hidden in his shadow, made a move. Hua Xiao tripped over his own feet, comically performing a fall. Kneeling on the ground, hands pressed down, his posture was so standard it resembled a New Year greeting. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Fortunately, everyone present was trained, and no one laughed. The director hurried over to help him up. "Are you alright?" Hua Xiao got up, his face already dark as a pot bottom. He brushed the dust off his pants, gritting his teeth, and cursing, "Why is this ground so slippery? Is this temple intentionally waxing the floor?" When Jingxing's gaze immediately shifted to the monk Kubu Jiking's face. He saw the corner of the monk's mouth curve slightly upward before he put on a concerned expression. "Mister, are you okay? The floor might have just been cleaned, it's a bit slippery." Hua Xiao gritted his teeth, clearly feeling that his pride had suffered a severe blow after 2 blunders. He showed no mercy, giving Kubu Jiqing a fierce glare. Kubu Jiqing, not wanting to offend the big boss, immediately scolded the nearby monk who was responsible for cleaning today. "Call him over. Apologize to Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua, please forgive me. I will have him come here, punish him with 3 days of hard labor, and make him kneel in prayer for half a month." Soon a monk was called over, standing in front of Hua Xiao, with his head bowed, receiving a reprimand. Wang Ling, through his phone, found the scene amusing. The monk being reprimanded was another suspect, Jichong, who was responsible for the daily maintenance of the spirit tablet. Jichong lowered his head, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he twisted the prayer beads. A flurry of thoughts turned in his mind again over such a trivial matter. "I am to be blamed. It seems that just knocking my head will not teach you a lesson." Jichong felt hatred, hating the big monk for being unable to discern right from wrong, hating them for their lack of fairness. He also hated himself, wondering why the divine power he acquired could only bring misfortune instead of directly cursing someone to death. He also resented that his divine power came with a cost, that cursing others would also bring misfortune upon himself. Just then he heard Kubu Jiqing scolding again. "You come into the temple to maintain the purity, and you can't even keep the ground clean. What use are you? If there's another time, you can leave. Now apologize to Mr. Hua." The situation was stronger than the person. Jichong, despite his unwillingness, could only turn around, bow his head, and admit his mistake to Hua Xiao. But while admitting his mistake, he also activated his ability, wanting everyone present today to pay the price. The expression of Jichong fell into the eyes of another person. Jiang Qingyue stood at the edge of the crowd, staring intently at Jichong. Perhaps because her gaze was too intense, just as Jichong was about to unleash his power, he suddenly felt something and looked up, directly meeting Jiang Qingyue's burning gaze. Jichong was momentarily stunned, recognizing Jiang Qingyue. She was the police officer who had come to investigate last time. His guilty conscience made him change his expression immediately. He instinctively took a step back, hastily apologized, and turned to leave. Ordinary people often have the illusion that their concealment can fool the police. Yet those actions, those behaviors in the eyes of a police officer were as clear as a teacher observing students fidgeting at their desks. Jiang Qingyue, feeling a rush of adrenaline, pointed at him and shouted, "Stop." Jichong paused for a moment, then began to run. Jiang Qingyue chased relentlessly, getting closer with each stride. After starting to run, Jichong regretted it. This was like having no silver here. But having already run, he thought to just break the jar. As he ran, he looked back. Seeing Jiang Qingyue closing in, Jichong gritted his teeth and snapped the prayer beads in his hand. Clatter! The beads scattered all over the ground. Jiang Qingyue caught up, feeling her foot slip. "Ah!" She stumbled forward, her left hand hitting the ground, and pain shot through the bone she had just healed. Wen Jingxing glanced at her, then withdrew his gaze and took off in pursuit. As he ran, he pulled out a button's-eyes device from his pocket and said, "Zhao Yi, the second suspect, is fleeing towards the square. Intercept him." Outside the hall, Zhao Yi heard Wen Jingxing's voice in his earpiece and without hesitation turned and rushed towards the hall's entrance. Jichong burst through the back door and immediately saw Zhao Yi charging in from the side. He gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at Zhao Yi. As Zhao Yi ran, he suddenly tripped over his own foot, falling to the ground with his face hitting the floor, blood spilling from his mouth. Wang Ling watched everything unfold on his phone. The moment Jichong fled, he had instinctively allowed Ying Mainyang to infiltrate Jicheng's shadow. Although he could not see the entire picture due to the angle, he could guess what had happened. Upon confirming that this monk truly possessed the ability to bring misfortune, Wang Ling's expression changed. This was an ability of misfortune. Luck is elusive yet undeniably real. If this ability could make someone lucky, even if it turned him into a lucky one himself, as long as it didn't affect him, Wang Ling could tolerate it. But misfortune was unacceptable. Silent and unseen, it could bring calamity. This was far too dangerous. The places where Wang Ling had previously felt discomfort now made perfect sense. Why the production team sustained serious injuries, why the second female lead became infected with a virulent strain of bacteria, and why the third female lead, Shin Tian, fell and sprained her ankle. A series of whys had found answers. Those people had indeed encountered misfortune. It was akin to the car accident Jiang Qingwei experienced. Under normal circumstances, this misfortune might only have caused her and her master to trip, but at that moment they were driving, and a small mistake could lead to fatal consequences. The unfortunate souls in the production team were likewise affected due to their bad luck. They encountered his reborn self, and under his influence faced even greater calamities. Wang Ling did not wish to experience the same events someday. This was not about if it cannot be used for my benefit, then it must be eliminated. The existence itself was a threat. This child cannot be left alive. Wang Ling watched as Ji Chang dashed out of the main hall and into the square. Ying Mei Nyang hid in Ji Chang's shadow, and the screen displayed a third-person perspective extending from behind Ji Chang, revealing his frantic figure, and the crowd in the square panicking and dodging to the sides, unable to see what was happening behind him. Wang Ling wasn't concerned about who was chasing him. He was waiting for a suitable place, waiting for a flawless coincidence. Ji Chang ran over 20 meters when a figure suddenly pounced from behind and knocked him to the ground. It was the middle-aged man from the 19th Bureau. His movements were swift. After knocking Ji Chang down, he attempted to flip him over and pin him beneath. Wang Ling frowned. He certainly didn't want Ji Chang to be captured by the Supervision Bureau. He swiped on the screen of his phone. Suddenly, Ji Chang bent his right leg, delivering a hard knee strike. This technique is known as knee strike to the groin in self-defense, particularly suitable for the current position of a male on top and a female beneath. When Jingxing let out a muffled grunt, curling up, then opened his mouth, clutching his groin and rolling to the side. Ji Chang got up and continued to run without looking back. As he ran, he waved his arms, seemingly using his abilities carelessly to create chaos. Wang Ling didn't adjust his perspective to see what was happening. All his attention was on Ji Chang, waiting for an unexpected turn. Moments later, another figure rushed in from the side, catching up to Ji Chang. Wang Ling recognized the newcomer, Jiang Qingwei. Her left hand hung down and her body tilted slightly while running, but her speed was not slow. The two ran towards the temple gate, one in front of the other. At the entrance of the Pulwan temple stood two 5 or 6 meter tall Yaksha guardian statues, entirely green and with fierce expressions. Just as Jiang Qingwei ran past, the statue on the left suddenly cracked open, with large chunks of stone tumbling down. As the stones were about to crush her head, another figure rushed in from behind, grabbing her collar and pulling her back. The stones hit the ground, kicking up dust. Wang Ling looked at the phone screen, somewhat confused, because the person on the screen was himself. He didn't understand why he would save her. This was not in line with his character. Save someone? How could that be? Moreover, it wasn't just a casual act of help, it was a proactive rescue. He knew very well who he was. After years of deception and manipulation in the apocalypse, he was not someone who cared about life and death. If he were to encounter something truly horrific, he would merely close his eyes. How could he possibly run to save someone? Before Wang Ling could think further, Ji Chang had already escaped again, and Wang Ling's monitoring perspective moved along with him. Wang Ling immediately controlled Ying Mei Nyang to jump into another shadow to check on himself. Whether Ji Chang lived or died was secondary. He could not afford to be in danger. On the phone screen, Wang Ling saw himself completely unharmed, even brushing his hair with his hand. Wang Ling knew that this time he really was fine. Brushing his hair, this was a safety signal sent from his future self to his present self. Wang Ling stopped thinking about it and controlled Ying Mei Nyang to chase after Ji Chang again. At this moment, Ji Chang had reached the parking lot. He dashed towards a grave and yanked the door open and fumbled. Wang Ling smiled. This was surely a path to death. The van started bursting out of the parking lot and onto the road. Once the van hit the main road, Ying Mei Nyang took control of Ji Chang's body. Ji Chang's eyes widened in terror as he felt his body lose control. The accelerator pressed to the floor, and the speed increased rapidly: 100, 120, 150. Ji Chang was like the reckless driving god, Li Youtian, wildly speeding down the road. His mouth was open, trying to scream, but no sound came out. Ahead by the roadside was an abandoned brick kiln. Ji Chang watched helplessly as his hands turned left, crashing the steering wheel. He watched helplessly as the van left the road and crashed into the brick kiln. Dust billowed and bricks scattered. After confirming that Ji Chang was utterly dead, Wang Ling controlled Ying Mei Nyang to slip out of the shadows and flee into the distance. Once he was far enough away, a message popped up on the phone screen: task failed. Wang Ling clicked confirm, locking in the result of this failure. He put down the phone, still pondering what had just happened. Why did he save Jiang Qingwei? Was it a desire for her body? He thought about Jiang Qingyu's appearance. No tail, no antlers, her skin lacking that bizarre cold touch. She was not his type at all. No one knows a child better than their father. The person who understands you best is often your enemy. Wang Ling had fought against himself for a lifetime. He knew all too well what kind of person he was. He could never proactively save someone. So why did he? A cat's meow interrupted Wang Ling's thoughts. The black cat Li Kuei appeared from somewhere, walking to his feet and rubbing against his pant leg. Wang Ling bent down to pick it up and petted it twice. Li Kuei squinted, making a purring sound. Lu Shishir stepped back a couple of steps holding a thermos. She looked at the black cat with a wary expression. This was no ordinary kitten, it was a brain axe capable of eating people. What a cute little cat. Su Ruan ran over, squatting in front of Wang Ling, extending her hand to pet it. Its name is Li Kuei. Wang Ling chuckled lightly. Su Ruan paused for a moment. Why such a name? Don't you think it sounds impressive? Don't believe it. My Li Kuei can even do backflips. Su Ruan rolled her eyes. Wang Ling placed Li Kuei on the ground to a flip. Li Kuei shot him a disdainful glance, but still executed a backflip and landed smoothly. Wow. Su Ruan exclaimed, it really can. Several actresses who hadn't entered the hall came over to see what was so impressive. Do another flip. Wang Ling stood up, giving them space, and stepped aside to light a cigarette. In the time it took to smoke 2 cigarettes, he heard shouting from nearby. He turned to look. He saw Ji Chong burst out of the main hall, saw the buzzcut man fall over like a dog that had eaten shit, saw the middle-aged investigator curled up like a boiled shrimp, saw Ji Chong wildly using his abilities while the square became a chaotic mess with incense burners overturned and flower pots toppled. Wang Ling suddenly heard a strange noise above his head. Not good. He instinctively tried to dodge, but someone collided harshly with his shoulder, causing him to fall sideways. When he looked up again, he saw that it was Jiang Qingyue who had knocked into him. He didn't know when she had run over, and as she pushed him aside, she lost her balance and fell next to him. Bang! A muffled thud. Where Wang Ling had been standing moments ago, there was a row of incense racks with several bronze burners on top. At that moment, one of the bronze burners fell from the rack and smashed to the ground right at his former position. Wang Ling looked at the deformed bronze burner and understood. He realized why he had saved Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue scrambled to her feet, ignoring the pain, and sprinted after Ji Chong, who was fleeing. The 3 of them chased one another all the way to the temple gate. Just before the Yiksha statue shattered, Wang Ling lunged forward and seized Jiang Qingyue by the back of her collar. Jiang Qingyue was yanked so hard she flipped on her back, nearly losing consciousness. In that instant, Wang Ling finally understood why in the phone footage himself had saved Jiang Qingyue, yet grabbed her collar instead. It was for vengeance. Moments earlier, Jiang Qingyue had refused to save him, but he could have evaded danger on his own. Yet when she did intervene, it only caused him to stumble and fall. Wang Ling was a man of principle, deeply grateful for kindness, yet unforgiving of even the smallest slight. So he saved Jiang Qingyue, and simultaneously sent her sprawling onto her back. Balance restored. The statue crashed to the ground, unleashing a thick cloud of dust and smoke that hung heavy in the air for a long while before settling. Jiang Qingyue gasped twice, then wrenched free from Wang Ling's grip and turned to resume her pursuit. Wang Ling grabbed her arm. What are you doing? Let go. Thousands of yuan a month. What are you risking your life for? Jiang Qingyue shook off his hand without looking back, her voice drifting from ahead. I now earn 23,000 yuan monthly, with 6 insurances and 2 funds. 13th month salary at year-end plus 2 fully paid vacation months annually. Wang Ling's outstretched hand grasped only empty air twice before he withdrew it. Lighting a cigarette, he thought, fine. She won't catch up anyway. Jiang Qingyue vanished without return. The short-haired man bolted after her, likely chasing by car. Only Wen Jingxing, a middle-aged detective who walked with the deliberate gait of an elder brother-in-law, remained at the scene. Wang Ling now knew his name was Wen Jingxing, and that the short-haired man was Zhao Yi. Wen Jingxing had introduced both men while thanking Wang Ling for saving Jiang Qingyue. Police cars and ambulances arrived half an hour later. A few crew members sustained minor injuries. None critical, none major cast members. One camera, however, had been destroyed. Wang Ling overheard someone mention a Zeiss lens shattering, costing 40 or 50,000 yuan. Fortunately, the police pledged full compensation, and medical expenses for the injured would also be covered. The grand opening ceremony group photo was never taken. The afternoon shooting was postponed to the next day. Everyone returned as they came, wasting half a day, while Wang Ling followed the crew back to the hotel. The following days passed in eerie calm, as if nothing had ever occurred. Time slipped forward to March 3rd. Today, Wang Ling had a scheduled shoot. His first scene was a night sequence. The heroine, having escaped from the military officer, flees into the city, while he drowns his sorrow in a nightclub watching a performance. There he spots the heroine's jewelry on Su Ruan, who plays a dancer, and confronts her aggressively. This confrontation leads directly into the officer abducting the dancer for a coercive, intimate encounter. Though the nightclub scene featured few close-ups of Wang Ling, the director intended it to evoke decadent glamour, the sultry melodies and long legs of the dancers, while using Wang Ling's presence to anchor the setting. Thus Wang Ling sat rigidly in a booth, not as protagonist, but as atmospheric scaffolding, delivering subtle reactions to support the scene. It made him profoundly uncomfortable, mostly because his mind was elsewhere, trapped in a game. He'd been stalled on one mission for 2 full days. After returning to the hotel on the 28th, he completed 2 minor tasks, earning over 200 guayu, then encountered the current one. The mission was titled Happiness Town. Its location Hollowayville, Arkansas. This was an adventure mission, a special assignment granting control of a predefined character. No customization or selection was permitted this time. He could only inhabit a girl named Evelyn. The premise unfolded thus: residents of Hollowayville had all dreamed the same dream. In it, a voice declared the world's imminent end and promised salvation only through ritual sacrifice. A cliched devil's ruse designed to ensnare the gullible. Yet in this land of plenty, such prophecies always found eager ears. Especially since this revelation arrived via a dream summons, convincing the overwhelming majority of the town's inhabitants. And every sacrifice demanded a victim. The ideal offering was, of course, a pure maiden. Lillian Light, 14 years old, golden-haired, blue-eyed, brilliant, and virginal, was perfect. Even her name, Lillian, evoked the lily symbol of purity itself. Lillian was Evelyn's younger sister. Evelyn tried desperately to protect her, only to be beaten near death. Lillian was seized nonetheless and imprisoned inside the town's central church, scheduled for live sacrifice at midnight tonight. Evelyn fled the town seeking help, but succumbed to her wounds en route. Then she was selected by the strange Harem game and granted Wang Ling the chance to steer her fate. That was the core premise. Yet expecting one lone woman to storm an entire town. Even for Wang Ling, a paradox-grade strategist, rockstar certified outlaw, EA, cyber overlord, and QQ Crimson Diamond aristocrat, it was impossible. After all, the townsfolk were real NPCs. No detection radius, no scripted AI logic. Spot Evelyn, and they'd swarm her without hesitation. Still, Wang Ling wasn't entirely without advantage. Just outside town along the highway stood a roadside motel. Its attached diner held over 20 patrons, and at mission start Evelyn would appear just outside its doors. The mission prompt stated Evelyn could recruit exactly 6 companions from the diner to aid in rescuing her sister. Why 6? Perhaps 7 held some arcane significance. Wang Ling had attempted this 12 times, all ending in failure. His earliest tries failed to persuade enough people to join, leaving his party too weak to succeed. Later attempts drew on deeper knowledge of the diner's patrons and tested varied combinations of allies. Yet each new failure grew increasingly bizarre. Sometimes they died mid-journey, tripping and breaking their necks. Once a companion's ill-timed flatulence gave them away during infiltration, triggering a mob beating. Another time, a misfired Molotov cocktail incinerated the entire team. Wang Ling had laughed bitterly more than once. Normally he'd abandon such a mission outright, a disposable character barely known, hardly worth the effort. But not this time. The anomaly haunting the town was Melbos the Deceiver, a handsome, elegant, charismatic, middle-aged gentleman. Wang Ling bore him a grudge. In his previous life, Melbos had orchestrated the demise of one of Wang Ling's most vital characters, denying him even a chance to flee. He'd begged for redemption, yet couldn't afford the ransom. As emphasized, this was a key character, priceless, unaffordable. And in his past life, Wang Ling had been destitute. So encountering Melbos before his ascension, still untested and unrefined, Wang Ling resolved to strangle the serpent in its cradle. Wang Ling finished several shots of drinking in the nightclub and watching the juggling acts. Zheng Zhe called out, "Cut. Adjust the camera position. Lu Xiaoyan, take a break." Hong Haidang touched up her makeup for the next shot of stage close-ups. The crew, props, lighting, and camera operators immediately got busy. The upcoming shot features Su Wan playing the dancer, Hong Haitong leading several dancers on stage. Since this is a main perspective shot, Wang Ling doesn't need to play the background anymore. He stood up, greeted Zheng Zhe, and conveniently walked out through the side door of the nightclub, heading to the small square outside to take a break. Today's filming location for the nightclub is on Hong Kong Street. At this moment, the entire Hong Kong street is bathed in a retro neon glow. The neon signs of Xiangfa Tea Restaurant, Ronghua Bakery, and Jinliang Trading Company are adorned with neon tubes shaped into traditional Chinese characters in red, green, blue, and purple, reflecting on the ground littered with cigarette butts and chewing gum. This street is an open set, and even as the night deepens, there are still young women in kipeos walking by with selfie sticks. The crew's resting area is set up in the small square outside the nightclub. As Wang Ling just stepped out, Lu Shishir quickly approached him. She first draped a jacket over Wang Ling's shoulders, then unscrewed the lid of a thermos and handed the steaming. Once Wang Ling found a folding chair to sit down, she pulled out a disposable cup and placed it on the ground beside him. The cup was filled with damp tissues, serving as an ashtray. It can be said that this assistant has taken care of every detail flawlessly. Wang Ling reached out to her. Lu Shishir immediately took his phone out of her bag and handed it to him with both hands. Wang Ling estimated the director's time spent tapping his thigh. He should have 2 hours of free time and could try again. He unlocked the screen and began his 13th attempt. On the screen was a picturesque night in Arkansas with cracked asphalt on a two-lane road. A weathered wooden sign stood by the roadside reading Hollowayville 2 miles ahead. Next to the sign was a gravel side road leading to a motel. The motel was a typical American country-style motel, a one-story building with doors facing the parking lot. Next to the motel was a restaurant, its large glass windows not cleaned properly, but warm yellow lights and shadows of people could still be seen inside. Evelyn appeared on the small road outside the restaurant. The screen only showed her back, a long golden hair wearing a dark gray hoodie, a pair of classic Levi's 501 denim shorts, and white Air Force Ones on her feet. Those legs are much more attractive than those dancers in the nightclub. Hey big star, playing a game. What are you playing? A deliberately teasing voice mixed with a hint of jealousy came from beside him. Wang Ling withdrew his gaze and looked up. The newcomer was a minor actor in the crew in his 30s, playing Liu's assistant under the military officer. Wang Ling glanced at him lightly, did not respond, and lowered his head to focus on the screen again. In the adult world, silence itself is an attitude. But Liu's assistant seemed to miss this point, leaning forward a bit and raising his voice. Where did you find this assistant? So considerate, serving tea and water just short of feeding you with a spoon. Wang Ling lifted his eyelids slightly, his tone indifferent. Where did I find her? Can you afford her? As soon as these words came out, Liu's assistant's face instantly turned a shade of pig liver. As a minor actor earning $500 a day, he could only afford to work for 10 days at most, yet he had to stay with the crew for more than half a month. How could he afford an assistant? He was simply envious seeing Wang Ling, who was also a minor actor, but had an assistant waiting on him. Wang Ling could also figure out the implications behind it. He didn't like to socialize with fellow actors and was too lazy to talk during breaks. As a minor actor, yet with the temper of a big star and having a capable and good-looking female assistant by his side, naturally, he would provoke jealousy. The crew is a place full of gossip. Wang Ling doesn't get close to anyone, so when others gossip behind his back, he naturally becomes a topic of discussion. But Wang Ling was too lazy to care, and as long as the other party didn't provoke him, he would treat it as if nothing had happened. But now that Liu's assistant had brought it up, Wang Ling certainly wouldn't give him a good face. Hearing Wang Ling's ungracious words, Liu's assistant stood awkwardly in place, his face alternating between red and white. He wanted to retort again, but looking at Wang Ling's indifferent eyes, he backed down. In the end, he merely tugged at the corners of his mouth and left in defeat. As he walked away, he even deliberately bumped into a prop box, making a dull sound. Once the person left, Lu Shishir immediately leaned closer to Wang Ling's ear and said, "Boss, this guy is so annoying, should we?" She gestured with her hand to make a throat-cutting motion. Wang Ling looked at her gesture with a teasing smile and nodded. "I think it's fine. You go deal with him." Lu Shishir was taken aback, pointing to her own nose, her eyes wide open like she had been assigned to eliminate Tang Sing and his disciples, me. "Yes." Wang Ling nodded, tapping the screen, guiding Evelyn to walk towards the restaurant door. He chuckled. "Anyway, you are already dead. Are you afraid of being executed?" Lu Shishir covered her face. "I'm afraid of being executed," repeatedly. On the phone screen, Evelyn had already entered the restaurant. The restaurant's lighting featured old-fashioned pendant lamps, warm yellow. There was a row of high stools in front of the bar and about 10 scattered tables covered with red and white checkered tablecloths. On the wall was a television currently airing a football game, the volume not too low. There were about 20 people in the restaurant. At the back was a stage elevated above the floor. A long-haired man sat on a high stool with a guitar, singing a country tune into the microphone. By the bar were 3 truck drivers, beer in front of them, their eyes glued to the television. A couple sat at a table by the window. At the next table were 2 young men in baseball shirts. In the corner sat a middle-aged man of Indian descent working on a laptop. Several other tables had a few more people, all of them temporary visitors passing through. Wang Ling controlled Evelyn to walk through the tables, ignoring the approaching waitress, heading straight for the stage. The guitarist saw Evelyn and thought she was going to make a song request, stopped singing, and nodded to her. Wang Ling clicked on the microphone. Evelyn reached out and took the microphone off the stand. Several dialogue options appeared on the screen. 1. State your experience. 2. Request help. 3. Make a threat. 4. Custom. Wang Ling chose custom. Evelyn raised the microphone and said, "Hey, I'm from the future." At this moment, not far away in Hollowayville, a bloody human sacrifice was taking place. The townspeople believed they were called by God, but in reality, they were just deceived by demons. Once they complete the sacrifice, the demons will descend upon the human world. The world may not be destroyed because of this, but Arkansas will surely become hell. And you all will be devoured by the demons. I'm done speaking. You can laugh now. The restaurant fell silent for a few seconds. Then the driver burst into laughter, followed by 2 young men in baseball shirts who whistled. Some people paid no mind, bowing their heads to continue eating. For instance, the Indian man merely glanced up before lowering his head again to fiddle with his computer. The long-haired singer stood up from the high stool and reached for the microphone. Wang Ling maneuvered Evelyn to step aside, still holding the mic as she spoke. "Cole, don't be so impatient." The singer's hand froze midair. He stared at Evelyn, a look of confusion on his face. He was certain he didn't know this girl, yet she had accurately called out his name. Evelyn ignored his reaction and turned to the television on the wall. On the screen, the Cardinals had just completed a transition with the number 10 quarterback standing behind the line of scrimmage directing his teammates. Evelyn said on the next offensive play the Cardinals' number 3 wide receiver will catch a precise long pass from the number 10 quarterback, evading the defenders and charging directly into the end zone. No sooner had the words left her lips than the quarterback on the television took a step back after receiving the snap, raised his arm, and threw the ball in an arc through the air. The number 3 from the red team burst through from the side, leaping over defenders to securely catch the ball and charge into the end zone. Touchdown. The laughter in the restaurant ceased. All eyes flitted between the television and Evelyn. Evelyn then told the waitress, "May, your phone is about to ring, but it's just a sales call. You can hang up in advance." Just as the waitress was about to say something, her phone rang. She picked it up, glanced at it, answered, and hung up a few seconds later. She put down the phone, staring at Evelyn with wide eyes. The expressions of the 3 truck drivers changed dramatically. The bald one on the edge leaned back, his hand moving toward his waist. Evelyn turned to the elderly couple by the window. "Mrs. Bennett, please do not call the police. If you do, the sheriff from Hollowayville will be sent. He will kill you and your husband. Of course, he will also kill others." The elderly woman shrank back under the table, her hand trembling. Her husband comfortingly patted her hand and looked at Evelyn. The restaurant was silent save for the voice of the commentator on the television. All eyes were on the blonde girl standing on. Evelyn stood on the stage, microphone in hand, and said once more, "I come from the future. Or to be more precise, this is my 189th time coming to this restaurant to seek help from all of you." Wang Ling guided her, turning her partially so that the light shone on her back. There was a tear in the back of her dark gray hoodie surrounded by dried dark red blood. "I have died many times," Evelyn said, "but God has told me that I still have a mission to complete. I need to stop the impending disaster. In begging you, I need your help." The restaurant fell completely silent. The boy in the baseball cap stood up. "How can we help you?" Evelyn replied, "God has asked me to choose 6 people from among you to join me in this mission." The boy in the baseball cap murmured to himself, "7 is a magical number." The elderly couple at the window, Mrs. Bennett and her husband, also looked moved. Wang Ling lit a cigarette. 7 is indeed a magical number. He had tried teaming up with 4 or 5, but as long as the team was incomplete, it would basically come to a halt at the town's entrance, and even on the 2-mile road leading to the town, inexplicable losses would occur. Evelyn was indeed a weakling with no combat power, but Wang Ling had repeated this task 12 times, so he knew what would happen. He had even spent 3 chances chatting with everyone in the restaurant. Every word Evelyn now spoke was carefully designed by Wang Ling, such as the number 189, which represented fate and cycles. The young man in the baseball cap was seated across from a young man with black hair who stood up and said loudly, "Count me in. In the picture for the baseball team, accurate with my throws and never hesitate in critical moments." Wang Ling tapped the screen twice, pulling up the previously edited dialogue. Evelyn shook her head. "Simons, you want? I have tried you. The Molotov cocktail you threw landed among our own people. That's how Wilkins died." The bald truck driver, the one who had reached for his gun, turned to look at the young man with black hair. The young man with black hair opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. "Then count me in," said the boy in the baseball cap. Evelyn replied, "Of course, Kate. In the 189 attempts to stop the disaster, you joined 121 times. You have always been my most loyal partner and the most reliable warrior in the team." Kate grinned and walked up next to the stage. "Count me in too," said singer Cole. Wang Ling paused. He hadn't designed any dialogue for Cole because he had only recruited him once. Wang Ling quickly edited the dialogue. After a few seconds, Evelyn said, "Cole, I'm sorry. You ate too many boiled beans for lunch. Soon you will have an upset stomach." Before she could finish, a rumble from Cole's stomach followed by a loud fart came through the microphone, reaching everyone. The restaurant was quiet for a second before bursting into laughter. Cole's face turned beet red as he stood frozen in place. At that moment, the waitress raised her hand. "Count me in." Evelyn nodded. The waitress immediately took off her apron and threw it on the ground. "To hell with beer. I also want to save the world." Evelyn turned to the truck drivers. Wilkins, a former Marine, a veteran of the Iraq. After retiring, he drove trucks for 5 years, repeating the same routes, the same scenery, the same loneliness. The bald driver stared at her, gripping his glass tightly. "You have been waiting for a reason," Evelyn said, "waiting for something worth leaving your driver's seat for. Now it has come." Wilkins was silent for a few seconds, downed his drink in one go, and then stood up, walking to the side of the stage. The black driver next to him also stood up, looking at Evelyn. Evelyn nodded. "Marcus, welcome aboard." The black driver smiled and joined him. The remaining driver sat there glancing at Wilkins and Marcus, his expression hesitant. Evelyn said, "Griffin, your wife is due next month. You have been saving money to buy a good crib for the baby. This mission is dangerous and you don't need to go. Your family is waiting for your return." Griffin paused for a moment, then lowered his eyes. Evelyn turned to the elderly couple. She looked at the old man. "Mr. Luke, I know there is a Remington in your trunk. Can you lend it to us?" The old man looked at her silent for a few seconds, then nodded, stood up, and pushed the chair aside as he walked toward the door. Evelyn withdrew her gaze and glanced at the few people standing by the stage. Waitress May, baseball player Cade, bald driver Wilkins, and black driver Marcus. 2 spots left. Wang Ling wanted to choose people he had not selected before. He always felt that the requirement to choose 6 teammates had its reason. Perhaps it was someone or a certain combination of 6 that held the key to breaking the cycle. For the last 2, Wang Ling chose those he had not selected before: the Indian engineer Raj Singh and the wide-bottomed girl Amanda. When the wide-bottomed girl Amanda heard her name called, she almost spit out the apple pie in her mouth. She pointed at her garlic-shaped nose incredulously. Yes, with that the 7-member team was officially formed. There were still 5 hours until midnight. In the restaurant, 6 team members were making their final equipment adjustments under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The waitress May tied a chef's knife to a mop handle, crafting a spear, and tore a strip of cloth from her red apron to tie around her head, resembling a female version of Rambo. The baseball player Cade wielded 2 baseball bats, one being his own and the other also belonging to him. The bald driver Wilkins was armed with a Colt handgun. The black driver Marcus carried the Remington donated by Mr. Luke. The Indian engineer hugged his laptop with his left hand, holding a crowbar provided by Marcus, looking somewhat reluctant, but he had no choice but to agree to join under the pressure of the others' gazes. Finally, there was the chubby girl Amanda, whose weapons were 2 large frying pans fully equipped. The group exited the hotel, and following Evelyn's suggestion, they walked along a small path towards Hollowayville instead of driving. Not far into their walk, the bald driver asked Evelyn, "Do you have any plans for when we enter the town?" Wang Ling lit another cigarette, knowing they were about to discuss tactics. After all, every time he brought the bald man along, he would seize the opportunity to discuss tactics. It must be a professional habit. Wang Ling prepared a response: "Yes, but I would also like to hear your opinions." Wilkins glanced at the others and asked Evelyn, "Didn't you say you've tried 189 times? Why don't you start by introducing the current situation in the town?" Evelyn replied, "Everyone in the small town has had the same dream. They dreamt that the world was about to end, and only by sacrificing the purest maiden could they attain salvation." "What nonsense! Who would believe such absurdity?" Marcus, the black driver, jumped up, eager to voice his opinion, but unfortunately what Evelyn was saying was pre-edited by Wang Ling. So while the black man was bouncing in anger, Evelyn continued speaking. "This is actually a deception by a devil called Mel Boss, who has tricked the town's residents. This devil has a nickname, the Deceiver. Its ability is called belief becomes reality. Once its lies are believed by many, then those lies can indeed become true. Mel Boss deceived the townsfolk into believing they would attain salvation before the apocalypse, and once the sacrifice was completed, the residents would indeed not face the end, though perhaps not in the way they hoped. The situation in the town is not particularly complex. The main roads have the town sheriff and several men patrolling. Most residents are gathered at the church in the town center, awaiting the ceremony to begin. Most of the houses are vacant. Not everyone believes in the so-called revelation, but their numbers are too few, and in the current situation, they cannot provide any help." After Evelyn finished this lengthy explanation, Wang Ling added, "You can discuss your thoughts, and any plans of this might inspire me as well." This was akin to a novelist seeking inspiration through peeking at reviews. It couldn't be considered stealing. Thus, the 6 teammates immediately engaged in a heated discussion. Everyone was arguing passionately. Wang Ling, with a cigarette in his mouth, watched the discussion unfold on the screen. There was nothing new, but he did not intervene. After all, they were discussing how to save the world. The more intense the discussion, now the more adrenaline would keep them fearless and fiery during the future mission. In fact, out of the 12 attempts, Wang Ling had completed the mission twice. After all, this task was similar to the one with Dai Yang, where the requirement was simply to disrupt the ceremony. During his first successful attempt, Wang Ling had killed the sacrifice in advance. However, although the mission was completed, it was still a failure. After Lillian's death, Evelyn struggled frantically to resist the constraints of the harem game, ultimately dying without success. This outcome was tantamount to working for nothing, which Wang Ling definitely could not accept. The second success came from a method proposed by the bald Wilkins, driving a truck into the chaos, throwing Molotov cocktails to create confusion, and rescuing Lillian. Although many people died, the plan was indeed successful, and Lillian was successfully rescued as the group escaped the town. Wang Ling was still not satisfied with this outcome. What he wanted was not just to disrupt one of Melbo's plans, he wanted Melbo's life. However, even in previous attempts, despite killing the sacrifice Lillian, he had not found any trace of Melbo's, which was quite awkward. However, after so many attempts, Wang Ling had begun to form a preliminary idea. Hence, he decided to bring along an Indian this time. As for the chubby girl, she was purely a gamble. After a while of discussion among the group, Wang Ling, controlling Evelyn, asked the Indian, "Can you control the sound system in the church through the computer?" The Indian replied, "If the sound system is online, it should be possible." Wang Ling got the answer he wanted and nodded in satisfaction. The group followed the small path, eventually delving deep into the woods, making their way towards the town in the dark. At this moment, Hollowayville appeared to be lifeless. Doors and windows were tightly shut, devoid of any vitality. Once inside the town, Wang Ling controlled Evelyn to lead the way, taking several turns until they arrived at the door of a wooden house. This house was different from the others as it had its lights on. Evelyn stepped forward and knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened a crack, revealing an elderly face. Upon seeing Evelyn, the old man froze for a moment, then suddenly yanked the door open and pulled her inside. "Hurry in." The others followed and surged into the house. The room was dimly lit with only a small oil lamp placed on the table. The flickering flame illuminated the surroundings. An elderly woman sat by the table, while a middle-aged couple stood in the corner, the man shielding the woman who held a 7 or 8-year-old girl in her arms. The old man released Evelyn's arm and asked in a lowered voice, "Why did you dare to come back?" Evelyn replied, "I return with the divine oracle." The old man stared at Evelyn for a moment in disbelief, then sighed. "Do you really believe in that so-called dream revelation?" Evelyn responded, "It's just a lie deceived by the devil. What I bring is the true divine oracle." The old man's expression was complicated, as if he were saying another one has gone mad. Wang Ling had discovered during his previous attempts that not everyone in the town was a fool. This elderly family did not believe in any dream revelations. Therefore, they did not participate in the church's rituals. Of course, it might also be because they had a 7 or 80-year-old girl who also met the criteria for a sacrifice. However, as the saying goes, one must unite all possible forces to isolate the enemy to the greatest extent. Thus, Wang Ling had Evelyn use the same rhetoric from the restaurant to persuade the elderly family. Evelyn spoke fervently with 6 little companions assisting her. After listening, the old man was skeptical, but no longer looked at Evelyn with the same bewildered gaze as before. Seizing the opportunity, Evelyn spoke up, "I need your help." The old man asked, "What help? Let me infiltrate." Evelyn replied. The old man's brows furrowed. "The church. That's their lair. What do you want to do there?" Evelyn said, "Only by entering the church can I possibly prevent the impending disaster. You cannot hide from the disaster here, nor can you escape Hollowville." The old man's frown deepened. At that moment, the old man's son, the middle-aged man, suddenly stood up, walked in front of Evelyn, his voice trembling slightly. "Who are you?" Wang Ling was not surprised. During the last encounter with the elderly family, this middle-aged man had asked. He must be familiar with the real Evelyn, so upon seeing the Evelyn controlled by Wang Ling, he noticed the difference and asked. Wang Ling threw out the prepared answer, "The chosen one of my lord." The middle-aged man took a step back, realizing that the girl before him housed a completely different soul. This filled him with fear, but at the same time he was more inclined to believe what Evelyn had said. After hesitating, the middle-aged man made a decision. "All right, we will help you." At that moment, the man's wife suddenly spoke up. "They'll go make some tea for everyone." She released the child and turned to walk towards the kitchen. The old man sighed and asked, "Is it just about helping you infiltrate the church?" Wang Ling, controlling Evelyn, replied, "I also need to take this engineer to the base to help me control the church's lights and sound." The middle-aged man looked at Hassan and nodded. Just as everyone was preparing to set out, a series of gunshots rang out. The glass shattered and bullet holes appeared on the walls. The elderly woman trembled, blood pouring from her chest. As Marcus turned, his head jerked to the side, and he collapsed to the ground, the Remington slipping from his grip. "Get down," shouted the bald Wilkins, drawing his gun to fire back. The room instantly erupted into chaos. Outside, gunfire continued with at least 7 or 8 guns shooting into the house. Wilkins emptied his magazine and yelled to Evelyn, "Go out the back." Wang Ling clicked his tongue, controlling Evelyn to rush into the kitchen. In the kitchen, the man's wife lay in a pool of blood, still holding a phone. It was clear who the traitor was. Just as Wilkins had judged, the back door had no one stationed. Evelyn vaulted over walls, quickly shaking off the gunfire behind her. In this frantic run, the group dispersed. Wang Ling looked around and found that only the bald driver and the plump Amanda remained beside Evelyn. It was unclear how the plump girl had kept up, but despite her heavy breathing, she indeed had managed to follow. Moreover, Evelyn had been hit once during the hail of gunfire, yet the plump girl with her size remained completely unscathed. She truly must be the destined daughter. Wilkins was puzzled and asked, "That woman, why did she betray us?" Wang Ling pondered the same question. Perhaps she also believed in the dream revelation. It was just that her family did not, so she did not participate in the ceremony. At this moment, her return might be out of fear of disrupting the ceremony, or perhaps she worried that if Lillian was rescued, her own daughter would replace Lillian as the sacrifice. Wang Ling knew this attempt would fail again. However, it was still worthwhile, as they had identified a traitor, which was, through trial and error, one could always find the right path. Wang Ling always believed that the ability to constantly reload and experiment was the greatest strength in this bizarre harem game. Not long after, footsteps could be heard outside the wall. "I saw them running this way," one of them said. "Search house by split up and search." The footsteps scattered. Inside the wall, the 3 of them remained still. Evelyn was immobile under Wang Ling's control, while the other 2 were too frightened to move. After half a minute, Amanda could not help but move, accidentally knocking her frying pan against the wall, making a noise. "Who?" someone shouted from outside. The footsteps quickened, clearly approaching this way. "Who is in there? Speak." Wang Ling's finger had already left the screen, preparing to restart. Amanda suddenly spoke, suppressing her voice, and in a hoarse male tone shouted, "It's me, just using the restroom." Outside went quiet for a moment, then someone cursed, "Why are you in here? Not in here, are you on the street?" A burst of laughter and curses came from outside, followed by the fading of footsteps. Wang Ling stared at the plump girl as if looking at a rare treasure. What kind of voice acting monster is this? Wang Ling pondered and typed in dialogue. On the screen, Evelyn asked, "How did you do that?" Amanda replied softly, "I can't do any other work." Wang Ling typed another line. Evelyn asked, "Can you?" Amanda replied, "I was in the choir." Evelyn said, "Sing a couple of lines for me." Amanda asked now. Amanda cleared her throat and lowered her voice to hum. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. Her voice was soft, but particularly clear in the quiet yard. The tone was pure, ethereal, and melodic, as if coming from a distant place or flowing from the depths of her heart. Wang Ling extinguished his cigarette and took a while to regain his senses. He couldn't help but smile. The final piece of the puzzle was finally complete. The deceiver Melbows, this time you are truly going to die. Wang Ling controlled Evelyn to borrow a handgun from the bald Wilkins. Wilkins was confused, but still lent it. Wang Ling looked at the two remaining teammates in front of him. Although he knew that when they met again, they would not remember, he still conveyed through Evelyn, "I have found a way to defeat the devil. Hollowville and Arkansas will thank you for your efforts. Until we meet again." After saying that, he had Evelyn point the gun at her own temple. Bang. Although he could also use the functional option to exit, dying this way was more stylish, wasn't it? The final confrontation was postponed due to an unforeseen circumstance. The director had filmed enough footage of the lead actor's thigh, and Wang Ling was recalled to resume shooting. It was much like how a Japanese high school student destined to save the world could only do so between classes. Wang Ling, too, could only avert disasters during brief interludes between takes. This scene was straightforward. Courtesans danced on stage, and the young military officer recognized the bracelet on Hong Haitong's wrist, the very piece of jewelry he had gifted to the heroine. Enraged, the officer stormed onto the stage and demanded how Hong Haitong had obtained the bracelet. The dance hall owner hurriedly intervened, only for the officer to threaten demolishing the entire establishment. Lieutenant Liu stepped forward to mediate, reminding him that the owner had made a substantial donation to the general. Seizing the opening, Wang Ling's character, the young officer, relented, deciding instead to take only the courtesan Hong Haitong into custody. It was a simple conflict, nothing extraordinary. The earlier shots proceeded without issue, but when Lieutenant Liu delivered his line, though his words were accurate, his tone carried an unsettling sardonic edge. At that moment, Wang Ling kicked over the microphone and roared, "Bring men! Smash this place to rubble!" Lieutenant Liu had originally been scripted to plead, "Young master, this must not be done. The owner is a major donor to the general, and this dance hall itself bears the general's stake. It cannot be destroyed." Yet during the take, he delivered it with exaggerated deference. "Oh, young master, this simply won't do. The owner is, after all, one of the general's most generous donors, and His Excellency himself holds a stake in this very establishment. We dare not lay a hand upon it." On set, actors are never required to recite lines verbatim from the script. Scripts inevitably carry a literary tone. Skilled performers adjust phrasing, pacing, and intonation, adding colloquial particles, softening formal diction, transforming written prose into living speech. In emotionally charged scenes, directors often instruct actors to follow the impulse, speak as feels true however it flows. Unless explicitly directed, these exact words, no deviation. Actors are fully empowered to interpret and reshape their lines according to instinct and understanding. Lieutenant Liu in this instance infused his delivery with personal interpretation, turning a sincere plea into something laced with veiled mockery. Wang Ling found himself unable to sustain the emotional arc. Per the script, Lieutenant Liu's supplication should have been earnest and humble, allowing the young officer to gracefully withdraw, preserving face for all. Now, however, the shift in tone left Wang Ling stranded. His emotional transition derailed his performance, faltering. A cut was called by assistant director Zheng Zhe. Through his megaphone, Zheng Zhe barked, "Liu Xiaoyan, where's your line?" "And Lieutenant Liu, you've misjudged the emotion entirely. Reset." Wang Ling glanced at his senior brother and gave a quiet nod. Zheng Zhe had singled out Lieutenant Liu, not to chastise, but to shield Wang Ling. Otherwise, onlookers might assume Wang Ling had been overshadowed, an unbearable loss of professional dignity. Crews repositioned. The clapperboard snapped. Filming resumed. Wang Ling assumed Zheng Zhe's intervention would ensure a smooth take, but once again Lieutenant Liu delivered the line with the same insinuating inflection. Wang Ling's brow furrowed. Script-wise, the officer should have withdrawn, but in character such capitulation would shatter his authority. His eyes narrowed, an idea forming. Yet time had already slipped away. Before Zheng Zhe could call cut, Wang Ling raised his hand. "Apologies. Lost my line, completely blanked." Cut. Actors touch-up makeup. 10-minute break. After the cut, the director rose from behind the monitor and stepped onto the set. He surveyed the staging, subtly adjusted blocking, then approached Lieutenant Liu and asked, "What informed your choice just now?" Well replied Lieutenant Lu, straightening his posture. Lu Xiaoyan is notoriously reckless. He's even struck and berated his own men before, all for the heroine. That makes sense. They'd harbor resentment. The director paused for 2 silent beats, then nodded. Fine. Let's keep that intention. Once the director had moved off, Lieutenant Lu turned to Wang Ling, grinned, and murmured, Mr. Wang, couldn't land that beat just now. Wang Ling returned a smile, sharp, chilling, utterly merciless. Lieutenant Lu countered with a cold smirk, shrugged indifferently, and strode off to retouch his makeup. Zhang Zhe drew near and whispered, all right. Wang Ling smiled faintly. Perfect. Just don't call. Zhang Zhe arched a brow, comprehension dawning. Roll cameras. He commanded. Filming resumed, and Lieutenant Lu showed no sign of restraint. This time Wang Ling was ready. As Lieutenant Lu began, His Excellency himself holds a stake in this. He didn't finish. A stinging slap cracked across his face, sharp, shocking, silencing the set. Staggering sideways, still dazed, he took a brutal kick to the gut. He collapsed backward onto the floor. A chorus of shrieks erupted from the dancers on stage. Even the dance hall owner recoiled in panic. That raw, unscripted terror streamed live to the control room. Brilliant. The director slammed his palm on the table, gripping the intercom. Keep rolling. Do not call cut. As Lieutenant Lu struggled to rise, Wang Ling planted a boot squarely atop his head. Who the hell do you think you are? My affairs are none of your snarling concern. Outstanding. Zhang Zhe shouted. Hold that take. The director emerged once more, applauding. That intensity, perfect. And the authenticity of the reaction, excellent. He turned to Zhang Zhe. Let's shoot it again. From the moment Lieutenant Lu hits the floor. Move camera 2 behind Lu Xiaoyan's shoulder for an over-the-shoulder shot focusing on the dancers' stunned expressions. After the assault, Lu Xiaoyan confronts the dance hall owner with brute authority, demanding to take Hong Haitong and challenging whether the owner dares object. The owner must visibly tremble and stammer, no, I dare not. Pausing, the director pointed to the owner, add sweat to his temples. Make it look like genuine nervous perspiration. The owner nodded vigorously, acknowledging the direction. Lieutenant Lu slowly pushed himself upright, cradling his cheek, bewildered. Why had he been struck? And worse, why did it feel like another blow was imminent? He looked toward Wang Ling, only to meet a taunting, razor-edged grin. At 10 p.m., filming wrapped. Wang Ling rubbed his sore wrist as he boarded the shuttle bus. Too many takes. His wrist ached from the repeated slaps. Eventually, even the director intervened, fearing Lieutenant Lu's face might become unrecognizable. In the end, they kept the first take. The subsequent blows were discarded, rendering them futile. Back at the hotel, Wang Ling immediately booted up his computer and launched the game. Happiness Town, Attempt 14. This time Wang Ling entered with a complete battle-tested strategy. As for teammates, his 6 companions were Amanda, the curvy one, Raj, the Indian engineer, Cole, the singer, Wilkins, the bald driver, Marcus, the black driver, and May, the waitress. The team arrived once again at the doorstep of the old man. Evelyn reiterated her intentions. The old man's family was once again swayed by her words. This time, as the middle-aged man's wife stood up, Evelyn spoke up in advance. You want to say that you are going to serve tea to everyone? The woman opened her mouth in disbelief. But in reality, you are going to alert the people in the church. The middle-aged man abruptly turned his head to look at his wife. The old man also stood up from the sofa, staring intently at her. The woman's face instantly turned pale. This reaction undoubtedly confirmed Evelyn's words. Martha, you. The man looked at his wife in disbelief. The woman trembled. How did you know? It was my omniscient lord who told me. Evelyn said expressionlessly. Now I can tell you the result of the phone call. In 3 minutes and 24 seconds, the patrol team will arrive outside the house. They won't try to persuade anyone. They will directly open fire outside. You and your daughter will perish on the spot. The woman's legs weakened and she clutched the armrest of the sofa to avoid falling. They said that Lillian is chosen by the Lord. Cannot be harmed. I fear that after you rescue her. She did not finish her sentence, but her tight embrace around her daughter communicated everything. No one will be harmed, Evelyn said. I am not here to save Lillian. What I aim to save is Hollowayville. The old man sighed and asked Evelyn, what do we need to do? Evelyn replied, we must split up. Under the allocation of Evelyn, or rather Wang Ling, the team split into 2. The chubby girl Amanda, the Indian engineer, the singer Cole, the black driver Marcus, and the waitress May will follow the middle-aged man to the town's public equipment room to control the entire town's lighting, broadcasting, and sound systems. Wang Ling's instruction to them was that if anyone attempted to stop them, they should do everything possible to buy themselves time. The remaining members, the bald driver Wilkins would disguise himself as the middle-aged man, and Evelyn changed into the clothes of a middle-aged woman. The 2 would enter the church under the cover of the old couple. Outside the church, the ground was filled with people of all ages, their silhouettes dark against the night. Everyone held a white candle in their hands, the faint glow flickering in the breeze of their own breath. The church doors were wide open and no lights were on inside, only the candlelight faintly visible. In the darkness, candlelight and whispered prayers, the evening wind sobbing. It was evident that a cult was holding a secretive ritual. Evelyn and her 3 companions walked to the vicinity of the church without encountering any inspections. Just as they reached the edge of the square, a man stood up from the kneeling crowd and walked towards them. Old John. The man approached, barely recognizable in the night. The old man took off his hat and nodded in response. Joseph. The man glanced behind him. Weren't you supposed to not come? The old man sighed, appearing somewhat awkward. I still had to come. The man nodded, patting the old man's shoulder. The Lord will forgive everyone. It is never too late to return to him. The old man nodded in agreement. The man continued, but you indeed came too late. Just stay outside if it's all the same. The old man nodded again. The man said nothing more and turned back to his place. The old man knelt down with Wilkins and Evelyn in an empty space, and then it was just waiting. The waiting time turned out to be longer than expected. Wang Ling leaned back in his chair, staring at the screen as he watched the time tick by. 17 minutes later. Wang Ling heard the news from the Indian engineer through Evelyn's earpiece. Evelyn, can you hear me? The voice was small, as if worried about the husband returning home early. A response prompt popped up next to Evelyn. 1. Can you speak a bit louder? 2. I heard it. 3. Wang Ling pressed 3. The voice transmitted again through the earpiece. We have taken control of the public equipment room. The power control for the entire town is here, and all the sound systems are connected together. It can be operated at any time. Wang Ling glanced at the direction of the church, then at the kneeling crowd around him. Turn on the lights. In the next second, the entire town lit up. The cross atop the church, the telephone poles by the roadside, the ground lights in the square and along the roads. One by one they lit up like an invisible pair of hands tearing apart the dark veil of Balenciaga, revealing the white beneath. The kneeling people looked up at the suddenly illuminated lights, their faces filled with confusion. What's happening? Why are the lights on? What's going on? What's happening? What's happening? From within the church, some people rushed out, the so-called notable figures in the town. Wang Ling gave the order again. Cole, Amanda, execute the plan. The singing began. First it was distant and ethereal, as if drifting down from the heavens. The voice was pure and transparent, without a hint of impurity floating in the night sky. Following it was the simple accompaniment, a few gentle guitar chords softly and slowly blending with them. The people quieted down. The song flowed over the square like a tide, passing over every person's head, over the newly illuminated lights, over the church spire, filling the night. The song seemed capable of cleansing the soul. It suppressed all restlessness. No one spoke, nor did anyone move, and no one sought the source of the song. Everyone present, including the mayor and the town sheriff, actually did not know what would happen during their sacrificial offering. They merely followed the dream, believing in the revelation. So they waited here, waiting for the time indicated by the revelation, merely offering the sacrificial offerings. Therefore, in this situation, the few who could take charge did not know if this was indeed a precursor to revelation, and they did not act rashly. This was the first step of the plan. The first step of the plan is complete. Now Wang Ling is about to commence the second step. As previously mentioned, Wang Ling has successfully completed 2 tasks. At that time, he attempted to uncover the identity of the con artist Melboss. He had already killed the town's mayor, sheriff, and even the priestess in the church, yet by the end of the mission, Melboss remained unharmed. Evidently, those Wang Ling killed were not the ones disguised by Melboss. Wang Ling speculated that Melboss did not disguise himself as anyone, or if he did, he only masqueraded as an inconspicuous minor character. He enjoyed lurking in the shadows, watching his schemes unfold. This gave Wang Ling an opportunity. Melboss constructed this stage, but no one decreed that Wang Ling could not step up to perform. Now Wang Ling is about to begin his performance. On the screen, Evelyn stood up. She removed the outer coat of a middle-aged woman, revealing a sports bra beneath, showcasing her smooth and delicate skin. She stepped forward. Her voice transmitted through the microphone, resonating from every speaker, filling the I have risen from the dead here with the will of God. Someone recognized her. It's Evelyn. A woman's voice called out from the crowd. Wasn't she dead? A man's incredulous voice rang out. More people looked up, more stood up, gazing at the girl emerging from the crowd. The gentleman at the church entrance gazed at Evelyn, astonished by her words, if for a moment no one moved to stop her. Evelyn walked to the brightest spot of light and stopped. She declared, the divine revelation in dreams tells you that only by sacrificing a pure maiden can one attain redemption. Her voice continued to echo from all directions. I was killed by you just as Jesus was slain by Caiaphas. The sheriff's legs weakened, and he knelt down. For he had shot Evelyn from behind less than 10 meters away. He had witnessed her fall off the cliff, plunging into that ravine. At that height, with such a current, it was impossible to survive. Yet she lived. There was no injury, completely unscathed. Oh God. The sheriff mumbled, pressing his forehead against the ground. A man dashed from the crowd, rushing towards Evelyn, staring at her intently. He pointed at Evelyn's lower back, his voice trembling. I stabbed her here. I saw it with my own eyes. In the brilliance, everyone could see that Evelyn's lower back bore only smooth skin, not even a pop. The man reached out attempting to touch her. Evelyn spoke a phrase once said by Jesus, "Do not touch me, for I have not yet ascended to see my Father." The man's hand halted midair, then his knees buckled, and he knelt down as well. The gentlemen stood on the steps watching this scene, slowly bowing their heads and gradually kneeling. More people knelt from the edge of the square to the church entrance. Evelyn stood in the center of the light, continuing, "The sacrifice has been completed, and I have brought redemption." Just as she finished this sentence, all the lights extinguished simultaneously. Only a spotlight remained shining down from the top of the church, enveloping Evelyn and forming a halo around her. Amanda's singing echoed once more, higher and more passionate than before, akin to angels chanting. No one stood anymore. The mayor knelt, followed by the priest, the nun, one after another. Throughout Hollowayville, only Evelyn stood in the light. Wang Ling watched the scene on the computer screen. The second step of the plan has been achieved. Melba's scheme was to make the residents of Hollowayville sacrifice themselves, allowing him to devour everyone in the town at once. It was a bold move, but it was too greedy. Yet this was in line with Melba's character. He loved taking risks. To achieve all this, Melba used the power of believing it to be true to envelop the entire town. Here, every lie can become reality. Now Wang Ling is about to cast a lie, arming himself with Melba. Opening the dialogue box, Wang Ling sent the prepared statement. Evelyn stood at the center of the crowd, arms raised high, declaring her message from her Lord. "I am the holy flame, angel sent by the Lord. In the name of the Father, purify this unclean land with fire. Disperse the lies of this dark night with light." As she spoke, golden flames surged around her. The flames rose from her feet, creeping up her legs, sweeping past her waist, climbing onto her shoulders, gathering, rolling, and expanding on her back, transforming into a pair of enormous wings that flickered in the night sky. The crowd erupted in gasps and cries, overwhelmed with the joy of witnessing a miracle. Wang Ling slapped the table, laughing maniacally, nearly out of breath from his laughter. In the original game interface, Evelyn had only 2 attack methods: punches and kicks. But after becoming an angel, a long list of skills appeared at the top of the screen. Evelyn had transformed into an angel, wielding the power of believing it to be true, a force that evidently surpassed the limits of the willpower provided by the town's thousands of inhabitants. The missing part would have to be supplemented by Melba. No. A man stumbled out from the church. He was originally dressed in a gray suit with neatly combed hair, but after a few steps the suit began to decay, as if buried for hundreds of years, flaking away. His once refined face twisted, the skin caving in, his eyes gradually transforming into 2 pitch-black whirlpools. "Melba's long time no see." Wang Ling ceased his laughter and lit a cigarette. Melba's true form could have been slain already. Yet Wang Ling sought not just to kill, but to strike at the heart. Those around Melba stepped aside, but he remained oblivious, roaring, "Liar! She is a fraud. She is not an angel at all. Kill her! Kill him!" Yet everyone kept their distance from him. If it weren't for the holy flame angel nearby, they would have fled long ago. An angel standing in the light, and a creature standing there bare. Who to believe? Was there even a choice? Wang Ling delivered the final blow. On the screen, Evelyn raised both hands. "My lord, grant me the power to slay this demon, to restore this land to purity. But residents, this requires your strength. It requires your faith. Raise your hands above your heads. Call with me, hallelujah. Ask my Lord to bestow upon us the Holy Spirit sword." Everyone raised their hands. It was just like helping Kakarot use the spirit bomb. 2 hands, 4 hands, 10 hands, hundreds of hands, countless hands raised above their heads, shouting to the night sky, "Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!" The voices merged into a torrent. With each cry, the golden light in Evelyn's hands grew brighter and more solid, eventually coalescing into a sword. The sword was straight with a traditional cross-shaped hilt, but where the crosses intersected, there was a circular ring. This was the Celtic cross, symbolizing eternal and infinite love. Melba let out a piercing wail. His body began to disintegrate, starting from the top of his head, turning to ash, flaking away, and being blown apart by the wind. Recently, a new religious group named Holy Flame Sect quietly established itself in the small town of Hollowayville, Arkansas. The sect claims that the town recently experienced a miracle. A deceased girl named Evelyn was resurrected and transformed into the Holy Flame angel, slaying a demon intent on destroying the world before ascending to heaven. According to the town's residents, that night the entire town was illuminated by a sudden radiant light, and ethereal hymns echoed through the sky. Then Evelyn, who was previously believed to have died in an accident, appeared in the town center, engulfed in golden flames with massive wings made of fire extending from her back. In the ensuing chaos, a figure identified as the demon charged out of the church, its visage fearsome. Under the witness and prayers of thousands of residents, Evelyn wielded the sword of the Holy Spirit used by Jesus Christ, turning the demon to ashes. This series of bizarre events quickly thrust this previously obscure town into the spotlight of public opinion. Today the streets are filled with believers holding candles praying throughout the night. The central figure in this event, Evelyn's younger sister Lillian Light, has been officially recognized by the sect as the saint responsible for conveying the angel's will and leading daily prayer ceremonies. Currently, the relevant authorities in Arkansas have yet to comment on the authenticity of this miracle. As news spreads, many pilgrims and curious onlookers from other states have begun to flock to this town eager to catch a glimpse of the holy flame. Editorial Angel Economics. The town has no GDP, but at least there's a miracle. Hollowayville, a southern town that one would need a magnifying glass to find on the map, has undergone an industrial upgrade from an agricultural society to a religious sanctuary overnight thanks to the spectacle of angels descending and demons judged. We sincerely congratulate this town. After all, when the real economy is in decline and young people are fleeing what could stimulate domestic demand more than seeing an angel with your own eyes. From now on, the town's pillar industry will shift from corn farming to selling holy flame candles and demon ash memorials. The entire event can be considered a perfect example of supernatural entrepreneurship. After all, getting an entire town to unanimously weave the same story is in itself a miracle in modern sociological terms. Rather than trying to burst this beautiful bubble, it would be more sincere to suggest seize the moment and quickly develop a holy flame angel theme park. Monetizing the traffic would be the greatest respect for this miracle. After all, God may be dead, but angel economics is just beginning. After Melba's death, Wang Ling granted Evelyn a commission allowing her to act freely and say a final goodbye to her sister. When he finished showering and had a late-night snack, he returned to the computer only to find that the game had automatically transitioned to the settlement screen, with Evelyn automatically returning to the back hall. First, he needed to deal with Melbus. Wang Ling chose to devour him primarily to ensure Melbus had no chance of surviving. However, it seemed that Melbus had already been drained during the mission. After devouring him, Evelyn only gained a small fraction of experience and did not comprehend any skills. Next, he wanted to check Evelyn's specific attributes. Wang Ling rubbed his hands and found the newly appointed Holy Flame Angel wandering in the courtyard. When checking Evelyn's attributes, Wang Ling exclaimed in surprise. Legendary grade. This was higher than he had anticipated. If one were to draw a comparison with humans, ordinary potential represents the masses, excellent potential is a rare find, outstanding potential is a top-tier existence among countless others. Epic potential is one that leaves a significant mark in history, a person whose name most people would recognize upon hearing it. Legendary potential that is truly legendary, belonging to someone whose existence is known even outside their own cultural sphere. For example, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms, or Caesar from Rome. As a foreigner, you might not know their life stories, but you have certainly heard of them. That is what is called legend. In Wang Ling's view, Evelyn was at least blue, outstanding, possibly purple epic, but he never expected her to be legend. With the awakening of future gods, angels would naturally appear. Wang Ling had genuinely dealt with angels before. According to records, there are 3016555722 angels corresponding to heavenly soldiers and generals. Archangels like Michael and Gabriel undoubtedly possess legendary, or even higher potential. As for the 150 angels recorded in the Book of Ether, Wang Ling had encountered 2, which were merely epic. The vast majority of ordinary angels possess excellent and outstanding potential. There are even some with mediocre qualifications. Evelyn's achievement of legendary status, Wang Ling presumed, was likely due to Melbus' influence. After all, Melbus could potentially stand shoulder to shoulder with deities in the future. Legendary grade. Wang Ling had spent 10 years in his previous life striving for this, and he only ever had. One was his lawful wife after Dai Yang's death, and the other was a character he obtained after praying for 3 years at the Wishing Well. It's not as if he had never encountered legendary anomalies before, but they all had legendary qualifications. Having developed for so long in the apocalypse, it was impossible for them to be weak. Wang Ling, who was forced to lay low in the early stages, struggled to survive in the midterm and barely steadied himself in the later stages, could only watch with envy from afar. After nervously checking Evelyn's attributes and skills, Wang Ling was quite satisfied, but slightly disappointed. He was satisfied that Evelyn indeed matched the potential of a legendary character. The disappointment stemmed from the fact that Wang Ling had previously owned legendary characters, so he had a rough understanding of what abilities a legendary character should possess. Compared to the 2 legendary characters he had owned, Evelyn fell short. Both of the legendary characters he had possessed had skills that allowed for unlimited growth. For example, the nine-tailed fox cub he pulled from the Wishing Well had a growth skill called Just Wait, I'll Grow Up. You are the beloved of the moon. As long as you bathe in moonlight, you will grow stronger. Skill effect: your spiritual growth far exceeds that of ordinary beings. As long as you bathe in moonlight for 1 hour, you can automatically absorb moonlight, gaining 1 of the experience needed for leveling up and condensing 1 point of free attributes. This effect can only be activated once within a natural day. In places where moonlight cannot be bathed in, or during inclement weather when the moon is not visible, the growth effect cannot be obtained. While bathing in moonlight, your probability of comprehending skills will be greatly enhanced. Evelyn's growth skill, however, was called Purification grants attributes. Success depends on fate. Purification grants attributes. Success depends on fate. The Holy Flame Angel can use the Holy Flame to remove all abnormal states of the target and restore all health, stamina, and mana. It can also repair physical injuries to a limited extent. The Holy Flame has a 50 chance to permanently add 1 attribute point to the target, with the added attribute being random. Using the skill will consume 20 of the Holy Flame Angel's maximum mana, and it can only be used once. In Wang Ling's opinion, while Evelyn's growth skill could serve as a large purple potion and could be used on other characters, the attributes added are random and the 50 success rate is somewhat low. March 8th, International Women's Day. 3 days have passed since acquiring the Holy Flame Angel. However, during these 3 days, Wang Ling only sent Evelyn on one mission to familiarize herself with the operational feel. At other times, he devoted his efforts to training the porcelain doll. The reason being, Wang Ling had only assigned the porcelain doll to complete one mission, after which the doll leveled up to level 17. After leveling up, the porcelain doll learned a skill called Pang Ci. Pang Ci upgrade skill consumes 30 mana to initiate an unrelenting charge at the target. Upon completing the charge, it will receive damage equal to 20 of its maximum health, while the target struck will suffer the same amount of damage and be stunned for 1 second. During the charge, movement speed is increased by 10-fold, with an additional 1 increase in impact damage for every meter moved. It's a rather ordinary charging skill, even with negative effects. The only highlight is that it can increase damage with movement. However, the butler informed the young master that there was news about the mistress. The information was revealed by the mistress maid Dian Lanyang. It was previously mentioned that the strange entities are hard to kill completely, and even if they appear to be destroyed, they can quickly revive. Of course, exceptions exist, such as Lu Shishir, who is rather weak. If she were to be shredded, she might not die completely, but if put through a meat grinder, she would definitely be finished. In any case, the current situation is that Dian Lanyang has revived and her position has reappeared on the palace game map. It's important to clarify that the Strange Palace game does not locate all strange entities worldwide. Some entities may have descended, but are not causing trouble, merely lying there, so the Strange Palace game cannot locate them. Only those causing trouble, at least resulting in human casualties, can be located by the palace game through causal lines, allowing for future layouts to eliminate the troublesome entities. Dai Yang is currently in such a state, not causing trouble, thus unlocatable. However, Dian Lanyang is marked as a target by the game. Regardless of her actions, Wang Ling can dispatch characters to track her down while also exposing his ex-wife. It must be acknowledged that at this early stage of the strange descent, killing Dai Yang is nearly impossible. Yet the porcelain doll's Pang Ci skill has opened up this possibility for Wang Ling. Dai Yang's most perplexing attributes are her ultra-high attack power, frequent paralysis control, and nearly cooldown-free teleportation ability. However, the porcelain doll acts like her nemesis. The ultra-high attack power is countered by the porcelain doll's damage reduction skill, and the paralysis effect does not affect the porcelain doll. Now even the teleportation is met with Pang Ci. Imagine the porcelain doll charges forward amidst lightning, reaching Dai Yang, who teleports away, but the Pang Ci skill continues to take effect, allowing her to turn and chase after. Then it would truly be her fleeing while she is pursued, unable to escape. Although Dai Yang's teleportation has a very short cooldown, it still consumes mana. Once she runs out of mana and is struck by the porcelain doll's continuously stacked damage, she will certainly be in dire straits. However, this Pang Ci is not a one-hit wonder against Dai Yang. Once she understands the principle behind Pang Ci, she could preemptively allow the porcelain doll to charge, which would break the lock. But based on Wang Ling's understanding of Dai Yang, when first encountering Pang Ci, she will surely choose to evade. Evading will lead to a chase, and she will inevitably be defeated. At that time, the palace game will be able to locate Dai Yang, ensuring she can never escape Wang Ling's grasp. March 8th is International Women's Day, but the crew is not on holiday and has to shoot through the night. The last time Wang Ling finished shooting at 10 p.m. does not count as an all-nighter. It can only be called a normal night shoot. Shooting through the night refers to filming past midnight, generally requiring to stay up until at least 2 a.m. However, once a crew decides to shoot through the night, they are basically aiming to shoot all night long. Shooting through the night differs from regular night shoots. First and foremost is the cost. Shooting through the night comes with night shoot allowances, meaning overtime pay. Moreover, once shooting through the night begins the next day, filming will not resume until at least the afternoon. Additionally, during night shoots, the crew must prepare night shoot provisions in advance. Night shoot provisions generally consist of 2 parts: food and accommodation. Food refers to late-night snacks, typically served around 1 a.m., and more refined crews may provide another round around 3 or 4 a.m. Additionally, during night shoots, Red Bull hot tea and coffee will be available endlessly, but whether it is truly unlimited varies by specific circumstances. The second part is accommodation, referring to the resting area. During regular shoots, the crew only arranges resting areas for a limited number of lead actors for makeup and waiting. However, during night shoots, the crew will provide extra resting areas for all actors to have a place to take a quick nap. This is to avoid not being able to rest properly when not shooting, which would affect performance. Today's scene is a night shoot and also an outdoor scene. The filming location is an abandoned ancient temple in the outskirts of Hongdian. This is not a set built by a film studio. It is a real ancient temple with over 1,000 years of history, although it has long lost its incense and is in serious disrepair. Today's shoot counts as a near full cast gathering. The plot is about Wang Ling's character, a military youth discovering that treasure is buried beneath the ancient temple, leading a group of subordinates to excavate. The female lead, played by Chu Xingrao, along with her sycophants, including, but not limited to, overseas students, descendants of the mystical sect, childhood friends, and a lord of a caravan smitten with her, arrived to stop him. When Wang Ling arrived by car, several large lights had already illuminated the ancient temple, casting it in a ghostly white. At this moment, the set was not yet fully arranged, so Wang Ling found the resting area, chose a folding lounge chair in the corner, and lay down. Taking out his phone, Wang Ling checked on his characters in the back house and realized unknowingly he had already acquired 7 characters. Holy Flame, Angel Evelyn, Legendary, Potential LV 145, Strength rating Tier 2. Rank Noble Concubine. Inyang Master Roan Yu Lioli, Epic, Potential LV 6, 15, Strength rating Tier 2. Rank Favored Concubine. Shadow Charm, Exceptional, Potential LV 9, 32, Strength rating Tier 2. Rank Servant Concubine. Headless Senior Sister, Excellent, Potential LV 6, 70, Strength rating Tier 1. Rank Maid. Serbian Dancer, Ordinary, Potential LV 15, Strength rating Tier 1. Rank Maid. Porcelain Doll, Excellent, Potential LV 22, 18, Strength rating Tier 2. Rank Maid. Bone China Puppet, Ordinary, Potential LV 10, Strength rating Tier 1. Rank Maid. Wang Ling initially intended to pair Dolly with Evelyn, as they were both legendary figures, a strong combination. However, he ultimately dismissed this idea. The image does not match. Evelyn is a holy flame angel, and her radiant and pure appearance easily attracts external assistance while on missions in the Christian world. Dolly, on the other hand, is a grotesque mountain goat demon covered in eyes, a symbol of evil wherever she goes. Pairing them together would only increase the difficulty of Evelyn's task. At present, the 7 characters in the back courtyard may seem weak at first glance, all possessing only first or second tier power, but this is a deliberate result of Wang Ling's control. If he fully nurtured the 2 Longwell Yoli or the Holy Flame Angel, he could easily elevate them to 3rd or even 4th tier. However, the result would be that the dispatch cost would exceed the task rewards, resulting in a loss. So this level is actually just right. Just as he was about to locate the Wax Maiden on the map page, a commotion caught Wang Ling's attention. 2 buses parked in the open space outside the ancient temple, their doors opening as a chaotic group of extras gradually disembarked. There were over 30 extras needed for this scene. 10 men in gray military uniforms carrying rifles were the soldiers under the command of the military young master. More than 20 others dressed in tattered clothes were villagers who had been captured to dig pits. As Wang Ling scanned the crowd, his gaze suddenly froze. A familiar figure jumped down from the bus. She was under 1.4 meters tall, with thin arms and legs resembling a delicate compass. This was an acquaintance, the former second female lead from the previous crew, the one who later became infected with a drug-resistant bacteria. Wang Ling recalled that there was indeed a role for a little girl in this scene. The villagers were captured from the village naturally, including people of all ages. However, underage actors could not be used for night shoots, making typecast actors like the second female lead just right. Wang Ling squinted, sizing up the second female lead. He did not expect her to have recovered so quickly. After the crowd disembarked, the executing director Zhang Zhe approached Lu Shishir, checking off names from a list. The crowd then split into 2. The extras followed Lu Shishir to the designated resting area, while several special guest actors with lines were led by Zhang Zhe towards the actors' resting area. The second female lead spotted Wang Ling and seemed delighted. She jogged over to greet him, saying, "Teacher Wang, you're also in this crew." Wang Ling recalled her name. It seemed to be Li Kaiwei. He nodded back at her, saying, "Teacher Li, what a coincidence. What role are you playing?" "Military young master. If you're playing a village girl, that means you'll soon be ordered to be buried." Li Kaiwei blushed slightly, noticing the empty chair beside Wang Ling. She sat down. Wang Ling looked at her and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Yes, Li Kaiwei nodded, seemingly quite happy. "I was lucky, switched to 2 different antibiotics, and I was cured a week." Wang Ling nodded, saying, "That's good." Li Kaiwei stared at him for a few seconds, suddenly blushing. "Teacher Wang, it's been half a month since I last saw you, and you seem even more handsome now." Wang Ling touched his face and, "Yes," Li Kaiwei replied, earnestly nodding. "Definitely more handsome than before, and your skin looks good too. Have you used any skincare products?" Wang Ling chuckled dismissively. "Maybe I've just been getting good rest." Li Kaiwei seemed to want to say more, but the makeup artist in the distance was calling the new special guests to get their makeup done and change costumes. She could only swallow her words and jog away. Wang Ling withdrew his gaze and touched his face again. He certainly knew why he looked more handsome. Even what Li Kaihui saw was just the effect of some makeup. This was the effect of sharing attributes from his wives and concubines. According to the bizarre rules of the harem game, Wang Ling could share 1 skill and a 10 attribute boost from a concubine, 2 skills and a 20 boost from a favored concubine, and 3 skills and a 30 boost from a noble concubine. Currently in the back courtyard there is 1 concubine, 1 favored concubine, and 1 noble concubine. The concubine is Ing Mainyang sharing the skill Shadow Escape, and the attribute boost is rounded down, meaning it does not account for decimal points. For example, if Ing Mainyang's charm is 5 points, sharing 10 would not provide any boost to Wang Ling. The attribute boost Wang Ling gains from Ing Mainyang is Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Intelligence 4, Perception 1. The favored concubine Longwell Yoli shares the skills Not Human and Symbol Contract Summon. The 20 attribute boost is Strength 3, Agility 2, Constitution 6, Intelligence 15, Perception 3, Charm 1. Wang Ling was already quite handsome. If his original body were to be quantified, it would likely be Strength 5, Agility 5, Constitution 6, Intelligence 5, Perception 6, Charm 6, 8. Other human attributes might not change much in a short time, but Charm is particularly elusive. It is a composite attribute of vitality, appearance, and temperament. Sometimes, even staying up late for 2 days can reduce charm, and even changing a hairstyle can have an impact. Therefore, the slight enhancement from Longwell Yuli doesn't appear to change much. However, once Wang Ling obtained Evelyn and designated the Holy Flame Angel as a noble concubine, the sudden increase in charm could no longer be concealed. Evelyn's initial attributes are Strength 30, Agility 30, Constitution 30, Intelligence 20, Perception 20, Charm 20. The attribute boost she provides to Wang Ling is Strength 9, Agility 9, Constitution 9, Intelligence 6, Perception 6, Charm 6. Wang Ling calculated that his current attributes should be Strength 16, 18, Agility 18, 20, Constitution 22, 24, Intelligence 25, 30, Perception 15, 16, Charm 13, 15. The fluctuations are due to his body not being quantified like a game character, affected by factors like fatigue and focus, leading to variability. Overall, however, these attributes already begin to detach from the realm of humanity. Additionally, Wang Ling shared 3 skills from Evelyn with the unfortunate absence of the growth skill Purification attribute transfer. This is akin to the growth skills of the Nine-Tailed Fox or the passive skill Glazed Porcelain Body of the Porcelain Doll, which are exclusive skills. Wang Ling does not possess the bloodline of the Nine-Tailed Fox and cannot absorb moonlight even if he gazes at the moon. Moreover, another core skill of Evelyn Flame Wing Protection, an exclusive skill that provides immunity to control negative status effects and instant death effects for allies within range, Wang Ling is also unable to share. The reason is the same as above. Wang Ling does not have the Holy Flame Wings, so naturally he cannot use them. As for the 3 skills Wang Ling shares from Evelyn, they are Holy Flame, Impact, Faith Armor, and Healing Art. After Li Kaihui left, Wang Ling lowered his head and continued to search for the location of Dianlin Yang on his phone. Knowing that Dianlin Yang would not be able to leave Qiandongnan in just a few days, Wang Ling headed straight towards that area. There were a total of 3 red dots in Qiandongnan, and upon reaching the second one, he found Dianlin Yang. The map did not provide any event information, only marking a coordinate point. Wang Ling zoomed in to take a look. The location was in Longda Miao Village. He had heard of Longda Miao Village, which was not far from the famous Shijiang Qianhu Miao Village, but it was not as commercialized, retaining many old houses and indigenous residents. To Wang Ling's surprise, Dianlin Yang and Dai Yang were hiding here. Formation 2 Instruments Rebirth Formation. Porcelain Doll LV22 Dispatch cost 44 Mysterious Jade Bone China Doll LV1 a Dispatch cost 1 Mysterious Jade. Confirmed dispatch. Start deployment. The screen on the phone switched, revealing Longda Miao Village. The sun was shining brightly. It was a beautiful sunny day. A few tourists were taking photos in rented Miao attire with stalls selling roasted sweet potatoes and glutinous rice wine by the roadside. An elderly person dressed in Miao clothing was embroidering under the eaves, and a yellow dog with a wagging tail wandered around freely. The porcelain doll and the bone china doll emerged from behind a local residence and walked along the stone-paved road. It was broad daylight, and with no way to hide, Wang Ling allowed the 2 porcelain figures to stroll boldly down the street. It must be said that the people of the country are living too relaxed these days. 2 figures that at first glance appeared human, but upon closer inspection were not, were wandering the streets, yet no one seemed afraid. Some were astonished, some were surprised, some raised their phones to take pictures, and some looked twice before losing interest, but there were no panicked screams, nor did anyone think of anything odd. The 2 porcelain figures made their way forward under the gaze of the crowd. When they reached a stall selling silver jewelry, Wang Ling spotted Dai Yang and Diane Linyang. Dai Yang was still dressed in the attire of the Leishan clan, looking just like a tourist who rented Miao clothing for photos. Diane Linyang wore gloves and had her face covered with a veil, so her blue skin was not revealed. However, Wang Ling thought that even if it were exposed, it wouldn't matter. Given the current mental state of the people, as long as you didn't bite anyone, whether you were blue or not, others would definitely think you dyed yourself blue for some reason, and no one would call the police. At this moment, Dai Yang also spotted the porcelain doll and bone china doll. She put down the silver bracelet she was inspecting, and her gaze turned dangerous. Wang Ling was currently controlling the bone china doll. He pressed the mic and leaned closer to say first courtesy then weapons. The porcelain doll gracefully stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I have met Miss Dai Yang, and my master invites you to your death." After saying this, she charged forward. Wang Ling thought indeed it was first courtesy, then weapons top tier. Dai Yang clearly did not expect the porcelain doll to attack upon meeting, but she reacted swiftly, and with a flash of lightning under her feet, she had already appeared several dozen meters away. The porcelain doll suddenly halted in a lunge and chased after her with a hand chop. In the midst of this chase, the porcelain doll moved so fast it seemed to leave an afterimage. As soon as Dai Yang landed, before she could steady herself, the porcelain doll had already rushed up again, forcing Dai Yang to teleport away once more. Thus a game of chase ensued between the porcelain doll and Dai Yang, weaving through the Miao village. From stilted buildings to the rain and wind bridge, and from the rain and wind bridge to the water wheel, sparks and lightning flashed along the way, with the sound of electric shocks constantly ringing out. In front of the silver jewelry stall, Diane Linyang took off her gloves, her hands melting into two wax knives. "Are we going to fight?" she asked with a fierce expression. "Alas, these two wax knives of mine are just dyeing tools, not sharpened. Am I to be turned into a puddle again right after I just recovered?" Behind the silver jewelry stall, a young female shop owner held up two silver bracelets, glanced at Diane Linyang, then at the bone china doll, suddenly feeling as if she had stumbled into a chaotic situation. "I'm just a small business owner. Could you superheroes not destroy my stall while fighting?" Wang Ling found it amusing as he watched Diane Linyang, who was about to drip wax, and controlled the bone china doll to wave her hand. There was no way the bone china doll was a semi-finished product lacking facial features and unable to speak. Diane Linyang breathed a sigh of relief as her wax knives turned back into hands. She looked off into the distance, where a flash of lightning flickered continuously in the Miao village, and behind the lightning a porcelain figure was chasing rapidly, almost dragging out an afterimage. By the looks of it, for the time being, the two of them would not be able to end this game of you chase me, and I chase you. Diane Linyang sighed and pointed to a nearby open-air tea house. "Since we aren't fighting, shall I treat you to a drink?" At this moment, a web celebrity holding a selfie stick and live streaming was speaking to the camera. "Babies, look, this is Longda Miao Village, pure original ecology, no commercialization. Wow." As the camera shook, a flash of lightning and a blue light passed through the frame. The live stream's comments exploded instantly. "What is that? What is behind you, streamer?" The web celebrity turned around and saw a stunning beauty in traditional Miao attire standing on the eaves of a guest house, scolding below, "Don't bully us too much." After saying this, the web celebrity saw the beauty reach out and slash a flash of lightning appearing from thin air, almost blinding him. The web celebrity blinked and turned his head to see another azure figure racing towards him under the lightning. Although he felt a bit of danger for the sake of capturing this overwhelming wealth, the web celebrity held back his desire to step closer and aimed to film the first-hand footage. Just as he took a step forward, puff, an electric shock struck him, turning him into a charred figure. In the tea house, folk music played from the speakers. "Let me shed tears, not just from last night's wine." The song was beautiful, and Wang Ling had once loved it, but in recent years, every time he thought of this song called Chengdu, Wang Ling felt that there was something more to its lyrics. Diane Linyang sat calmly opposite the bone china doll, holding a cup and sipping gently. There was also a cup of tea in front of the bone china doll, but unfortunately, she had no mouth. After a while, Diane Linyang set down her teacup and leisurely asked, "What does your master really mean? Why do you keep pursuing my lady without letting go?" The bone china doll could not speak, but it was still possible to After Wang Ling typed a message, the bone china doll dipped her finger in the tea and wrote on the table, "A graceful lady, I seek her in dreams and waking." Diane Linyang looked at the water-stained characters, suddenly laughed, and lightly tapped her fingers on the cup twice. "Is this how your master seeks? Without the 3 letters and 6 gifts, with no matchmaker and no bride price you wish to propose?" The bone china doll continued to write, "I only ask that Lan Yang convey my intentions." "What if I don't?" Diane Linyang questioned. Wang Ling paused for a moment, then typed a line, 3 days I will hit you 9 times. Wang Ling was unable to witness the final outcome of the battle between the porcelain doll and Dai Yang. The reason was that the stage manager had come with a notice to inform them to return to the filming location. Wang Ling stared at his phone screen, grinding his teeth. "Boss, the director wants us to wrap it up," Lu Shishir quietly reminded him. Seeing Wang Ling still unmoved, she urged, "Come on, we can play later." Wang Ling sighed and stuffed the phone into her arms. There was no choice. Under the eaves, one had to bow. He knew the future was an apocalyptic world, and that the so-called efforts now were futile, but he could not let Zheng Zhe face difficulties under the pretense of future compensation. The play was introduced by Zheng Zhe. If he acted high and mighty and delayed the filming, Zheng Zhe would be in a difficult position. Wang Ling decided in his heart that after this play he would retire from the industry regardless of success or failure, as it was too much of a hindrance to his mission of saving the world. Lu Shishir sighed as she watched Wang Ling's sulking figure. Her boss had many good qualities. He was handsome and pleasing to the eye, and he provided her with enough security, yet he was too addicted to the internet, playing games on his phone every day without making any progress. If it weren't for her boss would probably be stuck in bed. What was that saying? Right, this place would fall apart without me. After a scene was filmed, the lighting was adjusted and the actors took a break. Wang Ling took the phone from Lu Shishir and immediately opened it to check. He was ready for a restart. It wasn't that something unexpected would happen with Dai Yang. This time if Dai Yang dodged, it would mean a slow death. The collision skill added 1% damage for every meter chased. The longer Dai Yang dodged, the more tragic her demise would be. At level 22, the porcelain doll had 930 health points, and Dai Yang would need to attack her with full force at least 9 times to kill her. Moreover, the revival array also added 4 times healing. To be fair, even if the porcelain doll didn't dodge or evade, Dai Yang, once her mana was depleted, might not be able to kill her. What Wang Ling was worried about was the other side. Without his control, the porcelain puppet would indeed remain motionless. He wasn't concerned about the wax doll. He was worried that if too much time dragged on, the police would arrive. He hoped not to turn on the camera and see the porcelain puppet handcuffed in a police car, which would be quite laughable. However, when he opened the phone, the screen displayed the glaring words "Mission completed." Wang Ling clicked in to see the details. Dai Yang and the wax doll, a double kill. Dai Yang's demise was expected, but the wax doll. The only thing Wang Ling could think of was that after the porcelain doll dealt with Dai Yang, she would return and eliminate the wax doll. However, the outcome was favorable, saving him the cost of reloading. Wang Ling waved his hand twice to release Dai Yang and the wax doll. At the same time, he left a mark on Dai Yang. From that moment on, Dai Yang truly had no way to escape his grasp. In the end, due to Dai Yang's not low level after this chase, the porcelain doll's level increased by 1, reaching level 23. The temperature tonight was only about 4 or 5 degrees, and with the outdoor shoot, the thin costume had long been blown through. After the actors dispersed, they all headed towards the tea station. The tea station was set up in an ancient temple annex adjacent to the temporary work area for costumes and props. Several folding tables were put together with thermoses and disposable cups on top. Many idle staff members stood in small groups, chatting while holding cups. While Wang Ling slowly made his way at the back, Lu Shishir had already dashed into the tea station first. By the time Wang Ling entered the annex, Lu Shishir was already waiting at the door with a hot cup of coffee, ensuring Wang Ling wouldn't have to crowd with other actors. Wang Ling took the coffee and took a sip. It was instant coffee with a strong taste of saccharin, but it was better than nothing. Standing at the tea station door, Wang Ling lit a cigarette and looked inside. To be precise, his gaze fell upon Li Kaiwei. From Wang Ling's angle, he could see her wrist, which could be encircled by 2 fingers, and her neck, which could be encompassed by a single palm. As he watched, Wang Ling's expression grew increasingly dangerous. He couldn't help but recall the past. It was that innocent-looking girl, only 4 meters tall, who smiled at the art director and said in court, "I saw him go to the Huixian Yaksu." Wait, that doesn't seem to be the right phrase. What did she say back then? It's been too long, and he couldn't quite remember. Never mind, she committed perjury anyway. Wang Ling glared at her arms, wishing he could break them. Imagining the pale bones piercing through the flesh and hearing the sound of bones cracking, seeing them bend at unnatural angles. And then breaking her legs as well, forcing her to crawl in the dark like a worm. He stared at the chattering little thing in the distance, his gaze growing heavier. "Oh, Teacher Wang, what's on your mind with that gaze?" Liu's aide had somehow sauntered over, standing 2 steps away, holding a thermos with a provocative smile on his face. Following Wang Ling's gaze towards Li Caihui, he looked back at Wang Ling, his smile growing more meaningful. Wang Ling did not respond, and Liu's aide was unconcerned, continuing his suggestive remarks. "With that height and figure, it's indeed quite interesting, huh?" Wang Ling disliked such jokes, especially those that linked him with Li Caihui, which made him feel disgusted. "Keep talking." Wang Ling shook his wrist. "We still have several scenes to shoot, no rush." Liu's aide's face showed signs of phantom pain, his smile freezing. He cleared his throat awkwardly, his gaze wandering, clearly looking for a reason to back off. At that moment, a cheer came from a distance, providing him with an excuse. "Sister Chu is treating us to late-night snacks." Liu's aide glanced back, then turned around, chuckling awkwardly. "Well, I'll go check on the snacks." He turned and left, walking a bit hastily. Wang Ling withdrew his gaze and looked up at the sky. The dilapidated temple, the waning moon, the desolate forest. So dark, so dim, would the death of a person or 2 really have any impact? The crew is currently filming the dramatic scenes of the female lead's team. Wang Ling's group is resting in the waiting area. Experienced actors seize this time to take a quick nap. Before long, soft snores could be heard, occasionally interrupted by the squeaking of chairs as someone shifted only to quickly return to silence. Wang Ling, wrapped in a military coat, half opened his eyes and gazed at the starry sky rarely seen in the city. He was contemplating how to create some trouble. Thoughts popped into his mind one after another, but he suppressed each of them. "'Cause an accident? No. It was too similar to the incidents from the last crew and could easily be connected. He had just faded from the police's radar and did not want to be targeted again. What about controlling a supernatural entity to kill Li Kaiwei? The best way to eliminate suspicion when wanting to kill someone is to create a clear suspect. Frame a specific supernatural being, like Ying Mainyang, create a conflict, and having Mainyang kill Li Kaiwei in front of everyone, then let the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs pursue a murderer who cannot be found." But after thinking it over, that still wouldn't work. The Bureau of Supernatural Affairs had already been established, and any supernatural killings would surely be investigated by them. That was a department built with the strength of the entire nation, and Wang Ling knew what capabilities they possessed. Is there anyone who can rewind time and review the crime scene again? Is there a way to trace back along the causal line to directly see who is manipulating things from behind? Could there be someone who can read minds and instantly know what thoughts are hidden in your heart? Is there someone with a super detective system that can directly lock onto you? The Bureau of Supernatural Affairs is not like the police. They don't even need evidence. If they suspect you, they can detain you directly, turning you inside out without hesitation. The 3 years of imprisonment before his rebirth had left an indelible psychological shadow on Wang Ling. There were too many uncertainties, making him unwilling to take risks. He felt restless. He wanted to kill someone. Why couldn't the apocalypse come faster? Wang Ling turned over, tightening his military coat. His gaze swept over Li Tsehui, whose arms, thin like kindling, were draped outside the blanket, as if tempting him. If he couldn't kill someone, could he do something else? For example, Wang Ling narrowed his eyes, recalling the strand of nightmare hair from his space. Hypnotize Li Kaiwei with the hair, making her dream. Make her dream of supernatural beings descending, the apocalypse arriving, and see a person hiding in a dark corner, living worse than a pig or dog, bullied, chased by the supernatural, starving to gnaw on tree bark and thirsting for dirty water. Then let her dream of herself witnessing herself punching Zeus, kicking Odin, tearing apart Erlang Shun, and slashing Zhu Beiji with a sword, dominating the apocalypse and becoming the true god of the new world. When she wakes up and recalls the details of the dream, wouldn't she rush over to cling to him? The corners of Wang Ling's mouth could not help but curl into a lewd smile. He had already planned it out. If Li Kaiwei said she loved him, he would make her prove it, then take a dump and say to her, "If you can't even eat shit, how can you say you love me?" And when she actually ate it, he would then say, "Don't use your mouth that has eaten shit to say you love me. Oh, it's disgusting." Wang Ling couldn't help but laugh at himself. In the middle of the night, cackling like a crow was quite uncouth. His laughter woke several people. The military coat rustled, and the reclining chair creaked. Someone irritably raised their head, but upon seeing it was Wang Ling, they buried their head back down. There was no choice. Then a place like a film crew status meant everything. While the main cast was filming, Wang Ling held the highest status in this resting area, while others, big or small, had to keep their opinions to themselves. Wang Ling sat up and lit a cigarette. After a couple of puffs, he sighed. After indulging in some fantasies, he didn't feel so angry anymore. He just felt clear-headed. Wasting supernatural props on someone he could easily crush in the future. She wasn't worth it. And what if she hypnotized him and turned him over to the authorities? Isn't that all the rage nowadays? If she recounted the events of her dream, wouldn't that put him in danger? Wang Ling stood up and walked outside, wanting to relieve himself. This filming location was a pure wild temple, so naturally there were no public toilets. However, this place was not newly discovered by this crew. Several others had filmed here before. Not far from the dilapidated temple, whether it was the locals or some crew, they had dug 2 pits and placed wooden boards over them to serve as latrines. Before he even arrived, the smell wafted over. Wang Ling couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He stood 3 steps away, looking at the unlit latrine, hesitating to go inside. But as long as one is willing to lower their head, there are makeshift toilets everywhere. As Wang Ling fastened his belt and prepared to leave, he took a few steps, but suddenly stopped again. He turned back, not to confirm whether it was circular or not, but to look at the dark latrine. A wicked thought quietly surfaced in his mind. Wang Ling calculated it twice in his heart and felt delighted. On such a beautiful day, not causing some trouble would indeed be a shame. Wang Ling walked back to the set. Just as he entered through the partially collapsed wall, he heard a commotion ahead. Wang Ling quickened his pace to see the excitement. The argument was between a foreign student in the female lead's team and a young master from the horse gang. They pointed fingers at each other, while Zhang Zhe stood in the middle, forced to endure the spittle from both sides. "What did you mean by that move just now?" The foreign student pointed his finger, almost poking Zhang Zhe's face. "You blocked all my shots. Are you here to act or to steal the spotlight?" The young master from the horse gang pushed his hand away. Steal the spotlight. Why don't you say you're stealing my lines instead? Lu Shishir stood on the edge of the crowd, shrinking her neck to watch the commotion. Wang Ling walked over and nudged her with his shoulder. What's going on? Lu Shishir lowered her voice, stealing lines, blocking shots. During that confrontation scene, just now the two of them were stealing lines from each other, neither willing to concede, and the camera was blocked several times. As they spoke, the conflict escalated. The foreign student circled around Zhang Zhe and pushed the young master from the horse gang, causing him to stumble. The young master from the horse gang, unwilling to back down, raised a prop knife to strike. Enough, enough. Zhang Zhe hurriedly rushed in to hold him, forcibly separating the two with the help of the crew. Everyone stop. A loud shout rang out. The crowd automatically parted to the sides. Producer Hua Xiao strode in. Behind him followed the director, assistant director, cinematographer, and Chu Xingrao wrapped in a military coat. The apex of the film crew's food chain had arrived, and the scene instantly fell silent. Are you done arguing? Hua Xiao asked in a nonchalant tone. The oppressive aura representing capital was too strong, causing the young master from the horse gang and the foreign student to take a half step back and lower their heads. Hua Xiao nodded in satisfaction and said indifferently, as long as you're done arguing, I don't want to know who stole, but there are hundreds of people in the crew, and they didn't come to watch the two of you perform. The two didn't dare to speak up. Hua Xiao pointed twice more. I hope this is the first and last time. Wow, so domineering. Lu Shishi's eyes sparkled, seemingly quite fond of this kind of demeanor. But then she suddenly felt a chill coming from her side, and her survival instinct made her quickly change her words. Of course, it's just that he looks too ordinary. He's not as handsome as you. Besides, I heard that domineering CEOs often have stomach problems, and their feces smell terrible. The chill dissipated, and the little zombie couldn't help but wipe away non-existent cold sweat. A quarrel dissipated. Zhang Zhe clapped his hands and raised his voice, announcing a 10-minute break. Drink water if you need it, touch up your makeup as necessary. The crowd thinned. Wang Ling turned to Lu Shishir and said he needed a favor. Boss, tell me what to do, she replied obediently. Count how many people are in the crew, Wang Ling said. I'll buy everyone milk tea. After she agreed, Wang Ling handed her a number. Call that number and order yuanyang milk tea, 1 cup for each person. It must be delivered by midnight, he added. Lu Shishir wrote it down and asked for confirmation. Yuanyang milk tea. Yes, yuanyang milk tea, Wang Ling nodded. Remember, it must be yuanyang milk tea. Lu Shishir nodded earnestly and went off to make the call. Wang Ling approached Zhang Zhe, offered him a cigarette, and the two shared a smile, about to chat when the extras began making a scene again. Who the hell ate my night snack? Someone shouted. The voice came from a man wearing a front-buttoned jacket. A caravan hand serving the caravan young master, part of the background for the female leads group. He gripped an empty paper bag and bellowed toward the extras by the changing tent. Wang Ling recognized the bag as takeout from Kaifeng Cuisine that Chu Xingrao had ordered. It had contained burgers, fries, and a pair of spicy wings. The caravan hand hurled the bag to the ground. I was shooting and didn't even take a bite. I left it right there. Whoever ate it, stand up and own it. Zhang Zhe swore under his breath, stamped out his lit cigarette, and hurried over. After some soothing words, he offered the man his own uneaten portion, and only then was the matter quelled. Nothing else broke out afterward. They filmed until just past midnight. The female lead's dramatic scene wrapped, and the crew served a late-night supper. The notice said they would rest an hour and a half and resume shooting at 2. The night meal was simple fried rice noodles, chow mein, or fried rice to choose from, with tomato and egg soup and mushroom soup. For this supper, the principal actors and the regular crew ate on equal terms. But Hua Xiao and Chu Xingrao were nowhere to be seen, or whether they were having a private meal in Chu Xingrao's RV, no one knew. It was just as dinner was being served that Lu Shishir pulled up in a van on the open ground. Wang Ling glanced over and tapped Zhang Zhe on the shoulder. The milk tea I ordered. Get everyone to take it. Zhang Zhe patted Wang Ling back, lifted a megaphone, and called out, Teacher Wang is treating everyone to milk tea. We have it all. Line up to get yours. Cheers rose, and people surged forward. Wang Ling smoked with the cup between his lips, and saw Li Kaihui snag a cup, sipping as she walked. Satisfied, he flicked his cigarette away. Yuanyang milk tea blends coffee and tea, most strongly diuretic. On a night this cold with only one latrine, the scene that followed was not something one wanted to imagine. While Wang Ling savored his cup, another disturbance erupted at the meal area. This time it was serious. 2 lighting technicians had one of the extras dressed as a villager pinned and were beating him. A circle of onlookers watched the spectacle but did not intervene until Zhang Zhe heard the commotion, ran over, and with the stagehands separated the two